Chapter 1, A World of High Martial Arts. A Single Dad. Zhang Xianwan has successfully passed our kindergarten admission application. Please come to our kindergarten at 8 a.m. on April 22 to report for admission. Click the link to log in to our kindergarten's website, fill out the registration form, and pay the fees promptly. Zhang Zhe looked at the text message on his phone, then glanced at his beloved daughter playing alone not far away, feeling a mix of joy and worry. What makes me happy is that my precious daughter is about to start kindergarten, and she has been accepted by a top-tier kindergarten. She will soon begin her martial arts training career and will have a great start. What worries me is that martial arts training involves great risks, and as a father, I'm not even a martial artist, so I don't have the ability to protect my precious daughter or stand up for her. Girl, come here. Zhang Zhe waved to Zhang Xianwan, who was not far away. Dad. The little girl rushed into Zhang Zhe's arms like a whirlwind, the force of which made Zhang Zhe stagger and almost fall. My darling daughter. Zhang Zhe picked Zhang Xianwan up and kissed her on her fair cheek, laughing, tomorrow you can go to kindergarten and start cultivating with the other children. Aren't you excited? I'm so happy. Zhang Xianwan waved her hand excitedly and said in her childish voice, I can go to kindergarten now. I can go to kindergarten now. Seeing his beloved daughter so happy, Zhang Zhe felt a sense of relief. My precious daughter is truly a source of pride to have gotten into a top-tier kindergarten. Dad, Xianwan can go to kindergarten now, so can Xianwan see Mom? Zhang Xianwan, who was immersed in the joy of going to kindergarten, asked. These words caused Zhang Zhe's smile to freeze instantly. Looking at his adorable daughter, Zhang Zhe felt a pang of guilt, but he could only resort to another white lie to appease her. Of course I'll see Mom, but Mom still has some things to take care of. Once Mom's done, she'll come back to see Xianwan as soon as possible. How about you show Mom your cultivation results then? Good. Sweetie, go play by yourself. Zhang Zhe put Zhang Xianwan down, and Zhang Xianwan obediently went off to play by herself. When Zhang Zhe mentioned Zhang Xianwan's mother, he immediately became somewhat saddened. Zhang Zhe hadn't seen his wife for almost 3 years and had no idea where she was. Zhang Zhe is a reincarnated individual, reborn into this world of high martial arts. The development of civilization in this world is somewhat similar to that of Earth in the previous life. The biggest difference is that Earth in the previous life was a scientific and relatively peaceful planet. In this world, monstrous beasts roam freely. To resist them, nations of all sizes united to form a federation. In addition to developing technology, practicing martial arts became a key means for human civilization to protect their homeland and resist the monstrous beasts. Zhang Zhe, who had transmigrated, didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. Not long after he arrived, he fell in love at first sight with a stunningly beautiful woman who had a perfect figure and appearance, and they started dating. The two spent a very happy, blissful, and sweet time together. Later, the stunningly beautiful woman gave birth to a child for him, whom he named Zhang Xianwan. However, not long after Zhang Xianwan gave birth, his stunningly beautiful wife left a letter and then quietly departed. Since they got together, Zhang Zhe has had no idea about the woman's family background. Since she didn't want to talk about it, Zhang Zhe didn't press her for details. In Zhang Zhe's view, when the time was right, the other party would naturally tell him. To everyone's surprise, even after the child was born, his wife still didn't say anything. She left behind only a farewell letter and a considerable sum of money before disappearing forever. From then on, Zhang Zhe raised the child alone. After Zhang Xianwan became old enough to remember things, whenever she asked where her mother was, Zhang Zhe would always brush her off by saying that her mother was very busy and worked in a faraway place and couldn't come back for the time being. Zhang Zhe knew that his stunningly beautiful wife must have an extraordinary background, and there must be some unspeakable reason why she left him. The only way to win back his wife is to have the power to do so. In this world, martial arts cultivation level represents strength. Fate played a cruel trick on Zhang Zhe, who despairingly discovered that he had mediocre talent and, despite being in this world for so long, was unable to become a martial artist, destined to be forever out of reach of the strong. If it weren't for the considerable sum of money left by his wife, it wouldn't have been easy for Zhang Zhe to raise Zhang Xianwan on his own. With Zhang Zhe's physical condition of less than 0.5 units of qi and blood, no one would hire him even if he went to work on a construction site carrying bricks. Over the years, Zhang Zhe has lived a very low-key life, spending most of his time at home taking care of his children. He buys almost everything online and rarely goes out. Zhang Zhe knew that if he were to flaunt his current strength and accidentally lose money, he would easily attract attention and bring about his own demise. As an ordinary person, I have no power to resist, nor the ability to protect my precious daughter. Jiang Zhe has been hiding his true feelings for the sake of his child. If it weren't for wanting his precious daughter to have a good start, Jiang Zhe would never have enrolled Jiang Xiaonuan in the top martial arts kindergarten in their area. Sigh, I hope I made the right decision this time. After reading it aloud, Jiang Zhe sighed, clicked on the link on his phone, logged into the website of Yuan City No. 1 Martial Arts Kindergarten, and filled in the enrollment registration information online. Are your parents martial artists? What are their professions? What is their annual salary? What kind of bullshit kindergarten registration is this? It's clearly a family situation survey, treating children differently based on their family circumstances, huh? Ha, even top kindergartens are nothing special. After reviewing the so-called park entry registration, Jiang Zhe looked disdainful. As a reborn individual, he was all too familiar with the tricks the school used. Find out the student's family situation in advance. Those from wealthy families or whose parents are rich and powerful should be given special care, while those from poor families or without power should be treated differently. Although he was indignant, Jiang Zhe had no power to change this injustice. Whether in the past or present, the rules are always made by those in power and influence. Jiang Zhe filled out the registration form and paid the first year's tuition, a full 100,000 federal dollars. It's important to understand that even ordinary martial arts families would find it difficult to afford such a high tuition fee per year. However, the martial arts-focused kindergartens in Yuan City have a strong teaching staff. The kindergarten teachers are at least level 3 martial artists, and the kindergarten has a very mature training system that can help students lay a solid foundation for cultivation from an early age and accelerate the growth of their qi and blood. Therefore, despite the stringent admission requirements and high tuition fees, many families still want to send their children there. Chapter 2: Incredible Comprehension. Reporting for duty with a baby. Night. After tucking his daughter, whom he had just put to sleep, into a blanket, Jiang Zhe gently kissed Jiang Xiaonuan's fair face before leaving the room. The little girl is really looking forward to going to kindergarten tomorrow, and she even dragged Jiang Zhe to pick out a nice outfit for her. Jiang Xiaonuan's wardrobe is filled with all sorts of beautiful clothes, all bought by Jiang Zhe. Jiang Xiaonuan can buy whichever one she likes. For years, Jiang Zhe has been keeping a low profile for safety, acting as both father and mother, but he is very dedicated to taking care of his precious daughter. Back in his room, Jiang Zhe turned on his computer, logged into the Federal Martial Arts website, and searched for the 28th set of broadcast gymnastics. The 28th set of broadcast gymnastics is the latest basic national body training method formulated by several masters in the Federal Martial Arts Organization, combining various body training methods, taking the best from each and making up for the shortcomings, and constantly revising it. Anyone can log into the Federal Martial Arts website to search and watch, and practice body training to stimulate qi and blood. After watching the video, Jiang Zhe followed the demonstration and started moving his hands and feet, striking a series of poses. Jiang Zhe completed all 15 sets of movements, but he did not feel any surge of qi and blood. This situation indicates that the 28th set of broadcast gymnastics had little effect on Jiang Zhe, or even no effect at all. Since I came into this world, these broadcast gymnastics exercises have been revised 3 times. The latest revised 28th set of broadcast gymnastics exercises still has no effect on me. It seems that I am really destined to be unrelated to cultivation. Jiang Zhe mocked himself, saying that as a transmigrator and a father, not having cultivation talent in this world was worse than death for him. On Jiang Xiaonuan's kindergarten registration form, in the section for parents' identities, Jiang Zhe really wanted to fill in his own identity as a martial artist, since when you're out in the world, your identity is something you give yourself. Unfortunately, filling in the martial artist identity requires uploading a badge certified by the Martial Artist Guild. The school will even verify the relevant identity information through the Wuhan Information Network, and if any fraud is found, the student's admission will be revoked. Jiang Zhe had no choice but to fill in the truth, an ordinary person. Just when Jiang Zhe was feeling extremely frustrated, a completely emotionless voice suddenly came to his ears, which made him overjoyed. Energy fully stored, extraordinary comprehension unlocked. You have practiced the 28th set of broadcast gymnastics and comprehended the origin body refining method. Suddenly, Jiang Zhe felt as if he had been enlightened, and a new method of body refinement appeared in his mind. Jiang Zhe was overjoyed. After years of hiding, his wife had left quietly and his beloved daughter had started kindergarten. Now he had finally made it. I wonder if this origin body refining method will be useful for my cultivation. With a try-it-out attitude, Jiang Zhe took a deep breath and began to cultivate according to the origin body refining method he had comprehended. As Jiang Zhe demonstrated each movement, this time, although there were only 9 sets of movements in total, after completing these 9 sets, Jiang Zhe felt completely exhausted. Phew phew phew. Jiang Zhe sat cross-legged on the ground, panting heavily. His clothes were completely soaked with sweat, but his face was much rosier than before. My blood and energy are surging, it's working. Feeling the changes in his internal energy and blood, Jiang Zhe couldn't contain his excitement. This was the first time in years that he had clearly felt the changes in his body's qi and blood after practicing, which indicated that the practice was effective. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jiang Zhe gritted his teeth and pushed through his fatigue to finish the task once more. After finishing the second round, Jiang Zhe finally couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep immediately. The next day. Knock knock knock. Dad, aren't you up yet? The knocking and the childish shouts woke Jiang Zhe up. Last night, Jiang Zhe was so tired after doing the origin body refining method twice that he didn't even have the energy to take a shower. Now that he has slept through the night, Jiang Zhe feels refreshed and full of energy. He also doesn't dream every night as he used to, which is a sign of good sleep quality and sufficient energy in his body. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Jiang Zhe glanced at the time and remembered that today was the day he was taking his precious daughter to kindergarten. After responding, he quickly got up. Dad, we have to report at 8 o'clock, and it's already 7:50. We're going to be late. Seeing Jiang Zhe come out of the room, Jiang Xianwan put her hands on her hips, acting like a little adult, and said angrily, I'm sorry, honey, Dad forgot to set the alarm and overslept. I don't have time to make you breakfast now, but I'll buy it for you on the way. Jiang Zhe immediately explained patiently with an apologetic expression. Hee, Dad, I was just kidding. I'm not angry at all. Besides, I've already had breakfast. I made it myself, you know. I made some for you too, it's on the table. Jiang Xianwan beamed with a cute smile. Jiang Zhe then noticed a prepared breakfast on the table. Looking at his obedient and sensible daughter, he felt gratified. Although his precious daughter was only 3 years old, she was very smart. Jiang Zhe had never deliberately taught her these things, and he didn't even know when she had learned them. Thank you, Xianwan, for preparing breakfast for Daddy. Jiang Zhe affectionately patted Jiang Xianwan's head. After quickly finishing the breakfast his beloved daughter had prepared for him, Jiang Zhe took Jiang Xianwan out the door to register at Anyuan City's #1 martial arts kindergarten. Jiang Zhe flagged down a taxi by the roadside. Driver, get to Anyuan #1 kindergarten, and be quick. After getting into the car, Jiang Zhe urged the driver to hurry up. Okay, seatbelts are fastened. Upon hearing this, the driver immediately stepped on the gas and sped toward the kindergarten. Jiang Zhe was lucky. The taxi driver was an experienced driver who knew the routes well and had excellent driving skills. After learning that Jiang Zhe was in a hurry to register his daughter for kindergarten, he immediately found the fastest route. And in the last minute, they successfully delivered Jiang Zhe and the other person. Jiang Zhe asked the driver to wait for him for a while, and then took Jiang Xianwan out of the car to take her to register. After completing the registration, verifying her identity, and presenting her admission notice, Jiang Xianwan successfully entered the kindergarten. Jiang Xianwan, come with me. A female kindergarten teacher approached Jiang Xianwan with a smile. Dad. Jiang Xianwan looked at Jiang Zhe, her eyes filled with reluctance. Jiang Xianwan was raised by Jiang Zhe and has never left his side since she was a child. Now, when Jiang Xianwan sends her precious daughter to kindergarten, not only is she reluctant, but Jiang Zhe is also extremely reluctant. Sweetie, be good, Daddy will pick you up on time after school. Jiang Zhe patted Jiang Xianwan's head and comforted her. Jiang Xianwan nodded very sensibly, a serious look appearing on her tender face as she said, Dad, I will definitely study hard. Go on, okay? Watching his beloved daughter's retreating figure, Jiang Zhe, not wanting to put too much pressure on her, immediately said loudly, My dear daughter, if you can concentrate on your studies, then study. If you can't, then eat properly. Dad has already paid the tuition. Chapter 3 Tianqing Martial Arts School. Strength Test. Jiang Zhe's voice was loud, and everyone around him heard it. Immediately, a series of surprised glances were cast at them. Families that can send their daughters to the top martial arts kindergarten in Anyuan City are not ordinary. Either the child is exceptionally talented, or the family is powerful and influential. This is the first time someone has instilled such an idea in their child. If you can concentrate on reading, then study hard. If you can't, then eat well. You've already paid for this. For a moment, it was quite amusing. The kindergarten teacher who was leading Jiang Xianwan into the park suddenly paused, and couldn't help but turn around to look at Jiang Zhe. She had never seen a parent with this kind of mentality before, and for a moment she couldn't help but want to applaud Jiang Zhe. That's a really good attitude. Okay, Dad. Jiang Xianwan responded politely by waving her hand. Phew. Jiang Zhe finally breathed a sigh of relief only after his beloved daughter had completely disappeared from his sight. The reason I sent my precious daughter to this top-tier kindergarten is because Jiang Xianwan has a great talent. At such a young age, she has abundant energy and blood. With proper nurturing, she will surely achieve great things in martial arts cultivation in the future. As parents, we all want to give our children the best resources. If my precious daughter becomes a martial artist and achieves something in the path of martial arts, she will at least have a certain ability to protect herself in this world in the future. But Jiang Zhe's mindset is different now. He can cultivate himself. Then there's no need to put too much pressure on my precious daughter. I, as her father, will bear that pressure and help her build a better future. Jiang Zhe also wanted to use his own abilities to find his stunningly beautiful wife, find out her identity, and reunite the family. Read it. Jiang Zhe didn't linger any longer and turned to get into the taxi he had come from. Master, go to Tianqing Martial Arts School. Boom. The car started, and the experienced taxi driver took Jiang Zhe to Tianqing Martial Arts School. On the bus. Brother, you're really impressive to be able to get your daughter into this kindergarten, the taxi driver exclaimed. My child is promising, with a good talent for cultivation. As her father, I will definitely do my best to provide her with the best resources, Jiang Zhe said with a smile. Brother, what level of martial artist are you? The driver asked again upon hearing this. I'm not a martial artist. Look, I don't even have a martial artist badge. Jiang Zhe shook his head. Not a martial artist, the driver asked in surprise. I heard that the tuition for this kindergarten is quite high. You're not a martial artist, so you must be under a lot of pressure. Like I said before, as long as the child is well, I'll sell everything I own to give her the best, Jiang Zhe said. I'm also a father, brother. I understand you and admire you. The driver gave Jiang Zhe a thumbs up, expressing his heartfelt admiration. In his view, Jiang Zhe was not a martial artist, so he could not enjoy the special subsidies for martial artists every month. If someone needs to take a taxi to get around and is dressed so plainly, their family must be of average means. This prestigious kindergarten has abundant resources, but the tuition is also incredibly high, placing immense pressure on Jiang Zhe, the father. Jiang Zhe got off the bus at the entrance of Tianqing Martial Arts School. The taxi driver insisted on rounding down Jiang Zhe's fare, saying that being a father was not easy for anyone, which made Jiang Zhe feel a little embarrassed. After expressing his gratitude, Jiang Zhe entered the Tianqing Martial Arts School. This Tianqing Martial Arts School isn't very big. It's a private school, but it's very close to the residential area where Jiang Zhe lives. Jiang Zhe came to this martial arts school because he wanted to use specialized equipment to test his blood and qi levels. After practicing the origin body refining method that I had comprehended, how much did my qi and blood value increase? A notice for accepting apprentices was posted at the entrance of the martial arts school. Tianqing Martial Arts Academy is recruiting. Requirements include a qi and blood value of at least 0.8, a punching power of at least 320, and an age under 20. The academy's master, a 4th-level martial artist, will personally teach and impart secret techniques. No wonder Tianqing Martial Arts Academy has always had a good reputation. It's much better than those martial arts academies that are purely out to scam money, Jiang Zhe muttered to himself. In this world where martial arts are revered, everyone wants to become a martial artist. Becoming a martial artist not only signifies strength but also brings generous rewards. A level 1 martial artist can receive a monthly subsidy of 5,000 federal dollars from the Federation. Level 2 martial artists are entitled to a monthly subsidy of 10,000 federal credits. A level 3 martial artist can receive a subsidy of 20,000 federal coins per month. The higher the level of a martial artist, the higher the monthly allowance they receive, and they also enjoy certain privileges. These federal subsidies are all free of charge as long as you are a martial artist and registered. You can receive them on time every month. In order to promote the development of martial arts associations and relevant local departments in various cities have jointly advocated for the establishment of private martial arts schools. As a result, private martial arts schools of all sizes sprang up like mushrooms after rain. However, some martial arts schools are purely profit-driven. They accept anyone, regardless of their background or potential, to become a martial artist, as long as they are paid, without any ethical standards. Tianqing Martial Arts School has certain restrictions on its enrollment, which also indicates that Tianqing Martial Arts School has a certain level of professional ethics. Because if your qi and blood value doesn't reach 0.8 before the age of 20, you're basically out of luck when it comes to cultivation. You don't have the talent for it. A level 4 martial artist is considered a master and a prominent figure in Anyuan City. However, Zhang Zai's purpose in coming here was not to register. Zhang Zai walked into the martial arts school and went to the front desk. The receptionist was a very young and pretty girl. Upon seeing Zhang Zai, a professional smile immediately appeared on his face. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with? I'm here to test my qi and blood levels and punching power." Martial arts schools typically have specialized equipment for testing qi and blood circulation and punching power. In addition to being used daily to assess the strength of the school's disciples, these devices are also open to the public. However, outsiders need to pay a certain fee to use the instrument. "Sir, walk down the corridor to the end. Room 9 is empty." After handing Zhang Zai an access card, the receptionist added, "If you don't know how to use the machine, you can press the bell to call for help." "Okay, thank you." Zhang Zai took the access card and walked inside. Inside room number 9, a testing instrument was placed there. To test your blood qi, simply prick your finger and drip blood into the groove on the instrument. Testing punching power simply requires throwing a punch with maximum force at the punching power testing plate on the instrument. Zhang Zai took out a lancet, pricked his index finger, and a drop of blood slowly dripped into the groove. Zhang Zai stared intently at the monitor, feeling a little uneasy. You'll soon find out how effective the practice is. Chapter 4, Increase of Qi and Blood. Cultivation begins. Beep beep. The testing instrument emits a sound, indicating that the test value is about to appear. Zhang Zai stared intently, his future success in martial arts cultivation hanging in the balance. 0.832. Good. Upon seeing the values displayed on the instrument, Zhang Zai became excited and couldn't help but roar in approval. His face was flushed from excitement. It's important to know that since he transmigrated here, Zhang Zai's health value has been hovering around 0.4 and has never exceeded 0.5. With such low qi and blood levels, no one would hire you even if you went to work on a construction site carrying bricks. And now, just last night's cultivation has doubled Zhang Zai's qi and blood value, which shows the effectiveness of this origin body refining method. Such a level of qi and blood also means that Zhang Zai has successfully cultivated, and becoming a martial artist is no longer a dream. After the blood and qi test, it was time for fist strength. According to the standards set by the Federal Martial Arts Organization, the minimum requirements to become a martial artist are a blood energy value of 1.5 and a punching power of 600 Jin. Zhang Zai took a deep breath, held it, and punched the testing instrument with all his might. Beep beep. 336 Jin, 168 caddies. My punching power has also increased, which shows that the increase in my qi and blood is real and very stable. One cannot simply look at qi and blood to reflect a person's strength, because there are some drugs on the market that can stimulate qi and blood and temporarily increase a person's qi and blood levels. The numerical value of punching power can reflect the true state of a person's qi and blood. According to statistics from the Federal Martial Arts Organization, a punching force that is 400 times the blood and qi value is within the normal range, and a small margin of error is also normal. It's done. My dream of martial arts cultivation is no longer a dream. Zhang Zai suppressed his excitement. At this rate of cultivation, it wouldn't be long before he became a true martial artist. His comprehension is phenomenal, he's truly amazing. After years of lying low, I can finally stand up for myself. After the test, Zhang Zai left Tianqing Martial Arts Hall. After returning home, Zhang Zai locked himself in his bedroom, activated the origin body refining technique, and began to cultivate. Zhang Zai performed one concise movement after another. Each movement seemed very simple, but each movement was a huge drain on Zhang Zai's physical strength. Once. Twice. 3 times. 4 times. This time, Zhang Zai persisted in doing the movements 4 times before finally falling into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. When Zhang Zai woke up, it was already afternoon. Cluck cluck. My stomach growled, and a strong feeling of hunger washed over me. Zhang Zai hurried to the kitchen and rummaged through the cupboards looking for food. Fortunately, Zhang Zai always liked to buy a lot of things when he went to the supermarket and stock up at home. After his wife left without a word, Zhang Zai always had a sense of preparedness, which meant he stocked up on food and drink at home so that even if some disaster happened, he wouldn't starve. If it were just one person, it wouldn't be so bad, but after all, he has children and isn't all alone. Once a man becomes a father, his perspective on problems and how he handles things changes. Jiang Zhe had stockpiled a lot of canned meat. His intense hunger made him not care about the taste as long as it was edible, he was fine with it. After devouring more than a dozen extra large cans of meat, my hunger finally subsided. Jiang Zhe, having recovered, looked at the empty cans scattered on the table and felt a surge of emotion. Did I just devour all of these in one go? No wonder people say that martial arts practitioners have an amazing appetite. Jiang Zhe now has a direct understanding of this. In the past, one can of this size would have been enough for Jiang Zhe to last a whole day, but now he ate more than a dozen in one go. If a family eats this much every day, it might be difficult for the average family to afford it. However, what Jiang Zhe wanted to know more about now was how much his qi and blood value had increased. I visited Tianqing Martial Arts School again. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? I want to test my qi and blood. Room 9, here is the access card. Jiang Zhe took the access card and walked inside. He had been here in the morning, so this time he knew the way like the back of his hand. Watching Jiang Zhe's retreating figure, the receptionist was filled with doubt. She recognized Jiang Zhe and knew that he was the one who came to test his blood and qi values in the morning. She was puzzled as to why he came back in the afternoon after the test in the morning. What changes can occur in qi and blood in such a short period of time? Inside room number 9, Jiang Zhe began testing once again. Beep beep. 1.12. 460 gene 280 caddies. This time, my qi and blood only increased by less than 0.3, so the effect was somewhat weakened, but I'm not far from becoming a martial artist. Unlike the first time when his qi and blood doubled, this time they only increased by less than 0.3, which made Jiang Zhe a little disappointed. What Jiang Zhe didn't know was that if word got out about this rate of increase in qi and blood, it would scare people to death. It should be noted that when others cultivate body refining techniques to stimulate their qi and blood, the increase in qi and blood is only a few tenths of a percent per day. Those with good talent may increase it a little faster, but it is still very limited. As a person's qi and blood value increases, the amount of qi and blood that can be increased by ordinary body refining methods becomes increasingly limited. At this point, if you want to increase qi and blood quickly, you need to use some external aids, such as cultivation techniques, qi and blood pills, and some rare and precious materials. For someone like Jiang Zhe, whose health first doubled and then increased by less than 0.3 in just half a day, such a rate of health growth is nothing short of monstrous. After the test, Jiang Zhe checked the time. There was still a while before his beloved daughter got out of school, so Jiang Zhe didn't rush to leave. Instead, he did the origin body refining technique twice more in the testing room. After completing the 2 rounds, Jiang Zhe had expended a lot of energy, but he was still in good condition. After paying the extra time fee at the front desk, Jiang Zhe left. My darling daughter will be out of school soon, I need to pick her up. Jiang Zhe hailed a taxi by the roadside. Unexpectedly, the taxi I called this time was the same one from this morning. Dude, what a coincidence, I got another order from you. The taxi driver was quite surprised to find that the customer was Jiang Zhe. Yes, what a coincidence, Jiang Zhe said with a smile. I took 2 orders from you on the same day, what a coincidence. Let's have a smoke. After Jiang Zhe got into the car, the taxi driver very politely offered him a cigarette. I won't smoke anymore. My daughter will be upset if she smells the cigarette on me again, Jiang Zhe said with a smile, politely declining. Jiang Zhe does smoke, but he only dares to smoke secretly and doesn't dare to smoke in front of his daughter. If his daughter discovers or smells the smoke on him, she will be unhappy. There's nothing we can do, Jiang Zhe is such a doting father. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, the taxi driver smiled and put the cigarette he had taken out back. The entrance of UN No. 1 Martial Arts Kindergarten. It was nearing dismissal time, and the kindergarten entrance was already lined with luxury cars. Chapter 5, The Poor Study Scholar, the Rich Martial Artist. The Supreme Breathing Technique. Luxury cars lined up at the kindergarten entrance. Luxury vans and supercars, these are all used to pick up their children from school. Families that can afford to send their children to this kindergarten are generally either very wealthy or very influential. For many families, even if their child's talent allows them to pass the selection process for these top kindergartens, the exorbitant fees will deter them. Once a child embarks on the path of martial arts, the expenses involved go far beyond tuition fees. In order to ensure the speed of cultivation, daily cultivation requires the assistance of some qi and blood supplements. Families with good conditions will even hire high-level martial arts instructors to provide one-on-one instruction for their children. Some good cultivation techniques cannot be bought even if you have money. Martial arts training is expensive, extremely expensive as the saying goes. The poor study literature, the rich study martial arts, which illustrates this point. Compared to the luxury cars in front of him, Jiang Zhe, who arrived by taxi, seemed somewhat out of place. Jiang Zhe was not particularly affected by this. Because I still have a lot of money left, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be enough to support my precious daughter's martial arts training, provided that I don't spend an exorbitant amount of money to buy any cultivation techniques. Of course, good techniques cannot be bought with money. His stunningly beautiful wife left him and his daughter a large sum of money. Being able to come up with so much money means you're definitely not an ordinary person, which is why Jiang Zhe is certain that his stunningly beautiful wife is no ordinary person. When it was time to leave school, the children came out one by one, led by their kindergarten teachers. There are martial arts practitioners assigned to protect the kindergarten. Of course, unless someone is completely out of their mind, they wouldn't dare cause trouble in front of the #1 martial arts key kindergarten in Anyuan City. Everyone knows that the principal of the first martial arts kindergarten is a level 6 martial artist, a martial arts grandmaster. A level 6 martial artist, a martial arts grandmaster. What does that even mean? It's a force that can shake the entire city of Anyuan with a single stomp. Soon, Jiang Zhe spotted his beloved daughter. "Daughter," Jiang Zhe called out, waving to Jiang Xianwan. "Dad." Upon seeing Jiang Zhe, Jiang Xianwan immediately took off running and rushed into his arms. A considerable force struck Jiang Zhe, and he immediately felt that his precious daughter's strength had increased. However, he was no longer the same as before, and this force was no problem for him. He was perfectly able to maintain his balance. "Daughter, let's go home. Time to go home." Jiang Zhe took Jiang Xianwan into the car. "On my way home. Honey, were you a good girl at school today?" Jiang Zhe asked the question that most parents would ask. "I'm a very good girl. My teacher even praised me, saying I'm smart and learn quickly," Jiang Xianwan said in her childish voice. The father and daughter chatted in the car, and Jiang Zhe took the opportunity to find out about Jiang Xianwan's first day of school. After learning more about it, Jiang Zhe nodded secretly. "My darling daughter's first day of kindergarten went fairly well. There weren't any major problems. It is a key kindergarten after all, and the tuition is high, but the teaching staff is quite good. The teaching standards and living conditions of the kindergarten teachers are relatively high. Dad, the food at kindergarten is so delicious. I listened to you and ate a lot more," Jiang Xianwan said happily. Upon hearing this, the taxi driver recalled what Jiang Zhe had said in public that morning when he dropped Jiang Xianwan off. "If you can concentrate on reading, then read it well. If you can't, then eat more. Dad paid for it." I couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Uncle, what are you laughing at?" Jiang Xianwan asked, puzzled, when she saw the taxi driver laughing. "I found what your father said to you this morning quite interesting. The food you eat at kindergarten is all made from the flesh and blood of precious exotic beasts. It's very good for your health, and you should eat more of it," the taxi driver explained. At the entrance of the residential compound, Jiang Zhe and Jiang Xianwan got out of the car. The taxi driver had originally planned to round down the fare, but Jiang Zhe firmly refused this time. "How can you keep taking advantage of others like this? Besides, in terms of economics, Jiang Zhe's situation is actually not bad. It's just that Jiang Zhe has always adhered to the principle of not flaunting his wealth." As soon as she got home, Jiang Xianwan couldn't wait to show Jiang Zhe what she had learned at kindergarten that day. "Dad, let me demonstrate the breathing technique that the teacher taught us today. The teacher said that practicing the breathing technique can quickly help us restore our qi and blood. He told us to practice the breathing technique every day after we finish practicing the body refining technique, no matter how tired we are." Jiang Xianwan sat cross-legged on the ground, her hands resting on her legs, her eyes slightly closed, and began to breathe rhythmically. Jiang Xianwan finished her demonstration shortly afterward. "You observed your daughter practicing breathing techniques and comprehended the supreme breathing method." At the same time, Jiang Zhe had an epiphany, and a breathing cultivation method appeared in his mind. Jiang Zhe suppressed his joy, picked up Jiang Xianwan, and praised, "My darling daughter, you're amazing." "Dad, I'm hungry," Jiang Xianwan said pitifully, rubbing her stomach. "Dad, I'll cook for you right away." During the days that the father and daughter relied on each other for survival, Jiang Zhe always cooked for them himself. Before long, Jiang Zhe had prepared 3 dishes and a soup, 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup, all in extra large portions. "Dad, there's too much. It'll be a waste if we can't finish it." Seeing that there was at least 3 times the usual amount of food on the table, Jiang Xianwan quickly said something. Don't worry, honey, you can finish it, Jiang Zhe said confidently. After a whirlwind of eating, the father and daughter finished off all the food on the table. Jiang Xianwan had a big appetite, but Jiang Zhe ate most of it. For a moment, Jiang Xianwan was astonished by Jiang Zhe's enormous appetite. Dad, when did you become such a big eater? Jiang Xianwan couldn't help but ask. Dad's in a good mood today, and when he's in a good mood, his appetite suddenly improves. Jiang Zhe made up a white lie to appease his daughter for the time being. It wasn't that Jiang Zhe intentionally wanted to hide the fact that he could now cultivate from Jiang Xianwan. Jiang Zhe wanted to play it safe and wait until he had a certain level of skill in martial arts before telling his beloved daughter the truth. By then, Jiang Zhe also wanted to pass on the valuable insights he had gained to Jiang Xianwan. My dear daughter is still too young. It's not good for her to know too much. In some ways, it might even cause some trouble. After hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Jiang Xianwan didn't think too much about it. After eating and drinking her fill, she went back to her room to cultivate. After returning to his room, Jiang Zhe couldn't wait to begin practicing the supreme breathing technique he had just comprehended, sitting cross-legged. Chapter 6 Lu Chen Yun. The third test. Jiang Zhe sat cross-legged on the ground, activating the supreme breathing technique, breathing in and out in a peculiar pattern. With each breath, Jiang Zhe expelled the turbid air from his body, and his qi and blood began to recover and increase. Although Jiang Zhe had just eaten his fill, this kind of ordinary meat could only quench one's hunger, and was not very effective in restoring one's qi and blood. This is why martial artists, especially advanced martial artists, will quickly recover after consuming a large amount of their vital energy by practicing breathing techniques or taking pills that restore vital energy. Relying solely on food, unless it's precious meat that can increase qi and blood, the restorative effect of ordinary meat is very limited and slow. After a while, Jiang Zhe slowly opened his eyes, his internal energy and blood fully restored to their peak. This supreme breathing technique is indeed powerful. Jiang Zhe swung his fist, feeling his body brimming with power, his blood and qi surging and bursting forth. Before picking up Jiang Xianwan from school in the afternoon, Jiang Zhe practiced the body refining technique twice, which consumed a lot of his physical strength. Although he ate a lot in the evening, Jiang Zhe could clearly feel that although he was no longer hungry, his internal energy and blood had not recovered. After practicing this supreme breathing technique, his internal energy and blood were restored to a peak level. With his qi and blood restored, Jiang Zhe did not intend to rest, but instead continued to cultivate the origin body refining method. Jiang Zhe is now extremely eager for power. Time passed little by little. After practicing the origin body refining technique 8 times, Jiang Zhe finally couldn't take it anymore and began to focus on recovering by practicing his breathing technique. While I am practicing, I can also perform the breathing exercises. Jiang Zhe was pleasantly surprised. He discovered that breathing techniques could be used simultaneously with cultivation, except that cultivation consumed more energy and blood than breathing techniques restored. Even so, Jiang Zhe practiced the body refining technique a full 8 times this time, showing great improvement compared to before. If I were to fight someone in the future, with my breathing technique combined with some pills that restore my energy and blood, I could theoretically achieve a balance between energy consumption and recovery, unless I used a powerful move that consumes a huge amount of energy and blood. How awesome would that be? Jiang Zhe was excited just thinking about it. By the time the body's energy and blood had fully recovered, it was already dark and late. Jiang Zhe came out of the bedroom and first went to check on his beloved daughter. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Zhe knocked on the door, but no one answered. Although his beloved daughter is still young, Jiang Zhe still respects her privacy. Seeing no response, Jiang Zhe opened the door and saw that Jiang Xianwan had fallen asleep at some point, sleeping soundly, probably because she was tired from cultivating. Looking at his adorable daughter, Jiang Zhe bent down and gently kissed her forehead, then covered her with the blanket before quietly leaving the bedroom. Jiang Zhe took a shower, changed his clothes, and left home, heading straight for the Tianqing martial arts school near the neighborhood. There's no way around it. Jiang Zhe's current mindset is like that of someone who has just started a business and achieved some success. As soon as he makes a little progress, he wants to know how much progress he has made. Jiang Zhe wanted to obtain the badge that represented a martial artist's identity as soon as possible. Once you become a martial artist, even a low-level one, others will treat you more politely. The way you treat martial artists is completely different from how you treat ordinary people. Tianqing Martial Arts School is about to close. The apprentices at the martial arts school have been leaving one after another to go home, and the cleaning staff have begun to clean up and finish up. The receptionist, looking at the clock on the wall, was already thinking about her sweet date with her boyfriend after get off work, spending some time together. Please don't let anyone come at this time, or I'll be late for getting off work. The receptionist prayed silently. As the saying goes, what you fear most is what will happen. Just as the receptionist was getting ready to leave work, Jiang Zhe appeared in front of her. Luckily, your martial arts school is still open, otherwise I would have made a wasted trip. Jiang Zhe smiled. The receptionist's smile froze the moment she saw Jiang Zhe. Even though she was a little unhappy, her professionalism kept her smiling as she asked, "Sir, what do you need?" "However, we are about to close, so if you want to register to become an apprentice, you will have to come tomorrow." The receptionist recognized Jiang Zhe at a glance. He was the one who had come twice today, but only to have his chi and blood and fist strength tested. This is the third time they've come. Could it be another test? "I'm not here to register as an apprentice, I'm here to test myself," Jiang Zhe said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the receptionist almost choked. She had actually guessed correctly. "Sir, this is room number 9. Here is your access card, but our martial arts school is about to close, so please hurry," the receptionist said politely. Even for front desk receptionists, Tianqing Martial Arts School has very strict requirements, demanding that they be polite and courteous to customers. Similarly, Tianqing Martial Arts School offers significantly higher salaries and benefits compared to other martial arts schools. "Thanks." Jiang Zhe took the access card and walked straight towards room number 9. Not long after Jiang Zhe left, a tall, beautiful young woman wearing the training clothes of Tianqing Martial Arts School came out. The young woman had sweat on her forehead. She had just finished her cultivation practice. Upon seeing the receptionist, Lu Qianyun asked with some surprise, "Xiaoli, haven't you gone home yet?" It was already past closing time for the martial arts school, and they were about to close. "Miss, I was just about to leave work, but a customer has arrived," Wang Li explained. "Are there still people seeking apprenticeships this late?" Lu Qianyun asked. "I'm not here to become your apprentice, I'm here for a test," Wang Li said with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. "Xiaoli, no matter when, as long as there are customers, you must greet them with a good attitude. This was specifically emphasized before you started working. I know you're a little unhappy about working overtime, but even if it's just a test customer, you can't be perfunctory. The martial arts gym will pay you overtime," Lu Qianyun reminded her. Lu Qianyun is the daughter of the owner of Tianqing Martial Arts School and the senior sister of the students at Tianqing Martial Arts School. At a young age, she is already a first-level martial artist. Lu Qianyun usually manages the operation of the martial arts school. In Lu Qianyun's view, in addition to the school's own teaching skills, the attitude and service towards customers are also very important to ensure the reputation of Tianqing Martial Arts School. "Miss, don't worry, I haven't neglected any customers. It's just that this customer is a bit strange," Wang Li quickly said. "Strange? What's strange?" Lu Qianyun asked, puzzled. "He came once in the morning, once in the afternoon, and this time makes him the third time he's come for testing today." Chapter 7: Becoming a Martial Artist. A gift from Mom. Upon learning that this was Jiang Zhe's third test today, Lu Qianyun became curious. It's perfectly normal for cultivators to want to use instruments to test their own strength and understand its growth. But there's no need to test several times a day. How much can one's strength change in such a short time? However, Lu Qianyun didn't say anything more to Wang Li, but simply said to her, "You can go home now, I'll take care of things here." "Thank you, Mississippi," Wang Li said with a delighted expression. "Although there is overtime pay, I'd rather go home early and have a rendezvous with my boyfriend than waste that little bit of time working overtime." After Wang Li left, Lu Qianyun waited for Jiang Zhe to come out at the front desk. Inside room number 9. 1.51. 610 Gene 340 caddies. I have finally become a martial artist. Looking at the values displayed on the instrument, Jiang Zhe clenched his fist, feeling excited. If word got out about my cultivation speed, it would probably scare everyone to death. In just one day, Jiang Zhe went from being a useless person with less than 0.5 chi in blood, who was unwanted even when he went to work as a construction worker, to becoming a martial artist. Such a cultivation speed can no longer be described as fast. More importantly, Jiang Zhe is now past the best age for martial arts training and has missed the golden period. Jiang Zhe was very clear about what his current cultivation speed meant. Although he couldn't cultivate in the past, he had seen many news reports online about so-called martial arts geniuses. For example, so-and-so became a first-level martial artist at the age of only 16, with amazing talent in cultivation. Don't be fooled by the fact that he became a martial artist at the age of 16. Most people start training at the age of 3 or 4 and spend more than 10 years cultivating. Some families with good financial conditions even give their children supplements from a young age to lay a good foundation. Jiang Zhe has transformed from a good-for-nothing into a martial artist in just one day, which will definitely cause a huge sensation if word gets out. But Jiang Zhe knew in his heart that the reason why his cultivation speed was so fast was related to the origin body refining method and the supreme breathing method that he had comprehended. Being a martial artist is just the beginning for me. I want to become stronger. After the test ended, Jiang Zhe walked out of the testing room and went to the front desk, only to find that the receptionist was not there. Just leave the access card on the table. At this moment, Lu Qianyun, who was sitting on the sofa not far away, spoke up. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Zhe noticed that there was another person sitting on the sofa next to him, a young woman who was quite good-looking and had an outstanding temperament. Jiang Zhe recognized the training uniform of Tianqing Martial Arts School that Lu Qianyun was wearing, and knowing that Lu Qianyun was from Tianqing Martial Arts School, he didn't say anything, casually put the access card on the table, and then left. No sooner had Jiang Zhe left than Lu Qianyun arrived at test room number 9. Since Jiang Zhe had only been gone a short time, the instrument still contained previous test data about him. 1.51 meters tall, 610 gene 340 caddies, I didn't expect him to be a martial artist. At this age, he is only a first-level martial artist. His talent for cultivation has almost reached its limit. Looking at the data on the instrument, Lu Qianyun muttered to herself. Lu Qianyun could tell at a glance that Jiang Zhe was not young, around 30 years old. At this age, he was only a level 1 martial artist, and it would be very difficult for him to become a level 2 martial artist. There is a golden period for the human body, and the age of 30 to 40 is considered a physical hurdle for ordinary martial artists. As people age, their bodily functions decline, and their qi and blood gradually decrease. Many people who spend their entire lives striving to become second-level martial artists may experience a decline in their qi and blood, resulting in a drop in their cultivation level and a regression to first-level martial artists, or even becoming ordinary people. For those with good talent, continuous improvement in cultivation, the surge of vital energy, and the enhancement of cultivation can prolong life, thus extending their golden period. If you can't become a level 2 martial artist by the age of 30, your cultivation journey is basically over. After reading the instructions, Lu Qianyun turned off the instruments and lights in the testing room and went back to rest. On the other side. Inside the bedroom. A pale blue light shone in the bedroom, its glow illuminating Jiang Xianwan's fair face. Immediately afterwards, a mechanical voice rang in Jiang Xianwan's ears. Smart brain activated, master binded. The unfamiliar mechanical sounds did not wake Jiang Xianwan, who was fast asleep. At this moment, Jiang Xianwan, who was fast asleep, had a dream. In a dream. Daddy, Daddy, where are you? Where am I? Looking at the white expanse around her, which seemed to be shrouded in thick fog, Jiang Xianwan shouted loudly. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out and appeared in front of Jiang Xianwan. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, her slender figure was graceful and elegant, and her clothes flowed freely, making her look like a fairy descending to earth. She was an absolutely stunning beauty, capable of captivating a nation. Upon seeing the stunning beauty before her, Jiang Xianwan was momentarily stunned. Baby, you've grown so much. The peerless beauty looked at Jiang Xianwan with eyes full of doting affection, but upon closer inspection, one could also see a hint of guilt mixed in with that affection. Are you Mom? Jiang Xianwan couldn't help but ask. Ever since she could remember, she had always wanted to know where her mother was, but her memories of her mother were practically blank. The only time she knew what her mother looked like was when she saw a photo that her father had put in a drawer. That's a photo of my dad and a very beautiful woman. But his father told him that the beautiful woman was his mother. Jiang Xianwan never expected to see her mother, whom she had been longing to see, here. My dear daughter, it's me, it's Mommy. Upon hearing Jiang Xianwan's address, Ho Yanjing excitedly pulled her into a tight embrace. At that moment, Jiang Xianwan seemed to feel the warmth of maternal love. Mom, where have you been? Dad said you've been working away from home and haven't had time to come home. When are you coming home? Xianwan misses you so much. Jiang Xianwan had so much to say to Ho Yanjing. Hearing these words, Ho Yanjing's eyes showed even more intense guilt. My dear daughter, because of some things, Mommy can't come home for the time being. You have to listen to Daddy. Mommy doesn't have much time left. The smart brain is something Mommy left for you. It will help you in the future. You can't tell anyone about it, not even Daddy. Our family's reunion depends entirely on you. Do you understand? I understand, Mom. Jiang Xianwan nodded very seriously. Sweetie, mommy has to go now. I'm really going to miss you. As soon as she finished speaking, Ho Yanjing's figure disappeared from Jiang Xianwan's sight. Mother! A loud shout jolted Jiang Xianwan awake from her deep sleep. Chapter 8 Martial Arts Guild. Level Certification. Honey, what's wrong? Jiang Zhe had just arrived home when he heard a loud shout coming from his beloved daughter's bedroom, and he rushed into Jiang Xianwan's bedroom. Dad! Upon seeing Jiang Zhe, Jiang Xianwan, who had just woken up, threw herself into his arms for comfort. Sweetie, did you have a nightmare? Don't be afraid, Daddy's here, Jiang Zhe said gently. I dreamt of my mother. She left me, Jiang Xianwan said to Jiang Zhe, her big eyes already brimming with tears. Sigh. Hearing Jiang Xianwan's pitiful words, Jiang Zhe sighed inwardly, his eyes filled with heartache. Over the years, he has been both a father and a mother, fulfilling all his responsibilities as a father, but without his mother by his side, it has never been perfect. Although he and his stunningly beautiful wife are not divorced yet, Jiang Xianwan is, in a sense, living in a single-parent family. In this respect, Jiang Zhe could never make up for Jiang Xianwan's shortcomings. He couldn't very well find her another stepmother. My dear daughter, you're just dreaming, Jiang Zhe reassured her. Dad, Mom isn't coming back, is she? Jiang Xianwan asked very seriously. Mom will come back. Real? I assure you. At this moment, Jiang Zhe spoke with great confidence. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to make such a promise to Jiang Xianwan, but now he does. Once they have the strength, no matter what their stunningly beautiful wife's identity or background is, nothing can stop them from reuniting as a family of three. After some comforting words, Jiang Zhe finally left Jiang Xianwan's bedroom. After Jiang Zhe left, Jiang Xianwan recalled the dream she had earlier. Was it a dream? Yet it felt so real to her. AI. Jiang Xianwan tentatively called out in her heart. Little master. Unexpectedly, an unfamiliar mechanical voice responded to Jiang Xianwan. All of that was not a dream. Jiang Zhe felt extremely guilty as he left Jiang Xianwan's room. If I, as the father, had great power now, this situation wouldn't have happened. I want to become stronger. Jiang Zhe roared inwardly, then entered his room and began to cultivate. The next day. After sending his beloved daughter to school, Jiang Zhe went directly to the Martial Arts Guild in Yuan City. The Martial Arts Guild was founded by the Federation. Each country belonging to the Federation has a general martial arts guild, which in turn establishes branch guilds in various cities of the country to facilitate the handling of martial arts-related business. Yuan City Martial Arts Association. Jiang Zhe walked into the service hall on the first floor, where people were coming and going. Inside the vast lobby, apart from the concrete pillars supporting the building's overall structure, there are no other structures obstructing the view. After arriving at the martial arts test certification window and taking a number, Jiang Zhe sat down in the rest area to wait. Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and then a beautiful figure slowly sat down beside him. Jiang Zhe glanced at her curiously and was surprised to find that it was the woman from Tianqing Martial Arts School last night. Lu Qianyun also noticed Jiang Zhe and saw him looking at her. Out of politeness, she smiled. Seeing this, Jiang Zhe smiled and gestured in return before turning his gaze away. Although the woman in front of him was beautiful and had a good figure, she did not attract much to Jiang Zhe. Because in front of his stunningly beautiful wife, even the most beautiful woman would pale in comparison. No wonder you tested your qi and blood 3 times yesterday. You must have just become a martial artist and haven't had time to get certified yet. You were worried that your qi and blood and punching power wouldn't meet the standards, so you kept testing them. Upon discovering that Jiang Zhe was also there, Lu Qianyun thought to herself. However, this also aligns with Lu Qianyun's previous assessment of Jiang Zhe. With mediocre talent for cultivation, he has only just become a level 1 martial artist at this age. His cultivation in this lifetime is almost over, and it will be difficult for him to even become a level 2 martial artist. Inside the hall, the calls for numbers rang out continuously. The people at this window are all here for martial arts tests and level assessments. Some people walked into the testing room full of confidence, only to walk out looking disappointed. Some people came out of the testing room arrogant and proud. My test results at the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School clearly met the criteria for a level 1 martial artist, so why is my qi and blood value 0.1 lower here? There must be a malfunction in the equipment here. I want to file a complaint. A middle-aged man was distraught and unable to accept the test results in his hand. He shouted and yelled in front of everyone, like a madman. However, they were quickly stopped by security personnel from the martial arts guild. At the signal from the person in charge, the middle-aged man was directly dragged out. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the martial arts guild will be blacklisted immediately, the person in charge said loudly. It seemed like a deliberate warning to Jiang Zhe and others who followed. These words quickly sparked a great deal of discussion. This person is in trouble. He's been blacklisted by the martial arts guild and will be an unregistered person from now on. Being blacklisted by the martial arts guild is terrible. It will affect your credit score, making you a blacklisted person, and you won't be able to get a loan in the future. This guy is stupid. He's just asking for death by causing trouble here. That's right. How dare he question the martial arts guild? I really don't know where he gets the courage. Does he think he's a grandmaster? Hearing the whispers around him, Jiang Zhe frowned. He had just overheard what the man being carried out said, that the test data was different from the data he had obtained from other martial arts gyms, and that he suspected the equipment here was malfunctioning. Is the martial arts guild so domineering that it doesn't allow anyone to have the slightest questioning and that whatever they say is law? The martial arts guild's testing equipment is the most advanced. Some private martial arts schools have outdated equipment, so there will be some errors in the test results. This is normal, but you don't need to worry about such things happening. At the same time, Jiang Zhe heard Lu Chenyun's voice. Upon hearing Lu Chenyun's words, Jiang Zhe immediately understood what she meant. So you're saying this to tell me that Tianqing Martial Arts Academy's testing equipment is the most advanced? Jiang Zhe asked with a smile, deliberately. I don't know if it's the most advanced, but the testing equipment used by the Martial Arts Guild is the same as what we use at Tianqing Martial Arts School, Lu Chenyun said, her words filled with confidence and pride. Indeed, Lu Chenyun has every reason to be confident and proud. Some private martial arts schools want to save money and are unwilling to buy the most advanced testing equipment. They use old equipment that is sufficient for their needs, and even if there are errors in the test results, the difference is not significant. Tianqing Martial Arts Academy is never stingy in this regard, which is one of the reasons for its good reputation. Chapter 9 test is over. Lu Chenyun was stunned. In Lu Chenyun, Jiang Zhe seemed to see a sense of identification with one's workplace. Although he didn't know the woman's identity, Jiang Zhe was certain that she was no ordinary person at Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. After all, an ordinary working person wouldn't say those things at this time. Looks like I made the right decision to go to Tianqing Martial Arts Academy for the test yesterday, Jiang Zhe replied with a smile. Lu Chenyun didn't say anything more. Her proactive reminder was more of a preemptive strike to Jiang Zhe, putting things in advance. After all, she had seen Jiang Zhe's blood and chi test report yesterday. Although he had reached the test standard for a first-level martial artist, he had only barely met it. Don't let your blood and chi levels deviate from the standard during the test here later due to your own reasons, and then publicly accuse Tianqing Martial Arts School of having a problem with its testing equipment. The testing equipment used by her Tianqing Martial Arts School is the same as that used by the Martial Arts Association. Lu Chenyun values the reputation of Tianqing Martial Arts School very much. Test Room 102, Test Room 1. Testing Room 103 and Test Room 2. At that moment, the broadcast began. Hearing the call for his number, Jiang Zhe got up and walked towards Test Room number 1. Lu Chenyun, who was standing to the side, also stood up and walked towards Test Room number 2 with a blank expression. Jiang Zhe arrived at Test Room number 1, where there were 2 examiners from the Martial Arts Guild. After Jiang Zhe entered, one of the examiners first verified Jiang Zhe's identity information. After confirming that everything was correct, he said to Jiang Zhe, "If you are ready, you can begin. You have 3 chances." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe nodded. Lu Chenyun was right. The testing equipment used by Tianqing Martial Arts School was indeed exactly the same as that used by the Martial Arts Guild. After Jiang Zhe nodded, another examiner stepped forward, took out a special blood-drawing needle, pricked Jiang Zhe's finger, and dripped a drop of blood into the groove. Beep beep. The instrument made a sound and quickly displayed a value. 2.12. Put out your punch. Jiang Zhe took a deep breath, mobilized his internal energy, and punched the punching bag on the testing instrument with all his might. 912 gene 466 caddies. Jiang Zhe was immediately disappointed by this data. His chi and blood had only increased by 0.61 during his cultivation last night, instead of doubling as it had at the beginning. It seems that as the chi and blood value continues to increase, relying solely on the body refining technique will gradually reduce the cultivation speed, Jiang Zhe thought to himself. Jiang Zhe had 2 more chances, and he tested both times, but the results were the same, with no fluctuations. After the test, the examiner recorded Jiang Zhe's test results, handed him the record sheet, and said, "Take this sheet to the window, and someone will register and verify your information." "Thanks." Jiang Zhe took the form, thanked him, and left the testing room. On the other side, in test room 2. Becoming a level 2 martial artist at the age of 20 is already quite outstanding. You truly deserve to be Master Lu's protege. Cultivate diligently and strive to surpass your father, becoming a martial arts grandmaster. Lu Qianyun's test has also ended, and the examiner praised her after seeing her test results. The testing instrument displayed Lu Qianyun's test results. 15.01. 7012 gene 3500 caddies. This result has reached the testing standard for a level 2 martial artist, and the fact that the punching power is so much greater than the standard range indicates that Lu Qianyun must have practiced some kind of martial art, which is why her punching power has been enhanced. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Lu Qianyun was also very satisfied with her test results. Although I had already been tested at the martial arts school before coming here, only by passing the test at the Martial Arts Guild and obtaining certification can one be considered a true level 2 martial artist. A 20-year-old level 2 martial artist is considered a genius in the entire Anyuan city. At this rate of training, she is expected to become a level 3 martial artist before the age of 30. Take your test form to the window to improve your martial arts level. Please give my regards to your father. The examiner, whom Lu Qianyun called Uncle Wang, smiled and handed the test form to Lu Qianyun. He and Lu Qianyun's father were old acquaintances. Lu Qianyun walked out of the testing room with her test form in her hand, feeling very good, because she was about to become a genuine level 2 martial artist. Arriving at the service window, Lu Qianyun saw Jiang Zhe again, who was standing right in front of her. Seeing Jiang Zhe here means that he has definitely passed the test and is now here to submit a form for certification registration. In a good mood, she immediately asked, "Are the test results the same as yours at the martial arts gym yesterday?" Hearing Lu Qianyun's words, Jiang Zhe was somewhat surprised that this pretty girl was still so persistent about this matter. More or less. Jiang Zhe smiled and gave a perfunctory reply. Almost the same? That means there are differences. Lu Qianyun was somewhat dissatisfied with this answer. It's impossible for the blood and qi values tested in just one night to be significantly different, unless Jiang Zhe did something that affected his blood and qi after the test last night, such as getting injured or taking blood and qi tonics. Otherwise, there would be no difference. Her test results were exactly the same as the ones she took last night. However, Lu Qianyun did not force Jiang Zhe to show her the test form, nor did she intend to argue with Jiang Zhe about this matter. She was not one to dwell on trivial matters. It was Jiang Zhe's turn to submit the form for authentication and registration. Jiang Zhe handed the test form to the clerk at the window. At the moment Jiang Zhe handed over the form, Lu Qianyun glanced at it curiously. She didn't want to argue with Jiang Zhe about this, but she was still curious about what Jiang Zhe's test results were and whether they were as she had guessed. As a level 2 martial artist, she has excellent eyesight. From this distance and at this angle, Jiang Zhe was able to clearly see the information on the form. 2.12. 912 gene 466 caddies. When Lu Qianyun saw the qi and blood value and fist power on the table, she was dumbfounded and thought she was seeing things. If she remembered correctly, Jiang Zhe's test data last night showed that he had just reached the level of a first-level martial artist. How come his test results are so much higher now than last night? Is it true or false? That's impossible. Overcome with excitement, Lu Qianyun snatched the form Jiang Zhe had handed her to the window and looked at it carefully once more. The speed of the attack caught Jiang Zhe off guard. Jiang Zhe was caught off guard and didn't expect anyone to be interested in his test form. After carefully reviewing it, the data above is clearly written and there are no errors. Lu Qianyun was stunned when her qi and blood levels increased so much overnight. Chapter 10 Guest Instructor. Lu Qianyun's invitation. Lu Qianyun was completely stunned, utterly shocked by Jiang Zhe's increase in qi and blood in just one night. How could my blood and qi increase so much in just one night? Could it be that I'm taking drugs? No, some pills can indeed temporarily boost a person's qi and blood, but only temporarily, and the qi and blood boosted by such means are all superficial, which can be seen at a glance from the strength of their fists. Jiang Zhe's punching power test results and blood energy value were completely fine. In fact, it could be said that his blood energy was very stable. How exactly does one cultivate? Lu Qianyun was completely baffled. Such a terrifying rate of growth in her vital energy was something she had never achieved even during her peak puberty. Lu Chenyun still remembers that during her period of youthful exuberance, she increased her qi and blood value by 0.1 in just 1 week, a speed that was considered genius at the time. If improving one's qi and blood by 0.1 in a week is considered genius, then what is Jiang Zhe? Are you alright? At this moment, Jiang Zhe's voice pulled Lu Chenyun's thoughts back to reality. Ha? I'm fine. Lu Chenyun realized what was happening and quickly said. Why did you take my test spreadsheet if there's nothing wrong with it? Jiang Zhe said irritably, snatched his test form from Lu Chenyun's hand, and handed it back to the clerk at the window. Miss, fighting is prohibited within the guild. If you two have any conflicts, you can discuss them after you leave the guild, the clerk at the window said coldly. Lu Chenyun's behavior just now made her think that she was causing trouble, and she almost called security. Excuse me. Lu Chenyun realized she had lost her composure and quickly apologized. There were quite a few people queuing behind her, so the staff at the window didn't bother to argue with Lu Chenyun. Since this was Jiang Zhe's first time registering and verifying, the procedures were a bit more complicated, including entering personal information, providing a home address, and linking a bank card to receive the monthly martial arts guild subsidies. Your information has been entered into the union system. If you need anything in the future, you can come here or log in directly to the union website. This is your badge, please keep it safe. The staff member smiled and handed Jiang Zhe the badge that symbolized his status as a martial artist. This is a badge made of black iron, and it doesn't look particularly remarkable from the outside. However, when you possess this black iron badge, it means that you have officially entered the circle of martial artists, which is why Jiang Zhe came to the Martial Artists Guild for certification as soon as possible. In this world, a martial artist possesses far more rights than an ordinary person. After Jiang Zhe finished his verification, it was Lu Chenyun's turn behind him. Lu Chenyun slowly took out a black iron badge, just like the one Jiang Zhe had, and handed over her own test form as well. After taking the form, the clerk glanced at it, then at Lu Chenyun, and quickly produced a brass badge. Congratulations on becoming a level 2 martial artist. Your information will be updated in the guild system shortly. After seeing that Lu Chenyun was a level 2 martial artist, the staff at the window became much more polite. It's not that level 2 martial artists are rare, but rather that Lu Chenyun's age is a factor. A level 2 martial artist so young indicates that she has a very high talent for cultivation and her future is limitless. Wow! When the crowd saw the brass badge in Lu Chenyun's hand, they immediately erupted in an uproar. Brass badge, level 2 martial artist. This beautiful woman is actually a level 2 martial artist? She's so young and she's already a level 2 martial artist? I think she's only around 20 years old. To become a level 2 martial artist at such a young age, her future is limitless. Beauty and talent go hand in hand. It's infuriating to compare yourself to others. I feel as if I'm seeing a future martial arts master. Many people couldn't help but discuss Lu Chenyun's achievements as a level 2 martial artist at such a young age, and various voices of praise kept coming. Level 2 martial artists are not uncommon, but it is rare to find someone as young as Lu Chenyun. Despite the praise from those around her, Lu Chenyun remained calm and showed no joy whatsoever. After seeing Jiang Zhe's test results, Lu Chenyun felt that her talent was nothing compared to Jiang Zhe's. Lu Chenyun was a little puzzled. Jiang Zhe had such good talent for cultivation, so why was he only a first-level martial artist at this age? After reading it, Lu Chenyun looked around and noticed that Jiang Zhe had already walked to the entrance of the union, so she quickly followed him. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. Jiang Zhe, who had just come out of the union, suddenly heard someone calling him from behind, so he stopped and turned around. Lu Chenyun walked quickly toward him. What is it? Jiang Zhe asked casually. Mr. Jiang, let me introduce myself first. My name is Lu Chenyun, and Lu Zhendong of Tianqing Martial Arts School is my father. To show her sincerity, Lu Chenyun directly stated her identity. So it's your family that owns Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. I've heard so much about you. Jiang Zhe greeted him with a smile and a few polite words, then changed the subject. Miss Lu, is there something you need from me? I would like to invite Mr. Jiang to become a guest instructor at my Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. I wonder if Mr. Jiang would be willing. Lu Chenyun looked at Jiang Zhe, smiled, and revealed her purpose, extending an invitation to him. Guest instructor? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe was stunned, never expecting Lu Chenyun to have such an idea. I appreciate Miss Lu's kindness, but I am just a level 1 martial artist. How could I be qualified to become a guest instructor at Tianqing Martial Arts Academy? Zhang Zhe said with a smile, politely declining. It's not that Zhang Zhe lacks confidence, but rather that he only wants to focus on cultivation and improving his own strength. He doesn't have the time to teach others. Mr. Zhang, let me be frank. I saw your test data at my martial arts school last night, and I also saw your test data today not long ago. I am truly impressed by your terrifying training speed. With your training speed, you will definitely achieve great things in the martial arts world in the future. I am inviting you now because I want to form a good relationship with you. In front of Zhang Zhe, Lu Qianyun spoke very frankly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhe immediately understood. No wonder Lu Qianyun snatched her test form at the service window earlier, that's why. Since things had come to this point, Zhang Zhe decided to speak his mind. I'm sorry, I don't have the idea or time to teach others at the moment. I just want to focus on my cultivation on my own, Zhang Zhe said. You only need to be listed as a guest instructor. Tianqing Martial Arts Academy will definitely not treat you unfairly in terms of treatment. Lu Qianyun said, and then added, I think Mr. Lu has only been practicing for a short time. If you have any problems in your cultivation in the future, Tianqing Martial Arts Academy will do its best to help you. Chapter 11 Accepting the Invitation. Martial Arts Forum. Zhang Zhe was somewhat tempted. He has only been cultivating for a short time, to be precise. Today is only the second day since he started cultivating. Zhang Zhe was a complete novice when it came to martial arts training and didn't know much about it. This is why Zhang Zhe came to the Martial Artist Guild for certification as soon as his test data reached the martial artist level. That's because only after becoming a martial artist can one officially enter this circle. It's impossible for an ordinary person like you to enter the martial arts circle. Only by entering the martial arts circle can you know more and understand more information. If one can get the support of a martial arts school, it will definitely be beneficial to one's martial arts training. Not to mention, this guest instructor position is just a nominal one, but he still gets all the benefits without having to put in any effort. It's a sure win. Since Miss Lu has said so, then I won stand on ceremony to become a guest instructor. Zhang Zhe smiled and agreed. Lu Qianyun's ability to speak so frankly shows a great deal of sincerity. Welcome to Tianqing Martial Arts School. Seeing that Zhang Zhe had agreed, Lu Qianyun extended her right hand. Although Zhang Zhe is only a level 1 martial artist, his terrifying cultivation speed shocked Lu Qianyun, so Lu Qianyun wanted to take a gamble. It can also be considered an investment in Zhang Zhe, an investment in Zhang Zhe's future. If Zhang Zhe achieves great success in martial arts someday, the benefits to Tianqing Martial Arts School will undoubtedly be enormous. Upon learning that Zhang Zhe lived in a neighborhood near Tianqing Martial Arts School, Lu Qianyun warmly invited him to ride in her red sports car and drove him home. In the car, Lu Qianyun gave Zhang Zhe a brief introduction to the basic benefits and perks of guest instructors at Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. Guest instructors at Tianqing Martial Arts Academy receive a basic salary of 20,000 federal coins per month, and also enjoy all the resources within Tianqing Martial Arts Academy and have the same rights as senior instructors at Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. It can be said that the title of guest instructor is actually a means for Tianqing Martial Arts School to win people over. However, among these benefits, the one that interests Zhang Zhe the most is that the children of guest instructors can take classes at Tianqing Martial Arts Academy for free and enjoy the guidance of the academy's instructors from a young age. You should know that these days, hiring a professional martial arts tutor for your child is very expensive, and you can't always find a reliable one. Tianqing Martial Arts Academy has a good reputation, and the instructors there are all highly qualified. For a moment, Zhang Zhe felt that the position of guest instructor at Tianqing Martial Arts Academy was really good. I have a daughter. After school, if she is interested, I'd like her to come to the martial arts gym for lessons. Is that all right? Zhang Zhe asked tentatively. Of course, no problem, Lu Qianyun replied immediately, then asked, how old is your daughter? At 4 years old, he started kindergarten, Zhang Zhe said. Which kindergarten does your child attend? If the kindergarten's teaching staff is not good, it will definitely have an impact on the child's cultivation, Lu Qianyun reminded her. The first martial arts kindergarten, Zhang Zhe said. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianyun was immediately taken aback. The first martial arts kindergarten is the best key kindergarten in Anyuan City. The children who can attend the classes generally come from wealthy or influential families. This kindergarten is very good, but the conditions are a bit demanding and the tuition is high. Mr. Jiang, you're quite something, Lu Qianyun remarked. My child is promising and has the talent to back it up. As her father, I'd rather sell everything I own to give her the best, wouldn't I? Jiang Zhe said with a smile. At the entrance of the residential compound, the red sports car stopped, and the roar of its engine immediately attracted the attention of many people. Jiang Zhe's neighborhood is not particularly upscale. Sports cars are still a rare sight there. Under the watchful eyes of many, Jiang Zhe stepped out of the sports car. Mr. Jiang, then we'll contact each other by phone. You just need to come to the martial arts school to complete a few simple procedures, Lu Qianyun said to Jiang Zhe. Since Jiang Zhe had already agreed to become a guest instructor at Tianqing Martial Arts Academy, some simple procedures still needed to be completed. However, even Lu Qianyun doesn't have the right to decide on guest instructors for Tianqing Martial Arts Academy without consulting her father, the academy's owner. Not to mention that Jiang Zhe is only a level 1 martial artist right now, so it's hard to say when Lu Qianyun's investment will yield any returns. Lu Qianyun needs to go back to the martial arts school first, talk to her father, and get his support. No problem, we'll keep in touch by phone. Jiang Zhe nodded with a smile. Then I'll be going now. Goodbye. Not long after Lu Qianyun left, Jiang Zhe received a notification on his phone that money had been deposited into his account. Your federal card ending in 7736 received 5,000 federal credits, balance. The Martial Arts Guild is quite efficient. Looking at the payment confirmation message on his phone, Jiang Zhe nodded secretly, feeling quite satisfied with the efficiency of the Martial Arts Guild. The monthly subsidy arrived as soon as the verification was completed. It was indeed very fast. Speaking of money, Jiang Zhe is rich. To be precise, it's the living expenses left to him and his beloved daughter by his stunningly beautiful wife, which is a considerable sum. Over the years, Jiang Zhe has been quite frugal, but he has never been stingy when it comes to Jiang Xianwan. Now Jiang Xianwan is in kindergarten, and most importantly, she has embarked on the path of cultivation. The saying goes, the poor study literature, the rich study martial arts, meaning she will need even more money later on. I bought all sorts of good blood and qi supplements for my precious daughter, paid her tuition, bought all kinds of equipment needed for her cultivation, and so on. Therefore, Jiang Zhe did not intend to touch this money. He would use it as a cultivation fund for his beloved daughter. As for the expenses of purchasing various items needed for my cultivation, I'll have to figure that out myself. A level 1 martial artist certified by the Martial Artists Guild receives a monthly subsidy of 5,000 federal dollars, while a guest instructor at the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy receives a basic monthly salary of 20,000 federal dollars. If you calculate it this way, Jiang Zhe would earn 25,000 federal dollars every month without doing anything. Jiang Zhe returned home satisfied, turned on his computer, and went to the Martial Arts Guild website. Only martial artists have access to the Martial Artists Guild website. The website has various sections, and Jiang Zhe clicked on the Martial Artists Forum section. Shocking! Jack Ma, head of Alibaba's 99 Group, is currently in seclusion attempting to break through to the 8th level of Martial Saint Realm. Danger! 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 Traces of the 9th demon's lair have been discovered in Beihai. A shocking secret. The love-hate relationship between two martial arts masters. Seeing the various posts on the forum, Jiang Zhe was both amused and exasperated. Sure enough, no matter what world you're in, Baidu Tieba is always a very lively place. Here, you can find gossip and all sorts of exciting things to watch. Besides various wet goods, there are also some dry goods. Chapter 12 Traditional Chinese Medicine Shop. Are your medicines authentic? Jiang Zhe found the useful information he was looking for in the forum. 10 basic knowledge points for beginners in martial arts. 1. The golden age of the human body, the influence of age on qi and blood. 2. The best time for body tempering techniques. 3. A martial artist's daily meal schedule. 4. The harm of masturbation to blood and qi. These practical tips are the most basic things for martial artists, belonging to common sense, but for Jiang Zhe, who has just become a martial artist, they are new things. In particular, this highly recommended post on recommended qi and blood pills for common martial artists was very helpful to Jiang Zhe at this time. Jiang Zhe now realizes that relying solely on body refining techniques is no longer fast enough to increase his qi and blood. He needs some external assistance. Qi and blood elixirs are naturally the best supplements. Different levels of martial artists are suited to different qi and blood pills. The most crucial factor is the price. Good qi and blood pills are extremely expensive and often unavailable. For Jiang Zhe now, when choosing qi and blood pills, he must prioritize cost-effectiveness. Blood activating powder, produced by Zhongye Tang. A traditional Chinese medicine shop? There just happens to be one near the neighborhood. Jiang Zhe saw in the post that the best Qi and blood pill recommended for level 1 and level 2 martial artists was the blood-activating powder produced by the Chinese medicine hall, which was considered to be a relatively cost-effective option. Coincidentally, there was a traditional Chinese medicine shop near the residential area where Jiang Zhe lived. Let's buy one and see how it goes. After reading it, Jiang Zhe got up and left home. At the entrance of an inconspicuous shop, a plaque hangs above, with the 3 large characters Chinese medicine hall written in regular script. Stepping into the shop, you are greeted by the aroma of various medicinal herbs. However, there were hardly any customers in the shop, and the shop assistants at the counter were dozing off. Did I go to the wrong place? Seeing this, Jiang Zhe walked out of the shop again and looked at the signboard above the door. It was indeed the 3 characters Chinese medicine hall. The traditional Chinese medicine shop's blood-activating powder has such a good reputation and is so cost-effective, so why isn't it doing well? Is it because of its location? That doesn't make sense. Although Jiang Zhe's neighborhood wasn't a high-end one, it wasn't a slum either, it was more of a middle-class neighborhood. The community has all the necessary amenities, including several martial arts schools. You should know that martial arts schools never open in areas where poor people gather. The saying goes, the poor study literature, the rich study martial arts. Extremely poor families generally wouldn't send their children to martial arts schools. Excuse me, is this a traditional Chinese medicine shop? After thinking it over several times, Jiang Zhe asked, wanting to confirm. Hearing the voice, the dozing shop assistant woke up, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and quickly said, yes, what would you like to buy? Do you have any blood-activating powder here? Jiang Zhe asked tentatively. Yes, how many do you want? 1 set, please. $500 federal. Let me ask you one more question, is your blood-activating powder guaranteed authentic? Suddenly, a loud bang came from behind the house. The loud explosion startled Jiang Zhe. Thick black smoke billowed out, making it look like a fire had broken out. The boiler exploded? Seeing this, Jiang Zhe looked at the shop assistant and asked a question. The shop assistant seemed completely unsurprised, as if this was commonplace, and said casually, it's nothing, our boss is researching new drugs in the back. By the way, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. I asked you, is your blood-activating powder genuine? Jiang Zhe repeated helplessly. Hey, my Chinese medicine shop is a long-established brand, and we never sell fake medicine. If it's fake, I'll compensate you tenfold. Before the shop assistant could answer, a dark figure stood in front of Jiang Zhe and made a solemn promise. If it weren't for the fact that he could see those eyes and the white teeth that gleamed as he spoke, Jiang Zhe would have found it hard to believe that the dark-skinned thing in front of him was a person. Face. The shop assistant spoke up, pointing to his face. Oh, bring me a towel. The shop assistant brought over a clean towel, and after wiping the person in front of Jiang Zhe, their true appearance was finally revealed. The person in front of Jiang Zhe was a young girl with a chubby face, big, bright eyes like gemstones, and delicate features that gave off a playful vibe. Looking at the young woman in front of him, who was only about 1.6 meters tall and had a Lolita-like appearance, Jiang Zhe asked with a smile, who are you? I'm the owner of this shop, Zhou Mushi introduced herself, her voice clear and crisp, perfectly matching her lowly-like demeanor. Jiang Zhe was quite surprised to see the petite little girl in front of him. Having lived in this neighborhood for so many years, I had no idea that the owner of this traditional Chinese medicine shop was a little girl. No wonder, before I could cultivate, my lifestyle was indeed a bit too conservative. I was very cautious and rarely learned about or became familiar with the outside world. Hey, I already told you it's real, and I'll compensate you tenfold if it's fake. Are you going to buy it or not? Zhou Mushi said, dissatisfied, seeing Jiang Zhe standing there without saying a word. Buy, of course I'll buy. After paying, Jiang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the prepared blood-activating powder in his hand. He was genuinely worried that after he paid, they would give him 10 more sets, claiming it was a tenfold compensation for any counterfeit product. After Jiang Zhe left, Zhou Mushi asked the shop assistant, how is business today? He's our first customer today. The shop assistant looked helpless. Sister Mushi, if you can't develop a new prescription soon, we'll have to close down. I've been trying my best, but damn it, I'm always just a little short, Zhou Mushi said, looking distressed. Once upon a time, her traditional Chinese medicine shop's blood-activating powder became a star product with its high cost-performance ratio, and sales were booming. However, with the rise of the martial arts medicine industry, newer and better prescriptions were constantly being developed, and Huoshua-san gradually lost its advantages. At its peak, Zhongyi Tang had over 100 branches. Unfortunately, the elders in the family held outdated views, were conservative in their thinking, and were unwilling to keep up with the times, which led to the decline of the family. Now, only this one traditional Chinese medicine shop is barely surviving after Zhou Mushi took over. If it weren't for Zhou Mushi's talent in pharmaceutical manufacturing, this traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy might have gone out of business long ago. In order not to be eliminated by the market, Zhou Mushi has been focusing on developing new prescriptions. Sister Mushi, if you ask me, we should cooperate with those who have ready-made medicine formulas. We need to make sure the Chinese medicine shop doesn't close down completely first, the shop assistant advised. Do you think I don't want to? Zhou Mushi said helplessly. Any prescriptions that we've taken a liking to have already been acquired by those pharmaceutical groups. We simply can't compete with them. Sigh. At this point, Zhou Mushi sighed, then rallied her spirits and said to the shop assistant, "Clean up the lab, I have a prescription to test later." Chapter 13 Comprehending the Prescription. Jiang Zhe is a liar. Oh no, I was careless. Luckily, I only bought one set. After returning home, Jiang Zhe finally understood why the traditional Chinese medicine shop was not doing well. It's not that there's anything wrong with the blood-activating powder, but in the past, it was indeed a highly cost-effective blood-activating pill that was sought after by countless martial artists. At that time, Zhongdiatang was a very famous pharmacy with hundreds of branches. However, unexpectedly, after major groups entered the pharmaceutical industry, the industry developed rapidly, and various new prescriptions were developed. One after another, qi and blood pills that were cheaper than Huashuesan and no less effective than Huashuesan were developed. This led to the continuous erosion of the market for Huashuesan, a traditional Chinese medicine formula, and the Chinese medicine pharmacy was unable to develop any new and amazing prescriptions, gradually declining in popularity. The post recommending the elixir that Jiang Zhe was looking at was a very old post. It wasn't posted recently at all, but Jiang Zhe hadn't noticed it. After returning home, Jiang Zhe searched online again and discovered the truth. Although I feel like I've been ripped off, at least it's not fake medicine. After reciting the instructions, Jiang Zhe swallowed the blood-activating powder. You experienced some relief after taking the blood-activating and heart-clearing medicine, and have grasped the formula for the qi and blood tonifying pill. The unfamiliar prescription information that appeared in his mind made Jiang Zhe pause for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. That's awesome. Origin body refining technique activated. Supreme breathing technique activated. Inside the room, Jiang Zhe entered a meditative state. With each movement, Jiang Zhe's blood and qi were stimulated and surged, and the medicinal power of the blood-activating powder was gradually absorbed by Jiang Zhe's body. As Jiang Zhe's physical strength continued to deplete, the unique and rhythmic breathing of the supreme breathing method helped him recover continuously. The two complement each other to maximize the effect. Jiang Zhe continued cultivating in the room until he was nearly exhausted before finally stopping and focusing on recovery. Without this supreme breathing technique, Jiang Zhe could only recover by eating and relying on his body's own recovery mechanisms. With the aid of the upper and lower respiratory tract breathing method, the recovery effect is significant and rapid. On the other side, Tianqing Martial Arts School. The guest instructor is so important, and you so easily promised it to someone else, who is only a level 1 martial artist. What were you thinking? Lu Zhendong, the owner of Tianqing Martial Arts Academy and a level 4 martial artist, said angrily. If it weren't for his daughter in front of him, he would have loved to slap her right now. The title of guest instructor, regardless of the martial arts school, is actually a means of attracting people. It's a position where you only enjoy the benefits and don't put in any effort. Given the current size of Tianqing Martial Arts Academy, it can only offer a maximum of 4 guest instructor positions. As a result, Lu Qianyun gave one away so easily, and the other party was only a level 1 martial artist. Could it be that the other party has some kind of great background? Dad, don't be angry, let me explain first, Lu Qianyun said. She was well aware of the importance of a guest instructor, and she would not have given such an important position to a level 1 martial artist unless there were special circumstances. Go on, Lu Zhendong said in a deep voice. He knew Lu Qianyun's personality. She wasn't someone who acted without restraint. On the contrary, she was very thoughtful and cautious in her actions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gradually let go and handed over the martial arts school to Lu Qianyun to manage. Although he is only a level 1 martial artist, his cultivation speed is terrifying. Lu Qianyun briefly explained the situation to Lu Zhendong. Your qi and blood levels increased by 0.61 overnight? Lu Zhendong was also taken aback. Such a rate of increase in qi and blood is simply terrifyingly outrageous. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. The test results from the martial arts guild cannot be faked, and our martial arts school's equipment is also fine. Lu Qianyun nodded. That's why I invited him to become a guest instructor at our martial arts school. Consider it an investment. Lu Zhendong, who was initially very angry, calmed down considerably after understanding the situation. If what Lu Qianyun said is true, then someone with such talent for cultivation will indeed have limitless potential for future martial arts achievements. Building a good relationship before the other party achieves anything is indeed the right decision. However, Lu Zhendong still found it difficult to accept such a rapid pace of cultivation. How about this, you give him a call and tell him to come here tomorrow, so Wang Hu can test his skills, Lu Zhendong said after thinking for a moment. Dad, do you suspect his data is fake? Lu Qianyun asked immediately upon hearing this. I don't doubt his data, I just doubt whether he is a fraud. Lu Zhendong analyzed, if he really has such talent for cultivation, why is he only a level 1 martial artist at his age? Also, I heard that a drug has been developed on the market that can temporarily suppress a person's qi and blood, and can even hide from instrument tests. Once the drug's effect wears off, he will return to normal. After hearing Lu Zhendong's analysis, Lu Qianyun suddenly felt somewhat insecure. Dad, do you mean this is a trap? He came to our martial arts school 3 times yesterday just to get my attention? Lu Qianyun asked, sounding somewhat alarmed. If her father hadn't reminded her, she wouldn't have thought that far ahead. I'm just guessing. You can't be too careful, but this is a bit too unusual, Lu Zhendong said. I'll be there tomorrow too. Once he makes a move, he won't be able to hide it from me. I understand. Lu Qianyun nodded. After leaving Lu Zhendong's room, Lu Qianyun went to find Wang Hu to give him some instructions. Wang Hu is Lu Qianyun's junior brother and a level 1 martial artist with a health value of around 2.5. He has learned a set of Iron Mountain Fist and is quite strong. Sending Wang Hu to test Zhang Zhe is indeed a good choice. On the training ground, the students at the martial arts school are training under the guidance of their instructors. The instructors at Tianqing Martial Arts School are mostly Lu Qianyun's senior and junior brothers. They are disciples accepted by Lu Zhendong. They usually teach the apprentices at the martial arts school, while Lu Zhendong, a level 4 martial artist, sometimes instructs his own disciples. When everyone saw Lu Qianyun, especially the bronze badge on her chest, the scene immediately became lively. Wow, senior sister is already a level 2 martial artist. Congratulations, senior sister. You're such a young level 2 martial artist. You'll definitely become a level 3 martial artist before you turn 30. Senior sister became a level 2 martial artist earlier than senior brother, that's amazing. Everyone praised him repeatedly. At this moment, a young man of similar age to Lu Qianyun approached her with a smile on his face. Junior sister, congratulations. Thank you, senior brother. The young man's name was Wang Hao. He was Lu Qianyun's senior brother and Lu Zhendong's eldest disciple. Junior brother, come with me for a moment, Lu Qianyun said to Wang Hu, who was not far away. Chapter 14 Preparing Elixirs. My daughter is so understanding. Dad. At the kindergarten gate, Jiang Xianwan, who was leaving school, saw Zhang Zhe and shouted happily before running over quickly. My darling daughter, give me a kiss. Zhang Zhe missed his precious daughter terribly after not seeing her for a day, so he kissed Jiang Xianwan on the forehead. Dad, you said I can't be kissed by boys, Jiang Xianwan immediately reminded him. You're right, it's okay for other boys to kiss you, but it's fine for daddy to kiss you, Zhang Zhe said with a smile. Let us go home. The difference between boys and girls must be taught from a young age. My precious daughter is so cute, I can't let other boys take advantage of her in kindergarten. After returning home, Zhang Zhe cooked a big meal, mainly meat, of course. The meat we eat now is specially bought by Zhang Zhe to be good for increasing blood and qi. It is a little more expensive than ordinary meat, but it doesn't matter. It's for the sake of the child and for our own sake. After all, the father and daughter are both cultivating now, so they naturally need to eat better. As for money, Zhang Zhe wasn't too worried. After dinner, Jiang Xianwan told Zhang Zhe about her day at kindergarten, and Zhang Zhe listened patiently. Dad, I'm going to start cultivating. After spending some time together, the father and daughter kicked Zhang Zhe out of the room. My dear daughter, don't work too hard, take care of yourself and get some rest, Zhang Zhe said from the doorway. Okay, Jiang Xianwan's voice came through. My precious daughter is so sensible that it breaks my heart. After reflecting on his experience, Zhang Zhe returned to his room to cultivate. Inside the bedroom, After hearing Jiang Zhe close the bedroom door, Zhang Xiaonuan called out softly. AI brain. At the same time, the AI's voice rang in Zhang Xiaonuan's ears. Young master. Help me begin my cultivation. Yes, little master. Zhang Xiaonuan sat cross-legged on the ground, entering a meditative state. The method she was currently practicing was entirely under the guidance of the AI. The AI was a gift left by her mother. Zhang Xiaonuan also learned from the AI that if she wanted to see her mother, she had to cultivate diligently until she reached the required strength. Furthermore, she cannot let her father know the secret of the AI for the time being, because her mother said it is a way to protect her father. The next day, I absorbed the full effects of this blood-activating powder in just one day, and 500 yuan just disappeared like that. It's really expensive. Feeling that the medicinal power contained in the blood-activating powder had been completely absorbed by his body, Jiang Zhe sighed with emotion. Jiang Zhe estimated that at his current cultivation speed, he could probably absorb 100 or 80 doses of common qi and blood-activating pills a day very quickly. At that stage, the quality of the qi and blood pills becomes very important, rather than the quantity. Not only are these precious qi and blood pills expensive, but the key issue is that they are available but not in demand. The ingredients needed for the Great Tonic Pill are not particularly rare or precious, so its effects will definitely be better than this blood-activating powder. Making it myself will greatly reduce the cost, so I need to make the Great Tonic Pill as soon as possible, Jiang Zhe thought to himself. The same medicinal materials, when prepared according to different prescriptions, will have drastically different effects. Although Jiang Zhe hasn't experienced the effects of this tonic yet, judging from what he has learned so far, it must be a good thing. After reading it aloud, Jiang Zhe searched online for the medicinal materials needed to prepare the tonic pills, and also checked the approximate market prices to avoid being ripped off when purchasing them later. After understanding the situation, Jiang Zhe was just about to buy the medicinal herbs when the phone rang. Hello, who is this? Miss Lu, yes, I'll be there right now if I have time. The call was from Lu Qianyun, asking if Jiang Zhe had time to go to Tianqing Martial Arts School to complete the basic procedures for becoming a guest elder. Jiang Zhe certainly has time now. Moreover, Jiang Zhe was also envious of the generous treatment offered by the guest elders of Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. After leaving the residential area, Jiang Zhe headed straight for Tianqing Martial Arts School. Tianqing Martial Arts School. Have you remembered everything I told you? Be careful what you say. Lu Qianyun gave Wang Hu another few instructions. Don't worry, senior sister, I've got it covered. Wang Hu patted his chest and assured her confidently. Junior sister, this kind of person is definitely a liar. There's no need to be polite to him. Wang Hao, Lu Zhendong's top disciple, immediately spoke up. Wang Hao had already learned what had happened, and upon learning that Lu Qianyun had invited Jiang Zhe, a mere first-level martial artist, to be a guest elder of the martial arts school, he immediately expressed strong opposition. Upon learning that Jiang Zhe's blood energy could increase by 0.61 in one night, she immediately concluded that Jiang Zhe was a fraud. How could one night increase one's qi and blood so much? And this is only a level 1 martial artist? You're kidding me. With such talent for cultivation, one should at least be a martial arts grandmaster. Senior brother, we can't be sure if he is a fraud yet. Cultivation talent is unpredictable. Some people awaken their talent later. Lu Qianyun defended Jiang Zhe. Although she was somewhat swayed by her father's analysis, deep down, Jiang Zhe didn't seem like a liar to her. Junior sister, you're just too naive. After saying that, Wang Hao looked at Wang Hu and said, when he reveals his true form, don't hold back. Alright, senior brother, just watch me. Wang Hu was very excited and eager to try. Don't listen to your senior brother's nonsense, do as I say. Lu Qianyun glared at Wang Hu. Okay, I understand. Wang Hu immediately became obedient. They were still quite afraid of Lu Qianyun, their senior sister. As the group was talking, the receptionist came over. Miss, Mr. Jiang has arrived. Please invite him to the meeting room. After speaking, Lu Qianyun gave Wang Hu a final word of advice, which seemed more like she was addressing Wang Hao. I'm going to the meeting room now. Remember what I said. I've got it. Wang Hu nodded immediately. But after Lu Qianyun left, Wang Hao said something to Wang Hu. Senior brother, this isn't a good idea. Senior sister will be angry. Wang Hu said with a bitter expression. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. What are you afraid of? Wang Hao said irritably. Alright then, Wang Hu reluctantly agreed. Zhang Zhe sat on the sofa next to the front desk. At that moment, the receptionist walked over with a smile on her face. "Mr. Jiang, this way please," the receptionist said politely, though she felt a pang of emotion. Her last impression of Zhang Zhe was that he was a strange man who had his qi and blood tested 3 times in a single day. Unexpectedly, this strange man became a guest of the martial arts school during this meeting. Led by the receptionist, Zhang Zhe arrived at the meeting room. Chapter 15 responds to doubts. Shocking everyone. Lu Qianyun had already arrived in the reception room. Upon seeing Zhang Zhe enter, Lu Qianyun smiled and stood up. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Qianyun didn't waste any more words. She took out the documents she had prepared in advance and placed them on the table. "Mr. Jiang, these are the paperwork for our Tianqing Martial Arts Academy's guest instructor. Please take a look. If there are no problems, you can sign your name." Zhang Zhe took the document and examined it carefully. The main thing is to check if there are any binding agreements or similar clauses in the documents, and to make sure the other party doesn't play any word games in the documents. Fortunately, it was just a standard procedure, only explaining the benefits and treatment of the guest elder. It also clearly stated that if Zhang Zhe no longer wanted to be the guest instructor, he could leave at any time and sever ties with Tianqing Martial Arts School without bearing any responsibility. After the check showed no problems, Zhang Zhe felt relieved and signed his name. After Zhang Zhe signed, Lu Qianyun handed him the identity card representing the guest instructor of Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. "Mr. Jiang, on behalf of Tianqing Martial Arts School, I welcome you." Lu Qianyun stood up with a smile and extended her right hand. "Thank you." Zhang Zhe extended his right hand, and the two shook hands politely. "Now, let me introduce you to everyone and give you a tour of our Tianqing Martial Arts Academy," Lu Qianyun said. Led by Lu Qianyun, the two arrived at the training ground of Tianqing Martial Arts School. "Please stop your cultivation for now." As Lu Qianyun's voice rang out, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their gazes toward Lu Qianyun and Zhang Zhe. "Let me introduce you all. Starting today, Mr. Jiang, also known as Zhang Wuzhe, will be our guest instructors at Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. Please welcome him." After Lu Qianyun finished her introduction, the scene that should have been filled with enthusiastic applause did not occur. Instead, it caused an uproar. Because everyone saw the martial arts medal Zhang Zhe was wearing, the black iron medal, which was the mark of a first-level martial artist. What does that mean? They must have heard right, making a level 1 martial artist a guest instructor at Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. What's going on? A level 1 martial artist has become a guest instructor at our martial arts school? I don't know, could there be a mistake? Is this person someone important? Or are the standards for guest instructors at our martial arts school really that low? Our master is a level 4 martial artist, so how could we possibly have low standards for our guest instructors? I must have misheard. Senior sister must be joking with us. Various doubts and questions also reached Zhang Zhe's ears. Didn't you hear what I said? Everyone, give us a round of applause. Seeing this, Lu Qianyun's face darkened, and she said coldly, "Senior sister, if I'm not mistaken, he should only be a level 1 martial artist." At this moment, Wang Hu stepped forward from the crowd and said, "Mr. Jiang is a first-level martial artist, but so what?" Lu Qianyun retorted, "Making a level 1 martial artist a guest instructor? Senior sister, are you kidding us? As members of the martial arts school, who can accept that? Don't you agree?" Led by Wang Hu, the others immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. Yes, it would be too embarrassing if word got out that a level 1 martial artist had become a guest instructor at our martial arts school. Our Tianqing Martial Arts School is a well-known martial arts school in this area. How can our standards be so low? If even a level 1 martial artist can become a guest instructor, then I am also a level 1 martial artist, so I can do it too. Our senior sister must be joking with us. Faced with everyone's doubts, Lu Qianyun immediately explained, although Mr. Jiang is only a first-level martial artist, he is exceptionally talented and fully qualified to become a guest instructor of my Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. Exceptionally talented? Upon hearing this, Wang Hu laughed, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked at Zhang Zhe. Coincidentally, I am also a level 1 martial artist. I would like to ask Mr. Jiang for some pointers. I wonder if Mr. Jiang would be willing. Wang Hu's words were a direct attack on Zhang Zhe. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe is now the target of everyone's criticism. If he refuses, it would be considered cowardly. The martial arts school staff would definitely not accept or acknowledge his status as a guest instructor. Mr. Jiang, look at this. Lu Chenyun approached Jiang Zhe, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Since I started cultivating, I've never fought anyone before, and I'm curious to see how big the difference is between two level 1 martial artists, Jiang Zhe said in a deep voice, making his stance clear. Wang Hu's chi and blood value is 2.5, and his punching power is around 1000 jin. You need to be careful, Lu Chenyun reminded him. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jiang Zhe approached Wang Hu. The others consciously stepped back, giving the two enough space to fight. At the same time, Lu Zhendong, the master of Tianqing Martial Arts School and a 4th-level martial artist, stood on the second floor, his gaze fixed on Jiang Zhe. With his level 4 martial artist's eyesight, he would be able to tell whether Jiang Zhe was up to something when the two of them fought. I am coming. Wang Hu let out a low shout and, without any hesitation, unleashed his speed and power, charging directly towards Jiang Zhe with overwhelming momentum. Seeing that Wang Hu was going all out right from the start, Lu Chenyun frowned. She had previously told Wang Hu to be careful and to just test the waters. Her current appearance is completely different from what she had previously instructed her to do. Thinking of this, Lu Chenyun glanced at Wang Hao, thinking that it was probably Wang Hao's doing. In just a few breaths, Wang Hu had already arrived in front of Jiang Zhe, throwing a full-force punch that created gusts of wind. However, the next second. Bang! With a muffled thud, a figure flew out and traveled 5 or 6 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. When the person lying on the ground was identified, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Glug! It was unclear who it was, but the sound of them swallowing saliva was clearly audible. Hiss! Immediately afterwards, gasps of astonishment rose and fell in waves. Outside the arena, Wang Hu clutched his chest, his face pale as he collapsed to the ground, while Jiang Zhe acted as if nothing had happened, as if he hadn't made a move at all. With just one move, he sent Wang Hu, a 1st-level martial artist, flying. Seeing this, Wang Hu immediately lost his fighting ability. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected this outcome at all. Lu Chenyun was also stunned. He knew Jiang Zhe's blood and chi levels very well. Even if they had increased, he would at most be on par with Wang Hu. How could this be the result? Take him to the infirmary, Lu Chenyun ordered immediately after realizing what was happening. The two apprentices quickly helped Wang Hu up and took him to the infirmary. Jiang Zhe was also somewhat surprised. He knew that yesterday's cultivation, combined with the aid of the blood-activating powder, should have increased his chi and blood, but now it seemed that the increase was quite significant. Because Wang Hu's move just now seemed very ordinary and unremarkable to him. Chapter 16, Chi and Blood Double. A cultivation genius. Proving himself was that simple. Jiang Zhe demonstrated this to everyone present with just one move. Even among 1st-level martial artists, there are differences. I'm sorry, this is my first time fighting someone, I don't have much experience, and I didn't control my strength well. Seeing Wang Hu being helped away for treatment by the two people, Jiang Zhe said to Lu Chenyun apologetically. Injuries are inevitable in sparring, but speaking of which, Mr. Jiang, you are truly remarkable. Your chi and blood are lower than Wang Hu's, yet you were able to defeat him so easily, Lu Chenyun exclaimed. Lu Chenyun was utterly shocked at this moment. The strength Jiang Zhe just displayed was nothing like that of a level 1 martial artist with only 2.12 health points. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe smiled but did not offer any further explanation. Master. Just then, hearing a sound behind him, Jiang Zhe turned around to look. A middle-aged man walked towards him. The middle-aged man had a resolute appearance and a strong build. The expression between his brows was somewhat similar to Lu Chenyun's, and he exuded a calm and composed aura. When he arrived in front of Jiang Zhe, he felt as if he were standing there like a mountain, imposing and unyielding, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Without needing anyone to introduce him, Jiang Zhe knew who the person in front of him was. Lu Chenyun's father is Lu Zhendong, the owner of Tianqing Martial Arts School and a level 4 martial artist. Is this the oppressive feeling of a level 4 martial artist? Jiang Zhe wondered to himself. He had previously learned some basic information about martial artists on the martial arts forum. The transition from a level 3 martial artist to a level 4 martial artist is a threshold. To break through and become a level 4 martial artist, one must strengthen one's muscles and bones and enhance one's physical body. Before reaching the 3rd level of martial arts, a martial artist's combat power is basically determined by their chi and blood. The amount of chi and blood a martial artist has determines the corresponding punching power they can unleash. Some martial artists have some practical experience and have learned martial arts techniques, which can improve their combat power, but only to a limited extent. Once you reach the 4th level of martial arts, the gap between each level becomes enormous. A martial artist's strength will experience a qualitative leap, and the destructive power they can cause will be extremely terrifying, capable of splitting mountains and rivers. There are even rumors that the legendary martial saint can shatter the void with a single punch. Mr. Jiang, is that right? Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Zhendong, the owner of Tianqing Martial Arts School. In front of Jiang Zhe, Lu Zhendong did not put on airs as a fourth-level martial artist, and introduced himself with a smile. Master Lu, hello. Shen Yun told me that it is an honor for Tianqing Martial Arts School that Mr. Jiang is willing to become a guest instructor. May I ask, Mr. Jiang, how much qi and blood do you have now? Lu Zhendong asked. He witnessed the entire fight between Jiang Zhe and Wang Hu. They also saw Jiang Zhe's attack clearly. Jiang Zhe's punch was a solid punch delivered from his own blood and qi, without any martial arts techniques. He defeated Wang Hu entirely through his own strength. However, Jiang Zhe did not seem unusual to him. Yesterday's test result was 2.12, but I don't know now, Jiang Zhe said truthfully. Would Mr. Jiang be willing to take the test now? Lu Zhendong asked again. Okay. Jiang Zhe nodded. In fact, Jiang Zhe is also curious about his blood and qi levels. Inside the testing room. Beep beep. Qi and blood 4.1. Punching power is 1830 gene. Upon seeing the data on the instrument, Lu Qianyun, who was standing to the side, widened her eyes in disbelief. Yesterday, Jiang Zhe's qi and blood were only 2.12, but now they are already 4.1, which is equivalent to doubling. How exactly does one cultivate like this? Could it be that Jiang Zhe really took some kind of elixir to hide his vital energy and pretend to be a newcomer who has just become a martial artist? Your qi and blood almost doubled overnight? That's impossible. You must have taken some kind of qi and blood boosting pill. Wang Hao, who was standing to the side, didn't believe the result and immediately questioned it. Insolence! Lu Zhendong's face turned cold as he reprimanded, "Who gave you permission to speak to Instructor Jiang like that?" Apologize. Master, Wang Hao said, unconvinced. Apologize. Lu Zhendong said sternly. I'm sorry, Instructor Jiang, I spoke without thinking just now. Under pressure from Lu Zhendong, Wang Hao apologized to Jiang Zhe. Upon hearing this, she ignored Wang Hao and looked at Lu Zhendong, her tone neither humble nor arrogant. When Miss Lu invited me to become a guest elder, she clearly told me that she valued my cultivation talent. I wonder if you, Master Lu, are satisfied now? If Instructor Jiang encounters any difficulties in his training in the future, our martial arts school will do its best to help him, Lu Zhendong said in a deep voice, making his stance clear. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Jiang Zhe, Lu Zhendong left. As a fourth-level martial artist and the owner of the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy, he has a lot to do besides cultivating. Wang Hao also left, but his gaze towards Jiang Zhe was unfriendly, and he already harbored resentment towards Jiang Zhe. I'm sorry, I was testing you out of necessity. I hope you can understand, Lu Qianyun explained to Jiang Zhe again. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. If you hadn't tested me, I would have thought you had other ideas about me. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch, Jiang Zhe joked. Seeing that Jiang Zhe didn't take the test to heart, Lu Qianyun breathed a sigh of relief. Even her own father acknowledged Jiang Zhe, which means she didn't misjudge him and her judgment was correct. How about this, to express my apology, I'll treat you to dinner, Lu Qianyun said. Forget about the meal. If you really want to express your apology, just pay me my guest elder's salary for this month first, Jiang Zhe said directly. Lu Qianyun. Jiang Zhe left Tianqing Martial Arts School, and the 20,000 federal credits arrived in his account immediately. Watching Jiang Zhe's departing figure, Lu Qianyun gritted her teeth. Is my treat to a meal really worth less than a mere 20,000 yuan? After saying that, Lu Qianyun couldn't help but exclaim, to be able to double one's qi and blood in just one day, he is truly a cultivation genius. Not far away, Wang Hao, watching this scene, had an even more intense and sinister look in his eyes. As I said before, Jiang Zhe has a considerable sum of money in his account, but that money is intended as a cultivation fund for his daughter, and he definitely won't touch it unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Zhe currently has 24,500 yuan in his account, enough to buy a lot of the medicinal materials needed to make a powerful tonic. These medicinal herbs are all common in the market and are not difficult to buy. After a round of shopping, Jiang Zhe had spent almost all of the more than 20,000 yuan. Special utensils are needed to prepare medicines to ensure that the proportions are accurate and the heat is just right, so as not to cause the loss of efficacy and waste. Now that all the medicinal materials are ready, there's only one problem left: where to get them? Chapter 17, A True Judge of Character. A great tonic is made. You want to use the lab? No way, absolutely not. Mushi would kill me if she found out I lent her lab to someone else. Upon learning that Jiang Zhe wanted to rent her family's laboratory to prepare drugs, Lu Shaoqing immediately refused. Everyone knows that the laboratory is Zhou Mushi's lifeline, and the instruments inside are all high-precision instruments that cost a lot of money to buy. Most importantly, Zhou Mushi is a germaphobe and dislikes others using her things, let alone the laboratory. 200 yuan per hour. Jiang Zhe demonstrated his sincerity through his actions. Sir, this isn't about money. Lu Shaoqing shook her head. 500 yuan. Jiang Zhe continued to raise the stakes. Sir, do you think I'm the kind of person who is greedy for money? Lu Shaoqing shook her head again, unmoved. A flat price of 1,000 yuan, plus an additional 500 yuan as a bonus. I'll clean up after the allocation is complete, and I'll make sure your boss doesn't find out. Jiang Zhe gave the final price. Sir, you have a very good eye for people. This way, please. Seeing that Lu Shaoqing's psychological defenses had been breached, Jiang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally found a place. When Jiang Zhe was thinking about where to prepare the powerful tonic pills, he considered either buying the equipment himself or renting it. However, it is obviously not cost-effective to buy the instruments and equipment yourself. Good ones are too expensive, and manufacturers also need a certain amount of time to produce them. Cheaper options aren't precise enough and carry some risk, so renting is the most cost-effective option. So Jiang Zhe ultimately decided to go for a loan. So the question is, where do you rent them? The laboratory at the Chinese medicine pharmacy was not Jiang Zhe's first choice. Before coming here, Jiang Zhe had asked other pharmacies about renting their laboratories. But all of them were rejected. The reasons given were all very simple: the laboratory involves certain secrets and outsiders are not allowed to enter. Even though Jiang Zhe hinted at offering some benefits to the staff, they remained unmoved. First, these pharmacies are backed by large pharmaceutical companies with strict regulations, and the penalties for violating these regulations are severe. Secondly, those salespeople don't need the small benefits he gives them. Those pharmacies have excellent business and high commissions, so they have no reason to risk it for such a small benefit. Finally, Jiang Zhe thought of the now defunct traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy. Business is bad for traditional Chinese medicine shops right now, and they face the risk of going out of business at any time. At this time, they must be very eager for money. Sure enough, he guessed right. Guided by Lu Shaoqing, Jiang Zhe successfully entered Zhou Mushi's laboratory. You only have 1 hour. Within 1 hour, you must clean up the lab, or I know, we'll both be in big trouble, Lu Shaoqing solemnly instructed. Don't worry, I'm always meticulous in my work, Jiang Zhe said confidently. That would be best if that were the case. After Lu Shaoqing left, Jiang Zhe first familiarized himself with the laboratory equipment. The shop isn't big, but the equipment is all state-of-the-art. These instruments and equipment are worth at least tens of thousands of yuan. Jiang Zhe thought to himself. Alright, let's hurry up and prepare the ingredients. We should be able to prepare all these herbs within an hour. After reading it aloud, Jiang Zhe immediately took out the medicine he had bought and began to prepare the tonic pills according to the prescription. Honeysuckle 1g, blood pine 2g. Inside the lobby. Lu Shaoqing had no interest in sitting at the counter anymore and instead stood guard at the door. My boss went out to discuss a collaboration. Let's see if we can secure a partnership for a prescription we just had our eye on. Developing new drug formulas requires a lot of time, energy, and resources, and success is not guaranteed. We need to figure out a way to keep the traditional Chinese medicine shop alive first. Sister Mushi, don't blame me. I'm doing this for the future of our Chinese medicine clinic. You already owe me 3 months' salary. I need some money to live too. Lu Shaoqing kept comforting herself to alleviate her fear and guilt. After some fiddling around in the lab, Jiang Zhe managed to make his first batch of the tonic pill. His hands were a bit rusty, and his movements were slow. After failing once and producing a half-finished product, Jiang Zhe finally managed to make it on his second attempt. Looking at the round ammunition in front of him, Jiang Zhe was a little excited. The pills were brown, round, and about the size of marbles, emanating a faint, pleasant fragrance. If you smell it closely, you can detect a hint of blood in the delicate fragrance. The main function of Dabuwan is to replenish a person's qi and blood. According to the prescription, Dabuwan also has the effects of nourishing the kidneys, consolidating essence, and beautifying the skin. I don't know how effective it will be, we'll find out once we try it. Jiang Zhe swallowed the powerful tonic pill. The tonic pill entered Jiang Zhe's body through his throat and quickly dissolved, its medicinal power reaching every part of his body. Time was limited, so Jiang Zhe couldn't immediately activate the body refining technique to digest the medicinal power. However, the initial release of the medicinal power made Jiang Zhe feel that the blood and qi in his body had been activated. I felt an indescribable sense of comfort and fulfillment throughout my body. Cool. Jiang Zhe was secretly delighted. The effects of the medicine had already begun to take effect after only taking it, which was enough to demonstrate the efficacy of the tonic pill. It's definitely good stuff, let's continue to prepare it. Jiang Zhe focused his mind and continued to concentrate on mixing ingredients. Knock knock knock. The urgent knocking made Jiang Zhe stop what he was doing. The time hasn't come yet. The alarm clock I set hadn't gone off yet. Stop messing around, my boss is back. Hurry up and clean up the lab and get out of here. Lu Xiaoqing's urging voice came from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe didn't waste any words and immediately began to tidy up. He cleaned the experimental table, poured the remaining dregs into the trash can, and then slipped out through the back door. He's already paid. After all, he'll definitely use the lab more than once, and he needs to have a good reputation to secure future rentals. After hearing that there was no more noise from the experiment, Lu Xiaoqing outside the door breathed a sigh of relief and composed herself. At this moment, Zhou Mushi also entered the pharmacy. What are you doing over there instead of watching the counter? Seeing Lu Xiaoqing standing at the door of the back hall, Zhou Mushi asked in confusion. Sister Mushi, you're back. I just went to the restroom. How did the cooperation go? Lu Xiaoqing asked, trying to appear calm. The negotiations fell apart. Not only did they exaggerate the effects of the medicine, but they also made outrageous demands. They really think I'm a sucker, Zhou Mushi said angrily. Feeling a bit thirsty, I prepared to pour myself a glass of water. Sister Mushi, don't be angry. We can find someone else to cooperate with. Have some water. Lu Xiaoqing, quick-witted and agile, poured Zhou Mushi a glass of water with great attentiveness. What's wrong with you? Zhou Mushi sensed something was amiss and asked. Nothing's wrong. Lu Xiaoqing's heart skipped a beat. Nothing? I feel like you're acting strange. After saying that, Lu Xiaoqing seemed to have thought of something and quickly walked towards the back room. Chapter 18 Increased Strength. Zhou Mushi's Hope. Lu Xiaoqing, who gave you permission to let others into my lab? Zhou Mushi's eyes were blazing with fury. She was extremely angry. She has obsessive-compulsive disorder about cleanliness and doesn't like others touching her things, especially her laboratory, which she treasures. Although everything in the lab had been tidied up, Zhou Mushi immediately noticed that someone had been working on things there. The dregs in the trash can were clearly from a recent dumping. Sister Mushi, please let me explain. Realizing her scheme had been exposed, Lu Xiaoqing panicked and hurriedly tried to explain. Although a little girl's anger has a certain charm, he knew Zhou Mushi's temper well. When she got angry, it was terrifying. Sister Mushi, I'm only thinking about our pharmacy. We're short on money right now, and the lab's just sitting empty. Someone wanted to rent it for dispensing medicine, and I figured they wouldn't need it for long, so I agreed. It's 1,000 yuan an hour. Of course, they gave me a 500 yuan bonus too, and I also. Lu Xiaoqing tried to explain in a panic, but before she could finish, Zhou Mushi interrupted her. Don't talk, what's that smell? Zhou Mushi twitched her nose and smelled a faint fragrance. Taste? There's no taste. Lu Xiaoqing sniffed. It was the same smell as in the laboratory, nothing else. Zhou Mushi ignored it. As a pharmacist, her sense of smell was much more sensitive than that of the average person. At that moment, she smelled a very special fragrance. Carefully discerning the direction from which the smell was coming, Zhou Mushi searched the laboratory and finally found the source of the smell in a corner of the table. The source was a pill, but judging from its appearance, Zhou Mushi knew it was a semi-finished product. Even though it's only a semi-finished product, the aroma emanating from it is quite unique. Zhou Mushi picked up the pill, brought it close to her nose, and smelled the fragrance mixed with a hint of blood. Immediately afterwards, to Lu Xiaoqing's astonishment, she swallowed the pill. Sister Mushi, you. Lu Xiaoqing tried to stop it, but it was too late. I was utterly shocked. My boss was incredibly audacious. He didn't even know what kind of pill it was, yet he dared to swallow it directly. What if something goes wrong? Lu Xiaoqing had already prepared to take Zhou Mushi to the hospital. However, a moment later. Zhou Mushi's face suddenly turned red, as if she were about to have her period. Quick, quick! Zhou Mushi stammered. Sister Mushi, hang in there, I'll drive you to the hospital right away. Lu Xiaoqing said, reaching for her car keys. Come back. Zhou Mushi called out to Lu Xiaoqing, her voice trembling with excitement. Where is he? Him? Who? Lu Xiaoqing didn't react for a moment. The person who mixes medicine in my lab. They're gone. Find him quickly. Zhou Mushi was extremely excited. The blood energy contained in this pill exceeded her expectations, and its effect was many times better than that of the blood-activating powder. Most importantly, she had just glanced at the dregs in the trash can, and they were all very common medicinal herbs. This shows that the cost of preparing this pill is actually not high. If we could get our hands on such a miraculous prescription, the traditional Chinese medicine shop would be a lifesaver. I don't know where he went, Lu Xiaoqing said helplessly. Find him. Find him for me. I don't care what method you use, even if you have to stand guard at the door every day, you have to find him. Zhou Mushi said with a very firm attitude. Inside the room. After lunch, Jiang Zhe began cultivating, trying to quickly refine, digest, and absorb the medicinal power of the tonic pill. If the medicinal power in the body is not refined and absorbed immediately, it will gradually be lost. Jiang Zhe had completely removed his upper body clothing, and his full muscles were slowly trembling, with wisps of white gas constantly emanating from his body. This is the water vapor released as the sweat that flows out evaporates. In a short while, the room was enveloped in a large amount of water vapor. The potency of this powerful tonic pill far exceeded that of the blood-activating powder that Jiang Zhe had used before. This medicine's efficacy far surpasses that of other blood-activating powders. Feeling the immense medicinal power flowing through his body, Jiang Zhe was very satisfied. A product he had mastered was bound to be of exceptional quality. Phew! Phew! Jiang Zhe breathes and exhales in a unique and rhythmic manner. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Zhe slowly stopped what he was doing. As he stopped, the steam in the room gradually dissipated. Jiang Zhe slowly got up, stretched his fists and feet, and felt the explosive power contained within his body. Jiang Zhe then threw a punch. Wah-ah! The immense force generated a gust of wind from the punch, and a faint crackling sound could be heard in the air. My qi and blood have increased a lot. Based on the rate at which I absorb the medicinal power, 2 pills a day should be enough. I prepared a total of 16 pills with those medicinal materials. After deducting the one that failed, I still have 15 left, which should be enough for about a week. After reading it aloud, Jiang Zhe secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. Practicing martial arts is really expensive. He spent a total of more than 20,000 yuan on these medicinal materials. On average, each tonic pill costs nearly 1,300 yuan. This does not include the cost of labor and renting equipment. Of course, the effects of the tonic pills are also surprisingly good. It should be noted that as Jiang Zhe continued to take the tonic pills, digesting their medicinal properties, his physique became stronger, and his absorption of the medicinal properties became faster, resulting in the consumption of more pills. If you rely solely on medications of the quality of Huashu-san as an adjunct, you might need 1 dose a day at the beginning, then 2 doses a day, 3 doses a day, and eventually even 10 doses a day wouldn't be enough. If you calculate it this way, the tonic pills are definitely more cost-effective, have a higher cost-performance ratio, and are more effective. It's almost time, I need to pick up my darling daughter from school. Jiang Zhe checked the time. It was almost time for his precious daughter to get out of school. Jiang Zhe now feels very fulfilled living each day. Jiang Zhe dared not slack off. He still needed to increase his strength as quickly as possible to make up for all the years he had wasted. Even after school, the kindergarten gate is still filled with luxury cars. Compared to the many luxury cars, Jiang Zhe, who arrived by taxi, was an exception. Soon, Jiang Zhe spotted his beloved daughter. Unlike yesterday, Jiang Xiaonuan came out this time with a girl of similar age. Jiang Xiaonuan was still talking to the other person, but it was unclear what they were saying. Xiaonuan! Jiang Zhe shouted. Jiang Xiaonuan spotted Jiang Zhe and waved happily. Then she said to Lin Xiaoxiao beside her, "My dad's here to pick me up. I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow. Don't worry, if that guy dares to bully you again, I'll beat him up for you." "Thank you." "You're welcome, we're friends." Chapter 19 Level 2 Martial Artist. Comprehending Martial Techniques. After dinner, the father and daughter snuggled together on the sofa, and Jiang Xiaonuan shared her day at kindergarten with Jiang Zhe. Dad, I beat up a bad guy today, Jiang Xianwan said, surprising everyone. Upon learning that his daughter had gotten into a fight at school, Jiang Zhe immediately became anxious. Honey, you got into a fight? Was it a man or a woman? Were you hurt? Where are you injured? As he spoke, Jiang Zhe carefully examined Jiang Xianwan from head to toe, but found no signs of a fight, and her clothes were clean. I didn't suffer any loss. He tried to bully my friend, so of course I had to stand up for him. And he's just a boy, what a fool, Jiang Xianwan said disdainfully. It's good that you didn't suffer any losses. Tell Dad what exactly happened. Jiang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. He is a very protective person. So Jiang Xianwan recounted what had happened at the kindergarten. It turns out that the little girl who came out with Jiang Xianwan today was Jiang Xianwan's deskmate. A boy in the class was bullying her and deliberately making trouble for her. Jiang Xianwan's deskmate was rather timid, and Jiang Xianwan couldn't stand it, so she stepped in to help. In conclusion, Jiang Xianwan was in the right, the other party was maliciously bullying her. My dear daughter, you did the right thing. It's only right to step in and help. I'm so proud of you, Jiang Zhe praised. After praising him, Jiang Zhe added, but when you fight someone, remember one thing, never suffer a loss. If you can't beat them, remember this. Dad, which point? Jiang Zhe asked. If you can't beat them, run away and tell the teacher. Don't be reckless, understand? Jiang Zhe instructed. I understand, Dad. Good. After spending some time cuddling with her father, Jiang Xianwan went back to her bedroom to cultivate. Jiang Zhe was extremely pleased with his sensible demeanor. My own daughter is adorable, sensible, and talented, definitely the kind of child everyone admires. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Jiang Zhe's life this week was simple yet fulfilling. I take my precious daughter to and from school, and spend the rest of my time at home practicing meditation. Over the course of the week, Jiang Zhe had finished all the potent tonic pills he had prepared last time, and their medicinal effects had been fully refined and absorbed. The tonic pills are quite effective in aiding cultivation. I need to continue to adjust them. It would be even better if I could formulate a qi and blood tonic of even higher quality. The qi and blood elixir had an excellent effect on aiding cultivation, which made Jiang Zhe very happy. However, as the body grows stronger, its need for nourishment also increases. Relying solely on tonics to replenish energy levels will definitely not be enough. Jiang Zhe came to Tianqing Martial Arts School today mainly to test himself and find out what level he had reached after a week of training. Hello, Instructor Jiang. When the receptionist saw Jiang Zhe, she immediately greeted him warmly. Jiang Zhe is now a guest instructor at Tianqing Martial Arts Academy, a fact known to everyone at the academy. Moreover, guest instructors hold a very high position at Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Zhe smiled and nodded in response to the receptionist's greeting. Instructor Jiang, is there anything I can help you with? Wang Li asked again, her attitude very solicitous. Give me the access card to the testing room. I'm going to have my blood energy tested, Jiang Zhe said. Instructor Jiang, since you are a guest instructor, you can just go to room number 1 at the very back to have your blood energy tested. You can enter by scanning your face, you don't need an access card, Wang Li explained. Test room 1 is a testing room used by a few internal staff members of Tianqing Martial Arts School. You can enter by scanning your face. Okay, thank you. Jiang Zhe thanked him and walked towards test room number 1. He really didn't know about this, which was understandable, since Jiang Zhe hadn't come for a week since he last came here to complete the procedures for becoming a guest instructor. I didn't learn much about the martial arts school. Test room 1. Bang. Beep beep. 16.32. 7121 gene, approximately 375.5 caddies. My current strength has reached the standard of a level 2 martial artist. It feels great. The standard for a level 2 martial artist is a qi and blood value of 15 and a punching power of around 6,000 gene. Jiang Zhe was thrilled his cultivation had progressed considerably this week. I need to hurry up and go to the martial artist's guild to improve my martial artist level. It only took me about a week to go from a level 1 martial artist to a level 2 martial artist. I don't know how the difference in subsidies is calculated. A level 1 martial artist receives a monthly federal subsidy of 5,000, while a level 2 martial artist receives 10,000, a difference of 5,000. Besides focusing on his cultivation, Jiang Zhe's other ambition is to make money. After the test was completed, Jiang Zhe left the testing room, but did not leave the martial arts school immediately. Instead, he wandered around the school for a while. As a guest instructor at Tianqing Martial Arts Academy, even if he doesn't put in any effort, he still needs to make an appearance and establish his presence. After wandering around, Zhang Zhe arrived at the martial arts school's training ground. At this moment, in the training ground, a group of apprentices sat on the ground in a circle, listening to Wang Hao's lecture in the center of the field. The key to generating power in Taishanquan lies in mobilizing your qi and blood, concentrating it in your right fist, focusing your mind, and then quickly exerting force. Remember, the punch must be swift and powerful, without any distracting thoughts. Drink! Wang Hao shouted and threw a punch. Click! The wooden training stake snapped instantly. Good! Snap, snap, snap. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted as the apprentices clapped and cheered. Senior Brother's Iron Mountain Fist has improved a lot. Yes, Senior Brother's punch must have weighed tens of thousands of pounds, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to break this stone and wood stake. Our Senior Brother is a level 2 martial artist. I heard that he tested his health yesterday and his blood energy value reached 25. Even the head of the martial arts school praised him highly. If I remember correctly, Senior Brother is only 21 years old this year. He will definitely become a level 3 martial artist before he turns 30. As expected of the Senior Brother, he's really amazing. I wish I could marry my Senior Brother. Now I need someone to come up and spar with me. I'll demonstrate the punching techniques of Taishanquan in combat. Anyone willing to come up? Feeling the admiring gazes of the crowd, Wang Hao was secretly pleased, but on the surface he still pretended to be a master. However, after Wang Hao finished speaking, none of the apprentices around him stepped forward to fight a level 2 martial artist. They didn't have the courage. Just as Wang Hao was about to call out names, he glanced around and spotted Zhang Zhe not far away, and an idea immediately came to him. Instructor Jiang, you've come at the right time. I'm teaching martial arts to everyone and I'm short of someone to spar with. Can you do me a favor and we can spar a bit and show everyone? Wang Hao said deliberately. At this moment, Zhang Zhe did not take Wang Hao's words to heart, but was digesting what he had just realized. You were inspired by observing the Iron Mountain Fist and comprehended the martial art of the Shocking Fist. Chapter 20, 5x Increase. Just one punch. Martial arts technique, Shock Fist. His chi and blood surged, his punch shook the heavens, and his punch could be amplified 5 times in power. A martial arts technique that can amplify punching power by 5 times. My punching power was over 7,000 Jin before. Wouldn't it be able to deliver over 30,000 Jin of punching power if I used the shock punch? It's a divine weapon for challenging opponents of higher levels. Zhang Zhe was excited and couldn't wait to test his skills against someone. Instructor Jiang, you're supposed to be a guest instructor, are you really not even willing to put in this much effort? Seeing that Zhang Zhe ignored him, Wang Hao spoke again, his tone dissatisfied. Saying this in front of everyone is tantamount to damaging Zhang Zhe's image in their eyes. What did you just say? Zhang Zhe's thoughts returned to reality, and after hearing Wang Hao's words, he asked. I was so focused on digesting the martial arts techniques I had just learned that I didn't hear what Wang Hao said at all. I said I wanted to spar with you, and I'd also like to demonstrate my punching techniques to everyone, Wang Hao said impatiently, his face darkening. He disliked Zhang Zhe intensely, wondering why someone with such limited skills could become a guest instructor at a martial arts school. Furthermore, Lu Qianyun's words were full of praise whenever she talked about Zhang Zhe, which made him very unhappy. Want to spar with me? Sure. Upon learning that Wang Hao wanted to spar with him, Zhang Zhe immediately agreed. Just when he was feeling sleepy, someone brought him a pillow. He was eager to experience the power of the shock punch. Foolish fellow, I'll show you what real strength is in a moment. Seeing that Zhang Zhe had agreed, Wang Hao sneered inwardly, having already decided to take this opportunity to teach Zhang Zhe a lesson and make this guest instructor lose face in front of everyone. The fight between Wang Hao and Zhang Zhe immediately excited the surrounding crowd. One was the senior disciple of the martial arts school, a level 2 martial artist, and the other was a guest instructor of the martial arts school. They defeated one who in one move. They were very curious to see who was stronger in their fight. Who do you think is more powerful, the senior disciple or the guest instructor? Nonsense, it must be Senior Brother. Senior Brother is a level 2 martial artist. You saw the power of Iron Mountain Fist. Instructor Jiang defeated Senior Brother Wang Hu in one move, so he's quite strong. You don't know this, do you? Although Instructor Jiang defeated Senior Brother Wang Hu, Instructor Jiang is actually only a level 1 martial artist. The reason he became a guest instructor is because our master saw that he had excellent talent for cultivation. Instructor Jiang is only a level 1 martial artist, so he is definitely no match for senior brother. The gap between a level 1 martial artist and a level 2 martial artist is huge. Many people nearby were whispering among themselves. When they learned that Zhang Zhe was actually only a level 1 martial artist, they all became pessimistic. Even if Zhang Zhe cultivates quickly, the gap between a first-level martial artist and a second-level martial artist is too large. Not to mention, senior brother Wang Hao has long been a second-level martial artist. His qi and blood have now reached 25, and a full-force punch can deliver tens of thousands of pounds of force, which is something a first-level martial artist cannot match. Wang Hao looked at Zhang Zhe with disdain and said with a playful tone, "Instructor Jiang, even though it's just sparring, I hope you will still give it your all so that we can have a good teaching effect." "Don't worry, I will do my best." Zhang Zhe nodded. Zhang Zhe could sense the disdain and contempt in Wang Hao's tone, but he didn't know where Wang Hao's hostility towards him came from. Although Zhang Zhe has always been very cautious in his actions over the years, that's because he can't cultivate. In this world where martial arts reign supreme and the strong prey on the weak, one has no choice but to be cautious. If you offend a martial artist and they dislike you, you won't even have a chance to reason with them. But things are different now. It's a joke that a mere level 2 martial artist wants to sit on my head and defecate. Iron Mountain Fist. Without any hesitation, Wang Hao suddenly shot towards Zhang Zhe. Go to hell. Wang Hao's eyes were fierce, and he used all his strength. The force contained in this punch was far beyond what a level 1 martial artist could withstand. If it landed on them, they would definitely be seriously injured. Wang Hao's punch was aimed at crippling Zhang Zhe. You think you're a cultivation genius? Well then, I'll cripple you. Faced with Wang Hao's fierce punch, Zhang Zhe did not intend to dodge, but instead met it head-on. Shaking fist. A 5-fold increase. He threw a punch. Seeing that Zhang Zhe didn't dodge but instead confronted him head-on, Wang Hao cursed him under his breath as an idiot. His Iron Mountain Fist, delivered with all his might, possessed a force of over 10,000 Jin, approximately 5,000 kilograms. To dare to meet it head-on would be tantamount to courting death. However, the next second, under everyone's watchful eyes, a figure was sent flying backward. The immense impact slammed the figure against the wall, creating a crater before it finally stopped falling to the ground, unconscious. When everyone saw the unconscious figure on the ground, their eyes widened in disbelief. The unconscious figure was none other than Wang Hao, the senior disciple. Wang Hao, a level 2 martial artist, was defeated. He was sent flying by Zhang Zhe, who was a guest instructor. This scene was almost identical to the last time Wang Hu and Zhang Zhe fought. The only difference is that this time, Wang Hao is in a worse state, his injuries are more severe, and he has passed out. Just look at the holes in the wall, and you'll know how much damage it caused. Senior brother, are you alright? Quickly take our senior brother to the infirmary. After everyone realized what was happening, they rushed over, lifted the unconscious Wang Hao from the ground, and took him to the infirmary for treatment. Instructor Jiang, didn't you go a bit too far? Wang Hu couldn't help but say. Wang Hu's injuries had healed, but he was still wary of Zhang Zhe. He was terrified after being beaten last time, and after witnessing Zhang Zhe's strength just now, Wang Hu was even more fearful. He made me go all out, and as you all saw, he didn't hold back at all with that punch. If I didn't have some strength, I'd probably be the one lying on the ground right now, Zhang Zhe said calmly, without a trace of remorse. He had clearly felt the ferocity in Wang Hao's eyes and the ruthlessness in his actions. If I hadn't mastered this fist technique that could amplify power 5-fold, I would have been the one in trouble. Wang Hu was speechless and couldn't say a word. Indeed, they had all heard clearly what Wang Hao had said earlier. Moreover, he had witnessed Wang Hao's actions firsthand, and it was clear that Wang Hao hadn't held back. If he were the one to take that punch from Wang Hao, it would have seriously injured him. He just fainted. When he wakes up, tell him that if he is not satisfied, he can come find me anytime. After saying those words, Zhang Zhe left. Not long after Zhang Zhe left, Lu Qianyun and her father Lu Zhendong, who had gone out on business, also returned to the martial arts school. Wang Hu immediately reported the matter to the two of them. Chapter 21, Zhang Zhe's Strength. 100 Halls League. You mean Instructor Jiang knocked my senior brother unconscious with one punch? Impossible, how could this be? Senior brother is a level 2 martial artist, while Instructor Jiang is only a level 1 martial artist. Upon learning that Wang Hao and Zhang Zhe had fought, and that Zhang Zhe had knocked Wang Hao unconscious with a single punch, Lu Qianyun was shocked and couldn't believe it. Wang Hao was already a level 2 martial artist with a full 25 points of health, while Zhang Zhe was only a level 1 martial artist. How could he possibly be a match for Wang Hao? Senior sister, what I said is true, everyone saw it, Wang Hu said helplessly. It's hard to believe that a level 1 martial artist could defeat a level 2 martial artist with a single punch. But the facts are undeniable, so many people are watching, it can't be faked. We'll know once we check the surveillance footage, Hong Jindong said in a deep voice. There are surveillance cameras inside the martial arts school. Once you watch the footage, everything will be clear. Inside the house. After reviewing the surveillance footage, the entire incident became clear. Especially after clearly seeing Zhang Zhe send Wang Hao flying with a single punch, even Lu Jindong, a level 4 martial artist, was moved. Dad, how is this possible? Zhang Zhe is only a level 1 martial artist, Lu Qianyun couldn't help but say. You saw it all just now, the facts are right in front of you, Lu Jindong said. Zhang Zhe's punch was extremely domineering. Master, Instructor Jiang went too far. Look what he did to senior brother. Wang Hu couldn't help but speak up for Wang Hao. After all, Wang Hao was his senior, and he usually took care of him. If you're not as skilled as someone else, what is there to say? Lu Jindong said coldly. Besides, he provoked us first. He didn't hold back at all with that punch. It's good enough that they didn't cripple him on the spot. As a level 4 martial artist, Lu Jindong had a sharp eye and was able to see through Wang Hao's intentions just from the video. The punch he threw at Zhang Zhe was delivered with absolutely no restraint. If Zhang Zhe had truly gone all out and delivered another blow when Wang Hao was sent flying, Wang Hao would probably be in a much worse state than just unconscious. Is this all over? Wang Hu asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Jindong immediately gave him a sharp look. Wang Hu immediately shut up and dared not speak again. Listen carefully, he is a guest instructor at my martial arts school. He must always show me some respect. This is Wang Hao's own fault, Lu Jindong said, his attitude very firm. Zhang Zhe's talent for cultivation and the strength he has shown so far have made Lu Jindong value Zhang Zhe as a guest instructor even more. Given time, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Zhang Zhe will definitely become a master. If Zhang Zhe can become a martial arts grandmaster in the future, and has a martial arts grandmaster as a guest instructor, then Tianqing Martial Arts Academy will flourish. Qianyun, have you asked what Zhang Zhe came to the martial arts school for today? Lu Jindong asked Lu Qianyun. I asked, and Wang Li said that Zhang Zhe went to test room 1 as soon as he arrived today, and then just wandered around the martial arts hall, Lu Qianyun said. Let us go check out the testing room. Lu Jindong immediately stood up. The three arrived at test room number 1. Only Lu Jindong, Lu Qianyun, and a few apprentices have access to test room number 1. No one else is qualified to come in. So far today, no one except Zhang Zhe has entered the testing room, and the data on the testing instruments only shows Zhang Zhe's data. Upon seeing the readings on the instrument, the testing room fell into complete silence. 16.32. 7121 gene approximately 375.5 caddies. This data reaches the standard of a level 2 martial artist, and is even higher than Lu Qianyun's blood and qi. After a long pause, Wang Hu broke the silence by speaking first. My god, these stats. Instructor Jiang is already a level 2 martial artist, and his qi and blood are even higher than senior sister's. Wang Hu exclaimed. Lu Qianyun's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. She is a level 2 martial artist. Since her last test at the Martial Artists Guild, her qi and blood have increased, but they are still less than 17. Zhang Zhe's blood and energy have already surpassed hers. His cultivation speed is simply too exaggerated. He truly deserves to be called a cultivation genius whose qi and blood can double overnight. His cultivation speed is indeed quite terrifying. Wang Hu. At this moment, Lu Jindong spoke up. Exist. Go out first, and remember, don't mention this to anyone else, Lu Jindong instructed. Master, does that include the eldest brother as well? Wang Hu asked. Wang Hao suffered such a crushing defeat that he will definitely want to know the reason after he wakes up and figure out what Zhang Zhe's current strength is. I said, only the three of us are allowed to know Instructor Zhang's test results. No fourth person is allowed to know, Lu Jindong said very seriously. I understand, Wang Hu nodded. After Wang Hu left, Lu Jindong said to Lu Qianyun, contact Zhang Zhe later and see what he needs. Our martial arts school will give him whatever we can. At this moment, Lu Jindong seemed to see a martial arts grandmaster rising in the future. We must cultivate a good relationship with Jiang Zhe before he becomes too powerful and takes flight. Offering help in times of need is far more meaningful than adding to someone's existing success. Lu Qianyun nodded and said, I understand, but I think he might be short of money. Need money? Lu Zhendong asked, somewhat puzzled. How did you know? So, Lu Qianyun recounted how Jiang Zhe had refused her invitation to dinner that day, and how he had asked when she would receive her salary. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhendong immediately smiled. Money is just a number to him. As long as he has the strength, the martial arts school will grow and he will never have to worry about money. Transfer 200,000 yuan to him immediately, saying it's a small token of our apology for what happened to Wang Hao, and be sincere in your attitude, Lu Zhendong decided. Okay. Lu Qianyun had no objections. He was very clear about what his father was thinking. Jiang Zhe's talent and strength are worthy of such treatment. By the way, Jiang Zhe isn't 35 yet, is he? Lu Zhendong suddenly said. I don't think it's that age yet. She hadn't asked about his age. Ask him if he's not yet 35. Ask him if he's interested in the 100 Schools League. If he is, our Tianqing Martial Arts School will recommend him to participate. Dad, our martial arts school only has 2 spots. If we recommend him, wouldn't that mean our senior brother would be left out? Lu Qianyun said hesitantly. In the 100 Schools League, their Tianqing Martial Arts School had 2 spots, which were originally meant for her and Wang Hao to participate in. But now if we recommend Jiang Zhe, we'll be 1 spot short. Lu Qianyun knew that her father would definitely not stop her from going, so the only spot left was Wang Hao's. Look at him now, do you think he can still go? Lu Zhendong said calmly. Chapter 22 The Martial Arts School's Sincerity. Another assessment. A league of 100 venues? Jiang Zhe, who was on his way to the Martial Arts Guild, received a call from Lu Qianyun. Yes, the 100 Halls League. What is the 100 Halls League? What is the specific competition format? Jiang Zhe asked. This was the first time he had ever heard of the so-called 100 Halls League that Lu Qianyun was referring to. This is a national competition organized by the Federal Martial Arts Association with strong official support, targeting martial arts schools across the country. It is divided into preliminary rounds, semifinals, and finals. First, each martial arts school sends personnel to participate in the preliminary rounds. Those who pass the preliminary rounds will participate in the semifinals, and finally, the finals. Our martial arts school has 2 spots this year. If you are interested, you can participate, Lu Qianyun explained. After learning over the phone that Jiang Zhe was only 29 and not yet 30, they extended an invitation to him. What are the benefits of participating in this? Jiang Zhe continued to ask. Those who can get into the top 3 in the finals will receive a large cash prize, as well as martial arts skills and pills as rewards, Lu Qianyun said. However, as long as you can enter the finals, our Anyuan city will also give out some rewards. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe was immediately tempted. In such a large national competition, if you can get into the top 3 in the finals, you will definitely reap the benefits and enjoy great honor. Of course, Jiang Zhe also knew it wouldn't be that simple. In national competitions, martial arts schools from various cities send representatives to participate. To achieve a ranking, one must fight one's way through a field of experts. It's not an easy task. Aren't there 2 spots? Who will take the other one? Jiang Zhe asked finally. Me, Lu Qianyun replied. After saying that, Lu Qianyun added, there's still a week until registration, and the preliminary rounds will officially begin in 3 months. You have plenty of time to think it over. You can give me your answer after you've thought it through. No need, I'll go, Jiang Zhe replied immediately. For Jiang Zhe, he had to give it a try no matter what. Without challenges, there is no progress. Only by sparring with others can you gain rich practical experience. Good. Seeing that Jiang Zhe had agreed, Lu Qianyun breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, she really hoped that Jiang Zhe would participate in the competition. With the strength that Jiang Zhe has shown so far, he should at least have no problem in the preliminaries. If he successfully enters the finals, it will be of great benefit to Jiang Zhe, to her, and to Tianqing Martial Arts School. By the way, I hope you won't take Wang Hao's matter to heart. On behalf of the Martial Arts School, I apologize to you, and I promise that such a thing will never happen again at the Martial Arts School. After finishing discussing the 100 Schools League, Lu Qianyun brought up the matter between Jiang Zhe and Wang Hao from the Martial Arts School. I've already forgotten, Jiang Zhe stated his position. In fact, after leaving the martial arts school, Jiang Zhe had wondered if the school would cause him trouble because of this incident. After all, Wang Hao was the senior disciple of the martial arts school and Lu Zhendong's eldest apprentice, yet he was beaten so badly by his own punch. But then I thought about it again. It wasn't like I started the trouble. Besides, Wang Hao's punch was clearly aimed at crippling me. If you're polite to this kind of person, you'll seem too weak. Wouldn't that make you a target for everyone to take advantage of you in the future? Jiang Zhe had already considered the consequences. At worst, he would break ties with the martial arts school and quit being a guest instructor. If Lu Zhendong, a level 4 martial artist, were to cause trouble for me without any explanation, I wouldn't be afraid. I can easily lie low for a while. With my cultivation speed and the martial arts skills I've mastered, a level 4 martial artist is nothing special. But it seems that nothing has happened now. Jiang Zhe had just hung up the phone when he received a text message confirming the deposit of 200,000 yuan. At the same time, he also received a text message from Lu Qianyun saying that the 200,000 yuan was a small token of her apology. Jiang Zhe gladly accepted the money, as he was short of cash at the time and it was exactly what he wanted. With this 200,000, we can buy a lot of medicinal herbs and concoct many powerful tonics. Upon arriving at the martial arts guild, Jiang Zhe went to the same service window as before. Having learned from his previous experience in certifying martial artists, Jiang Zhe was much more familiar with the process this time. After registering his personal information, Jiang Zhe took a number and waited. However, there weren't many people this time, and it wasn't long before it was Jiang Zhe's turn. Test room number 2. Jiang Zhe walked in, and the two examiners glanced at him. One of the examiners immediately began to verify Jiang Zhe's identity information. You came for an assessment a week ago? The examiner found Jiang Zhe's assessment record in the system, which showed that Jiang Zhe had come to the guild for testing a week ago and had been certified as a level 1 martial artist. Yes. Jiang Zhe nodded, not hiding anything. Upon hearing this, the examiner glanced at Jiang Zhe's registration information and said with some dissatisfaction, "You just took the level 1 martial artist assessment a week ago. What are you taking now?" Taking multiple assessments in a malicious manner is a waste of the martial artist's guild's resources and will be punished. The tests and level certifications offered by the Martial Arts Guild are free. In the past, some people would deliberately come to the union for multiple tests and assessments in order to save on testing costs. Later, this behavior of wasting union resources was seriously stopped. Anyone who continues to do this will be severely punished. Clearly, Jiang Zhe, who had just passed the level 1 martial artist certification exam a week ago, was now suspected of being a suspect in the eyes of the two examiners. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe smiled and said, "I'm here to take the level 2 martial artist assessment and certification." What? Level 2 martial artist certification? Upon hearing this, the two examiners were taken aback for a moment, and then looked at Jiang Zhe with a strange gaze. A week ago, he was only a level 1 martial artist. Judging from the test data of Jiang Zhe recorded above, although he has exceeded the standard of a level 1 martial artist, he is still far from the standard of a level 2 martial artist. So, in their eyes, Jiang Zhe's words were a joke, they were out of their minds. Trying to use this excuse to cover up malicious testing is useless, an examiner said sternly. 1 week to go from a level 1 martial artist to a level 2 martial artist? Do you think we're idiots? Another examiner said angrily. Whether I've lied to you or not, a test will tell, Jiang Zhe said with a smile, not wanting to offer any further explanation. At this point, making excuses is a waste of time, only the test results can tell the whole story. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, the two exchanged a glance. Alright, we'll give you the test. If your test results are far from the standard for a level 2 martial artist, then don't blame us for being impolite. We've already said what we needed to say. Jiang Zhe nodded, offering no objection. Under the watchful eyes of the two men, Jiang Zhe officially began the test. Chapter 23, Pass the Test. President Song Fu. Inside the testing room, as Jiang Zhe pricked his finger, a drop of blood fell into the testing groove, and soon the testing instrument emitted a beeping sound. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Zhe's health and mana values appeared on the screen. 16.32. Holy shit. Upon seeing the readings on the instrument, the two examiners were immediately stunned, exclaiming, "Holy crap!" It should be noted that this blood and chi value has reached the blood and chi standard of a level 2 martial artist, and it is not just that it has just reached it, but it exceeds the level 2 martial artist's blood and chi standard by as much as 1.32. One of the examiners even stood up excitedly, quickly left his seat, and came to Jiang Zhe. After carefully looking Jiang Zhe up and down, he spoke again, this time with a different tone. Try testing your punching power. Don't be nervous, just practice a few times. In just 1 week, their qi and blood values increased from 2.12 to 16.32, and the two of them knew exactly what that meant. The two of them had worked in the union for many years and had seen geniuses in people with fast cultivation speeds, but compared to the cultivation speed of the person in front of them, the gap was too great. Neither of them suspected that Jiang Zhe was faking his qi and blood, even though there were pills on the market that could temporarily boost qi and blood. However, the effects of such pills are more like illusions, deceiving oneself. They can improve qi and blood, but only to a very limited extent, and for a limited time. Even if it can improve temporarily, it's impossible to improve this much all at once. After speaking, the examiner stepped aside, and Jiang Zhe took a deep breath, circulated his qi and blood, and punched the testing instrument. Bang! Beep beep. 7121 gene, approximately 375.5 caddies. Upon witnessing the power of that punch, the two examiners exchanged a glance, utterly shocked. This punch is the best proof of the 16.32 units of qi and blood. But for Jiang Zhe, this punching power was not his limit. Jiang Zhe took a deep breath, activated his martial skill, the shocking fist, and his internal energy surged, increasing fivefold. The next second. Bang! Another loud thud rang out, this time several times louder than the first punch. Both examiners' hearts skipped a beat with the muffled thud. The two were stunned when they saw the punching power data displayed on the testing machine. 36,700 gene, 18,800 caddies. It's a 5-figure number, over 10,000, and it's a punch with a force of over 30,000 gene. It should be noted that only a level 2 martial artist with over 90 qi and blood could unleash such a powerful punch. But now it was defeated by a level 2 martial artist with 16.32 qi and blood. It's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. They have never seen it in all these years. The room fell into a deathly silence. After a while, the two examiners finally came to their senses and looked at Jiang Zhe. 2 punches are enough, no need to continue testing, Jiang Zhe said. Upon hearing this, one of the examiners immediately said, Mr. Jiang, congratulations on successfully passing the assessment for a level 2 martial artist. At this moment, the two of them finally understood why Jiang Zhe dared to take the level 2 martial artist test after only 1 week. It turned out to be his confidence in his own strength. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now, Jiang Zhe said. I've passed the tests and assessments, and achieved my purpose for coming here. It's time to leave. Jiang Zhe was mainly planning to buy some medicinal herbs to prepare some potent tonics. It's all right, you can go now. At this moment, the instructor's attitude towards Jiang Zhe changed completely, and his tone became particularly polite, addressing him as you instead of you. This is respect for the strong. Although Jiang Zhe is only a level 2 martial artist, his cultivation speed and combat power are the first they have seen in years. This is a genius in martial arts training. With such a training speed and such talent, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will at least become a martial arts grandmaster in the future. Thanks for your hard work. After Jiang Zhe thanked him, he was about to leave with the test form when he remembered something. By the way, let me ask you something. I'm a level 2 martial artist now, and the month isn't over yet. Will I get the difference in subsidies between level 2 and level 1 martial artists? Jiang Zhe asked. Although Lu Qianyun had just transferred 200,000 yuan to him not long ago, even a small amount is still something. The difference in subsidies between a level 1 martial artist and a level 2 martial artist is a full 5,000. These words stunned the two examiners. Honestly, they've never even considered this question. Because in the past, no one has ever completed the level upgrade certification in just 1 month. Jiang Zhe is an exception. A week ago he was a level 1 martial artist, and a week later he became a level 2 martial artist. According to the martial artist level system, Jiang Zhe should indeed be given a level 2 martial artist subsidy now. Mr. Jiang, this is the first time we've encountered a situation like yours. Due to the special circumstances, we need to report it. However, you can rest assured that the Martial Arts Guild will never be stingy with talent, the examiner said immediately. Okay then, I'll wait for your call. After saying that, Jiang Zhe left the testing room without further delay. No sooner had Jiang Zhe left than an instructor also left the testing room to report the matter. Jiang Zhe went to the service window in the lobby to undergo the level verification. Hello, this is a level 2 martial artist badge. Please keep it safe. The staff at the service window smiled and handed Jiang Zhe a bronze badge. After Jiang Zhe thanked them, he left the Union President's office. Union President Song Fu sat at his desk with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his gaze fixed on the list of martial arts youth training candidates on the desk. Song Fu, who is already 60 years old, has jet black hair, a rosy and radiant complexion, vigorous blood circulation, and a robust physique. He doesn't look like an old man at all, but more like a middle-aged man in his prime. Indeed, Song Fu, a 6th-level martial arts grandmaster, is only one step away from entering the martial arts venerable realm. For such a strong person, 60 years old is not old, he is in his prime. I don't know how many of our youth training students will be selected this year. Yuan City has been at the bottom for 3 consecutive years. If we're at the bottom again this year, I, as the Union President, will have no face to continue, Song Fu sighed helplessly. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Come in. The door opened, and the secretary quickly walked in. What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? Song Fu glanced at his secretary, his tone somewhat displeased. President, I have something important to report, the secretary said hurriedly. Explain. So the secretary then gave Song Fu a detailed retelling of what had been reported below. After hearing the secretary's report, Song Fu's expression immediately changed. Give me his information immediately. Yes. Chapter 24 Talented Martial Artist. Perfect Realm Fist Technique. Jiang Zhe's personal information registered with the Martial Arts Guild was handed to Song Fu by the secretary. A certified level 1 martial artist at the age of 28, who went from level 1 to level 2 martial artist in just 1 week, and with 16.32 chi in blood, delivered a punch with a power of 36,700. Hiss. Even Song Fu, a martial arts master, was shocked by Jiang Zhe's information. This was the first time he had ever seen such a situation in all his years of cultivation. Then, Song Fu opened the video recording in the testing room. In the video, Song Fu watched the entire process of Jiang Zhe's test. Especially after seeing Jiang Zhe unleash his martial arts technique and deliver a punch with a force of 36,700, Song Fu couldn't help but stand up. His eyes revealed a deep shock. Perfect Realm Fist Technique. As a martial arts master, Song Fu had a very sharp eye. He immediately realized that Jiang Zhe had used a martial arts technique when he threw his second punch. And that punch had reached the level of perfection. Nowadays, the various martial arts skills practiced by human martial artists ultimately boil down to body techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, finger techniques, palm techniques, etc. Based on the degree of mastery of these martial arts techniques, they are divided into 4 realms: the beginner realm, the mastery realm, the subtle realm, and the perfection realm. It is extremely difficult to master a martial art to perfection. He only reached perfection in his martial arts skills after becoming a grandmaster. Furthermore, one's personal level of skill is also crucial to the mastery of martial arts techniques. The higher one's cultivation level, the faster one can master martial arts techniques and the higher one's skill level. But now, a level 2 martial artist has actually reached the perfect realm in fist techniques. How exaggerated is that? Talent, this is a true martial artist with natural talent, a late bloomer, Song Fu immediately commented. President, this person's cultivation speed is so exaggerated, why is he only at this level at such a young age? The secretary couldn't help but ask. He was also very shocked when he received the report from his subordinates. After all, it's already incredible to go from a level 1 martial artist to a level 2 martial artist in just 1 week. The fact that a level 2 martial artist with only 16.32 chi in blood could unleash a punch with 36,700 power is even more unimaginable. But what he couldn't understand was that someone with such talent was only at the 2nd level of martial arts at the age of 28. If I had started cultivating earlier, I might have become a martial arts master long ago. Although it's true that the earlier you start cultivating, the better, and you should lay a solid foundation from a young age, there are exceptions. These people are unable to cultivate in the early stages, but at a certain point in time, they suddenly awaken their talent. These people are called gifted martial artists, Song Fu explained. After saying that, he added, out of 1,000 people, only one may be able to become a martial artist, and out of 1,000 martial artists, only one may be a gifted martial artist. Each gifted martial artist awakens a different talent. If I'm not mistaken, this person should have just awakened his talent not long ago. However, it only took him a week to go from a level 1 martial artist to a level 2 martial artist, which is enough to prove his talent. In conclusion, Song Fu exclaimed, I just didn't expect that this person's cultivation speed was not only incredibly fast, but also his mastery of martial arts was so terrifying. He was only a level 2 martial artist, yet he had already reached perfection in fist techniques. Talent is truly more important than any effort. Hearing such an evaluation from Song Fu, a martial arts master, the secretary was deeply shocked. He was well aware of what it meant to receive such an evaluation as a martial arts master. President, he asked about the difference in subsidies for martial artists, the secretary said. Subsidy difference? What's subsidy difference? Upon hearing this, Song Fu was stunned and didn't react. So the secretary then explained the difference in subsidies that Jiang Zhe had mentioned. Just give him 20,000, no need for any compensation. Also, give him an extra 100,000 as a reward from our union. Song Fu was both amused and exasperated, waving his hand dismissively. At the same time, Song Fu became even more convinced that Jiang Zhe was a gifted martial artist. The strength I possess wasn't acquired by taking various tonics. Jiang Zhe's words indicate that he is a person who is short of money. Can a person who is short of money afford to buy all kinds of tonics and keep taking them? Moreover, the cost of going from a level 1 martial artist to a level 2 martial artist in a week, relying solely on tonics, is a terrifying figure. The key point is that such an effect cannot be achieved simply by using tonics. Understood. The secretary nodded. By the way, add him to the roster for this year's Martial Arts Youth Training Conference, Song Fu said. Add him? Upon hearing this, the secretary immediately said, but President, isn't he too old for the youth training program? Rules are rigid, but people are flexible, Song Fu said. Besides, he hasn't been cultivating for long, and for talented martial artists, their cultivation time cannot be rigidly calculated based on their current age. I will speak to the military. After making this decision, Song Fu couldn't help but get excited. He was originally worried about the martial arts youth training program this year. After all, Yuan City has been at the bottom for 3 consecutive years. If it falls to the bottom again this year, he probably won't be able to continue as the chairman. Jiang Zhe's appearance gave him hope. Sending such a talented martial artist to youth training will bring enormous benefits. If he achieves good results during the youth training period, it will bring honor to Yuan City and make him, the president of the Martial Arts Guild, look good. Most importantly, he might be able to use Jiang Zhe to get himself promoted again. Once he gets a higher position, the resources he can access are incomparable to what they used to be. With enough resources, his chances of breaking through to the venerable realm and becoming a martial arts grandmaster are much greater. He definitely had to seize this opportunity. Understood, I'll call him right away. The secretary nodded. Don't discuss youth training with him over the phone, I'll go see him in person, Song Fu said. The fact that Song Fu, a martial arts master and president of the Yuan City Martial Arts Association, personally visited Jiang Zhe demonstrates the importance he places on Jiang Zhe. In front of the shopping mall, Jiang Zhe hung up the phone, looked at the text message confirming the payment, and couldn't help but sigh. Today is a good day. First, the martial arts school transferred 200,000 yuan to him, and then the guild gave him 120,000 yuan. In the blink of an eye, he had 320,000 yuan in his hands. Of course, Jiang Zhe also knew that neither the martial arts school nor the martial arts guild would give him any benefits for no reason. None of them are charities, all of this is due to their current strength. To be precise, it's the potential I've demonstrated. I need to become stronger. I must keep becoming stronger. Strength is everything. After reading it aloud, Jiang Zhe strode into the mall and began making purchases. Chapter 25 Cooperation Ideas. An outrageous demand. Jiang Zhe made a large purchase in the mall, buying a lot of medicinal materials to prepare the tonic pills, but he did not spend all 320,000 yuan. Jiang Zhe estimated that the medicinal herbs he purchased this time would be enough for half a month of cultivation. The reason for buying only these is not because there are not enough medicinal herbs for sale, but because as we become stronger, the amount of qi and blood that the tonic pills can provide is no longer proportional to the speed of cultivation. There is no need to buy too many. Trying to make up for it with quantity is not a good idea, but a waste. The only way is to comprehend higher quality prescriptions or to purchase high quality finished pills from the market, but unfortunately, such pills are basically available but not sold. Even if they existed, they wouldn't be something you could buy for hundreds of thousands. After purchasing the medicinal herbs, Jiang Zhe went to the traditional Chinese medicine shop. Renting is more cost-effective than buying and dispensing equipment. We successfully rented the property last time, so the second time shouldn't be a problem. Chinese Medicine Hall. At the doorway, Lu Shaoqing moved a stool and sat down directly there. His gaze swept across the passing crowd, hoping to catch a glimpse of the figure he longed for. For the past week, he had been doing this, all to fulfill his boss's urgent order, to find the man who had been mixing pills at the traditional Chinese medicine shop last time. Lu Shaoqing deeply regretted it. She should have just asked that person for their phone number last time, otherwise, she wouldn't be searching for a needle in a haystack here. Not knowing where to look for him, he could only resort to this clumsy method, waiting at the door, hoping to catch Jiang Zhe. Just then, Lu Shaoqing finally heard the voice that had haunted his dreams. "What are you doing sitting at the door instead of inside the shop? Trying to attract customers?" Upon hearing the voice, Lu Shaoqing was startled at first, then turned around abruptly. When she saw Jiang Zhe's smiling face, she was so excited that she immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly. "I've been waiting for you. I've finally waited for you. You finally arrived. You have no idea what I've been through this past week." Lu Shaoqing hugged Jiang Zhe and began to cry, her heart breaking and her grief palpable. It's like a resentful woman who has been secluded in her boudoir for a long time. "Are you out of your mind?" Jiang Zhe was startled and immediately tried to break free. In front of everyone, Lu Shaoqing was hugging him like this and saying these strange things, which was completely tarnishing his reputation. What would others think of him? Anyone who didn't know better would think there was some inexplicable relationship between him and Lu Shaoqing, a grown man. He has no homosexual tendencies. I won't let go. What if you run away if I let go? Lu Shaoqing shook her head repeatedly. Are you crazy? I came here to rent the lab again. Why would I run away for no reason? Jiang Zhe said irritably. Are you going to rent equipment again? Lu Shaoqing asked. Nonsense, otherwise why would I be here? To buy medicine? Can you even sell any medicine in your traditional Chinese medicine shop these days? Jiang Zhe said with dissatisfaction. Compared to the booming business of the pharmacies in the mall, the business at the Chinese medicine shop is really pitiful. Then I'm relieved. Wait a moment, I'll make a call to my sister Mushi. Lu Shaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, why are you calling her? Doesn't she refuse to let others use her lab? Jiang Zhe asked. Don't worry, that was before. Things are different now. Sister Mushi wants to see you even more than I do. Please come in and sit for a while, Lu Shaoqing said. You want to see me? Jiang Zhe was puzzled. However, I went inside anyway, just to rent their lab space. Lu Shaoqing immediately called Zhou Mushi. Upon learning that Jiang Zhe had finally arrived, Zhou Mushi immediately said on the phone, I'm going back right away. Half an hour. No matter what method you use, make sure he stays here. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Half an hour later. Zhou Mushi is back. She rushed along the road, running several traffic lights, but she didn't care anymore. This time, she has to cooperate with Jiang Zhe. This is the last chance to save the traditional Chinese medicine shop. You want to cooperate with me? When Jiang Zhe learned from Zhou Mushi that he had used the laboratory last time and had left in a hurry, leaving behind some medicine residue in the trash can and a half-finished pill, he felt somewhat annoyed. I should have cleaned it up properly. Leaving things unfinished can easily cause trouble for yourself. Yes. Zhou Mushi nodded with certainty. Why should I cooperate with you? Jiang Zhe asked in return. I won't let you down if you cooperate with me. I am a pharmacist myself, and the reputation of Zongjiatang in the market is well known. With Zongjiatang on our side, we can quickly open up the market and the pills will sell like hotcakes, Zhou Mushi said confidently. Upon hearing Zhou Mushi's words, Jiang Zhe smiled, then slowly stood up, stretched, and said, Mr. Zhou, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mushi was stunned. Jiang Zhe's words clearly indicated that he did not intend to cooperate with him. Mr. Jiang, please feel free to share your thoughts. Cooperation is all about mutual benefit, so we can discuss anything, Zhou Mushi quickly said. She had carefully studied the unfinished pill left behind by Jiang Zhe, and even as an unfinished product, it had such terrifying effects. If the pill is intact, the effect will be even stronger. Most importantly, the cost is low, and there are currently no better qi and blood tonics on the market. Mr. Zhou, it's not impossible for us to cooperate. How about this? I'll provide the prescription and technical guidance, and you handle the sales. We'll split the profits 10-90, you get 10% and I get 90%, Jiang Zhe said with a smile. 9 points? Upon hearing this, Zhou Mushi immediately wondered if she had misheard. This is outrageous. They're asking for the moon. They're even more ruthless than capitalists. Mr. Jiang, let us split it 30-70, you get 70% and I get 30%, Zhou Mushi countered. I don't like haggling. If you're not willing, that's fine. I won't force you, Jiang Zhe said calmly. Zhou Mushi felt like she wanted to devour Jiang Zhe. His heart was just too black. I need to prepare some pills and will need to use your laboratory. Don't worry, it's 1,000 per hour, and I'll pay you the full rent. After saying that, Jiang Zhe walked towards Zhou Mushi's laboratory without waiting for her reply. After Jiang Zhe entered the laboratory, Lu Shaoqing couldn't help but say, Sister Mushi, this is too much. He asked for 90% right off the bat. Why doesn't he just take it all? Zhou Mushi ignored Lu Shaoqing's words and continued to think to herself. This was her last chance. Once she placed her bets on Jiang Zhe, there was no turning back. Chapter 26. A Grandmaster arrives. Martial Arts Youth Training Camp. More than 2 hours later, Jiang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief after preparing the last tonic pill. It's finally all done. Jiang Zhe tidied himself up before leaving the laboratory. Upon seeing Jiang Zhe emerge, Zhou Mushi went directly to him and said very seriously, I've made up my mind. 91 points it is. While Jiang Zhe was preparing the pills in the laboratory, Zhou Mushi pondered for a long time and struggled internally for a long time. In the end, Zhou Mushi convinced herself and agreed to cooperate with Jiang Zhe on a 91% terms. Upon hearing Zhou Mushi's words, Jiang Zhe smiled and took out 3,000 yuan and a tonic pill, placing them on the table. I spent a little over 2 hours in the lab, but if it wasn't 3 hours, I'll count it as 3. Also, this finished product is a small token of my appreciation, Jiang Zhe said with a smile. After saying that, Jiang Zhe prepared to leave. Mr. Jiang, what about the cooperation? Seeing that Jiang Zhe did not mention cooperation, Zhou Mushi immediately asked. There's no rush for cooperation. I'll contact you when the time is right. After saying those words, Jiang Zhe left. What exactly does he mean by this? Sister Mushi, you agreed to such outrageous conditions, what else is he dissatisfied with? If you ask me, we shouldn't cooperate with him, Lu Shaoqing said indignantly. The 90-10 profit split in Jiang Zhe's final words convinced Lu Shaoqing that Jiang Zhe had no sincerity in cooperating at all. Zhou Mushi didn't say anything, but picked up the finished tonic pill that Jiang Zhe had left behind. The pills, about the size of lung and fruits, were round and exuded a faint fragrance, mixed with the scent of blood. They were much better than the half-finished pills she had found last time. Without much thought, Zhou Mushi swallowed the finished tonic pill in one gulp. After a while, after personally experiencing the effects of the finished tonic pills, Zhou Mushi's eyes became incredibly determined. On the way back, Jiang Zhe had considered the idea of collaborating on the mass production and sale of the tonic pills. Jiang Zhe was very confident that the great tonic pill would outperform other qi and blood tonifying pills on the market, thus becoming a bestseller. Jiang Zhe is still considering potential partners. As for those large pharmaceutical groups, Jiang Zhe did not consider them, for a very simple reason. Those large pharmaceutical groups all have the shadow of capital behind them. Cooperating with them will definitely not get you the expected benefits you want. Instead, you will be constrained by various rules and regulations. Most importantly, capital is a predatory force that preys on people without ever spitting out the bones. Jiang Zhe was somewhat interested in Zhou Mushi's traditional Chinese medicine shop wanting to cooperate with him, and he proposed a 90-10 split. Surprisingly, Zhou Mushi agreed in the end, which surprised Jiang Zhe, but it was also within his expectations. It seems that the situation at the Chinese medicine shop is much more serious than he learned online. Although Zhou Mushi agreed, Jiang Zhe still needed to reconsider and conduct some background checks to learn more about the Chinese medicine hall and Zhou Mushi. Jiang Zhe wanted to make money, but he wasn't in a hurry. He couldn't let himself be blinded by greed and make rash decisions. He had to be prudent in his actions. Afternoon. Jiang Zhe had just finished his cultivation and was preparing to pick up his beloved daughter from kindergarten. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The door opened. Looking at the smiling, dignified old man in front of him, Jiang Zhe asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "Mr. Jiang, hello. My name is Song Fu, and I am the president of the Martial Arts Guild." Song Fu introduced himself with a smile. The president of the Martial Arts Guild? Upon learning the identity of the man before him, Jiang Zhe was surprised. Although it was the first time he had met the old man in front of him, the identity of the president of the Martial Arts Guild was not simple, and he was a big shot at the level of a 6th-level grandmaster. "President Song, hello, please come in." Although he didn't know the other party's purpose, Jiang Zhe still politely invited him in. Song Fu entered the room, looked him up and down, and then took out the gifts he had prepared. President Song, what's going on? This is a small token of my appreciation since it's my first visit. In front of Jiang Zhe, Song Fu, the president of the martial arts guild and a 6th-level grandmaster, did not put on any airs whatsoever. After some polite greetings, Song Fu got straight to the point and stated his purpose. I came here today to watch the video of your test assessment at the guild. You are very talented, and I would like to recommend you to this year's martial arts youth training camp, Song Fu said. A martial arts youth training camp? Jiang Zhe asked, puzzled. Lu Qianyun had previously mentioned the 100 Halls League to him, and now there's a martial arts youth training camp. He had never heard of these things before. Had he become a martial artist and been involved in so many activities? The martial arts youth training camp is organized by the War Zone. It selects outstanding talents from various cities and brings them together for intensive training for 3 months. Those who stand out at the end will not only receive a high bonus, but will also be favored by the War Zone and obtain a certain level of military rank and position, Song Fu explained. After hearing Song Fu's introduction, Jiang Zhe gained a certain understanding of this so-called martial arts youth training camp. Was the training for these 3 months completely closed off? Jiang Zhe asked. Yes, during training, you are not allowed to have any contact with the outside world. Song Fu nodded. Then forget it, I won't go. Just when Song Fu thought Jiang Zhe would readily accept, Jiang Zhe unexpectedly refused. You're not going? Why? Song Fu couldn't help but ask immediately. You should know that this martial arts youth training camp is a place that many people dream of going to. Organized within the War Zone, with expert guidance, the training and resources received there are unavailable to those outside. If you perform well inside and are favored by the high command of the War Zone, it's like rising to the top in one step, changing your life trajectory forever. I went to training. My daughter has no one to take care of her, no one to pick her up from school, and I also promised the martial arts school to participate in the 100 Schools League in 3 months. Judging from the time, I probably won't make it in time. I promised them first, Jiang Zhe explained. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's explanation, Song Fu's breath hitched. He never expected that Jiang Zhe would refuse for this reason. However, none of these things mattered to him. Just as Song Fu was about to patiently persuade Jiang Zhe to change his mind, Jiang Zhe checked the time, immediately stood up, and said apologetically, President Song, I'm sorry, it's time, I have to pick up my daughter from school. These words were tantamount to Jiang Zhe issuing an order to leave. Song Fu's face immediately darkened. In all these years, no one has ever treated him like this. He was the president of the Martial Arts Guild and a martial arts grandmaster. Countless people wanted to get in touch with him but had no way to do so. But to Jiang Zhe, his status as president and grandmaster was utterly useless. However, he did not want Jiang Zhe to give up this opportunity. To be precise, Jiang Zhe's participation in the youth training camp was also an opportunity for him personally. I'll go with you to pick up the kids. There are a few things we can talk about on the way, Song Fu said immediately. Chapter 27 Settling the Daughter. Preparing to depart. Song Fu, the president of the Martial Arts Guild and a martial arts master, drives a minivan. The car has a spacious interior and is very comfortable to ride in. Jiang Zhe's expression was strange. He never expected that a martial arts grandmaster would be willing to accompany him to pick up his child. Not only Jiang Zhe didn't expect it, but even Song Fu didn't expect it. The atmosphere inside the car became somewhat strange for a moment. It was Jiang Zhe who took the initiative to speak, breaking the awkward atmosphere. President Song, I appreciate your kindness, but I am facing some difficulties and cannot get away, Jiang Zhe said. Although Jiang Zhe had never been to this martial arts youth training camp, the fact that a martial arts grandmaster spoke so highly of it was enough to show how amazing it was. If I could get in and receive training, it would definitely be of great benefit to my cultivation. If Jiang Zhe were all alone, he would have no problem leaving at any time. The problem is that I also have a precious daughter who needs to be picked up and dropped off from school on time every day. Given Jiang Zhe's cultivation speed, cultivating at home is not out of the question. Mr. Jiang, as long as you're willing to go, I'll arrange things for the child, Song Fu said immediately. Taking care of children is no big deal for Song Fu. President Song, I don't trust anyone else to take care of my daughter, otherwise I would have hired a nanny long ago, Jiang Zhe said with a troubled expression. Then I'll personally take care of her, and I'll also guide her cultivation. You can rest assured about that, right? Song Fu said. Upon hearing this, even the driver couldn't help but turn around and glance at Jiang Zhe. He was curious about Jiang Zhe's strength and background. A martial arts master and president of the martial arts guild is actually willing to help take care of other people's children and even provide them with training guidance. This is guidance from a martial arts master, something many people dream of. Jiang Zhe was taken aback by Song Fu's words. He never expected that a martial arts master would condescend to help him take care of his child. However, Jiang Zhe would certainly be more than happy to have a martial arts master guide his daughter in her cultivation. Finding a family martial arts instructor for your child is ridiculously expensive these days. Moreover, they are mostly level 2 martial artists, level 3 martial artists are very rare, and level 4 martial artists are extremely expensive. As for martial arts grandmasters, that's something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. What about the 100 Halls League? Jiang Zhe asked again. Jiang Zhe was worried about a time conflict as the preliminary rounds of the 100 Halls League would begin in 3 months. Don't worry, there won't be any conflict, Song Fu assured him. The youth training camp ends in 3 months, and you'll be able to return in time for the preliminary rounds. As the president of the Martial Arts Guild, he was naturally very familiar with the 100 Halls League. At the kindergarten gate. Dad! When Jiang Xiaonuan saw Jiang Zhe after school, she shouted happily and ran towards him. My good daughter! Jiang Zhe picked him up in his arms, his face full of doting affection. Honey, let me introduce you. This is the president of the Martial Arts Guild, a grandmaster of martial arts, Grandpa Song. Jiang Zhe introduced Song Fu, who was standing next to him, to his beloved daughter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaonuan looked Song Fu up and down with her big, watery eyes before saying in a clear voice, Grandpa Song. Okay, good girl. Song Fushin agreed, her smile full of affection. Even though he was a martial arts master at his age, he still loved children very much. For some reason, he did not get married or have any children. Let's go home. Jiang Zhe took Jiang Xiaonuan into Song Fu's car. That feels so good. Sitting comfortably in the chair, Jiang Xiaonuan looked completely relaxed and happy. Daughter, Daddy has to go somewhere. During this time, Grandpa Song will pick you up and drop you off at school, okay? Jiang Zhe asked tentatively. Although Jiang Zhe agreed to Song Fu's request, he still had to take his precious daughter's opinion seriously. If his precious daughter really doesn't want to, Jiang Zhe won't force her. Dad, how long are you going to be gone? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaonuan's smile vanished, and she immediately asked. About 3 months, Jiang Zhe said. That's so long. Does that mean I won't see my dad for a very long time? Jiang Xiaonuan looked aggrieved, tears welling up in her eyes. She has been inseparable from Jiang Zhe since she can remember. Jiang Zhe, her father, raised her single-handedly, and she is very attached to him. Don't cry, baby. Seeing that his beloved daughter was about to cry, Jiang Zhe quickly comforted her. Xiaonuan, this is a very rare opportunity for your father, an opportunity that could change his fate, Song Fu said from the side. Dad, did the place you went to help your cultivation? Jiang Xiaonuan asked very seriously. Yes. Jiang Zhe nodded. Then I support you. Go ahead and do it. Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself at home. Jiang Xiaonuan agreed without hesitation. Jiang Zhe was gratified to see his precious daughter so sensible. He knew that Jiang Xiaonuan was reluctant to let him go, but when she heard that the place they were going to would be helpful to his cultivation, she immediately agreed. My dear daughter. Jiang Zhe pulled Jiang Xiaonuan into his arms and said gently, Don't worry, Daddy will be back as soon as possible. During the time Daddy is away, Grandpa Song will take good care of you in Daddy's place. Grandpa Song is a martial arts master. If you don't understand anything about cultivation, just ask him, and he will tell you everything. After Jiang Zhe finished speaking, he looked at Song Fu, as if waiting for Song Fu's response. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her and make sure she doesn't suffer any injustice, Song Fu said immediately, his words full of confidence. If a martial arts master like him doesn't even have the confidence to say such things, then he's just wasting his life. President Song, I will remember this favor. I'll be troubling you a lot during this time, Jiang Zhe said to Song Fu very earnestly. Jiang Zhe knew perfectly well why the president of the martial arts guild and a martial arts master would lower himself to help take care of his child in order to convince him to participate in the martial arts youth training camp. Jiang Zhe was naturally willing to cultivate a good relationship with a martial arts master. You're too kind. I'll treat you to dinner. Song Fu smiled slightly. Dinner was treated by Song Fu, a martial arts master, who was very generous. He chose a high-end restaurant where the meat dishes were made from the flesh and blood of exotic beasts, which had a certain effect on replenishing the body's qi and blood. Night. At Xiaonuan's current age, leaving her one powerful tonic pill is enough for her to slowly refine and absorb. Also, leave all the tonics that Song Fu bought to Xiaonuan. Zhang Zhe was packing his things. I have to leave for the martial arts youth training base tomorrow, so time is tight. But before leaving, I definitely need to make sure my precious daughter is settled. On the other side, Zhang Xiaonuan got into an argument with the AI. Chapter 28 Mentalist. Cosmic Perspective. Inside the room. I want to give this manual to my father, regardless of whether it works for him or not. I don't care, I'll just lie to Dad and say it's what I learned at school. Then let's just say we found it on the road, okay? Stop talking. I know that Dad's long-held wish has been to become a martial artist. He must have been away for so long to find a way to become a martial artist. Didn't you say that some people can't become martial artists, but that doesn't mean they can't become mentalists? Then let Dad try it. Just tell him to keep it a secret. After saying that, Zhang Xiaonuan ignored the AI's advice and resolutely went to Zhang Zhe's door. Knock knock knock. Zhang Xiaonuan knocked on the door. Dad, are you asleep? No, come in. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaonuan immediately opened the door and went inside. My dear, you've come at the right time. Here, take these pills to replenish your qi and blood, they're what I prepared for you. Zhang Zhe handed the prepared items to Zhang Xiaonuan and then gave her some instructions. After patiently listening to Zhang Zhe's instructions, Zhang Xiaonuan revealed a mysterious smile and said, Dad, I also have something for you. What is my darling daughter going to give me? Zhang Zhe asked, feigning curiosity. This is it. As Zhang Xiaonuan spoke, she took out a book and handed it to Zhang Zhe. The book's cover prominently displays the 5 characters' spiritual viewpoints. Clearly, this is a manual on cultivating one's spirit. Where did you get this? Zhang Zhe took the manual, quickly flipped through it, and found that it described how to cultivate one's spirit. His expression became serious. Dad, do you believe me if I say I picked it up by the roadside? Zhang Xiaonuan looked at Zhang Zhe with pleading eyes, looking aggrieved. Seeing Zhang Xiaonuan like this, Zhang Zhe immediately smiled, patted Zhang Xiaonuan's head, and said, My darling daughter has grown up and has her own little secrets. If my darling doesn't want to talk about it, Daddy won't ask too much. Did you pick this up from the roadside? Zhang Zhe would never believe it, not even if you beat him to death. Zhang Zhe also did not believe that it was taught in kindergarten. Although this prestigious kindergarten has a strong teaching staff, it is definitely not at the level where they would casually give such a precious skill to their students. The methods for cultivating one's spirit are extremely valuable. Zhang Zhe had seen it on a martial arts forum before. There was a type of person who, although unable to cultivate into a martial artist, possessed exceptionally strong spiritual power. Later, with the development of martial arts, techniques for cultivating spiritual power were developed, and people with this innate advantage began to cultivate their spiritual power through these techniques. This type of person is called a spiritual medium. The conditions for cultivating spiritual power are very demanding, and the cultivation speed is also very slow, which is why there are actually very few spiritual masters. However, a mentalist is extremely powerful. Both are at level 1, but a level 1 mentalist can take on 10 or even more level 1 martial artists one-on-one. Moreover, these mentalists are often able to challenge opponents of higher levels by relying on their superb skills. Zhang Zhe never expected that his daughter would possess a cultivation technique related to mental cultivation. Dad, you have to keep this a secret for me, okay? No one else can have this cultivation manual except you, Zhang Xiaonuan said very seriously. Okay, Dad will definitely keep this a secret, Zhang Zhe said with a smile. Dad, try practicing according to this method. It will be difficult at first, so take it one step at a time and don't rush. Zhang Xiaonuan recalled the pain she experienced when she first began practicing this technique under the guidance of the AI. Okay, thank you, my darling daughter. I'll head back to my room now, Dad. Good night. After returning to her room, Zhang Xiaonuan said to the AI with great pride, AI, you see, I told you, Dad respects my privacy and won't ask any more questions. Young master, this cultivation manual was left to you by your master. It is extremely precious. If others discover it, it will bring you a lot of trouble, the AI said helplessly. Dad will keep this a secret for me, so don't worry about it, Zhang Xiaonuan said dismissively. Hearing this, the AI felt helpless, but there was nothing it could do. What he wanted to say was that the threshold for practicing this technique was extremely high, and not just anyone could learn it. Even if Jiang Zhe, as Jiang Xianwan's father, would keep the secret, he couldn't cultivate this technique, which would only increase the risk of exposing the secret. On the other side, Jiang Zhe was in his bedroom, deep in thought as he looked at the book The Method of Spiritual Contemplation in his hand. My daughter must have some secret that she can't tell anyone, and even I, her father, have to keep it a secret. But as it stands, this secret shouldn't do her any harm. However, Jiang Zhe had no intention of finding out the secret about his daughter. Because it makes no sense. It was a secret, but in Jiang Zhe's view, it was more of an opportunity for his daughter. Instead of wasting time studying these things, it's better to focus all your energy on cultivation. Strength represents everything. As long as he has the strength, no matter what trouble his daughter encounters later, he, as her father, can protect her. Read it. Jiang Zhe began to carefully read the manual. Having read about spiritual views and gained insights into cosmological perspectives, a familiar notification sound rang in his ears, and then some new things appeared in Jiang Zhe's mind. Enhance your spiritual power by resonating with the vast cosmos. Jiang Zhe sat cross-legged, focused his mind, and began to cultivate his cosmological view according to the methods he had comprehended. The next second, Jiang Zhe found himself in a mysterious space, where he could see a vast expanse of stars. With a thought, Jiang Zhe appeared in front of a star and began to carefully sense the star's unique frequency. As the sensation began, shimmering points of light fell from the star and merged into Jiang Zhe's body. I don't know how much time passed. Phew. Jiang Zhe awoke from his meditative state, panting heavily. Mental cultivation and qi and blood cultivation are indeed two different experiences. My physical strength was not greatly depleted, but my head felt like it was about to explode. Jiang Zhe spoke from the heart, his exhaustion at this moment stemming entirely from mental strain. Persist, don't waste time. Enduring mental exhaustion, Jiang Zhe took a short rest to recover before resuming his cultivation. The next day, Song Fu's car was parked downstairs in the residential area. Jiang Zhe led Jiang Xianwan downstairs. Upon seeing the car at the door, Jiang Zhe nodded to himself, thinking that Chairman Song was quite punctual. Due to time constraints, starting today, the task of taking Jiang Xianwan to and picking her up from school will fall on Song Fu's shoulders. President Song, thank you for coming so early, Jiang Zhe said politely. No need for formalities, I always keep my word. Song Fu said in a deep voice, I've already spoken to the youth training camp, there's no time to take you to the high-speed rail station, you'll have to take a taxi there yourself. Okay. Jiang Zhe nodded. After saying that, Jiang Zhe gave Jiang Xianwan his final instructions, while Dad is away, you must listen to Grandpa Song. If anyone bullies you, tell Grandpa Song, and he will stand up for you. Eat well and wait for Dad to come back. Okay, Dad, don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. Jiang Xianwan nodded vigorously, then got into Song Fu's car without looking back. They're gone. After saying hello, Song Fu had the driver take Jiang Xianwan to school. The moment the car started, a small head slowly peeked out from the window, looking at Jiang Zhe with eyes full of reluctance, but for Jiang Zhe's sake, she held back her tears. Chapter 29 Participating in Youth Training. How did you know I couldn't go? Jiang Zhe sighed helplessly as he watched the car disappear from sight. Jiang Xianwan was raised by him, and the father and daughter have never been separated since she was a child. Now, they've been separated for a full 3 months. But there's no other way. In order to become stronger quickly, and to have enough strength to find his wife and reunite the family, he must seize the opportunity. Read it. Jiang Zhe, no longer lingering, hailed a taxi and headed to the high-speed rail station. The training base of the martial arts youth training camp is not in Anyuan City, but in Dongyang, the provincial capital. On the high-speed train. After Jiang Zhe got on the bus and found his window seat, he leaned against the window, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. The effects of the cosmological concept exceeded Jiang Zhe's expectations. Just one night of cultivation last night made Jiang Zhe clearly feel that his mental strength had increased significantly. Yue, I won't be there for you this time at the youth training camp. You must be careful on your own. If anyone dares to bully you in the youth training camp, write that person down. When the youth training is over, I'll help you get revenge. The conditions at this youth training camp are insane. I'm just a little bit lacking in qi and blood, but they won't let me in. Even using connections won't help. A young man dressed in designer clothes kept talking non-stop. Inside the large carriage, only the man's voice was extremely noisy. Many people are already quite dissatisfied with the young man because of this. But she held back after seeing that the young man was dressed in expensive clothes. The man was dressed in expensive clothes, so his status and strength must be extraordinary. Such people are not to be trifled with, one can only tolerate them and pretend not to hear them. Hu Pengfei, can you go back to your seat? You're so annoying, Lin Yue said impatiently, frowning. Hu Pengfei followed her around as soon as he got in the car, like a fly that she couldn't get rid of. The worst part is that he kept talking nonsense in front of her, which annoyed her to no end. Yue, don't be angry. I'll just switch seats with someone else, Hu Pengfei said casually. After saying that, he patted Jiang Zhe, who was sitting by the window. Jiang Zhe, who was cultivating, felt a tap on his shoulder, which brought him back to his meditative state, and he slowly opened his eyes. Jiang Zhe looked at the young man standing in the aisle and said calmly, "What is it?" "Let us switch seats." Hu Pengfei pointed to the back of the carriage and said in a commanding tone, "You go sit there." No trade. Jiang Zhe didn't waste any more words and refused directly. "I won't let you exchange it for nothing." Upon hearing this, Hu Pengfei pulled out several banknotes from his pocket and said arrogantly, "I'll pay double the price for this position, is that all right?" Jiang Zhe was already somewhat annoyed that his cultivation had been interrupted by this incident. Seeing the other party's arrogant and presumptuous demeanor, he immediately stopped giving them a friendly look. "I said I'm not changing it, get lost," Jiang Zhe said impatiently. "How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am?" Seeing that Jiang Zhe was being so disrespectful, especially in front of the woman he liked, Hu Pengfei immediately lost his temper. "Hu Pengfei, you either stand here and keep your voice down, or go back to your seat. If you cause trouble, I'll call your dad right now, you believe me?" Lin Yue, sitting next to Jiang Zhe, pulled out her trump card. Upon hearing that Lin Yue was going to call her father, Hu Pengfei immediately backed down and had no choice but to give up. At the same time, he said to Jiang Zhe in a vicious tone, "Consider yourself lucky." "I'm sorry, please don't take it to heart." Lin Yue glared at Hu Pengfei, then apologized to Jiang Zhe. Seeing that the young and pretty girl sitting next to him knew basic manners, Jiang Zhe didn't bother to argue with this arrogant young man. However, Jiang Zhe also heard what Hu Pengfei had said earlier. Jiang Zhe simply ignored Hu Pengfei before he interrupted his cultivation. Upon learning that Lin Yue was also going to the youth training base, Jiang Zhe became somewhat interested. "Are you going to participate in the martial arts youth training?" Jiang Zhe asked Lin Yue. "Yes." Lin Yue nodded with a smile. "Is it difficult to participate in this martial arts youth training program?" Jiang Zhe asked. Regarding this martial arts youth training program, Song Fu, a martial arts master, only gave me a general overview at the time. Simply put, it's organized by the military region, and getting in isn't easy. The resources and training you receive there are unmatched by those outside. If you achieve good results and are valued, you may be able to obtain a certain military rank or position. That's all. Before Lin Yue could even reply to Jiang Zhe's words, Hu Pengfei interrupted, mocking, "You bumpkin? You don't even know this? It's not just difficult for you to participate in the martial arts youth training program, it's extremely difficult. Let me tell you this, those who can participate are all cultivation geniuses from various cities. Do you know what level this beautiful lady next to you is? Let me tell you, she is already a level 2 martial artist, and she is only 19 years old this year. Do you know what a level 2 martial artist at 19 years old means? She is a well-known figure in the entire Anyuan city." Once the topic came up, Hu Pengfei seemed to have opened a floodgate of words, talking on and on. It sounded more like he was showing off to Jiang Zhe. Hu Pengfei talked for a long time, but Jiang Zhe didn't hear the answer he wanted to hear. He just kept praising the beautiful woman next to him. The other passengers in the carriage were also shocked when they heard Hu Pengfei's words. A level 2 martial artist at 19 years old, what a cultivation genius. If he participates in the martial arts youth training program, his future will be limitless. Lin Yue blushed instantly after being publicly praised by Hu Pengfei. She is a confident and proud person, but not one who likes to be so flamboyant. "Enough, Hu Pengfei, shut up and stop talking," Lin Yue said, both embarrassed and angry. After saying that, he said to Jiang Zhe somewhat embarrassedly, "Don't listen to his nonsense, but the standards for martial arts youth training are indeed a bit strict, with clear restrictions on age and strength." "I understand." Jiang Zhe smiled and asked again, "What are the benefits of participating in this martial arts youth training program?" This is my first time going too, so I'm not really sure what the specific benefits are, but I've heard that the resources there are excellent, the instructors are all top-notch military personnel, and if you achieve good results, you'll receive a bonus and be awarded a military rank and position. That doesn't seem to be all, Lin Yue said after thinking for a moment. These weren't secrets, so there was no harm in saying them. That's all? Zhang Zhe couldn't help but ask. Yes, that is all. Lin Yue nodded. I told you can't go anyway, why are you asking so many questions? Hu Pengfei spoke up again from the side. How do you know I can't go? Zhang Zhe asked with a smile. Do you think I'm stupid? You're obviously much older than us. If you're willing to go, I'll cut off my head and give it to you as a chamber pot, Hu Pengfei said disdainfully. Chapter 30 Arrival at the base. Looking for someone to come in. The high-speed train has arrived at the station. After exiting the station, Zhang Zhe looked around, searching for the special vehicle for the martial arts youth training camp. Before he came, Song Fu told him that the martial arts youth training camp would send a special car to pick people up at the high-speed rail station. As Zhang Zhe was searching, Hu Pengfei and Lin Yue also walked over. Where is the training camp's shuttle bus? I can't see it. Hu Pengfei's voice came through. It should be nearby. The youth training camp will send a special car, and it will have a sign, Lin Yue said, her eyes searching. Found it, it's there. Lin Yue spotted the vehicle sent by the youth training camp to pick up people and walked towards it. At the same time, Zhang Zhe also noticed it and headed in that direction. What are you doing here? Seeing Zhang Zhe approach, Hu Pengfei asked impatiently. Lin Yue also looked at Zhang Zhe with a puzzled expression. Zhang Zhe didn't even bother to pay attention to Hu Pengfei. Then, to the astonishment of the two men, Zhang Zhe slowly boarded the bus of the martial arts youth training camp. Hu Pengfei was immediately dumbfounded. How did he get on the martial arts youth training camp's vehicle? Lin Yue was also surprised. After Lin Yue boarded the bus, the instructors from the martial arts youth training camp verified her identity. Once confirmed, they asked her to find a seat. Inside the bus, besides the driver and the instructors on board, there was only Zhang Zhe. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Yue walked straight to Zhang Zhe and sat down next to him. She has a question she wants to ask Zhang Zhe. Seeing that the two of them had gotten on the bus, Hu Pengfei suddenly became anxious, feeling like a clown, and immediately tried to get on the bus as well. He had barely stepped into the carriage when he was stopped by the instructors on board. What are you doing up here? The instructor said coldly. If he can go up, why can't I? Hu Pengfei pointed to Zhang Zhe sitting in the car. He's a trainee going to participate in youth training, are you? The instructor looked at Hu Pengfei with an expression as if he were an idiot. Him? A youth training trainee? Hu Pengfei was stunned. Zhang Zhe looked to be in his late 20s or early 30s, well past the age requirement for the youth training camp. As a result, someone who was over the age limit became a youth training trainee. How could someone who was just a fraction of a blood essence not even enter the body accept this? He is so old, he is over the legal age. There is something fishy going on here, Hu Pengfei immediately protested. The instructor ignored Hu Pengfei completely, slammed the car door shut, and said to the driver, drive. Zhang Zhe, still sitting by the window, looked at Hu Pengfei, who was jumping up and down in a panic, and said with amusement, you should keep your head. I think it's too stupid to cut it off and use it as a chamber pot. Boom boom boom. The car started. Hu Pengfei was left standing there, bewildered and anxiously jumping up and down. Not long after the car drove away, Lin Yue, who was sitting next to Zhang Zhe, couldn't help but ask how Zhang Zhe was able to get into the youth training camp. Before he could even speak, Zhang Zhe said, my age doesn't match, but I had someone else come in. After saying that, he closed his eyes to rest and stopped talking. Lin Yue, however, didn't quite believe Zhang Zhe's words. This was organized by the military. You need to find someone with immense influence to get in. The problem is, if the conditions aren't met, there's no point in coming in. With that kind of relationship, why would they lack these cultivation resources? What a mysterious person, Lin Yue thought to herself. The car drove smoothly all the way, and after more than an hour, we arrived at our destination. We've arrived, get off the bus. The instructor in the vehicle spoke to the two of them. Zhang Zhe and Lin Yue got off the bus and were greeted by a huge military base. High-voltage power grids, heavy iron gates, and multiple firing positions were set up on the city walls built of solid boulders, with heavy machine guns mounted. Soldiers stood guard on the city walls and at the gates. The entire heavily guarded military base exudes a strong sense of oppression. Most importantly, every soldier on guard duty wore a black iron medal on his chest, signifying a first-level martial artist. At this moment, in front of the gate of the militarized base, there were other people besides Jiang Zhe and Lin Yue. These people, both men and women, all had one thing in common: they were all very young. Judging from their appearance and temperament, they are about the same age as Lin Yue. Jiang Zhe's appearance and demeanor, however, seemed somewhat out of place among these people. It's not that Jiang Zhe looks old, on the contrary, he's very handsome, tall, and definitely a good-looking guy. Rather, a married man with children has long lost his naivety and immaturity, and his mature temperament is easily discernible. They stand out especially among these young men and women. You wait here. The instructor gave instructions to everyone and then led the way into the base. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Zhe. Who is this person? What's his background? Judging from his appearance, he's much older than us. Didn't the youth training camp have an age limit? Has it been changed? Impossible, you're too old, they wouldn't even look at you. You're all too superficial. You can't judge a book by its cover. Maybe he's mature beyond his years. You know what, it's actually quite possible. Hearing the whispers around him, Jiang Zhe's lips twitched. It seems that the age restrictions in this youth training camp are indeed very strict. I have become an outlier among these young men and women. A short while later, a small iron gate next to the main gate of the base opened, and a middle-aged man in military uniform walked out. Let's begin taking attendance. The middle-aged man, holding a roster, began calling out names. Lu Yu. Arrive. Li Fei. Arrive. Let's get to the end. Jiang Zhe. Arrive. Upon hearing the answer, the middle-aged man approached Jiang Zhe, looked him up and down, and then said directly in front of everyone, Jiang Zhe, 28 years old, you are the first martial artist of this age to participate in youth training. I am very curious, what charm do you have that made Chairman Song of the Anyuan City Martial Arts Association personally give you a call and strongly recommend you to come? The middle-aged man's words immediately caused an uproar. Wow! Everyone present was shocked when they learned that Jiang Zhe's real age was 28. The oldest people here are no more than 20 years old, and the youth training camp has strict age restrictions. A 28-year-old martial artist came to participate in youth training. This is a violation of the rules. Lin Yue was so shocked that she covered her mouth. She remembered what Jiang Zhe had said on the bus, that he was sending someone in. She had initially thought Jiang Zhe was just joking, but it turned out he really was sending someone in. Chapter 31, Entry Assessment. And it's death-defying. Upon learning that Jiang Zhe was not precocious but a genuine 28-year-old, the trainees at the youth training camp were in an uproar. My God, he's already 28 years old, and he's still able to participate in the youth training camp. It's a conspiracy, absolutely a conspiracy. The president of the Martial Arts Guild, a martial arts grandmaster, no wonder he was able to get in through the back door. Didn't they say the youth training camp is run by the military, and no one can get in through connections? It seems that it's not that you can't get in through back channels, it's that you can't get in without strong connections. Immediately, the group of students began to mock and ridicule Jiang Zhe, treating him as someone with connections. Shut up, all of you. At this moment, the middle-aged man shouted loudly, and his powerful aura immediately intimidated all the students present, silencing them. You last batch of people are all here. The camp entrance assessment will now begin. The middle-aged man spoke loudly. These words shocked everyone just as much as the news that Jiang Zhe was already 28 years old. All the trainees were stunned. Entry assessment? There's also an entrance exam? Before they came, they had never heard of this. Why is there an entrance assessment? Nobody told us about it before we came, a trainee said loudly in dissatisfaction. Poof. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man snorted coldly, his face full of disdain, and said, Is it necessary to explain everything to you? If you don't want to, you can get lost now, no one is stopping you. Such impolite words caused the expressions of everyone present to change. You should know that the military personnel didn't have this attitude when they went there to select people. At the time, they were incredibly enthusiastic towards them. To get them to participate in the youth training camp, they treated them like royalty, calling them geniuses at every turn. Now that the problem has arisen, they've completely turned their backs on us. That's a really fast change of expression. Such a huge gap was hard for these geniuses from various cities to accept. What if we fail the entrance exam? Someone asked. Didn't pass? The middle-aged man sneered. If you're lucky, you can go back to where you came from. What happens if you're unlucky? Someone couldn't help but ask when the middle-aged man stopped talking. Bad luck? The middle-aged man sneered. Then we'll just have to leave it to fate. These words sent a chill down the spines of all the trainees present. Why does this sound like there's a risk to one's life? Surely not? It's just a youth training camp, it's not worth risking your life. The middle-aged man gave everyone no more time to think and nodded to one of the soldiers. The soldier immediately opened a small iron gate. Go inside, all of you. Seeing this, the trainees had no choice but to walk through the small iron gate. The opportunity to enter the martial arts youth training camp is rare, the conditions for entry are strict, and the training resources here are incomparable to those outside. For them, it was impossible to give up this opportunity just because of a few words from a middle-aged man. As the last person went in, the iron gate slammed shut. Inside the iron gate was a narrow passage, pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. After everyone came in, they huddled together and stood still, no one daring to move forward for a moment. Humans have an inexplicable fear of the dark, especially after hearing what the middle-aged man said earlier. They dared not blindly go in, for who knows what awaited them ahead. What kind of hell is this place? There isn't even a light, you can't see anything. Does anyone have a flashlight? Oh my god, that's scary. However, the next second. Suddenly, a large hole opened up in the ground where everyone was standing, and everyone fell in without warning. Bang! Bang! The sound of things hitting the ground could be heard continuously. Oh my god, it hurts so much. Damn, there's a tunnel down here. They didn't even say hello, they're messing with us. Some people didn't react in time, and due to excessive tension, their buttocks made intimate contact with the ground. However, everyone present was a martial artist, and many of them only panicked for a moment before regaining their balance and landing steadily. There is indeed a mystery underground. Jiang Zhe landed steadily, as if nothing had happened, because after entering, he had noticed the unusual underground and had been on guard. After practicing the cosmic perspective method, Jiang Zhe's mental strength was greatly enhanced, and his senses became extremely sharp. Therefore, Jiang Zhe did not panic at all after a large hole appeared in the ground. What appeared before them was a passageway, though it wasn't very long. There were wall lamps on the walls, and the exit was clearly visible under their light. The walls on both sides were covered with thick steel plates. Someone tapped on the steel plate on the wall, and the sound was very solid, without any hollow sound. This steel plate is so thick that even a level 3 martial artist couldn't break it, a student said with a grim expression. Clearly, for them, there is no other option but to move forward. TCH, I thought this youth training camp had some sophisticated methods, but it's nothing special. At this moment, a young man made a disdainful sound. Zhou Yu, it seems you knew all along that there was something fishy about this camp entrance exam, didn't you? Upon hearing this, one of them immediately spoke up, his tone somewhat dissatisfied. You didn't even give us a heads up beforehand, you have no loyalty at all. Look at you guys, all you've got is some ability. The fact that you're here means you're not even that capable. You can't even react to such a petty trick? Zhou Yu said disdainfully, his words full of contempt. Who do you think you are? If your sister hadn't participated in this youth training camp before, I wouldn't believe you knew anything about it. After being mocked, the man's expression immediately changed, and he said angrily. So what? You have an older sister too. I didn't stop her from participating in this youth training camp. You have to be qualified to do it, Zhou Yu said sarcastically. You. Enraged, the man immediately tried to attack, but was stopped by others. All right, let's all keep quiet. This is just the beginning. We might have to work together later. Starting a conflict here would obviously not be a wise move, so someone steered the situation in a different direction, and the two of them backed down. The passageway is not narrow, it is wide enough for 4 people to walk side by side without being crowded. Let's not stay here any longer, let's go. As soon as the words were spoken, the group stepped forward and headed towards the exit. The 2 people walking at the front were not paying attention when one of them stepped on a small stone on the ground, which triggered a mechanism. All that could be heard was a buzzing sound. The next second, several small circular holes opened on both sides of the wall, followed by a crisp gunshot. Thump! 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 Several bullets were fired, hitting the 2 men precisely. Chapter 32 Insider Information. Targeted. Gunshots rang out. With two screams, the two unfortunate men were shot and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the remaining trainees were all dumbfounded. The people here actually used guns against them to test them. They really don't value their lives at all. In this martial arts world, firearms also exist. Guns and cannons remain highly lethal weapons for ordinary people. Even if they are martial artists, bullets pose a great threat to them. Unless one reaches the 4th level of martial arts and has trained their physique to be able to ignore bullets, some advanced martial arts practitioners can even withstand missiles directly. However, these people are only level 1 martial artists, at most level 2 at best. Bullets can still kill them. This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. They actually used guns against us. The people here really don't value our lives. I'm going to sue them. This is blatant disregard for human life. Damn it, I'm not playing anymore, I want to go home. A deep sense of fear welled up inside me. At this moment, everyone truly felt fear. Some of the more timid girls were even so frightened that they cried, tears streaming down their faces. Because no one expected this outcome. They're just rubber bullets, they won't kill you. At most, you'll get bruises all over your body. Amidst the extreme fear and anger of the crowd, Jiang Zhe's voice rang in their ears. Rubber bullets? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. How do you know? Someone asked, skeptical. The bullets were fired at such a high speed that they couldn't even see their trajectory, yet Jiang Zhe was able to identify them as rubber bullets. Could it be that he received advance notice of the assessment? He's right, they are rubber bullets. At this moment, a young woman also spoke up, but she lacked a certain presence. This girl looks rather petite, and her tone of voice is soft and gentle. But he is a mentalist. The power of a mentalist lies in their strong mental strength, which helps them make more accurate and faster judgments. Although the bullets have a high rate of fire, they are not that fast in front of a mentalist. You two have inside information? Someone asked, suggesting that Jiang Zhe and the girl who mentioned rubber bullets had inside information and knew about the assessment content. You'll know whether it's a rubber bullet or not just by looking, Jiang Zhe said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the two men who had screamed twice and been shot down got up. After getting up, the two quickly checked their bodies and found no bleeding. They also noticed the bullet in front of them. I picked it up and squeezed it with my hands. It was a bit soft, so it was definitely made of rubber. Damn it, a rubber bullet. That scared me to death. I thought I was going to die. The two breathed a sigh of relief and quickly returned to the crowd. They were both unlucky just because they were in the front, they were shot twice for no reason. Even though they're just rubber bullets, they still hurt a lot when they hit you. Seeing that they were indeed rubber bullets, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. It won't cause fatal damage when it hits them at most, it will just make them feel some pain. These guys are idiots. Using something like this to test us is asking too much. Setting up traps, who can dodge bullets, someone complained. It's no use talking about this now. There are traps on the ground, so be careful. I don't want to get involved. Well said, you can go now. Why should I go first? Nonsense, you're making it sound so nice. If you're not leaving first, am I supposed to be the one to leave first? The group argued about who should leave first. Everyone knew that the person walking in front was the scout, who could help them identify the location of the mechanism. That way, it will be much safer for them to walk behind. But after the two unfortunate individuals who suffered the same fate, no one wanted to be the one to stick their neck out. Stop arguing, everyone. I suggest we find someone who knows this place well and let them leave first, Zhou Yu said amidst the arguing. This statement immediately garnered unanimous approval from the others. That's right, let us find someone who knows this place and go first. I agree with this idea. I agree. As everyone spoke, they all turned their gazes toward Jiang Zhe. Feeling the gazes directed at him, Jiang Zhe raised an eyebrow and deliberately asked, "Why are you all looking at me? It's like I know this place very well." Hey bro, stop being so modest. You're eating all the meat, can't we all just have some soup? Zhou Yu teased. This statement is actually a veiled criticism that Jiang Zhe got the job through connections. Exactly, the fact that you can participate in this youth training camp means you have really strong connections. Knowing the assessment subjects in advance is a piece of cake. Brother, can't you have a little more spirit of dedication? At least take care of us younger ones. Yes, you're so much older than us, can't you show some of the style of taking care of your younger brother? Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, all wanting Jiang Zhe to scout ahead. Jiang Zhe was now labeled as someone who had connections in everyone's minds, and everyone was very repulsed by him.
Everyone, there must be some misunderstanding here.
The instructor didn't explicitly say that he got in through connections. Unexpectedly, Lin Yue spoke up, defending Jiang Zhe. Lin Yue always had a feeling that Jiang Zhe wasn't someone with connections. Seeing so many people targeting Jiang Zhe, she couldn't help but speak up for him. As soon as Lin Yue said this, it immediately attracted attacks from the others.
Hey beautiful, what's your relationship with him? Is it really necessary for you to speak up for him like this? Didn't you hear what the instructor said outside?
It's obvious that he's a nepotism hire. Yes, it's one thing to get in through connections, but if they were willing to contribute something, we would all turn a blind eye.
You wouldn't happen to have a crush on him, would you? What nonsense are you spouting?
Lin Yue was furious at these harsh words.
Alright, you bunch of grown men, don't you have any backbone when you're targeting a girl? You just want me to scout ahead, right?
I'll go first, it's no big deal, Jiang Zhe said casually, as if he didn't care about scouting ahead at all. Don't be impulsive, they're just trying to provoke you, Lin Yue advised after Jiang Zhe agreed.
Jiang Zhe waved his hand, not caring, and walked to Lin Yue's side.
He whispered something in Lin Yue's ear, and then took the first step under everyone's gaze.
Everyone else was watching, intending to use Jiang Zhe as a tool to find a safe route. Chapter 33 Such Bad Luck. The Colonel Female Officer. Inside the passageway.
All the trainees stayed where they were, watching Jiang Zhe pave the way for them.
In their eyes, Jiang Zhe is now just a tool.
They wanted to use the river to determine the location of the traps on the ground so that they could avoid them when they passed through the passage.
Although rubber bullets can't kill people, nobody wants to get hurt.
Among these people, only Lin Yue had a complicated expression, recalling what Jiang Zhe had told her before.
Do you think he can get across safely? I think he is capable.
He has got connections, so he must have gotten his hands on the internal assessment information beforehand. This youth training camp really disappointed me. I didn't expect that people with connections could get in. Once this youth training program is over, I will definitely expose this favoritism.
A group of people were discussing it animatedly. Just the next second. Thump thump thump.
One mechanism after another was triggered by Jiang Zhe, and then small firing holes appeared on the wall, and bullets poured out towards Jiang Zhe.
Gunfire erupted continuously. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. What does that mean? Isn't he someone with connections? He even knows the gunfire's rubber bullets, but doesn't know where the mechanism is? Or did he just forget? What's going on? Why are the mechanisms kept being triggered? Doesn't he know the location of the mechanism? Damn, wouldn't it be a waste of his time to pave the way? Are you stupid? Look carefully at the location of the traps that were triggered. We can just avoid those traps later. You're right, I was just being stubborn.
Speaking of which, this guy with connections is in big trouble now. So many bullets, even if they're rubber, would be enough to give him a hard time if they all hit him. Many people saw that Jiang Zhe was basically triggering a trap with every step he took, and they immediately started to laugh at him. So many rubber bullets hitting me, I won't die, but it really hurts. Lin Yue, on the other hand, looked on with a puzzled expression. No, Jiang Zhe's route was completely different from what she had been told. Before Jiang Zhe left, he told her to point out a route and that she should just follow it, as it would be safe and would avoid traps. But why didn't Jiang Zhe follow the route he was told? What exactly is going on here? Imagine being hit by so many bullets you'd be bruised and battered. For a moment, Lin Yue couldn't bear to look at it. At that moment, a high-definition camera located in the corner captured the entire scene that was unfolding inside the passageway. On the other side, inside an office at a military base, a young female colonel in military uniform sat in front of the computer, her gaze fixed on the screen. The female officer had delicate features and a beautiful face. She exuded a cold and aloof aura, and was none other than Dai Hanxue, the person in charge of this martial arts youth training camp. On the table in front of Dai Hanxue was a document containing the information of the trainees participating in the martial arts youth training program. The page that was turned to contain detailed personal information about Jiang Zhe. TSK, a 28-year-old trainee from the youth training camp, that's breaking the record for the youth training camp. If word gets out, the other military regions will probably laugh at us for having no one left. Standing next to Dai Hanxue, a young male lieutenant colonel looked at the screen inside. According to the records, this person was certified as a martial artist.
It only took him a week to go from level 1 to level 2. With only 16.32 chi in blood, he could generate more than 30,000 punches. If all of this is true, he is a talented martial artist, but he awakened a little late. His cultivation potential cannot be calculated based on his current age, Dai Hanxue said calmly. Song Fu specifically asked for his recommendation. A martial arts master like him wouldn't be mistaken, Lin Hao said with a smile. Since you know that a martial arts master wouldn't be so easily fooled, what's the point of you saying these sarcastic things? If you really have nothing better to do, you might as well go and stay there. Maybe we'll need your help sometime. At this point, Dai Hanxue frowned, her tone filled with disappointment, and said, the current batches of students are getting worse and worse. I think they are being protected too much and living too comfortably. From the start of the assessment until now, the performance and words of these trainees have all been under Dai Hanxue's surveillance. Dai Hanxue was very disappointed by this. She was once a member of the martial arts youth training camp, and the quality of the trainees at that time was far higher than that of the trainees now. The current trainees are far inferior to the trainees of the past in terms of psychological quality and ideological awareness. You can't entirely blame them. They live in the peace zone and have never experienced the front lines. Don't be too strict with them, Lin Hao said. You know the situation at the front lines right now. This batch of trainees will definitely be sent to the front lines. If we are stricter with them now, their chances of survival will be greater. The situation is becoming increasingly dire, Dai Hanxue said seriously. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao also put away his nonchalant smile and nodded. Just then. Look at the surveillance footage, Dai Hanxue suddenly said. What's wrong? Lin Hao asked, looking over. After just one glance, he couldn't help but say, wow, good heavens, Zhang Zhe's luck is just too bad. He triggers a trap with every step he takes. If this were live ammunition, he'd be riddled with bullets. They had set up many traps in the passage beforehand, but unless you're extremely unlucky, you shouldn't have to trigger them every time you take a step. No, look closely. He triggered the traps many times, but he wasn't hit by any bullets. He dodged them all, Dai Hanxue said. No way. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao looked closely. After a while, Lin Hao said in surprise, it's true, not a single bullet has hit him so far. He's dodged them all. He seems quite relaxed and at ease. What kind of movement technique is that? I don't know. It's as if he always anticipates the direction of the bullets when he lands. This person is not simple, Dai Hanxue said in a deep voice. This guy is interesting, Lin Hao said, intrigued. On this side of the passage, all the students were dumbfounded when they saw Zhang Zhe's current appearance. The scene they envisioned did not appear. I originally thought that Zhang Zhe must have been bruised and battered by rubber bullets after triggering so many traps. But under their watchful eyes, Zhang Zhe wasn't hit by a single bullet and instead walked away with ease. Why is that? Chapter 34 Movement Techniques. Tricked by Zhang Zhe. Hiss. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. All the trainees were stunned by Zhang Zhe's performance. Despite the hail of bullets, Zhang Zhe appeared remarkably composed, escaping being hit by a single bullet. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. This guy with connections is pretty powerful, not a single bullet hit him. What kind of movement technique is that? I can't believe it. Is he just lucky? Does he always manage to dodge bullets by sheer luck? Bullshit, you think you can keep triggering the mechanisms if you're lucky? Lin Yue was shocked. She had been worried that Zhang Zhe would be riddled with bullets and have a black eye, but now it seemed that she had worried too much. Zhang Zhe had his own methods to dodge the bullets. That's amazing, truly amazing. Strong mental strength is really useful. I can accurately control the trajectory of every bullet. Zhang Zhe strolled leisurely through the hail of bullets. At this moment, the benefits of strong mental power are fully demonstrated. Although the bullets were densely packed, Zhang Zhe's mental power allowed him to discern the trajectory of each bullet. The bullet's extremely high rate of fire was like a snail's pace in Zhang Zhe's eyes. Under such circumstances, dodging these bullets was not difficult for Zhang Zhe. Looking at the bullets in the air, moving at a snail's pace, Zhang Zhe suddenly had an epiphany. You observe the trajectory of a bullet and gain insight into the graceful footwork of martial arts. I never thought I could comprehend movement techniques through this method. The notification sound that rang in his ears perked Zhang Zhe up. Then I'll not use my mental power, but rely solely on this movement technique to see if I can dodge these bullets. After reciting the mantra, Zhang Zhe withdrew his spiritual power and began to use the movement techniques he had just mastered. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of bullets whistling through the air echoed in Jiang Zhe's ears. But at this moment, Jiang Zhe's mind was completely immersed in the actual combat movement technique.
Every step, every posture, was so natural, so spontaneous.
It's so easy, so incredibly easy.
Compared to relying on mental power to control the trajectory of bullets and dodge them, this movement technique made it much easier for Jiang Zhe to dodge these bullets. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Zhe successfully traversed the passage filled with traps and reached the exit.
Don't be shy, come on.
Upon reaching the exit, Jiang Zhe turned back to look at the group of students, his voice playful.
Let's go.
Seeing this, Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and said, I originally intended to use Jiang Zhe as a tool, or at least to see him make a fool of himself because of his connections. But instead of a fool, Jiang Zhe managed to walk through all those traps unscathed.
That's fine though.
He had been keeping an eye on the locations of the mechanisms Jiang Zhe had triggered, so now he only needed to keep an eye on them when he left. There's a trap there, be careful.
And that too.
The group of trainees began preparing to pass through the passageway. They were all reminding each other that as long as they each paid attention and reminded each other, they could get through safely.
Who knew? Thump. Thump. One by one, the mechanisms were triggered. Holy crap, there's a trap here. Damn it, who is it that can trigger a mechanism like this?
Run faster, stop dawdling.
Ouch, that hurts. Oh my god, it hurts so much. Don't block the way. As a dense hail of rubber bullets rained down, the trainees were immediately reduced to crying and screaming for their parents. Rubber bullets are not fatal, but they really hurt when they hit you. The key point is that they thought they only needed to avoid the traps that Jiang Zhe had triggered earlier, but they never expected that there were far more traps here than they had anticipated. Finally, after enduring wave after wave of rubber bullets, everyone finally reached the exit. However, everyone's faces and bodies were covered in bruises, some more, making them look quite pitiful. However, apart from Jiang Zhe, there were two other lucky people who were the slowest but didn't trigger any of the mechanisms. One of these two people is Lin Yue, and the other is Zhang Ruru, a delicate girl who initially realized that the bullets were rubber bullets. The two walked at the back, and although they were a bit slow, they were walking very safely. Lin Yue followed the route Jiang Zhe had told her, and surprisingly, she didn't trigger a single mechanism. Zhang Ruru, on the other hand, followed a safe route that she had found herself. This situation naturally aroused the doubts of the other students. What's going on? Why didn't they trigger any of the mechanisms? This person with connections spoke to that woman before leaving. Could it be that he told her the safe route? Damn it, this guy with connections knows the safe route, why doesn't he take it? Her? You don't know Zhang Ruru? Who is Zhang Ruru? Is she famous? She is a psychopath. A mentalist? No wonder. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, we could have followed her.
When they learned that this seemingly delicate girl was a mentalist, many students were shocked and became more polite and cautious towards Zhang Ruru. Mentalists are extremely rare, and their strength is formidable, which results in their status being much higher than that of martial artists.
Thanks.
Lin Yue knew that she was able to safely pass through the passage thanks to Jiang Zhe, so she went up to Jiang Zhe and thanked him. However, she had some questions in her mind. Why didn't Jiang Zhe himself take this safe route? No need to thank me, I just don't want to see some cowards getting away with this, Jiang Zhe said calmly. Although the sound was not loud, it clearly reached the ears of everyone present.
Immediately, many people understood.
Jiang Zhe knew the safest route that wouldn't trigger any traps, but he deliberately avoided it to set them up. After Jiang Zhe finished speaking, he didn't want to waste any more words with these people and walked straight ahead. Stepping out of this passage, they found themselves in an underground hall, the size of a football field. However, once everyone entered the spacious underground hall, their attention was focused on a large cage in the center of the hall. The cages did not contain prisoners, but rather strange beasts with sharp fangs bared. Sawtooth boars, level 2 beasts, there are so many of them. There must be at least 50 or 60 of them. The one in the innermost part seems to be the Pig King, which has the strength of a nearly level 3 beast.
Why are so many strange beasts kept here? Is it also part of the assessment? Someone recognized the type of beast and exclaimed in surprise. Just then, a figure appeared above the cage. Chapter 35 Isolated again. One man fights a horde of beasts.
The figure on the cage was none other than the instructor who had taken attendance earlier. Standing on the cage, He-Chang glanced at the trainees below and slowly said, "There are 3 keys in the cage.
Only by obtaining these 3 keys can you open the door at the back. Entering the gate means you've passed the test, otherwise, you're eliminated. Good luck, everyone."
After saying that, He-Chang leaped off the cage and left the hall under everyone's watchful eyes. The trainees were stumped when they saw the 3 keys in the cage. With so many saw-toothed boars, and a boar king whose strength is comparable to a level 3 boar, how are we supposed to get the key? I've read in books that the sawtooth boar is a strange beast with thick skin and amazing defense. Even a level 2 martial artist would find it difficult to kill it without putting in a lot of effort. The tusks of this saw-toothed boar are extremely sharp. Once they pierce your body, you'll die instantly.
In my opinion, that pig king is the most troublesome one.
The trainees who come to participate in the youth training are all geniuses from various cities, but their genius is reflected in their high talent and great potential in cultivation. The highest level of these so-called geniuses from various cities is only a level 2 martial artist, and even that is just the standard for a level 2 martial artist.
The rest are all level 1 martial artists.
To obtain the key from so many saw-toothed boars, including the Boar King, would probably require at least a level 3 martial artist.
Everyone, listen to me. When everyone was struggling with their problem, Zhou Yu spoke up. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes fell on Zhou Yu.
"Everyone, in my opinion, there's only one way to get the key," Zhou Yu said mysteriously.
"Just tell me what the solution is, stop keeping me in suspense," someone said impatiently. "Cooperation," Zhou Yu said confidently.
"You all know the strength of these beasts, with so many saw-toothed boars.
It's impossible for us to break through them and get the key on our own. The only way is to cooperate. Zhou Yu is right, we need to cooperate. One person definitely can't do it alone."
"I agree with cooperation, this approach is feasible.
But there are only 3 keys.
Even if we cooperate and get the keys, who will get them?" someone questioned. As if anticipating this question, Zhou Yu revealed a smug smile and said confidently, "Don't be fooled by the number of keys he mentioned. He only said there are 3 keys, not that each key can only let one person in."
These words immediately made many people realize what was going on. Yeah, how come I didn't think of that?
It's all thanks to your sharp mind, Zhou Yu. One person can't get the key, but there's a great chance that so many of us can get it. I know the weaknesses of these saw-toothed pigs. Although they have thick skin and thick flesh, they are not very fast. The weakest part of their bodies is their belly. Seeing that everyone else was willing to cooperate, Zhou Yu's smile grew even wider. "Everyone, since this is a collaboration, to ensure everything goes smoothly, I believe there should be someone to oversee and command the overall situation." Zhou Yu spoke again, saying directly, "I'd like to recommend myself. By the way, I'd like to mention my strength, a level 2 martial artist, with a chi and blood level of 15.56 and a punching power of 7,000 gene. If you're interested, feel free to come and collaborate with me." Among these students, the level 2 martial artist is already considered the strongest. As soon as Zhou Yu finished speaking, many students made their decisions after a brief moment of thought.
"Zhou Yu, I'll cooperate with you." "I will cooperate with you too." "And me too." With one person taking the lead, the others followed suit, expressing their willingness to cooperate with Zhou Yu. Although Zhou Yu was to be the commander in their collaboration, it wouldn't have much impact on them, as long as they could successfully obtain the key and pass the assessment. Therefore, apart from Jiang Zhe and Lin Yue who have not yet expressed their opinions, everyone else has chosen to cooperate with Zhou Yu. Seeing that his side was gaining the upper hand, Zhou Yu revealed a smug smile and said to Jiang Zhe in front of everyone, "I think with your strength, you probably don't need to cooperate with us. I suppose you don't think our strength is good enough for you, so we won't force you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yue's expression immediately changed. She could tell that Zhou Yu was doing it on purpose, deliberately not wanting to bring Jiang Zhe along, while at the same time deliberately distancing himself from Jiang Zhe by bringing others along. How could Jiang Zhe possibly get the key by himself? "We're all in the same batch of trainees, we should help each other out." "Aren't you going a bit too far?" Lin Yue expressed her dissatisfaction with Zhou Yu's behavior. "Did I do anything? Cooperation is a matter of mutual consent."
"If you don't believe me, ask other people if they would be willing to cooperate with him," Zhou Yu said with amusement.
"I agree with Zhou Yu. If he has such great ability to participate in youth training, why would he need to cooperate with us?" "Exactly, maybe they've already been chosen internally.
We can't compare to them, there's no need for us to try and win their favor."
"Beautiful lady, if you don't like it, you two can just work together. Nobody's stopping you."
The sarcastic and mocking words continued.
You. Lin Yue was very angry.
This group of people is clearly doing this on purpose, teaming up to target Jiang Zhe.
I'll go with you,
Lin Yue said through gritted teeth to Jiang Zhe. Although she was a level 2 martial artist, she had only recently become one. She had absolutely no chance of getting the key from so many level 2 alien beasts and a sawtooth boar king. But she couldn't just stand by and watch Jiang Zhe be isolated like this. What's more, Jiang Zhe had helped her before. Jiang Zhe glanced at Lin Yue, smiled, then turned to Zhou Yu and the others, deliberately asking, "Is anyone willing to cooperate with us?" But after he said that, no one responded, and many people were prepared to see Jiang Zhe and his companion make a fool of themselves.
Zhou Yu had a mocking expression on his face.
Seeing this, Jiang Zhe's expression did not change much. Instead, he pointed to the exit door and said to Lin Yue, "Go and wait for me at the door."
Ah? You're going to get the keys by yourself?
Lin Yue was taken aback at first, but quickly asked after she realized what was going on.
Jiang Zhe didn't explain much to Lin Yue. After stretching his muscles, he walked towards the cage under everyone's watchful eyes.
Everyone was taken aback when they saw Jiang Zhe go into the cell alone to get the key. At that moment, everyone had the same thought pop into their minds.
Jiang Zhe must have gone mad. He must be insane.
No one would do something so suicidal if they weren't crazy.
Chapter 36 One Punch Shatters.
The punching power of a level 3 martial artist.
What is he trying to do? Fight so many monsters all by himself? Lin Hao was shocked to see Jiang Zhe's behavior on the surveillance footage.
It seems so, Dai Hanshua said, picking up a cup of coffee, taking a small sip.
Is he crazy? So many level 2 alien beasts, including a pig king whose strength is close to level 3? Isn't he afraid of death?
Lin Hao couldn't help but say, anyone who dares to do this must be at least a level 3 martial artist.
We'll find out soon enough.
I'd also like to know where his confidence comes from, Dai Hanshua said in a deep voice. However, just in case, I still gave them a word of advice. Tell Li Chang to keep a close eye on things, and to take action if he notices anything amiss.
I know. Lin Hao nodded and gave instructions to Yi Chang.
Dai Hanshua was also curious about what gave Jiang Zhe the confidence to face so many level 2 alien beasts alone, plus a nearly level 3 alien beast, the Pig King. Even if the records show that Jiang Zhe is a level 2 martial artist and can deliver a punch with a force of over 30,000, then. But even with that level of strength, he wasn't strong enough to deal with so many strange beasts on his own.
He's gone mad, he must be mad. He's really planning to deal with these monsters all by himself. What's he thinking? Where does this person with connections get their confidence? He's really courting death. If he gets into trouble later, I'm not going to help him. This person with connections is truly ignorant and fearless.
I really don't know where he gets his courage. Hearing these people talking, Zhou Yu immediately spoke up, his words making no attempt to hide his mockery of Jiang Zhe.
I think you're just worrying unnecessarily. This person with connections is clearly not going to pretend anymore.
He knew there would be this assessment all along, so he must have prepared in advance. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, the others immediately realized that what Zhou Yu said made perfect sense.
Nobody's a fool.
Jiang Zhe dared to face so many strange beasts alone, so he must have made some preparations. After all, they have connections, so it's perfectly reasonable for them to know the assessment criteria in advance and prepare accordingly. Lin Yue, however, looked worried. She never believed that Jiang Zhe was someone who had connections.
Jiang Zhe was imprisoned.
The group of saw-toothed boars had already spotted the people outside the cage. If they hadn't been trapped, they probably would have rushed over and torn the humans to pieces.
Hoo.
After Jiang Zhe stepped into the cage, the saw-toothed pig, which had been itching to pounce, suddenly went berserk and charged towards Jiang Zhe. Dozens of sawtooth pigs charged over in a ferocious display. Faced with so many saw-toothed pigs, Jiang Zhe, all alone, appeared utterly isolated and helpless.
I can't bear to watch anymore. This person with connections is finished, he'll definitely be torn to pieces. Don't worry unnecessarily.
Zhou Yu said that this person with connections must have made some preparations and wouldn't be that stupid.
That's right.
Besides, if we really encounter danger, I don't think the people here would stand by and help us.
Dark place.
Yi Chang stared intently, his internal energy and blood already being mobilized. He is ready to act at any time should things turn out badly. Yi Chang was also somewhat puzzled. He couldn't understand why Jiang Zhe was so reckless, or where he got the courage to face so many strange beasts all by himself.
These trainees all treated Jiang Zhe as someone with connections, but he actually knew the truth. Jiang Zhe is not a relative by connections at all.
Although he is not young, he has only been cultivating for a short time. Even with a strong recommendation from a martial arts master, the military would not allow anyone in if their cultivation talent did not meet the requirements.
A person with connections?
Although martial arts masters are not weak, they don't have that much influence in front of the military. In the blink of an eye, the nearest few saw-toothed boars had rushed in front of Jiang Zhe, their blood-red mouths wide open, ready to tear him to pieces. But Jiang Zhe remained standing still, without making any move. Seeing this, everyone was puzzled.
What's wrong with him? Why isn't he moving? Why hasn't this person with connections made a move yet? Oh wow, this person with connections is probably scared out of their wits. After all, the feeling of actually facing a monster is completely different. Just when everyone thought Jiang Zhe was about to have an accident, who knew? Boom!
A muffled thud suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Immediately afterward, under everyone's watchful eyes, a sawtooth beast exploded, splattering blood and flesh everywhere.
Before anyone could react. Boom! Boom! 2 more muffled thuds followed.
The 2 saw-toothed beasts were destroyed again. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. They had never expected such a thing to happen. Jiang Zhe stood there, his right fist raised in a punching stance, while the 3 saw-toothed pigs from before had all been blown apart by Jiang Zhe's punch. That's right, it was a punch.
My chi and blood have indeed increased significantly.
With the support of the Jinchuan shaking fist, my current punching power should have reached the standard of a level 3 martial artist. Jiang Zhe looked at his fist and muttered to himself. Jiang Zhe had his own reasons for daring to face so many strange beasts alone. This confidence naturally comes from one's own strength. While cultivating his spiritual power, Jiang Zhe's blood and chi were also increasing at an astonishing rate. Jiang Zhe had already consumed all the potent tonics prepared before his arrival and had refined and absorbed their medicinal power. Therefore, Jiang Zhe wanted to use these strange beasts to test his own strength. Moreover, with his newly mastered movement techniques, even if he couldn't defeat them, Jiang Zhe was confident that he could use his movement techniques to evade the attacks of these strange beasts and obtain the key. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Zhe punched the 3 saw-toothed pigs to pieces, splattering blood and flesh everywhere, which also reignited the bestial instincts of the other saw-toothed pigs.
Roar! Another saw-toothed boar roared and charged toward Jiang Zhe. Good timing. Shaking fist.
Jiang Zhe threw a punch, aiming directly at the saw-toothed boar's body, without deliberately targeting its weak point, the abdomen.
However, under Jiang Zhe's punch, the saw-toothed boar's thick defense was as fragile as paper. Boom! This saw-toothed pig was smashed to pieces by Jiang Zhe's punch once again. This scene left everyone outside the cage completely dumbfounded. Hiss! Immediately afterwards, gasps of astonishment rose and fell.
Holy crap, he smashed a level 2 alien beast with one punch.
He is definitely a level 3 martial artist.
Only a level 3 martial artist, and only one who specializes in strength, can have such strength.
It's redundant for a level 3 martial artist to participate in youth training.
That's incredible. No wonder he dared to deal with so many saw-toothed pigs all by himself. Not to mention the students, even Yi Chang, who was secretly preparing to make a move, was stunned at this moment. The power of Jiang Zhe's punches was something only a level 3 martial artist could unleash. It's unnecessary for someone who's only at the 3rd level of martial arts to be asked to take action.
Chapter 37 shocks the entire audience.
The reason for the horror.
Inside the cage.
The scene suddenly became extremely bloody. All the level 2 alien beasts, the sawtooth boars, were smashed to pieces with a single punch in front of Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe charged into the herd of pigs, and for a moment it was as if there was no one there. Anyone who stood in his way was killed with a single punch. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, blood mist enveloped the area, and the stench of blood in the air became even stronger. The students outside the cage were stunned, overwhelmed by the strength Jiang Zhe was displaying. That's insane, absolutely insane. Only a level 3 martial artist could have such strength.
The question is, what's the point of a level 3 martial artist participating in youth training? Inside the office. Put.
Upon seeing this scene on the surveillance camera, Lin Hao, who had just taken a sip of tea, couldn't help but spit it out. The tea was sprayed directly onto the monitor.
Wipe it clean.
Dai Hanxue frowned, suppressing her anger. Lin Hao knew Dai Hanshue's temper, so he quickly wiped the tea off the monitor. Han Shui, he is not a level 2 martial artist, he is clearly a level 3 martial artist. Lin Hao immediately said, this is different from what that Chairman Song said.
Do you think that Chairman Song is lying? Dai Hanshue asked in return. That shouldn't be the case.
Besides, our youth training camp mainly focuses on developing the trainees' potential. If you don't have the talent for cultivation, there's no point in training here.
What would we gain by lying to get him to join the youth training camp? Lin Hao said immediately.
The purpose of the martial arts youth training camp organized by the military is to provide focused training for the geniuses of each city.
Their selection of geniuses is based on their potential for cultivation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have set an age limit.
It's not that the martial arts level of trainees participating in youth training cannot be high, but rather it depends on what constitutes a high level. If it's a step-by-step training method, a 19-year-old level 2 martial artist and a 28-year-old level 3 martial artist would definitely choose the former. Because a 19-year-old level 2 martial artist, under the training camp's guidance, can become a level 3 martial artist around the age of 25, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The reason they initially agreed to let Jiang Zhe, a 28-year-old level 2 martial artist, join was because Song Fu, a martial arts master, clearly stated to them that Jiang Zhe was a talented martial artist who started training late and only took a week to go from level 1 to level 2. Only with such terrifying talent for cultivation would they make an exception and allow a 28-year-old level 2 martial artist to participate in youth training. It was agreed that he was a level 2 martial artist, but now he's a level 3 one. You yourself said that there's no point in lying about this.
Doesn't Song Fu, a martial arts master, know that? Dai Hanshue retorted. What do you mean?
Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was taken aback at first, but after understanding the meaning behind Dai Hanshue's words, a deep shock immediately appeared on his face.
No way.
Dai Hanshue's words made Lin Hao think of a possibility, but this possibility made Lin Hao somewhat unable to believe it for a moment. Jiang Zhe punched a saw-toothed boar, instantly carving a bloody path through it.
Hoo.
Seeing his underlings being killed by Jiang Zhe, the Sawtooth Pig King finally couldn't hold back any longer.
He let out a deafening roar and charged towards Jiang Zhe.
Just now, it watched as its underlings were beaten to death by the man in front of it.
If he doesn't kill the man in front of him, how can he remain king? Look, the Sawtooth Pig King has made his move. The Sawtooth Boar King is close to the strength of a level 3 alien beast, and with so many Sawtooth Boars, Jiang Zhe is definitely in trouble now. The Sawtooth Boar King's defense is far superior to that of ordinary Sawtooth Boars. Even a level 3 martial artist would not be able to easily break through its defense. But no matter what, with his abilities, getting the key now shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, many people immediately cast envious glances at Lin Yue. If only they had chosen to cooperate with Jiang Zhe earlier. If they knew Jiang Zhe had such power, they would have insisted on cooperating with him no matter what. Look how clever Lin Yue is. She chose to cooperate with Jiang Zhe, and she passed the test easily without putting in any effort or facing any danger. Zhou Yu, let's go now and take this opportunity to get the key. At this point, someone made a suggestion. No rush.
Zhou Yu immediately stopped the students who were about to act and said seriously, the Sawtooth Boar King has gone berserk. If so many of us act rashly, we will easily become its target and attract its hatred. Let's wait and see, and wait for him and the Sawtooth Boar King to settle their differences. We can just sit back and reap the benefits. Zhou Yu's words immediately made everyone's hearts flutter. If they can get the key with minimal risk, that would be ideal. Therefore, at Zhou Yu's suggestion, everyone chose to hold back and wait for Jiang Zhe and the Sawtooth Pig King to reach a conclusion before making a decision. However, in just a moment, Jiang Zhe punched through the head of the Sawtooth Pig King, and its massive body crashed to the ground. The remaining saw-toothed boars, seeing their king killed by Jiang Zhe, instantly changed their fierce gazes towards him to deep fear. This human is terrifying. As a result, the remaining saw-toothed pigs dared not approach Jiang Zhe for a moment. The immense fear made them involuntarily retreat slowly, putting distance between themselves and Jiang Zhe.
Who says alien beasts don't have brains? They're afraid of dying too. Noticing the actions of the remaining beasts, Jiang Zhe smiled and joked.
With Jiang Zhe's current strength, these strange beasts in the cage pose absolutely no threat to him. He actually killed that Pig King. A Pig King with strength close to a level 3 beast, along with so many minions, couldn't last a minute against him. A level 3 martial artist, he must be a level 3 martial artist.
Damn, a level 3 martial artist? What's the point of playing this game? So what if he's a level 3 martial artist? He's just taking advantage of his age. If I were his age, I could definitely be a level 4 martial artist. Zhou Yu said disdainfully, his face grim. After saying that, Zhou Yu looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, it's good that he killed the pig king and so many sawtooth pigs. This can be considered as helping us out. It will be much easier for us to take action now. There will be no difficulty. We can also be considered as reaping the benefits without lifting a finger." But after he finished speaking, Zhou Yu noticed that everyone's expressions were a little off, and their eyes were somewhat vacant. "What's wrong with you all?" Zhou Yu asked, puzzled. "Look, what is he trying to do?" A trainee pointed at the cage, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu turned his gaze to the prison cage. Upon witnessing Jiang Zei's behavior in the cage, Zhou Yu's expression immediately turned grim. Chapter 38, Such Skillful Maneuvers. The final level? Jiang Zei, now inside the cage, moved about without any obstacles. After witnessing Jiang Zei kill their king and so many of his own kind, the remaining saw-toothed boars were no longer ferocious. Their original ferocity had been replaced by fear. Now, wherever Jiang Zei goes, they retreat, trying to distance themselves from him and avoid being killed. Jiang Zei easily arrived at the place where the key was hanging. The 3 keys were hung in 3 different locations. Jiang Zei took one first, but did not intend to leave. Instead, they went to the next location to retrieve the second key. Then, the third one. In a short period of time, all 3 keys ended up in Jiang Zei's hands. This action left Zhou Yu and the others completely bewildered. What does he mean by that? You took all 3 keys? Are you not planning to leave us one? Damn, this can't be fair. That's too ruthless. He didn't even leave us a single key. He's trying to eliminate us all. All the trainees were stunned, completely unprepared for Jiang Zei to be so ruthless, taking all 3 keys away at once and leaving them none. Jiang Zei successfully obtained the 3 keys, then walked out of the cage and arrived at the exit gate. Lin Yuwei was already waiting here. At this moment, Lin Yuwei looked at Jiang Zei with not only shock but also admiration. She had no idea that Jiang Zei possessed such strength. "Jiang Zei, what do you mean by this? Why did you take all 3 keys?" Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask loudly. However, Zhou Yu felt a little uneasy at this moment. After all, he had been targeting Jiang Zei from the very beginning. "Is there a rule that says you can't take all 3 keys?" Jiang Zei asked with amusement. "You've taken it all, what are we supposed to do?" Zhou Yu said, dissatisfied. "What does this have to do with me? Did I tell you to just stand outside and watch without taking the keys?" Jiang Zei said with no attempt to hide his sarcasm. "Clown." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu's face immediately turned red. Jiang Zei called him a clown in front of so many people, which made him completely lose face. Having witnessed Jiang Zei's strength, he now dares not fight Jiang Zei. "Let's go." Jiang Zei opened the exit door and then led Lin Yuwei out of the hall. Inside the underground hall, Zhou Yu and his fellow students stood there, looking at each other blankly, like idiots. "He took all the keys, what do we do now? If we had known, we should have gone up together when he was up there." "Zhou Yu, it's all your fault." "That's right, if it weren't for you stopping us, Zhou Yu, we would have gotten the key by now." "Zhou Yu, the responsibility for this is entirely yours. What do you suggest we do now?" "Yes, Zhou Yu, you have to take responsibility for this. Why did you provoke him in the first place?" In an instant, Zhou Yu became the target of public criticism and was condemned by everyone. In their view, if Zhou Yu hadn't deliberately targeted Jiang Zei time and time again and made reckless decisions, none of this would have happened. Now that's bad, they don't have a single key. If they can't get the key, then the assessment is essentially a failure. Why are you putting all the blame on me? What were you doing when he took all 3 keys? Why didn't you say anything? Zhou Yu said angrily, his face ashen. However, Zhou Yu's dissatisfaction was met with more condemnation and complaints from the students. He Chang, who was originally in the shadows and responsible for protecting the trainees at crucial moments, was now completely exasperated. The way things unfolded was something even the instructor hadn't expected. Jiang Zei took all 3 keys at once, leaving none for the remaining students. This move was truly brilliant. This left instructor He Chang at a loss for what to do. Left with no other option, He Chang reported the situation and inquired about his superior's attitude. Inside the office. This guy really is the type to hold a grudge and never show any mercy.
After receiving He Chang's report, He Chang shook his head helplessly. He used to call Jiang Zhe kid, but then he thought that since they were about the same age, it wasn't appropriate to address him that way. After saying that, He Chang looked at Dai Hanxue and asked, "What do we do now?" Taking the key to open the door is, in itself, a form of assessment. The fundamental purpose of this assessment is to promote cooperation among the trainees and foster a sense of unity and teamwork among them. Because with the strength of these students alone, it would be impossible for one person to obtain the key from so many alien beasts. In essence, there is no such thing as eliminating anyone. But no one expected Jiang Zhe to be such a variable. This left Lin Hao at a loss for what to do. Have He Chang go get the key from him, and while you're at it, replenish some of the exotic beasts, Dai Hanxue said. I understand what you mean. Lin Hao nodded upon hearing this. Jiang Zhe led Lin Yue through the exit passage. Are we really going to just leave like this? Lin Yue couldn't help but ask. Jiang Zhe's decision to leave not even a key was quite ruthless. What's wrong with that? There's no rule that says you can only take one key. I got 3 keys by my own merit, and I didn't break any rules, Jiang Zhe said calmly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue's face immediately showed a helpless smile. To be honest, Jiang Zhe's words actually made a lot of sense, leaving her speechless. However, considering the excessive behavior of Zhou Yu and his group in the past, Jiang Zhe did not do anything wrong. It was Zhou Yu and others who deliberately targeted and provoked the incident first. Just then, a figure appeared in front of them, blocking Jiang Zhe and Lin Yue's path. The figure was He Chang, who had received the order. Give me the key, He Chang said in a deep voice. Sigh. Hearing this, Jiang Zhe sighed helplessly and slowly said, I knew the assessment wouldn't end so easily. It seems this is the final hurdle. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, He Chang was completely confused. The final hurdle? What final hurdle? What does it mean? Under He Chang's bewildered gaze, Jiang Zhe handed 3 keys to Lin Yue and said, Take these keys and step aside. He's given them to me. I'll help you, Lin Yue said. He's an instructor. No need. Jiang Zhe shook his head, if I didn't win, you can take the keys and run. Okay. Lin Yue nodded, understanding Jiang Zhe's meaning. After Jiang Zhe finished speaking, his internal energy surged violently, and he unleashed his movement techniques, launching a fierce attack on He Chang. Upon seeing this, He Chang was immediately stunned. Hey, wait a minute, what are you doing? Stop. I need a beanbag, a linen bag. A tremendous roar echoed continuously within the passageway. Chapter 39 A False Alarm. The punching power reached 200,000 Jin. What's going on? What is He Chang doing? Why hasn't he taken the keys yet? Looking at the surveillance footage, Lin Hao saw a group of trainees in the underground hall staring blankly at the saw-toothed pig in its cage, seemingly at a loss. He said with dissatisfaction. The base staff have now replenished the cages with the alien beasts. As a result, He Chang failed to retrieve the key for a long time. A group of students were just staring at each other. Wasn't that a complete waste of time? The technicians reported that contact with He Chang has been lost, and they have been trying to reach him since then, but to no avail, Dai Hanxue said. What is He Chang up to? He just went to ask Jiang Zhe for a key, is he going to start a fight? Lin Hao said impatiently. But as soon as he said that, as if he had thought of something, Lin Hao's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at Dai Hanxue. At the same time, Dai Hanxue also looked at Lin Hao. The two stared at each other for a moment. No way. The next second, the two rushed out of the door at almost the same time. Quick, to passage number 1. Exit of passage number 1, the gate is tightly closed. At the entrance, a group of soldiers had arrived and surrounded the gate, each soldier holding a weapon and standing ready. Not long after, Dai Hanxue and Lin Hao also arrived here. What exactly is going on? What happened inside? Dai Hanxue asked coldly. He Chang went to get a key but lost contact. Jiang Zhe and Lin Yue, who should have come out by now, haven't. Something must have happened. It's not clear yet, there are no cameras installed here, a lieutenant said in a deep voice as he approached Dai Hanxue. The military base is full of cameras, but there are some areas without them because they consider those areas to be very ordinary places where there is absolutely no need to install them. For example, this passageway connecting to the exit. After passing the first 2 tests, you can just walk out through this exit passage. What's the point of installing a camera? Open the door and go in now, Dai Hanxue immediately ordered, while taking out a key.
Yes. The lieutenant took the key and handed it to a soldier, instructing him to open the door. The doors to the assessment channel are generally not allowed to be opened from the outside without an order from a superior, and they do not have the keys. This is why the lieutenant and his men arrived here but did not go in for a long time, instead staying at the entrance. With the order from Dai Hanshue, her superior, and the key, the door could be opened. Just as the soldiers were about to step forward and open the gate. Squeak! The heavy door made a scraping sound. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the door slowly opened. Two figures slowly emerged from the pitch-black passage. All the soldiers immediately aimed their weapons at the two figures. Soon, the sunlight shone on the two people, revealing their faces. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. It was Lin Yue and Jiang Zhe. Seeing Lin Yue and Jiang Zhe come out, Dai Hanshue waved her hand, signaling everyone to put away their weapons. The sunlight was so dazzling that Lin Yue raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sun. Looking at the enormous scene before him, Jiang Zhe let out a long sigh of relief. Phew! The assessment is finally over. This last hurdle was really tricky. The words fell. Jiang Zhe slowly tossed the unconscious Yi Chang aside with his right hand. The level 3 martial artist was treated like trash in Jiang Zhe's hands, tossed aside casually. Immediately afterward, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Zhe said with an embarrassed expression, "Well, I'm sorry, this is my first time sparring with such an expert. I don't have much experience, so I couldn't stop myself. I don't think this counts as intentionally hurting someone. After all, the captain he defeated was an instructor here. If you knock someone unconscious, it's not right not to explain yourself." Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. They knew this captain well. He was an instructor at the military base, a level 3 martial artist, yet he was beaten up like this by a trainee. Are the trainees in this year's youth training program really that abnormal? At the same time, everyone had another question in their minds. Why did the trainees in Mao's youth training program get into a fight with their instructors? Isn't instructor Yi Chang responsible for the safety of these trainees during the alien beast assessment? No matter how you look at it, the trainees and instructors shouldn't have started fighting. Lin Hao's lips twitched as he walked into the passage behind Jiang Zhe and looked around. When he saw the pits and craters on the surrounding walls and the rubble on the ground, he was even more speechless. Such a scene is enough to illustrate how intense the battle inside the passageway was. Dai Hanshue fell silent for a moment. "Quickly, take out the key," Jiang Zhe said to Lin Yue. "Oh, okay." Lin Yue was still immersed in the intense battle between Jiang Zhe and Yi Chang. Hearing Jiang Zhe's reminder, she quickly took out the 3 keys and handed them over. "Send the key over." Dai Hanshue glanced at Jiang Zhe with a complicated expression, then gave the order to the lieutenant beside her. "Yes." The lieutenant quickly stepped forward, took the key from Lin Yue, and had it delivered. "What do we do now?" Lin Hao asked Dai Hanshue. "Congratulations to you two for passing the test," Dai Hanshue said to Jiang Zhe and Lin Yue, a rare smile appearing on her usually cold face. Lin Yue finally passed the test and smiled. Passing this assessment was really difficult. Who would have thought that even the instructors from here would appear in the final challenge? That's insane. If Jiang Zhe hadn't intervened, no one would have been able to pass this assessment. Dai Hanshue had the soldiers escort Jiang Zhe and Lin Yue to the student dormitory. On the road. "Thank you so much this time. I definitely wouldn't have passed the test if it weren't for you," Lin Yue said to Jiang Zhe. "It's nothing, don't mention it," Jiang Zhe said with a smile. "You know, the people here are really something. It's one thing to have strange beasts in the assessment, but even the instructors are on the field. The difficulty of this assessment is insane. Who can beat an examiner who is a level 3 martial artist? It's a good thing you're here," Lin Yue complained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe's expression turned strange, and he tentatively asked, "You haven't noticed yet? What did you find?" Lin Yue asked, puzzled. It's nothing. Seeing that Lin Yue didn't notice, Jiang Zhe didn't say anything more. In fact, Jiang Zhe knew perfectly well that there was no such thing as a final assessment. The instructor had come to get the key not to assess them, but simply to collect it. Jiang Zhe had just killed so many alien beasts, mostly with one punch, and was still immersed in the thrill of the fight. Before he could finish, he pretended not to know anything and deliberately included Yi Chang in the assessment. Otherwise, Yi Chang wouldn't have said things like "stop" and "beg for beans and flax" when he attacked him. Jiang Zhe just wanted to see just how strong he really was.
Jiang Zhe had a good time fighting He Chang. It must be said that instructor He Chang was indeed a master. Jiang Zhe was probably at least a level 3 martial artist. He Chang only managed to defeat He Chang by using his movement techniques, shock punches, and mental strength at full power. Jiang Zhe really lacked practical experience. He got too carried away and couldn't control himself. Although He Chang was knocked unconscious, he was not in any life-threatening danger and would recover after a period of rest. He was initially worried that the people here might punish him for assaulting the instructor. I gave a special explanation for this as soon as it came out. But now it seems that nothing has happened. Seeing that Jiang Zhe was unwilling to say more, Lin Yue did not press him further. Anyway, we passed the assessment, all thanks to Jiang Zhe. The soldier took Jiang Zhe and Lin Yue to their dormitory and then left. But the soldiers' gazes toward Jiang Zhe had changed. In all these years, Jiang Zhe was the first trainee to beat an instructor like this. He Chang was a level 3 martial artist, yet he was no match for Jiang Zhe. This year's youth training program has produced such a remarkable individual. As expected of youth training organized by the military, the conditions are really good. Jiang Zhe looked around his single room and was very satisfied. The dormitory was fully equipped with all the necessities for daily life. Not only that, but there was even a special testing instrument on the floor, which was very convenient. Jiang Zhe was quite curious about his current level of strength. After reading it aloud, Jiang Zhe began testing on the testing equipment. First, it affects the blood in chi. The finger is pricked, and fresh blood drips into the groove. Beep beep. Soon, the numbers appeared. 90.24. Then comes punching power. Jiang Zhe threw a punch. 40,123 Jin 20,000 caddies. The martial arts technique, the shocking fist, was amplified fivefold, unleashing another full-force punch. 200,615 Jin. Jiang Zhe's full-force punch, amplified fivefold, reached a terrifying 200,000 Jin, approximately 100,000 kilograms, far exceeding the punching power of a level 3 martial artist. Such a punch is the kind of punch a level 3 martial artist with around 500 chi in blood can deliver. At this rate, becoming a level 3 martial artist isn't far off, Jiang Zhe thought to himself, quite satisfied with his current strength. Chapter 40 Combat Genius. The next Meng Tianlong. After the assessment concluded, the exit gate slowly opened, and Zhou Yu and the other trainees walked out. The sunlight shone on everyone, and the warm feeling made them feel incredibly comfortable. Since the assessment was finally over, their previous worries were completely unfounded. I was worried that Jiang Zhe taking all 3 keys would lead to their elimination. Unexpectedly, the people here returned with the key, but they also replenished the cages with more strange beasts. Although they worked together and almost got the key from the group of monsters, they were still considered to have passed the test. Only then did they realize that regardless of whether they got the key or not, they would pass the final assessment. There was no elimination. It feels so good to relax. I didn't expect to pass so easily. Ugh, if I'd known there was no elimination process, I wouldn't have been worried at all. Yes, you worried for nothing. Those were just tests. After all, we are all geniuses selected from various cities. Eliminating even one of us is a loss for them. That's right. Look how ridiculous their assessment criteria are. Who could pass a normal assessment? Upon hearing this, the previously lively atmosphere instantly fell silent. The assessment subjects were indeed extremely difficult, but some people actually passed them. Jiang Zhe, the one they considered a relative, was unexpectedly so powerful. He could take down level 2 beasts and even beast kings whose strength was close to level 3 with a single punch. I never expected that the person with connections to be so powerful. Yes, he must be at least a level 3 martial artist. He smashed a saw-toothed boar with one punch. That's really impressive. A level 3 martial artist is training with us? Isn't that cheating? Who among us can compare? Oof. Hearing this, Zhou Yu snorted coldly and said, "What we are competing for here is cultivation speed. Even if he is a level 3 martial artist, how old is he? How old are we? When we reach his age, we will definitely be at least level 3 martial artists." That's right. What we're competing for here is cultivation speed and talent. Yes, although we are weaker now, it's only temporary. Brothers, let's work harder and try to surpass those with connections as soon as possible. Remember today's humiliation, we must regain the face we lost because of this crony. Soon, soldiers arrived and led the trainees to their respective dormitories. Inside the medical room, At this moment, He Chang was lying in the hospital bed, having already woken up. However, he was wrapped in many bandages and had multiple fractures all over his body, so he needed some time to recover. He Chang is a level 3 martial artist, and with the help of some qi and blood replenishing medicines, he will recover to his original state in a short time. However, the focus now is not on He Chang's injuries.
You mean when you fought him, he dominated you the whole time, and you didn't have a single chance to fight back?
After learning that He Chang had woken up, he and Dai Hanxue came over to find out what had happened. After hearing He Chang's account of his fight with Jiang Zhe in the passage, Lin Hao was stunned.
He was well aware of He Chang's strength. He was a level 3 martial artist.
Most importantly, He Chang was a level 3 martial artist who came from the front lines and had experienced real combat with alien beasts. His body was covered with scars of all sizes from fighting with strange beasts. Despite having such extensive combat experience, he was no match for Jiang Zhe, a mere student. At first it was okay, I could fight him back and forth, but gradually, I was no match for him. He Chang said dejectedly, his movement technique is at least microscopic, and his boxing technique is also extremely abnormal, at least microscopic.
Moreover, it seems that he completely understands every move I make.
Jiang Zhe treated him as part of the assessment and attacked him without saying a word. At first, he was stunned and wanted to call a halt and explain the situation, but Jiang Zhe didn't give him that chance at all. There was no other way but to fight. But gradually, He Chang found himself struggling more and more, while Jiang Zhe became increasingly fierce. In the end, he was no match for him and was knocked unconscious.
You must be mistaken. Your movement techniques and fist techniques are both incredibly subtle?
Lin Hao said incredulously. What a joke! He could accept that Jiang Zhe was a level 3 martial artist, but he couldn't accept that Jiang Zhe's movement techniques and fist techniques were at the level of the subtle realm.
The key question is entering the subtle realm a conservative term? Could it possibly be the realm of perfection? So this is what a fighting genius is all about. Lieutenant Colonel Lin, you know my personality.
I always speak the truth and never exaggerate, He Chang said seriously. It seems that Jiang Zhe is really not simple, which is beyond my expectations. At this moment, Dai Hanxue, who had been silent all along, spoke up. They should have given us a heads up if there was such a freakish individual among these trainees, or at least replaced the instructor with a level 4 martial artist. This caught me completely off guard, He Chang said, frustrated. He originally thought these students were all newbies, but he never expected that there was a ruthless person among them. You've worked hard.
Get some rest and recover soon.
Dai Hanxue didn't say much more, comforted He Chang, and then left. Seeing this, Lin Hao quickly followed.
Do you believe what He Chang said? After catching up with Dai Hanxue, Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. You know He Chang's personality too, Dai Hanxue said calmly. I understand, but Jiang Zhe is just too abnormal, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh.
That explains why Song Fu, a martial arts master, strongly recommended Jiang Zhe to participate in the youth training program. But this is actually a good thing for us.
We wouldn't even want someone with exceptional talent for cultivation, Dai Hanxue said.
Now that you mention it, I'm actually starting to look forward to it, Lin Hao said expectantly.
I'd like to see if he can become the next Meng Tianlong.
I'm looking forward to it too, Dai Hanxue said in a deep voice.
Dinner's ready.
Outside the door, the soldier's shouts interrupted Jiang Zhe, who was in a meditative state. Cluck cluck. At that moment, my stomach started growling. I wonder what the food is like at this youth training camp. Jiang Zhe opened the door and went out. The canteen is serving food now. Go there if you want to eat, the soldier told Jiang Zhe. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe nodded and headed towards the cafeteria. The military base was large, but the youth training camp had a special area. Following the road signs, Jiang Zhe arrived at the entrance of the canteen. It was lunchtime, and the cafeteria was crowded. However, a notice posted outside the cafeteria clearly stipulates that youth training trainees can only eat on the first floor. On the first floor, all you could see were young men and women, all trainees in this youth training program, geniuses from various cities. Jiang Zhe had only taken 2 steps when he saw a group of familiar faces. Chapter 41 Youth Training Rules. Jiang Zhe becomes famous. Inside the cafeteria, Jiang Zhe saw familiar faces Zhou Yu and his fellow trainees. However, all of these trainees had bandages on their bodies, indicating that they had all suffered injuries to varying degrees. Zhou Yu and the others also noticed Jiang Zhe at this moment. When they saw Jiang Zhe's gaze directed their way, they all looked away and dared not meet his eyes. They initially thought Jiang Zhe was just a nepotism case, but later discovered that Jiang Zhe's abilities were far from simple. Jiang Zhe arrived at the food window and started queuing, hearing the chatter of the students behind him. Have you heard? This year's youth training camp has produced a formidable talent. He can destroy a level 2 alien beast with a single punch, and even the nearly level 3 alien beast, the Sawtooth Boar King, is no match for him. Hiss, then this person must be at least a level 3 martial artist. That's too powerful. Those serrated pigs have thick skin and flesh, but when I hit them, they didn't feel a thing.
What you've said is nothing compared to what's coming next. There's something even more shocking. What even more explosive news is there? Tell me quickly.
I heard that some of the trainees in this cohort beat up an instructor and knocked him unconscious.
Holy crap, no way? A trainee hit an instructor? And knocked him unconscious? To become an instructor, one must be at least a level 3 martial artist. Who is it? They're so powerful. I don't know, I just overheard the soldiers talking about it. There are so many perverts in this year's class.
Hearing the discussions around him, Jiang Zhe was speechless.
This is entirely about himself, so it seems his behavior during the assessment did indeed cause quite a stir.
Jiang Zhe didn't have to wait in line for long before it was his turn to get his food. The food at this youth training camp is really good. Seeing that there were more than 30 kinds of dishes, Jiang Zhe nodded secretly, very satisfied.
Jiang Zhe didn't stand on ceremony and ordered all kinds of vegetables, with the most meat, since it was all free anyway.
Soon, Jiang Zhe's plate was piled high with food, like a small mountain. Jiang Zhe's enormous appetite immediately attracted many surprised glances from those around him. Jiang Zhe found a seat and prepared to start eating.
Jiang Zhe, may I sit here? At this moment, a pleasant female voice rang in Jiang Zhe's ears.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe looked up and saw that it was Lin Yue. He smiled and said, "Please sit wherever you like."
With Jiang Zhe's permission, Lin Yue happily sat down opposite him.
You have a good appetite. Looking at the mountain of food in front of Jiang Zhe, Lin Yue sighed. After sighing, thinking of Jiang Zhe's terrifying strength, she added, "But with your abnormal strength, it's normal for you to eat so much." After hearing Lin Yue's words, Jiang Zhe smiled, didn't say anything more, and happily focused on eating. Lin Yue's mind was clearly not on the food. She looked around to make sure no one was around, then leaned close to Jiang Zhe and whispered, "Do you know you're famous now?"
Famous? How so? Jiang Zhe asked vaguely while eating. A lot of people are talking about the instructor being beaten up. Do you know that there was no third test?
You didn't have to fight the instructor at all, Lin Yue said softly.
At first, Lin Yue also thought that the third test was to keep the key in the hands of the instructor. Then, if you successfully walk out and hand over the key, you've passed the test. She kept thinking about this until she returned to her dormitory.
But not long after, she heard the gossip outside that an instructor had been knocked unconscious by a trainee. After making some inquiries, Lin Yue finally realized what had happened.
You're only finding out now?
Jiang Zhe said casually.
Seeing Jiang Zhe's calm demeanor, Lin Yue couldn't help but ask, could it be that you knew from the beginning? More or less. Then why did you fight with the instructor? Lin Yue was completely baffled. She couldn't understand Jiang Zhe anymore. Since he knew from the beginning that it wasn't an assessment, why did he still fight with the instructor?
I wanted to test my skills, and I needed an opponent. The instructor just happened to be here, so I figured I might as well go with the flow and let things take their course, Jiang Zhe said casually.
You're really awesome. This explanation left Lin Yue both amused and exasperated.
If this gets out, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. The reason that prompted Jiang Zhe to fight the instructor was simply that Jiang Zhe wanted to test his own strength. Now, Lin Yue felt a little sorry for the instructor who had been beaten unconscious. This is what it means to suffer an undeserved disaster.
Oh, right, there's something else you might not know?
Lin Yue asked, as if she had just remembered something.
What is it?
Jiang Zhe continued eating, his movements not slowing down at all despite Lin Yue's words. Actually, no matter what the result of this assessment is, everyone will be considered to have passed, and no one will be eliminated, Lin Yue said. Lin Yue felt a pang of disappointment when she learned that the assessment was just a gimmick. After all that, the so-called performance evaluation and elimination was just a way to scare them. So that's how that little piece of trash Zhou Yu passed the test. Lin Yue's words made Jiang Zhe suddenly realize the truth. When mentioning Zhou Yu and Little Trash, Jiang Zhe deliberately raised his voice, speaking so that Zhou Yu and the others nearby could hear. Sure enough, upon hearing Jiang Ze's words, Zhou Yu's face turned ashen with anger, and he was about to lash out, but was stopped by the people around him. Hold on, you'll only suffer if you confront him head-on now. A gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years, his companion earnestly advised. After all, going head-to-head with a monster that can easily destroy a level 2 alien beast with a single punch is definitely not a wise move. Hoof. Zhou Yu snorted coldly, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't underestimate a young man's potential. Let him be proud for a few more days. Besides, this batch of students is full of hidden talents. Some of them can even defeat the instructors. Compared to them, he is nothing special. Seeing Jiang Zhe deliberately raising his voice to provoke Zhou Yu, Lin Yue couldn't help but laugh. There's something important I almost forgot to tell you. What important matter is it? Do you know that the most difficult part of this youth training program isn't the entrance exam, but how to stay here until the end of the training? Lin Yue said seriously. You mean there's an elimination mechanism during training? Jiang Zhe asked. It's not called elimination. I heard it's a points system. During training, everything you need, from food and drinks to cultivation resources, requires points to exchange. Only those with enough points can stay. Once you run out of points, you have to leave, Lin Yue explained. Are these points hard to obtain? Jiang Zhe asked casually. I heard it's extremely difficult, Lin Yue said seriously. Chapter 42 Identity Exposed. He's the formidable man. Lin Yue learned about the points system in the youth training camp from someone else. Some trainees have connections or know previous trainees, so they know some of the rules of the training camp beforehand. After learning about the rules of the youth training camp, Lin Yue was quite shocked. Compared to being able to stay in the youth training camp, the previous entrance assessment was nothing. How difficult is it? Jiang Zhe asked. I don't know the specifics either, but for the time being, the two of us shouldn't have to worry about points, Lin Yue said with a smile. Why? Jiang Zhe asked, puzzled. Because the two of us passed the assessment, Lin Yue explained. In this camp entry assessment, including the two of us, only 4 people passed in total. At this point, Lin Yue couldn't help but show gratitude towards Jiang Zhe in her eyes. Lin Yue knew that if it weren't for Jiang Zhe, she wouldn't have passed this assessment at all. You mean there will be points rewards for passing the assessment? Jiang Zhe understood the implication in Lin Yue's words and immediately asked. That's right. Lin Yue nodded. I don't know the exact number yet, but I can confirm that there are only 4 people in the entire youth training camp who currently have points. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe nodded, appearing quite calm. Aren't you curious about who the other 2 are? Lin Yue couldn't help but ask when Jiang Zhe stopped talking. There's nothing to be curious about. I'd rather spend this time cultivating, Jiang Zhe said calmly. You're right. Although those 2 passed the test, they are still far behind you. The thought of Jiang Zhe pretending not to know anything in order to test his own strength, treating the instructor as the last assessment item, and then knocking the instructor unconscious in the end, left Lin Yue speechless. All I can say is that Jiang Zhe is truly formidable. If the people in the cafeteria knew that the big name being talked about right now was sitting right here, I wonder what kind of expression they would have. At that moment, a lieutenant officer strode in with several soldiers at the entrance of the mess hall. Immediately, many people's attention was drawn to this scene. Yan Yue also noticed that the seat she was sitting in was directly facing the cafeteria entrance. Immediately afterwards, Yan Yue was surprised to find that the group of people from the base walked straight towards her. Could it be that they've come looking for me? The thought crossed Yang Yue's mind, but she quickly realized she was wrong. The lieutenant and his men walked up to Jiang Zhe and stopped. Jiang Zhe, right, the lieutenant said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe, who was engrossed in eating, stopped what he was doing, looked at the officer in front of him, and nodded. It's me. Because you knocked out an instructor during your entry assessment, which constitutes suspected malicious assault, we need to question you according to base regulations. Please cooperate with us, the lieutenant said in a deep voice. Although the sound wasn't loud, it clearly reached the ears of everyone in the cafeteria. This caused the previously noisy cafeteria to fall into a deathly silence in an instant. Apart from Lin Yue, who already knew the inside story, everyone else seemed frozen in place, their eyes wide open, mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. For Zhou Yu and the other trainees, the shock was even greater. Sir, is there a mistake? I explained at the time that he was very strong and I couldn't control myself. I didn't mean to hurt him, Jiang Zhe explained.
Jiang Zhe was feeling a bit of a headache.
It was true what they said, people are afraid of becoming famous, just like pigs are afraid of getting fat.
Fame never brings good things.
We thought the matter was over, but now trouble has come knocking.
We'll have time to explain once we get there.
Now, please come with us, the lieutenant said calmly.
All right.
Seeing that he had no choice but to go, Jiang Zhe stood up and said, I'll go with you. Before leaving, looking at the unfinished food, Jiang Zhe said to Lin Yue, pack up our food for me, we can't let it go to waste.
Even at this hour, Jiang Zhe still had the mind to think about food.
Lin Yue was speechless, but she still nodded in agreement. And so, under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Zhe and the lieutenant left the mess hall.
No sooner had Jiang Zhe and the others left than the atmosphere in the cafeteria exploded.
Holy crap, he's the guy who knocked the instructor unconscious.
The news is actually true. I thought someone was exaggerating it on purpose. Terrifying, really terrifying.
Judging from his appetite, he's no ordinary person.
Sure enough, he's amazing.
Zhou Yu and the other students, along with Jiang Zhe and his group, were at a loss for words. They now realized that Jiang Zhe was not only capable of smashing a level 2 alien beast with a single punch, but was also the same fierce man who had knocked the instructor unconscious. This guy with connections is too abnormal, even the instructors are no match for him.
Whether he's got connections or not doesn't seem to matter anymore, someone said. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Yes, that makes perfect sense. With such incredible strength, why would they need connections? The most embarrassed person at this moment was Zhou Yu.
When Jiang Zhe mocked him in public earlier, he said that Jiang Zhe was nothing compared to that tough guy who defeated the instructor. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhe turned out to be the formidable man who defeated the instructor. This made him feel ashamed, as if he had contradicted himself.
The matter wasn't as serious as Jiang Zhe had anticipated.
He had already prepared his excuses, but the lieutenant said it was just a questioning, and indeed it was just a questioning to understand what had happened. The only special thing was that Jiang Zhe was allowed to test his blood and qi and his fist strength on the spot. When Jiang Zhe unleashed a punch with a force of 200,000 Jin using only 90.24 of his qi and blood, he shocked many people present.
After the test, since there was nothing else to do, Jiang Zhe was allowed to return.
Jiang Hao returned to his dormitory, where Lin Yue had packed a meal for him on the table. The food prepared in the canteen, especially the meat, is made with the blood and flesh of exotic beasts, which is very beneficial for replenishing qi and blood. Without saying a word, Jiang Hao started cooking.
After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they began to concentrate on their cultivation.
On the other side, Jiang Zhe had just left when Dai Hanxue and Lin Hao appeared inside the house.
What do you think? Dai Hanxue asked.
This must be a perfect fist technique, Lin Hao said, his tone full of admiration.
No wonder he was able to defeat He Chang. He Chang's defeat was not unjust, Dai Hanxue said, her words filled with amazement at Jiang Zhe.
After saying that, Dai Hanxue looked at Lin Hao and said, let's proceed according to the original plan.
Understood. Lin Hao nodded. Chapter 43 Mental Projection. Isolation and Challenge. The next day.
Next door lives a young man with the qi and blood level of a level 1 martial artist. He snores and grinds his teeth when he sleeps. Originally, male and female dormitory rooms were randomly assigned, without fixed areas.
You're so diligent, getting up early to cultivate, just like me. Jiang Zhe used his mental power to explore his surroundings. Even through the walls, everything around him was clearly displayed in his mind. Jiang Zhe found this feeling quite interesting. The power of a mentalist is truly abnormal. After practicing the cosmic visualization method, Jiang Zhe's spiritual power became terrifyingly strong.
After only achieving complete resonance with the first star, Jiang Zhe was already able to project his spiritual power outward and detect anything within a 100-meter radius. Whether in the sky or on the ground, whether it is a living thing or an inanimate object, Jiang Zhe can use his spiritual power to see clearly. Previously, Jiang Zhe's perception had become extremely sharp due to the enhancement of his mental power, but he could not project his mental power outwards. But things are different now. Jiang Zhe can project his mental power outwards, even using it to manipulate objects and use them as a means of attack. Jiang Zhe finally understood why a mentalist of the same level could easily defeat a martial artist of the same level. On his first attempt at projecting his mental power, Jiang Zhe was like a playful child discovering a new world, exploring the area within 100 meters of himself and having a great time.
Ha! Isn't this girl the same psychic who was in the same batch as me? I just don't know what level she is. Jiang Zhe spotted Jiang Roro and, out of curiosity, used his mental energy to examine her.
Jiang Xiuxiu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed cultivating, frowned. Suddenly, she felt a sense of exposure, as if someone was stripping her naked, as if someone was staring at her intently. This feeling made her extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Xiuxiu focused her mind, mobilizing her mental energy to try and figure out where this feeling came from.
The next second. Ah!
A scream rang out, and Jiang Xiuxiu turned deathly pale with fright. Just now, when Jiang Xiuxiu used her mental power to investigate, she encountered an unfamiliar mental power. In just one glance, Jiang Xiuxiu was so frightened that she immediately withdrew her mental power. The unfamiliar spiritual power instilled a deep-seated fear in Jiang Xiuxiu. The difference in spiritual power between her and the other party was enormous. The source of this spiritual power must also be a mentalist, someone she cannot afford to offend.
That's interesting.
Jiang Zhe found it amusing to see Jiang Roro acting like a frightened little rabbit.
It seems I unintentionally startled Jiang Roro just now. Jiang Zhe withdrew his mental power and stopped exploring. Jiang Roro breathed a sigh of relief when she felt the uncomfortable feeling of exposure disappear. Beep beep beep.
Just then, a whistle blew. It was the reveille. During the youth training period, the trainees' daily routines are conducted entirely according to military standards.
Assemble in the Great Hall in 5 minutes.
At the same time, a soldier's voice came through, informing everyone. After washing up, Jiang Zhe set off for the Great Hall of the People. Along the way, you can see many students who are also heading to the Great Hall of the People, but when they see Jiang Zhe, they all focus their attention on him.
Jiang Zhe's deeds have already spread.
They also learned that the student who punched a level 2 alien beast to death and was no match for the Sawtooth Pig King, whose strength was comparable to a level 3 alien beast, was the same student who defeated the instructor.
And this person is Jiang Zhe. Many eyes were cast over.
These gazes contained reverence, awe, curiosity, and doubt. Especially after learning that Jiang Zhe was already 28 years old, many people became even more curious about him. After all, Jiang Zhe is definitely the first person to come to youth training at the age of 28. Despite the gazes directed at him, Jiang Zhe remained calm and continued walking.
Jiang Zhe, are you alright?
Lin Yue saw Jiang Zhe and immediately ran over to him, asking him with concern. Jiang Zhe was called in for questioning in the cafeteria yesterday, and she has been worried ever since. However, she was puzzled because she was there when Jiang Zhe and the instructor got into a fight, so why wasn't she questioned? She was even prepared to lie for Jiang Zhe.
I'm fine, Jiang Zhe said with a smile.
That's good.
I was worried they might do something to you.
Lin Yue breathed a sigh of relief.
But you need to be careful now.
Everyone knows who you are, and some people want to challenge you, Lin Yue added.
Challenge me?
Jiang Zhe was somewhat surprised upon hearing this.
Do you remember what I told you yesterday?
In this assessment, only 4 people passed, including the 2 of us. The other 2 are both talented martial artists. One is Qi Ruffing, who awakened the speed talent, and the other is Xia Xiushan, who awakened the defense talent.
It is said that they are the 2 who want to challenge you, Lin Yue said.
Among martial artists of the same kind, those with innate talent are a special case. Awakening a talent in a certain field will make future cultivation in that field much easier.
Then I'm somewhat looking forward to it. Jiang Zhe smiled. Inside the Great Hall. As the students entered, they found seats and sat down one by one.
Jiang Zhe casually found a seat and sat down, and Lin Yue naturally sat down next to him.
After a while, all the students arrived one after another.
What's unusual is that, apart from Lin Yue sitting next to him, there was no one else around Jiang Zhe's seat. The other trainees were all sitting far away from Jiang Zhe, which was clearly intentional.
Am I that annoying?
Jiang Zhe laughed and teased himself upon seeing this. It's not that you're annoying, it's just that everyone is a little afraid of you now and doesn't dare to approach you casually, Lin Yue explained. Then you should stay away from me, so you don't get dragged into this, Jiang Zhe joked. In their minds, I've long been labeled as being on the same side as you.
Lin Yue feigned helplessness, then added, if anything happens in the future, you'll have to protect me.
Lin Yue knew in her heart that, in the eyes of outsiders, she and Jiang Zhe were very close, but in reality, she and Jiang Zhe had no relationship at all.
Although she didn't know Jiang Zhe well, Lin Yue had a strange trust in him.
Therefore, she would rather be misunderstood or even isolated by others than explain anything further. Just as the two were talking, two young figures walked towards Jiang Zhe from a short distance away at almost the same time. Those two are the Qi Rufeng and Xia Xiushan I told you about, Lin Yue's voice rang in Jiang Zhe's ears.
Chapter 44 Becoming Public Enemy. Youth training officially begins. Qi Rufeng and Xia Xiushan walked towards Jiang Zhe. Qi Rufeng was somewhat thin and had delicate features, while Xia Xiushan was burly and had a rugged appearance. Jiang Zhe, right? I've heard a lot about you these past few days. I heard you can smash a level 2 alien beast with one punch and even defeat the instructor. Let's have a match sometime, Qi Rufeng said with a smile. Count me in. I'd love to test your fists and see if you can break through my defenses, Xia Xiushan added. Their actions immediately piqued the curiosity of others, indicating that something interesting was about to happen. In my eyes, you two are like younger brothers. Let's not fight. I'd feel bad if I hurt you, Jiang Zhe said with a smile. Although Jiang Zhe's voice wasn't loud, it still reached the ears of the surrounding students. Arrogant. My brother Feng is an awakened martial artist in the speed domain. His words clearly show his contempt for my brother Feng. They treat my brother Feng like a younger brother, they're completely arrogant. Even a level 3 martial artist would have difficulty breaking through brother Shan's defense. Does he really think he's invincible? His words completely disregard my brother Shan. Jiang Zhe's words immediately drew the ire of Qi Rufeng and Xia Xiushan's followers. Qi Rufeng and Xia Xiushan's expressions also changed. The two of them hadn't expected Jiang Zhe to be so arrogant and overbearing, showing such disrespect to them in front of so many people. It seems you're a bit too confident, Qi Rufeng sneered. For your age, your strength isn't exactly outstanding. Even if you defeat the instructor, with my current defense, it won't be easy for even a level 3 martial artist to break through it. It's hard to say who will win or lose, Xia Xiushan said with a gloomy expression. Those who can enter this youth training camp are all geniuses from their respective cities. Qi Rufeng and Xia Xiushan stood out among these geniuses, becoming geniuses among geniuses, and were extremely proud. Now, Jiang Zhe is calling him younger brother in public, which makes him very unhappy. Although both were angry, they knew this was not the place to fight. After leaving their messages, they returned to their seats. However, this has created a grudge between him and Jiang Zhe. Are you really not afraid of becoming a public enemy? Lin Yue said helplessly upon seeing this. It can be said that Jiang Zhe offended two talented martial artists with just one sentence. I'm just telling the truth, Jiang Zhe said calmly, not taking Qi Rufeng and Xia Xiushan seriously. Jiang Zhe was unable to cultivate in the past, so for his daughter's sake, he became more cautious in his actions and tried his best to avoid conflicts with others. But things are different now. With his strength increasing day by day, Jiang Zhe can clearly feel how terrifying the rate at which his strength is growing. As his strength rapidly increased, Jiang Zhe's mindset also underwent a significant transformation. The perspective on problems gradually shifts from that of a weaker person to that of a stronger one. For the strong, there's no need to consider so many pros and cons, everything is decided by strength. As long as the strength is sufficient, they can simply sweep through everything. Faced with absolute power, any scheme is futile. Lin Yue originally wanted to advise Jiang Zhe not to be so impetuous in his words and actions, but after sensing the confidence in Jiang Zhe, she decided against it and didn't say anything. At that moment, two tall figures appeared at the entrance of the hall and strode in. Both were dressed in military uniforms, one male and one female. The rank insignia on their shoulders indicated that they were both officers of the field level, one a lieutenant colonel and the other a colonel. They were Lin Hao and Dai Hanxue. To obtain such a rank in the military, one must possess at least a level 5 or higher of skill. As the two entered, the previously noisy auditorium immediately fell silent. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dai Hanxue, and I am the head instructor for this martial arts youth training program. Now, I will explain the rules of this training program. Dai Hanxue started by introducing herself and then went on to explain the rules of youth training without any unnecessary words. First, during the youth training period, the courses are divided into elective and self-study. Trainees can choose to attend the corresponding courses or practice on their own at the base. Second, you need points to choose courses and to purchase all daily necessities in the youth training camp, such as food, drink, and toilet facilities. These words immediately drew dissatisfaction from a group of students. Although some of these trainees had learned some information in advance, including about the points system. But nobody told them that they needed points to attend classes. Aren't they here to take classes and become stronger? They were told they needed to spend points to attend the class. What's the logic behind that? Protest. Why do we need points to attend classes? If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have been better off not coming. What kind of bullshit rules are these? We came here to become stronger, not for some bullshit points. This is a waste of our time.
Hearing the discontented protests around her, Dai Hanshue's expression remained unchanged, and her cold voice rang out in the great hall of the people.
You can leave now if you're not satisfied.
A casual remark immediately silenced all the trainees present. They went through so much trouble to be selected for youth training, how could they just go back like this? Everyone says that the resources of the youth training camp are unmatched by outsiders, and no one would be willing to give up like this. Expressing dissatisfaction was just a way to see if the people at the base would back down and be less harsh because of the protest.
How do I get these points? Someone asked in the silence.
Under everyone's gaze, Dai Hanshue slowly began to speak.
First, gain the approval of the instructors at the base, including myself.
Of course, whether or not you get points, and how many points you get, depends entirely on my mood.
Second, the base will arrange assessments from time to time. You can earn points by passing the assessments. Yesterday's entry assessment was one of them.
4 of you passed the assessment, and the points will be issued to your ID cards. Third, do some small tasks within the base that you are capable of, such as odd jobs, and earn points through labor. After Dai Hanshue finished her introduction, she left immediately. As Dai Hanshue and Lin Hao left, the once quiet assembly hall was suddenly filled with heated discussions.
At this moment, everyone's focus is on accumulating points.
Some people are even discussing whether they need to band together for mutual support.
What do you think? Lin Yue asked Zhang Zhe. She has now clearly tied herself to Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe is her pillar of support.
No rush, let's take a look first, Zhang Zhe said slowly.
I'll listen to you, Lin Yue nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now, Zhang Zhe said, then walked out of the hall.
After thinking for a moment, Lin Yue decided to stay and gather information instead of leaving for the time being.
Chapter 45 Survival of the Fittest. The arrangement for Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe left the auditorium, while Lin Yue stayed behind, still wanting to gather as much information as possible from the other students.
However, because she is now labeled by the other trainees as being on the same side as Zhang Zhe, the other trainees are somewhat resistant to her.
Lin Yue still managed to obtain useful information here.
Shi Rufeng, Zhang Ruru, Xia Xiushan, the head instructor has ordered the 3 of you to go to her office immediately. A soldier came and informed the 3 of them. Upon hearing this, Shi Rufeng and his 2 companions, led by a soldier, went to Dai Hanshue's office. The departure of Shi Rufeng and his 2 companions caused quite a stir among the remaining students. Although they didn't know why the 3 of them had been summoned by the head instructor, it was obviously a good thing.
Many people immediately looked on with envy at this. They're really lucky to have been chosen by the head instructor.
Yes, I heard that the head instructor is a powerful mentalist, and Zhang Ruru is the only mentalist among our group of trainees, so she will probably be given special training. Shi Rufeng and Xia Xiushan are both talented martial artists, so they will definitely be given special training.
Sigh, I really envy those 3.
Being valued by the head instructor means they definitely don't have to worry about points.
A group of people looked on with envy.
Not only were these people envious, but Lin Yue was also envious. She was already considered a genius to have become a level 2 martial artist at her age, but here, her talent could only be considered above average. As far as she knew, there were no fewer than 10 level 2 martial artists of her age in this training camp.
She was lucky to have Zhang Zhe's help, which allowed her to pass the camp entrance exam and earn some points.
Otherwise, she would be worrying about points right now. On the other side.
Inside the office. You valued Zhang Zhe highly, so why did you only arrange for Zhang Ruru and the other 2? Lin Hao asked curiously, holding a cup of coffee. Lin Hao was naturally aware of the arrangements made for Zhang Ruru and the other 2.
Dai Hanshue is a level 4 mentalist herself, and Zhang Ruru, as the only mentalist among this group of students, will receive personal training from Dai Hanshue. Shi Rufeng is a martial artist with a natural talent for speed, which aligns with his abilities, so he will step in to teach him. As for Xia Xiushan, a talented martial artist in the field of defense, there is also one in the base, and a suitable level 4 martial artist can be found in the base to teach him.
Nonsense, you know his situation. I haven't figured out how to arrange things for him yet. Dai Hanshue rolled her eyes at Lin Hao. She really hasn't figured out what to do with Zhang Zhe yet.
The main reason is the strength Zhang Zhe has shown so far: perfected fist techniques, perfected movement techniques, and terrifying cultivation speed. It's really hard to find a suitable instructor for the time being.
Are we just going to leave him like this? Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. After all, Jiang Ze's strength and talent for cultivation were undeniable.
If he did nothing, Lin Hao would feel like he was wasting his potential. I haven't decided yet, but I'll give him some compensation in terms of points. His presence will be a good whetstone for Zhang Ruru and the other two, Dai Hanxue said in a deep voice. Yes, but it's a bit cruel to the other trainees. Lin Hao smacked his lips and sighed.
There's nothing we can do about it. Survival of the fittest is an eternal law. Some people are destined to be supporting characters in this life.
How much they can improve here depends on their fate, Dai Hanxue said calmly, her voice devoid of any emotion. Currently, in Dai Hanxue's eyes, this year's youth training program only has 4 trainees, Zhang Ze, Zhang Ruru, Ji Rufeng, and Xia Xiushan. The other trainees are just supporting characters, or even just going through the motions. Those students were considered geniuses outside, but here, they were all just ordinary people. The points system within the base actually only restricts this group of trainees. Hanxue, you know what, you really did a great job as the head instructor of youth training for the first time.
Look at your official demeanor, it even impressed me, Lin Hao joked.
You're asking for it. Taunted, Dai Hanxue was about to teach Lin Hao a lesson. Then, thump thump thump. There was a knock on the door, and at the same time, the voices of soldiers outside could be heard.
Report!
The person has been brought here. Dai Hanxue then stopped and regained her composure.
Come in.
The door opened, and Zhang Ruru and the other two walked in. Inside the dormitory, Zhang Ze logged into the base's website.
During the youth training period, each of them had a small set of privileges.
The login account was their personal identification card, and the initial password was 6 zeros. Once the youth training program concludes, each trainee's identity information will be automatically cancelled.
1,000 points. I didn't expect the entry assessment to give so many points. Zhang Ze was fairly satisfied with the 1,000 points displayed.
According to the detailed list of points redemption items distributed by the youth training base, 1,000 points would be enough for Zhang Ze to stay here for 3 months, just for 3 meals a day and sleep. However, this doesn't apply if you need to use some special training rooms within the base, as those consume points calculated by the hour. Therefore, in the short term, the points are still enough for Zhang Ze.
Let's try out the courses that are scheduled for tomorrow first.
After reciting the mantra, Zhang Ze sat cross-legged and began his cultivation.
The next day,
Zhang Ze, refreshed after a night of training, went to the martial arts classroom for his class.
A class earns 5 points and lasts 40 minutes. Today, Zhang Ze plans to experience a lecture given by an instructor at the martial arts base.
In terms of martial arts training, Zhang Ze was a latecomer and never had systematic training, which has always been a regret for him.
Zhang Ze, are you going to class too?
When Lin Yue noticed that Zhang Ze was also heading in the direction of the martial arts classroom, a look of confusion appeared on her face.
Yes. Zhang Ze nodded, but seeing Lin Yue's puzzled expression, he asked, is there a problem? After saying that, Zhang Ze added, it seems like it's just the two of us, we didn't see anyone else. Today is different from yesterday.
So far today, Zhang Ze has only encountered one student, Lin Yue, on the road. They went to do odd jobs at the base early in the morning to earn points, Lin Yue said with a smile.
I was lucky. Following you helped me pass the camp entrance exam and gave me 100 points, which allowed me to choose a course to take on the first day. Why did you look at me with that expression just now? Zhang Ze asked again. Shouldn't you have a private instructor? I thought you wouldn't be coming to class, Lin Yue voiced her doubts. Individual instruction by a drill instructor? Now it was Zhang Ze's turn to be completely confused. Chapter 46, a small test.
The techniques of a spiritual master.
Didn't any instructors speak to you privately? Seeing Zhang Ze's puzzled expression, Lin Yue asked.
No, Zhang Ze replied truthfully.
That's strange.
Zhang Ruru and the other two were all called away by the instructors yesterday.
They were all given special training by the instructors. How could the instructors not have spoken to you separately?
Lin Yue felt puzzled.
In terms of ability, Zhang Ze is far superior to the other three. It's the same whether you cultivate alone or not.
If you encounter any problems, you can just spend some points to get guidance from the instructor, Zhang Ze said, showing a very open-minded attitude.
Ultimately, it comes down to Zhang Ze having confidence in himself.
With his extraordinary aptitude, whether or not the instructor provides individual guidance is not of great significance to Jiang Zhe.
What you said makes sense, Lin Yue said with a smile.
During the youth training period, points were like a magic bullet for these trainees.
As long as you have enough points, you can spend some to find an instructor and get some guidance. Of course, all of this requires having enough points. Don't waste any more time, you'll be late for class if you don't go now, Jiang Zhe urged. Lin Yue quickly followed. Lin Yue's thinking was quite clear.
Because of Jiang Zhe, she had 100 points, which undoubtedly put her ahead of the other trainees. She must seize this opportunity, first using her points to attend classes and improve herself quickly, getting ahead of other students. This way, if the base has new assessments, her chances of passing will be much higher.
Before long, the morning had passed. Lin Yue attended 3 classes with Jiang Zhe, and after those 3 classes, she had many insights to share.
The instructors at this base are really good at teaching. They're much better than the one-on-one martial arts teachers outside, Lin Yue said.
She came from a well-off family.
After she started practicing martial arts, her family hired a one-on-one martial arts teacher for her, who was a level 3 martial artist with strength close to level 4. However, the quality of the courses was far inferior to those taken before. As expected of a martial arts instructor within the military, his professionalism is indeed very high.
Moreover, these martial arts instructors have all been on the front lines, experienced real combat, and fought their way out of a bloodbath.
This made Lin Yue feel that the points were well spent.
I wasted 15 points and my entire morning of cultivation time.
Compared to Lin Yue, who had gained some insight, Jiang Zhe was filled with regret. He was a self-taught martial arts practitioner, and when he had the opportunity to take classes, he thought he would give it a try. The result was very disappointing for Jiang Zhe, because he had already grasped the knowledge points taught by these instructors, and in some aspects, he even understood them much better than the instructors taught. Take, for example, those 2 classes on body movement and fist techniques. The instructor had spent almost his entire life through various practical exercises and only managed to reach the subtle level, while Jiang Zhe himself had already reached the perfect level. In other words, Jiang Zhe didn't learn anything during the half-day class in the morning. He had already figured out and mastered everything on his own.
Are you coming to class this afternoon? Lin Yue asked, unaware of Jiang Zhe's thoughts at that moment.
I'm not going anymore, I'll just cultivate in my dorm, Jiang Zhe said.
That's what I was thinking too.
I learned a lot of new things this morning, so I'll use this time this afternoon to consolidate them, Lin Yue nodded, thinking that she and Jiang Zhe had the same idea.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe smiled but didn't say anything more.
Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch together, Lin Yue suggested.
Okay. Jiang Zhe nodded.
The two went to the cafeteria for lunch.
The cafeteria was noticeably quieter today than it was yesterday.
Not only were there far fewer students, but even the food served to each student was noticeably different. Jiang Zhe had enough points, so he didn't hesitate to order a lot of various kinds of precious meat. Although Lin Yue had 100 points, she knew how hard it was to earn them, so she spent each point carefully, making sure it was used wisely. The dishes we ordered were mostly ordinary, with only one type of meat being a delicacy. However, this is still much better than the other trainees. Other trainees failed the camp entrance exam and spent the whole morning doing odd jobs to earn a few points, which they couldn't bear to spend on food. So we ordered ordinary meals and meat dishes, which were unlimited and could be eaten until we were full. While the two were eating, 3 more people entered the cafeteria. As soon as the 3 of them entered the cafeteria, they attracted the attention of the other students.
It was Zhang Ruru and her 2 companions.
However, the 3 of them were in a completely different state now than when they first entered the camp. Zhang Ruru's personality still gives people the same feeling, but she has gained a lot more confidence. Qi Rufeng and Xia Xiushan, on the other hand, were like proud roosters, standing tall and proud.
Look, it's Brother Feng and the others.
Brother Feng, I heard that the deputy chief instructor is personally instructing you, is that true? One of Qi Rufeng's followers asked. Upon hearing this, Qi Rufeng nodded smugly and said proudly, the deputy chief instructor and I are both awakened speed talents, and our attributes are very compatible.
Wow, Brother Feng, you're amazing. You've taken off. Don't forget about your little brother. Brother Shan, what about you? One of Xia Xiushan's followers asked.
It's a secret. Xia Xiushan gave a mysterious smile, then added, but I can tell you that my instructors are no less capable than the deputy chief instructor.
Brother Shan, you're awesome. Our Ro is also very powerful.
She received personal guidance from the head instructor, who is a powerful mentalist, Zhang Ruru's followers retorted. I heard that only the three of you, brother phone, have the opportunity to receive personal guidance from the instructors this time.
You're much better than some people. So what if you beat the instructors? Potential is the key. Zhou seized the opportunity and said sarcastically.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Zhe, wanting to see how he would react.
However, the next second, with a thud,
Zhou Yu, who had just been speaking sarcastically, was sent flying backward and crashed heavily to the ground.
Who hit me?
After Zhou Yu scrambled to his feet, his face flushed, he said angrily. But all he got in return were puzzled looks.
What's wrong with you?
Nobody hit you, Zhou Yu's companion asked, puzzled.
No one hit me, how could I have flown out?
Zhou Yu looked at Jiang Zhe with disbelief, because Jiang Zhe was the most likely to have made the move. Jiang Zhe, however, acted as if nothing had happened, sitting there eating without moving an inch. He clearly felt a force strike him, and before he could react, he was sent flying.
What kind of skill is it to launch a sneak attack? If you're so capable, come out and fight me fair and square. Zhou Yu roared again. Thump.
However, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yu was sent flying backward again, landing face first in the dirt.
Chapter 47 Another Enlightenment. Dai Hanchue's shock. What's wrong with you? Is there anything wrong with your cultivation? Is there a problem? Are you trying to stage this accident to extort money? Zhou Yu, what's going on with you?
Seeing Zhou Yu's behavior, the crowd around him were all watching with amusement.
Someone hit me, didn't you see? Zhou Yu said angrily in response to the mocking laughter. There are so many people here, who saw anyone hit you?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu couldn't help but glance at Jiang Zhe again, but Jiang Zhe remained there, making no move. Zhou Yu had a feeling that Jiang Zhe was behind it, but he had no evidence whatsoever.
This is unbelievable. Zhou Yu was puzzled.
After making a series of embarrassing mistakes, he felt too ashamed to stay any longer and immediately left without even eating. Originally, everyone wanted to see the drama unfold between Zhou Yu and Jiang Zhe. As a result, Zhou Yu seemed to have a problem. The excitement was gone, and everyone suddenly felt bored and dispersed. What no one noticed was that Zhang Ruru, a mentalist, looked terrified, as if she had seen a ghost. She sensed that same spiritual power again. That person had returned.
Why is Zhou Yu acting like he's taken the wrong medicine this week? He's suddenly acting all crazy, Ling Yue, who was eating next to Jiang Zhe, couldn't help but say. Who knows?
Probably because he's done too many bad things, Jiang Zhe said casually, as if nothing had happened. But in his heart, he was marveling at how useful this spiritual power was. I only showed mercy because I spared him, otherwise, Zhou Yu would be a corpse by now.
With Jiang Zhe's current mental strength, he is fully capable of controlling weapons and killing people remotely. This is the method of a mentalist.
After dinner, Jiang Zhe returned to his dormitory and immediately opened the base's internal website to check out the points redemption page. Jiang Zhe has now figured it out, he still has to rely on himself to cultivate here.
The instructors here are useless.
Aside from eating and sleeping, it's better to exchange your points for real items, such as elixirs or martial arts techniques. Jiang Zhe wanted to become a level 3 martial artist as quickly as possible so that he could train his body and prepare for breaking through to level 4. Beast Blood Pill, suitable for level 2 to 3 martial artists, replenishes chi and blood, requires 100 points. Body Tempering Method, a method for strengthening the body that can be practiced by level 3 martial artists, requires 1,500 points. I didn't expect this body tempering technique to be so expensive, costing 1,500 points. I don't have enough points, so I can only buy beast blood pills for now, Jiang Zhe thought to himself. Although there are many pills and martial arts techniques for sale on the market, these are provided by the military, making them the most cost-effective. Most importantly, they are free, requiring only some points. After reading it aloud, Jiang Zhe first exchanged for a beast blood pill, intending to test its effects. Within minutes of Jiang Zhe making the exchange, a soldier brought the items to him. Looking at the pill with its somewhat uneven surface, Jiang Zhe took it. You have gained insight after consuming the beast blood pill and comprehended the formula for the overlord blood pill. Suddenly, a new prescription came to Jiang Zhe's mind. It was a prescription that used the blood of exotic beasts as a medicinal guide. The higher the grade of the exotic beast blood used, the better the effect of the pill. An unexpected bonus. Jiang Zhe was pleasantly surprised. This is the second time Jiang Zhe has comprehended a medicinal formula by taking a pill. If he can comprehend a medicinal formula every time he takes a new pill on the market, then he has undoubtedly discovered a way to make money. Jiang Zhe also tried it, but it didn't work. Whether it's comprehending martial arts techniques or medicinal formulas, it's always unintentional deliberate effort is useless.
Jiang Zhe did not insist on this.
After swallowing the beast blood pill, its medicinal power began to spread. Jiang Zhe wasted no time and began to sit cross-legged to cultivate, refine, and absorb the medicinal power.
Inside the office,
Dai Hanxue, the head instructor, is checking the surveillance footage in the lobby on the first floor of the cafeteria.
Something happened in the cafeteria today.
Zhou Yu, a student, was knocked out twice, damaging some tables and chairs. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the cafeteria, so naturally, those responsible for this incident should be held accountable and punished. But after questioning Zhou Yu, it was discovered that no one had laid a hand on him. Zhou Yu had simply flown out and fallen on his own. Twice in a row, and Zhou Yu insisted that he was knocked away by someone, but there were so many students in the cafeteria, and no one saw who made the move. There's something fishy going on, so naturally we need to investigate thoroughly.
The surveillance cameras clearly captured the scene that occurred inside the cafeteria. Indeed, no one made a move.
Lin Yue murmured, logically speaking, there is no reason for Zhou Yu to stage such a show on his own, it's meaningless.
However, Lin Yue soon realized that something was wrong. Knock knock.
Just then, there was a knock on the door.
Come in.
The door opened, and Zhang Roro slowly walked in. Instructor, Zhang Roro said respectfully.
You were there when what happened in the cafeteria today. Did you sense anything was wrong?
Dai Hanxue asked, her gaze still fixed on the screen.
No, Zhang Roro replied softly. Really not? Dai Hanxue's gaze fell on Zhang Roro, and she said without any change in expression, then what were you afraid of back then? These words made Zhang Roro's face turn deathly pale instantly.
Zhang Roro suddenly thought of that powerful spiritual force and felt timid. Tell me whatever you know, and I'll take care of it for you, Dai Hanxue said. Zhang Roro took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and recounted the events in detail, including the day she was probed by a powerful yet unfamiliar spiritual force. Upon hearing what Zhang Roro said, Dai Hanxue was utterly shocked.
If Zhang Roro said that, wouldn't that mean there's a mentalist among these students?
The ability to project one's spiritual power outwards means that this person is at least a level 2 spiritual master. The records of these trainees show that, apart from Zhang Roro, there was no other mental master. Besides, if one is a mentalist, one can reveal their identity and receive special training.
What's the point of hiding their identity? I understand about this matter and will investigate it secretly. Do not tell anyone.
If you sense that spiritual power again, notify me immediately, Dai Hanxue instructed.
I understand, mentor. Zhang Roro nodded obediently. After Zhang Roro left, Dai Hanxue fell into thought. Given what happened in the cafeteria, Jiang Zhe should have been the most likely person to attack Zhou Yu. Jiang Zhe? A level 2 psychic?
After thinking for a moment, Dai Hanxue immediately shook her head and rejected the idea. It is already incredible that a level 2 martial artist, who has reached perfection in both fist techniques and movement techniques, can defeat a level 3 martial arts instructor. If he were also a level 2 mentalist.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 48 Level 3 Martial Artist.
400,000 gene of fist power. The effect of this beast blood pill is quite good, even better than the great tonic pill I concocted. I wonder how effective my tyrant blood pill is. After a period of cultivation, Jiang Zhe refined and absorbed all the medicinal power of the beast blood pill he had exchanged, and immediately decided to start preparing the tyrant blood pill that he had comprehended. The medicinal materials needed for the blood pill are not particularly precious, they can all be found on the market. The only thing that is considered precious is that it requires the blood of at least a level 2 exotic beast as a medicinal guide. Fortunately, all of these items can be redeemed here using points. After exchanging the medicinal herbs, Jiang Zhe went to the pill-making room in the base to prepare the pills.
Jiang Zhe worked until late at night before finally managing to mix all the medicinal herbs into the Overlord blood pill.
Back in his dormitory, looking at the bloodthirst pills he had prepared, Jiang Zhe showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, he was filled with excitement.
These should allow me to quickly break through to become a level 3 martial artist.
After reciting the instructions, Jiang Zhe swallowed a bloodthirst pill and began his cultivation.
A week has passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the office,
Jiang Zhe has been staying in the dormitory for a week now, eating, drinking, and relieving himself there. I don't know what he is doing, Dai Hanxue said, puzzled.
Do you think it's because we didn't assign anyone to tutor him individually, and he felt resentful, so he just started slacking off in the dorm?
Lin Hao, who had just finished tutoring Chi Ruffing, teased, picking up a freshly brewed cup of coffee.
You think I don't want to arrange for someone to teach him?
The key is to find the right person, Dai Hanxue said irritably. Zhang Zai's fist techniques and body movements are both at the perfect level, and his cultivation speed is also extremely fast. She really couldn't think of anyone suitable to teach Zhang Zai. Dai Hanxue's words left Lin Hao feeling helpless. Indeed, it's not that they didn't want to assign someone to guide Zhang Zai individually, but rather that they simply couldn't find a suitable person. By the way, have you figured out the identity of that mentalist? Lin Hao asked, changing the subject. After what happened in the cafeteria last time, Dai Hanxue learned from Jiang Ruru that there might be a second mentalist among these students, so she has been looking for someone to investigate.
No. Dai Hanxue shook her head. Not a single clue? Lin Hao couldn't help but ask again. No. That's really strange. If he's a mentalist and he's here for youth training, why is he hiding his identity? Lin Hao was completely baffled. Dai Hanxue remained silent. This was also a problem she couldn't understand. Did you report this matter? Lin Hao asked again. No, I'm here.
Even if he's just a level 2 mentalist, he can't cause any trouble, Dai Hanxue said confidently. That's right, you are a level 4 mentalist. Lin Hao nodded, without the slightest doubt about Dai Hanxue's words.
At the same time, inside the dormitory. Beep beep.
The testing instrument emitted a sound, and soon, the values appeared.
183.32. 80,123 gene 40,123 caddies. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang. Shaking fist. 400,615 gene 200,000 caddies. I've finally become a level 3 martial artist, and a level 3 martial artist whose full force punch can deliver 400,000 gene. During the week of cultivation, Zhang Zai spent all his time practicing except for eating and drinking. Although Zhang Zai is now unshaven, he is full of energy and his overall mental state is excellent. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Zai concentrated his mind and released his spiritual power outward. Click. The cup on the table shattered out of nowhere. The table, made of thick steel plates welded together, was directly squeezed into a spherical shape. My mental strength has also increased a lot. The power of my mental projection alone is enough to crush a level 2 martial artist. After finishing his recitation, Zhang Zai composed himself, tidied himself up briefly, and then left the dormitory. A week has passed, and the trainees at the youth training base have gotten back on track and have mostly adapted to the pace of the training. Unlike when they first entered the camp and had no points at all, many trainees have earned some points over the past week, mostly by doing odd jobs at the base. Inside the indoor training field, Lin Yue and a student are cleaning up. Lin Yue, apart from those 4 people, you're probably the best off among us students. I didn't expect you to even take on this menial job, a girl who was a level 1 martial artist said sarcastically. Li Ling, if you don't like it, you can file a complaint, or challenge me, Lin Yue said calmly, not angered by the girl's sarcasm. Humph, you think you can get my points by challenging me? I'm not that stupid.
Li Ling said sarcastically, speaking of which, where's that big shot you've hooked up with?
It's been a week and I haven't seen him at all. Are you hiding because you're scared? Without him, you probably can't move an inch in the base.
If you have so much time to spare, you should finish your work and go try to curry favor with Chi Ruffing. Faced with Li Ling's sarcasm, Lin Yue's expression remained unchanged.
Oomph, don't be so smug.
Let me tell you, my brother Foam has made rapid progress under the guidance of the deputy chief instructor. His movement technique has already reached the mastery level, and he's only a little short of the microscopic level. Xia Ling said with a boastful look. Faced with Xia Ling's boasting, Lin Yue did not continue to argue, but remained silent. Lin Yue has almost used up her 100 points in the past week, and now she needs to do some odd jobs to earn more points. However, the points she spent also allowed Lin Yue to make great progress. Compared to when she first entered the camp, her health points increased by 10 points, and her combat experience also became much richer. Lin Yue had a very clear idea: the key to obtaining a considerable number of points was the camp's assessment. However, not long has passed since the last entry assessment, and it is impossible to arrange another assessment in the short term. She needs to use this time in between to become stronger, so that her chances of passing the next assessment will be greater. Because of her 100-point advantage, compared to Jiang Zhe and the three who were personally instructed by the instructor, she is now considered to be ahead.
But Jiang Zhe didn't show his face even once during that week.
Meanwhile, news of Zhang Roro and her two companions' rapid improvement in strength has been circulating, leading to rumors that Jiang Zhe is afraid and hiding, too afraid to come out. Because of her close relationship with Jiang Zhe, she was ostracized by others.
I wonder what Jiang Zhe is doing.
Lin Yuwei wondered to herself.
Lin Yuwei didn't think Jiang Zhe was afraid. Just then,
Lin Yuwei heard a familiar voice she hadn't heard in a long time.
"What are you doing here?"
Upon hearing the voice, Lin Yuwei was startled at first, then quickly turned around. When she saw that familiar smile, Lin Yuwei immediately became excited.
Chapter 49. Jiang Zhe emerges from seclusion. Fortune favors the bold.
Seeing that familiar smile in front of her, Lin Yuwei was so excited that she felt an urge to cry.
To be honest, she didn't have a good week.
Because of her close relationship with Jiang Zhe, all the other trainees in the base now ostracize and isolate her.
The trainees in the youth training camp have clearly been divided into 5 factions, with Zhang Roro, Qi Rufeng, and Xia Xiushan each having a group of trainees following them. In other people's eyes, she and Jiang Zhe belong to the same camp, and the key point is that this camp only consists of the two of them.
Another group of students chose to remain aloof and refused to join any faction. Because Jiang Zhe has not appeared, rumors are circulating that he is afraid and has gone into hiding, and all sorts of sarcastic and mocking comments are directed at her.
However, Lin Yuwei does not regret her choice.
Upon seeing Jiang Zhe arrive, Li Ling ran out without saying a word, as if she had seen a ghost.
"What's wrong with her?" Jiang Zhe asked curiously upon seeing this.
"You showed up, and she rushed off to inform you." Lin Yuwei suppressed her excitement and added, "If you hadn't shown up, I would have thought it was true, as they've been saying, that you were hiding out of fear."
"What? I only went into seclusion for a week, and rumors are already spreading everywhere?" Jiang Zhe asked with a smile.
"Anyway, there are all sorts of rumors," Lin Yuwei said.
Jiang Zhe smiled and asked again, "By the way, I asked you what you were doing here earlier, and you haven't answered yet." "Obviously, I'm cleaning."
Lin Yuwei gestured with the mop in her hand. "I've almost used up my points. If I don't earn some points myself, I won't be far from leaving."
Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe understood.
"That just so happens, I came out of seclusion this time also to accumulate points," Jiang Zhe said with a smile.
"I haven't heard of any assessments lately. If you want to get points, either ask the instructor and see if he'll give you some, or do some odd jobs like me."
At this point, Lin Yuwei felt a pang of sadness. Thinking back to Jiang Zhe's performance when he first entered the camp, how spirited he was, how powerful he was, making all the geniuses unable to lift their heads. "I never imagined that I would become just another ordinary person, and now I even have to worry about points."
The former is like begging, and the latter is even more humiliating. "Is there a way to get the points while standing up?" Jiang Zhe asked with a smile.
"Yes, challenge others, and wager points," Lin Yuwei replied.
"Can I take on a challenge?"
"I remember the head instructor mentioned a point-earning method that day, and there wasn't a challenge option among them," Jiang Zhe asked, puzzled. "This is an agreement reached privately by the students," Lin Yuwei explained. "They are all geniuses selected from various cities, and they are very arrogant. It is inevitable that friction will occur in private, so the point-based challenge came about. No one has interfered for so long, so it can be considered tacitly agreed."
"I see." Jiang Zhe nodded, understanding. That makes things simple. Jiang Zhe liked this simple and direct approach. "You're not thinking of challenging others to win points, are you?" Lin Yuwei couldn't help but ask, seeing Jiang Zhe's expression. "Is there a problem?" "Nobody's stupid. With your strength, who would accept your challenge?"
Lin Yuwei said helplessly. "Ordinary students are not my target is those three," Jiang Zian said pointedly.
"Qi Rufeng and the other two?" Lin Yuwei asked to confirm.
"Yes, all three of them are individually instructed by their instructors.
I think their instructors will be generous with their points."
"Any one of them probably has more points than all of you students combined," Jiang Zhe analyzed.
Hearing this, Lin Yuwei nodded and said, "You're right.
Each of the three of them has at least 1,000 points.
That settles it. If we take down those three, we'll get the points for our subsequent cultivation." Jiang Zhe's eyes gleamed.
"But how do you know that the three of them will accept your challenge?"
Lin Yuwei asked again.
"I can't speak for Zhang Roro, but I have the other two figured out.
Jiang Zhe said confidently, just do as I say, and I guarantee they'll take the bait. Once it's done, I'll give you some points. Don't worry, it'll definitely be much more than what you'd earn doing odd jobs here. Then tell me what to do. You're doing this. Jiang Zhe whispered his plan in Lin Yue's ear. After a long while, Lin Yue was shocked after hearing Jiang Zhe's plan. Aren't you afraid of going too far? Fortune favors the bold. Phew. Lin Yue breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side. Body movement training room. The door opened, and Qi Ruffing, who had just finished his cultivation, walked out, drenched in sweat. At the entrance, a group of students who followed Qi Ruffing stood guard. Brother Feng, a towel. Brother Feng, have some water. One of the trainees quickly handed over the towel and water in his hand, with a fawning smile. Qi Ruffing took a sip of water, wiped his sweat, and casually tossed the towel out, which immediately caused several girls nearby to scramble for it. Brother Feng, how's it going? Any improvement? It's alright, so, Qi Ruffing said pretentiously. At the same time, a mechanical announcement sounded. Student, Qi Ruffing, current performance, 85% completion of the second stage. Hiss. As the results were announced, a collective gasp of astonishment erupted from the students nearby. Immediately afterwards, gasps of surprise rang out. Damn, Feng is amazing. It's only been a few days and he's already 85% complete in the second phase. Awesome, Brother Feng. Wow, that's amazing. I haven't even been able to bend to the first stage yet. Brother Feng truly lives up to the personal guidance of the deputy chief instructor. His progress is astonishing. It's clear that our Brother Feng is exceptionally talented. Brother Feng, you're so handsome, I want to marry you. Hearing the flattery around him, Qi Ruffing looked smug and felt extremely superior. He thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being admired. How are things going with Xia Xiushan and Zhang Ruru? Qi Ruffing asked. Breaking news, Xia Xiushan is already experimenting with 4 times gravity. Zhang Ruru is rather mysterious and hasn't received any information, a student immediately said. 4 times the gravity. Upon hearing this, Qi Ruffing's face darkened. Xia Xiushan's powerful defense was a big problem for him. He was agile, but Xia Xiushan's strong defense was like a hard tortoise shell, impossible to break and impossible to deal with. As for Zhang Ruru, he didn't take her seriously. Although he was a mentalist, Zhang Ruru's gentle and weak personality meant she posed little threat to him. Has Jiang Zhe not come out yet? Qi Ruffing asked again. Just then, Li Ling rushed over, shouting, Jiang Zhe is out. Chapter 50 Insider. Guaranteed win, little sister. News of Jiang Zhe's appearance quickly spread within the base. The news immediately sparked a huge discussion among the trainees. Jiang Zhe has finally shown up. He's been hiding for a week, and now he finally dares to come out? I think he probably ran out of points and couldn't hide any longer. Nowadays, Qi Ruffing and the other two are making rapid progress under the individual guidance of their respective instructors. Without individual guidance, even if Jiang Zhe could have defeated his instructor back then, he would be just an ordinary person now. Just as the students were discussing it, an even more explosive piece of news came out. Jiang Zhe publicly challenged Qi Ruffing. This news immediately caused an uproar. No one expected that Jiang Zhe would challenge Qi Ruffing as soon as he came out of the dormitory after staying there for a week. Was he planning to establish his authority? Soon, the news reached Qi Ruffing. Brother Feng, he is too arrogant. He is completely disregarding you. Yeah, he challenged Brother Feng right after coming out. Does he think you're weaker than Xia Xiushan and the other two or something? Brother Feng, what do we do now? Everyone outside is watching. Should we accept this challenge or not? Qi Ruffing was also weighing the options at this moment. Jiang Zhe was able to defeat the instructor, so he must be a level 3 martial artist. He is currently only a level 2 martial artist and is still some distance away from becoming a level 3 martial artist. However, he is a gifted martial artist, and with his awakened talent, he is not without the power to fight. Just as Qi Ruffing was pondering, the person who came in front of him caught his attention. What are you doing here? Qi Ruffing looked at Lin Yue and asked directly. I've come to issue him a challenge, Lin Yue said, taking out a poster with the words challenge written on it. What if I don't answer? Seeing this, Qi Ruffing deliberately asked, wanting to see how Lin Yue would react. My advice is that you should accept it regardless of winning or losing, Lin Yue said calmly. Why? Qi Rufeng asked directly.
Because it's one of the assessments arranged within the base, a special assessment specifically for trainees like you who are valued by the instructors, Lin Yue explained.
Wow.
These words immediately caused an uproar. Qi Rufeng and the surrounding students were all stunned.
Is Zhang Zhe part of the assessment arranged by the base? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Qi Rufeng was also completely confused. Didn't you all sense something was wrong a long time ago? Why would a 28-year-old martial artist participate in this youth training camp? Why was he able to defeat the instructors? Why were you, Zhang Ruru, and Xia Xiushan all valued by the instructors and given individual guidance, while he wasn't? You all thought he was a relative, but that's not actually the case. He is an insider at the base, specifically assigned to this youth training program. Hiss. Upon hearing Lin Yue's explanation, everyone present gasped in shock. Regarding Zhang Zhe's background, they had always believed that he was someone with connections, but after witnessing Zhang Zhe's strength, they were also puzzled as to how someone with connections could have such strength. They didn't consider the possibility that he was an insider. But now that Lin Yue has said this, it seems to make some sense. I don't understand the purpose of this arrangement at the base? Qi Rufeng asked. He was also shocked, but he remained somewhat skeptical of Lin Yue's words. It's very simple, a whetstone. Lin Yue gave her answer, a whetstone arranged for the most outstanding students. In this batch of students, it is you, Xia Xiushan and Zhang Ruru's whetstone. Among these students, apart from him, no one else has the strength or qualification to become the three of you whetstones. These words immediately filled Qi Rufeng with smugness, and his sense of superiority resurfaced. Indeed, apart from Zhang Zhe, the other trainees in this batch were no match for the three of them. While other trainees were still doing odd jobs every day to earn a few points, he was already receiving guidance from the deputy chief instructor and never worried about the points. As time goes on, the gap between him and other trainees will only widen, making it impossible for him to catch up. How do you know all this? Qi Rufeng asked. I just found out too, Lin Yue replied. Believe it or not, you can refuse this challenge. I don't know what the consequences will be, but at most you'll just lose face. Anyway, after you, Xia Xiushan and Zhang Ruru will also go through this test. Upon hearing this, Qi Rufeng understood that in addition to challenging him, they would also be challenging Xia Xiushan and Zhang Ruru. Why are you telling me all this? Qi Rufeng asked. While there's still time, I need to find a way out for myself, otherwise I can't stay here any longer, Lin Yue said. I'll say the same thing to the other two. Okay, I accept the challenge. Qi Rufeng took a deep breath and accepted the challenge. Good luck, Lin Yue said before leaving. After Lin Yue left, one of the students asked, Brother Feng, do you believe what she said? Qi Rufeng nodded and said pretentiously, only what she said can explain why a 28-year-old martial artist appeared in the youth training camp. The existence of such a person is indeed a good whetstone for me. After saying that, Qi Rufeng said seriously to the people around him, none of you should spread this matter. I will pass the test first, and you will all benefit from it later. Clear. Seeing the attitude of the people around him, Qi Rufeng was very satisfied. The treatment these trainees receive here is vastly different from his. With the personal guidance of the deputy chief instructor every day, he never needed to worry about points. He only needed to cultivate diligently and enjoy the glory that being a genius brought him. On the other side. See? I told you he'd accept the challenge if I did this. Wasn't he easy to fool? Seeing that Lin Yue had successfully persuaded Qi Rufeng to accept the challenge using his method, Zhang Zhe smiled. You can still laugh. Seeing this, Lin Yue rolled her eyes at Zhang Zhe. Aren't you afraid that your impersonation of an examiner will be exposed to the instructors? Impersonating an examiner? Who is it? Me? Do you have any proof? Zhang Zhe pretended to know nothing. The things you asked me to say, Qi Rufeng and quite a few others are listening to them, Lin Yue said helplessly. They believe whatever I say. They're so stupid, I don't see any point in continuing their training, Zhang Zhe said disdainfully. Speaking of which, although Qi Rufeng hasn't reached the third level of martial artist yet, his movement technique has already reached the control level, so you must not be careless, Lin Yue said seriously. Don't worry, I guarantee we'll win, little sister, Zhang Zhe said confidently, patting his chest. Chapter 51 1 round. Next target. Inside the venue. Qi Rufeng and his men arrived on time to accept the challenge. Not bad, you're fairly punctual. Zhang Zhe glanced at the time and said calmly.
Because of what Lin Yue had said before, Jiang Zhe was now seen by Qi Rufeng as a whetstone that the base had arranged for him. Therefore, in Qi Rufeng's eyes, Jiang Zhe is now like an instructor, and this challenge is an assessment, which naturally requires punctuality. Upon hearing this, Qi Rufeng was about to speak, but Jiang Zhe impatiently waved his hand to interrupt him.
Stop talking nonsense and get started. There are 2 people behind you in line. Jiang Zhe's tone and words made Qi Rufeng and the students around him even more convinced that what Lin Yue said was true. Jiang Zhe really was a whetstone specially arranged by the base for Qi Rufeng, and the other 2, the so-called challenge, was actually an assessment.
I'm ready, Qi Rufeng said confidently, striking a pose.
Come on, get ready.
I'll let you make the first move, go all out, and let me see the results of your training over this period of time, Jiang Zhe said calmly. Upon hearing this, a strong fighting spirit immediately ignited in Qi Rufeng's eyes. This was a special assessment arranged by the base for the 3 of them, a whetstone provided for them. He was the first to be assessed, so he had to give a satisfactory answer. He needs to show the base leadership his capabilities. After reciting the words, Qi Rufeng mobilized the power of his internal energy and blood, used his movement technique, and charged towards Jiang Zhe.
Brother Feng is so fast.
Brother Feng is a level 2 martial artist. With the added advantage of movement techniques, a level 3 martial artist isn't that impressive to him. Even ordinary level 3 martial artists may not be able to reach the control level in terms of movement techniques. In just 1 week, Brother Feng has made such progress in his movement skills. He truly deserves to be called a talented martial artist. At this moment, Lin Yue, who was standing to the side, was witnessing Qi Rufeng use his movement techniques for the first time, and she was filled with emotion. He truly deserves to be called a talented martial artist. At such a young age, he has already reached the level of mastery in movement techniques. No wonder he dares to challenge a level 3 martial artist. Take myself for example. We are both level 2 martial artists, but if I were to fight Qi Rufeng, I would probably be defeated after only a few rounds if he found a weakness in me. Lin Yue also learned movement techniques, but even though she worked very hard in her training, she was only at the entry level and still had a long way to go before reaching the control level. All I can say is that when it comes to talent, hard work really doesn't matter. Qi Rufeng was full of confidence at this moment, and he was not afraid of even facing ordinary level 3 martial artists.
If I can't win, I can just run away.
With my ability to control my movement, it won't be so easy for them to catch me. Just as Qi Rufeng's fist touched Jiang Zhe's body, and before Qi Rufeng could even feel a surge of joy at having landed a blow, Jiang Zhe's voice suddenly rang in Qi Rufeng's ear.
Is this your movement technique? It's too slow.
Qi Rufeng was terrified because he realized that Jiang Zhe, whom he had hit, was just an afterimage. Jiang Zhe had already appeared behind him without him noticing.
Oops. Qi Rufeng immediately sensed something was wrong.
Before Qi Rufeng could react, Jiang Zhe struck Qi Rufeng on the back of the neck with a hand chop, the force of which knocked Qi Rufeng unconscious. The battle ended. Qi Rufeng hadn't even lasted a single round against Jiang Zhe.
That's all the strength you have? It's pathetic and boring. Jiang Zhe said disdainfully.
After saying that, amidst the shocked gazes of the surrounding crowd, he took out the identity card from Qi Rufeng, transferred all the points on the card to his own card, and then left. Lin Yue was stunned for a long time before she realized what was happening and quickly left. She finally understood the true value of Jiang Zhe's words, "Little sister, I guarantee you'll win."
That's amazing, absolutely amazing. Qi Rufeng couldn't even last a single round against Jiang Zhe. Meanwhile, the students standing nearby looked at Qi Rufeng, who had been knocked unconscious, and clicked their tongues in amazement. This assessment is way too difficult. The whetstone the base provided is ridiculously overpowered. Aren't they afraid of wearing Qi Rufeng down with such an insane whetstone? Has it shaken him out of his confidence? However, they also knew that such assessments had nothing to do with them, and they couldn't control them. Those who are hailed as geniuses in public are nothing more than ordinary people here. 1240 points, you were right, this kid has a lot of points. I'm already looking forward to seeing how many points the other 2 have. Jiang Zhe was very happy to see the points on his card. Jiang Zhe was very satisfied with gaining so many points all at once. We're all trainees, but the difference in treatment here is really huge, Lin Yue couldn't help but remark.
She does odd jobs and works hard all day, but she might only earn 1 or 2 points. Even though they've both been in the camp since then, Qi Rufeng has so many cards, so the cultivation resources he can get here are completely different.
Give me your ID card, Jiang Zhe said. Lin Yue didn't stand on ceremony and handed her ID card to Jiang Zhe. This is for you.
Jiang Zhe swiped his phone on something resembling a POS machine, transferring 200 points to Lin Yue's card.
That's too much.
Lin Yue's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the points Jiang Zhe had given her. She had originally thought that Jiang Zhe would be lucky to give her a few dozen points afterward, since she was just passing on a message. But I never expected Jiang Zhe to give so much. This is nothing. Before those idiots realize what's happening, let's move on to the next target. Jiang Zhe waved his hand and urged. Alright, I'll go find Xia Xiushan and issue him a challenge right away.
Lin Yue was about to take action immediately. What, not scared anymore?
Jiang Zhe joked with a smile when he saw Lin Yue becoming so enthusiastic.
You're right, fortune favors the bold. Lin Yue winked at Jiang Zhe. After the initial success, the second time became much easier.
Even before Lin Yue spoke after finding Xia Xiushan already knew Lin Yue's intentions.
Chi Ruffling, that good for nothing, failed the assessment. Now it's my turn, right?
Xia Xiushan spoke first. It seems you already know, so I won't waste my breath. Lin Yue put on a conciliatory tone and deliberately advised, you can refuse at most, you'll just lose face. Xia Xiushan and his group had planted spies on each other's sides to keep track of each other's strength and were secretly competing with one another.
Poof. Xia Xiushan snorted coldly. I, Xia Xiushan, am not easily intimidated. With my current defensive capabilities, I can withstand even a punch with the force of 200,000 Jin. I refuse to believe he can break through my defenses. I accept this challenge.
Chapter 52 Ruthless Crushing.
Zhang Ruru was so frightened she cried. Can you withstand the force of my punch, which has the power of 400,000 Jin?
As Jiang Zhe's voice rang in his ears, Xia Xiushan was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness. Same place, different time, different challenges, same outcome. In Jiang Zhe's hands, Xia Xiushan still couldn't last a single round and was defeated by Jiang Zhe in one move. Inside the venue, there was complete silence. The students who came with Xia Xiushan were so shocked by the results that they didn't dare to breathe. It's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Xia Xiushan is a martial artist with defensive talent, and he has been trained by a mysterious instructor recently, so his progress has been rapid. He spends almost all his time in the gravity training room, cultivating and strengthening himself, and has already begun to withstand 4 times the gravity.
As a result, he couldn't withstand Jiang Zhe's punch.
The sharpening stones assigned to this base are ridiculously powerful.
A boring battle.
Jiang Zhe shrugged, feeling quite bored. Under everyone's gaze, he found Xia Xiushan's identity card, then transferred the points in one smooth motion.
They're gone. Jiang Zhe called out to Lin Yue and then left the venue first. After recovering from her shock, Lin Yue quickly followed.
Although she had a certain understanding of Jiang Zhe's strength, she was still shocked that Jiang Zhe had defeated Xia Xiushan with this punch. When Xia Xiushan told her that his defense could withstand a punch of 200,000 Jin, Lin Yue informed Jiang Zhe. A punch with the force of 200,000 Jin that's equivalent to a level 3 martial artist with 500 points of Qi and blood.
As a result, he still can't withstand a single punch from Jiang Zhe.
It can only be said that Jiang Zhe's strength far exceeded her expectations. Only after Jiang Zhe and the others left did the group of students dare to speak up and discuss the matter. His strength is terrifying. He broke through Brother Shan's defense with just one punch. Yeah, the internal evaluators assigned to this base are really insane.
Who could possibly pass such an assessment? Zhang Ruru was next, right?
Anyway, it's not an assessment specifically for us, so let's not worry about it. News came that both Chi Ruffing and Xia Xiushan had been defeated, unable to withstand even a single round from Jiang Zhe.
This news made Zhang Ruru panic. Roro, Jiang Zhe is too abnormal.
Maybe we should just skip this assessment.
I don't think so. If Roro doesn't even have the courage to accept the challenge, she'll definitely be laughed at.
That's right, our Roro is a mentalist. Her strength cannot be measured by the standards of an ordinary martial artist.
Even if Roro doesn't pass the test, we won't lose face.
Zhang Ruru was also struggling with her decision. She wasn't a competitive person, and if it weren't for the fact that this assessment was supposedly arranged internally by the base, she wouldn't have wanted to participate at all. But since it's an assessment arranged internally by the base, her instructor would probably be very disappointed if she gave up because of cowardice.
Dai Hanxue had very high expectations for her.
I accept this challenge, Zhang Ruru decided. Jiang Zhe was somewhat expectant after learning that Zhang Ruru had accepted the challenge.
Jiang Ruru is a mentalist, and this is the first time he has fought against a mentalist. But
inside the venue, Jiang Ze released his mental power, preparing to use the methods of a mentalist to fight Jiang Ruru. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ruru, who had been in a relatively normal state, suddenly burst into tears, catching everyone present off guard.
Wow! Wah-ah!
Jiang Ruru cried, crying uncontrollably, her face filled with deep fear. It was this powerful spiritual force, the spiritual force that terrified her so much that she couldn't even muster the thought of fighting back.
Unexpectedly, this spiritual power came from Jiang Ze.
Jiang Ze was also a spiritualist.
This scene stunned everyone present. What's wrong with Ro? Why did you suddenly start crying? What happened? Even Jiang Ze was stunned. What was going on? He had only just released his spiritual power and hadn't even made a move yet, so why was she crying? Jiang Ze slowly walked up to Jiang Ruru, who was trembling with fear. I concede. Before Jiang Ze could speak, Jiang Ruru uttered 3 words in a trembling voice.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Ze didn't waste any words and said directly, "Give me the identity card." Jiang Ruru obediently handed her ID card to Jiang Ze. After Jiang Ze finished collecting his points and returned the identity card to Jiang Ruru, he left. After Jiang Ze walked away, Jiang Ruru, who had been filled with fear, gradually calmed down. What a bumper harvest! In just one day, Jiang Ze challenged 3 people, gaining 4,210 points from them, giving 600 points to Lin Yue, and leaving himself with 3,610 points.
Lin Yue felt like she was dreaming.
She was about to lose all her points, but in just one day, she gained 600 points.
What are you planning to do next? Lin Yue asked. Continue with your secluded cultivation, Jiang Ze said.
Those courses aren't very good anyway, I might as well cultivate on my own.
Jiang Ze was telling the truth.
Those courses were completely unnecessary for him, they were just a waste of time and points. However, the resources that can be redeemed here with points are still quite good for Jiang Ze right now.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yue nodded.
Only Jiang Ze was qualified to say these words.
I'm leaving now.
If the base investigates the points issue, just pin it all on me.
After Jiang Ze finished speaking, he returned to his dormitory before Lin Yue could even reply. Watching Jiang Ze's departing figure, Lin Yue's eyes rippled, revealing a special emotion. Night. Inside the office. A knock sounded on the door. Come in.
The door opened, and Jiang Ruru walked in.
Are you having problems with your cultivation?
Seeing that Jiang Ruru had come to find her so late, Dai Hanxue asked. Unexpectedly, upon hearing these words, Jiang Ruru's eyes immediately reddened, filled with tears that quickly fell to the ground.
Seeing this, Dai Hanxue frowned. She hated seeing Jiang Ruru like this. She valued Jiang Ruru's talent, but Jiang Ruru's personality gave her a headache. Say what you have to say, why are you crying? Dai Hanxue's voice became stern. Instructor Dai, I failed this assessment. I'm sorry, I've let you down. Jiang Ruru said with a guilty expression. These words left Dai Hanxue completely bewildered. Assessment?
Chapter 53 Through Trials and Tribulations. The head instructor comes knocking. Jiang Ruru's words left Dai Hanxue completely bewildered.
An assessment? What assessment? How come she, as the head instructor of the youth training camp, knew absolutely nothing about assessments? What assessment? What are you talking about? Dai Hanxue asked, frowning. Instructor, stop pretending. I know everything.
Jiang Ze is an inside man you placed here specifically to train me, Qi Rufeng, and Xiaoxiushan. This time, Jiang Ze's challenge on the 3 of us is actually a test, Jiang Ruru said.
Jiang Ruru thought that Dai Hanxue didn't want to expose Jiang Ze's identity. Is Jiang Ze an insider? Dai Hanxue was stunned when she heard this. Good heavens, when did Jiang Ze become an insider at the base? What is all this about?
Tell me what happened quickly, from the beginning, Dai Hanxue urged. So, Jiang Ruru tearfully recounted the whole story to Dai Hanxue.
After hearing what Jiang Ruru said, Dai Hanxue was dumbfounded.
Jiang Ze, disguised as an insider at the base, challenged the 3 under the guise of an assessment, and then took their points.
This only shows that Jiang Ze is bold and powerful. But she never expected that Jiang Ze was actually a mentalist. He was also a mentalist far more powerful than Jiang Ruru. That's exaggerated, absolutely outrageous.
Just then, the door was kicked open, and Lin Hao rushed in.
Jiang Zhe is incredibly audacious, he actually dared to impersonate one of our base's personnel.
Before Lin Hao could finish speaking, he noticed Jiang Ruru was also there.
Seeing Jiang Ruru's tearful appearance, he said directly, "You were also defeated by Jiang Zhe? And your points were taken away too?"
Jiang Ruru gave an embarrassed but to be precise, it wasn't that she was defeated, but rather that she voluntarily admitted defeat.
As a mentalist, after sensing Jiang Zhe's powerful mental strength, he no longer had the courage to fight him. This kid's really something, using such underhanded tactics for points.
Lin Hao was furious. If Chi Ruffing hadn't found him and told him he had no more points to cultivate, he wouldn't have known about it. When Chi Ruffing told him that he had run out of points, Lin Hao was quite surprised. He had given Chi Ruffing a lot of points, and unless Chi Ruffing was willing to be a nice guy and let other students use his points, it was impossible for him to run out so quickly. After learning what had happened, I was almost furious.
Is Jiang Zhe an insider? Is this challenge a performance review?
Insiders of a fart, performance evaluations of a fart. Lin Hao immediately gave Chi Ruffing a thorough dressing down, saying he was incredibly stupid for believing such things and had no brains at all.
"You go back first, I'll handle this," Dai Hanxue said to Jiang Ruru. Jiang Ruru nodded and then obediently left the office.
After Jiang Ruru left, before Lin Hao could even speak, Dai Hanxue said directly, "We've found that mentalist."
"Who?"
Upon hearing this, Lin Hao immediately became interested.
"Jiang Zhe."
Dai Hanxue uttered a name that Lin Hao had never expected.
"Jiang Zhe?"
Lin Hao was stunned.
"Are you sure?"
Dai Hanxue nodded. Jiang Ruru fought with him and is familiar with that spiritual power.
"He really hit it well,"
Lin Hao exclaimed. He never expected that Jiang Zhe would be that mysterious mentalist.
But why is he hiding his identity as a psychic?
Lin Hao was very puzzled. "Just go ask him and you'll find out," Dai Hanxue said, then stood up. "I'll go with you," Lin Hao quickly followed.
Inside the dormitory,
Jiang Zhe just received the smelting and body forging method after spending 1500 points to redeem it. He is now a level 3 martial artist. To advance from level 3 to level 4, he needs to strengthen his muscles and bones.
Jiang Zhe began to practice according to this method.
You have gained insights from practicing the body forging and refining technique, and have comprehended the method of refining through countless trials.
Suddenly, a new method of body tempering cultivation appeared in Jiang Zhe's mind.
The body is the furnace, the breath is the wind, and the blood is the fire, forging the bones through countless trials.
Phew!
Jiang Zhe breathed a long sigh of relief. The method of tempering and refining that he comprehended was far more complex to cultivate than the smelting and body forging method in that book, but it was also much stronger. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to begin cultivating according to the 1,000 refinements method he had comprehended, he suddenly sensed a mental fluctuation. Someone was using their mental power to probe him.
Who?
Jiang Zhe's mind stirred, and his immense spiritual power instantly burst forth from his body, coming into contact with this spiritual power.
If anyone were present at that moment, they could even see a vortex gathering above Jiang Zhe's head. The cyclone continues to condense and gradually shows a tendency to expand.
A moment later, Jiang Zhe withdrew his mental power. "They found us so quickly." Jiang Zhe muttered something and opened the dormitory door.
Standing at the door were Dai Hanxue and Lin Hao.
This was the first time Dai Hanxue had seen Jiang Zhe in so many days, but this time, the surprise Jiang Zhe brought her was too great. She had just deliberately released her mental power to try and investigate Jiang Zhe, but Jiang Zhe discovered it and responded. In that brief moment of contact, she was surprised to discover that Jiang Zhe was not a level 2 mentalist at all, but at least a level 3.
"Did you two instructors need something from me so late at night?" Jiang Zhe asked, feigning ignorance. "Even at a time like this, you're still pretending with me, aren't you?" Lin Hao strode into Jiang Zhe's dormitory and plopped down, only to find that there was no table in Jiang Zhe's dormitory. "Where's your desk in your dorm?" Lin Hao asked. "In the corner to your right."
Before Lin Hao could answer, Dai Hanxue spoke directly, gesturing with her eyes to the steel table in the corner that had long been compressed into a ball by Jiang Zhe's mental power.
"All right." Seeing this, Lin Hao joked, "We have both witnesses and physical evidence. Why did you hide your identity as a mentalist?"
Dai Hanxue asked directly without wasting any words.
"Hidden?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe laughed and said, "I didn't hide anything. No one has asked me if I'm a mentalist since I came here."
These words caused Dai Hanxue and Lin Hao to pause in surprise. That makes so much sense, they were speechless.
Have you had your mental strength tested? Dai Hanxue asked.
Jiang Ze shook his head truthfully, it hasn't been tested yet.
Come with me.
Hey, I just sat down, my butt hasn't even gotten warm yet, Lin Hao complained, but his actions betrayed his words. The three arrived at the testing facility inside the base.
This was Jiang Ze's first time visiting the testing center.
It was as big as 2 basketball courts. In addition to the machines that tested blood and qi and punching power, there was another machine that Jiang Ze had never seen before.
Chapter 54, First Place in Youth Training. A True Late Bloomer. This is an instrument specifically designed to test mental strength. It contains a soul crystal, a specialty of the United States.
You just need to place your hand on it and input a portion of your mental strength into it, Dai Hanxue explained to Jiang Ze.
Jiang Ze nodded. Let's test your qi and blood circulation and fist strength first, Lin Hao said first. Dai Hanxue looked at Jiang Ze, as if asking for his opinion.
I have no objection, Jiang Ze said calmly. Arriving at the instrument for testing qi and blood and fist strength, Jiang Ze pricked his finger with a lancet and dripped blood into it.
Beep beep. 183.32.
Immediately afterward, Jiang Ze didn't waste any words and unleashed his full power with the Jinchuan martial art. 400,615 Jin 200,615 caddies. Looking at the values displayed on the instrument, Lin Hao seemed unsurprised and said, I knew it, he's already a level 3 martial artist. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Ze and asked, if I'm not mistaken, with your blood and energy, the punches you throw must have an amplification effect, right?
Yes, a 5-fold increase. Jiang Ze nodded after being seen through. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao smacked his lips, 5 times the amplification, no wonder it's so abnormal. But you are really amazing to be able to cultivate a fist technique with 5 times the amplification to perfection. I am envious of your talent.
That's right, Lin Hao was envious of Jiang Ze's talent, not his martial arts skills. Amplification martial arts techniques, although they have an amplification effect and seem very powerful, are actually very difficult to cultivate, and there is no guarantee of qualitative progress even after a long period of cultivation. Therefore, most people, when faced with amplified martial arts skills and ordinary martial arts skills, will not choose to stubbornly pursue amplified martial arts skills if they have any self-awareness or rationality.
Very few can actually master them.
But if someone has exceptional talent and cultivates to a high level, they can, like Jiang Ze, unleash several times the punching power with the same amount of energy. Alright, stop wasting time, let's test your mental strength, Dai Hanxue urged from the side. More than Jiang Ze's physical strength and fist power, she was more concerned about the extent of Jiang Ze's spiritual power. Jiang Ze approached the machine for testing mental strength, placed his right hand on it, concentrated his mind, and inputted a stream of his mental power.
The next second, a dazzling light flashed inside the testing instrument. Beep beep.
Mental strength, 1.2 million Jin.
Purity of mental energy, 20.4. Holy shit.
Upon seeing the measured values, Lin Hao exclaimed first. Then, looking at Jiang Ze with eyes that seemed to regard him as a monster, she couldn't help but say, you're a level 3 mentalist, and you're a level 3 mentalist with a mental purity of 20.4?
You're a monster.
After saying that, he pointed at Dai Hanxue and said, she is a level 4 mentalist, and one of the best among level 4 mentalists.
But do you know how much her mental purity is?
4.1, you are 5 times that of her.
I thought she was abnormal, but I didn't expect there to be such an abnormal person.
If it were any other time, Dai Hanxue would definitely have taught Lin Hao a lesson if he dared to speak like that.
But now Dai Hanxue was also shocked by the purity of Jiang Ze's spiritual power.
It is important to know that the purity of mental energy is very important for a mentalist, and to some extent, it represents a mentalist's potential. The purer the mental energy, the greater the potential, and the stronger the mental energy of the same level. She is currently a level 4 spiritual master with a spiritual purity of 4.1 and a spiritual strength of 1.8 million Jin.
How did you do that? Dai Hanxue couldn't help but ask.
As a mentalist, she was well aware of just how difficult it was to compress mental energy.
Chief Instructor, talent and comprehension are things that are hard to explain. Do you understand what I mean? Jiang Ze gave a rather pretentious explanation with a smile. Jiang Ze was telling the truth.
As for how he managed to be so amazing, it can only be said that he had amazing insight.
I understand. After hearing Jiang Ze's words, Dai Hanxue nodded very seriously and said, in the face of talent and comprehension, hard work is indeed insignificant.
Hanxue, just listen to him bragging to you. Even if he is exceptionally talented, I would never believe he could have reached this level without a teacher.
Lin Hao, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand Jiang Zai's pretentious attitude and couldn't help but speak up.
Lin Hao was once a member of the youth training camp and was also known as a genius. Geniuses are proud, and what they can't tolerate most is people of the same age showing off in front of them. Dai Hanxue did not refute Lin Hao's words, but looked at Jiang Zai, as she also wanted to know the result. There's a saying, the master leads you through the door, but the practice is up to you. Haven't you heard such a simple truth? Jiang Zai said, trying to fool him. Since he believes he has a teacher, there's no need for him to deny it, there's no point in arguing about it. Even if you started cultivating later in life, it's still quite remarkable to have such strength at this age, Dai Hanxue praised without reservation. A level 3 martial artist and a level 3 mentalist, both far surpassing their peers in both, to possess such strength in such a short time, that's true genius. A true late bloomer. You flatter me, Jiang Zai said modestly. What are your plans for the future?
Dai Hanxue asked again. Are you planning to leave here, or continue training here until the youth training program ends? Dai Hanxue said this because Jiang Zai's strength was no longer sufficient to warrant further youth training.
Even if those geniuses selected from various cities train without rest every day until the end of the youth training program, they could never have the strength of Jiang Zai. I started cultivating late, and I still lack a lot of experience. If my points allow, I would like to stay here for a while longer to consolidate my current strength, Jiang Zai said with a smile. I can give you another 3,000 points, that's the maximum I can manage, Dai Hanxue said without hesitation. Then I won't be polite, Jiang Zai said with a smug look on his face. You don't need to be so polite. I'm doing this for the sake of our Eastern Theater Command. When you achieve brilliant military exploits on the front lines and are appointed to a military position, I hope you will give priority to our Eastern Theater Command, Dai Hanxue said in a deep voice. These words caused Jiang Zai's smile to freeze instantly. Wait a minute, what frontline trial? Jiang Zai asked immediately. The top student in each training camp must go to the front line for a real combat trial within a year, and you are the top student in this year's martial arts training camp in Donyang Province. Chapter 55 The First Reward. Preparations before departure. Although the martial arts youth training camp has not yet ended, with Jiang Zai's current strength, it is impossible for those trainees in the camp to catch up, so Jiang Zai's first place in the youth training camp is beyond doubt. Furthermore, each martial arts youth training camp has a rule that the first place winner must participate in frontline trial missions within a year. Participate in actual combat, slay alien beasts, earn military merits, and thus obtain the corresponding military rank and appointment. You do not know? Seeing Jiang Zai's puzzled expression, Dai Hanxue asked. I don't know, Jiang Zai said truthfully. If it weren't for Song Fu, a martial arts master, personally visiting him and insisting on recommending him to this martial arts youth training camp, he wouldn't even know about the training camp. Seeing that Jiang Zai was unclear about the frontline trials, Lin Yue gave him a general explanation. After hearing this, Jiang Zai immediately regretted it. If he had known there would be such risks in becoming the top youth trainee, he wouldn't have come. He has children, and his wife is still missing. They haven't found her yet. What will happen to his precious daughter if something happens to her on the front lines? Do we really have to go? Jiang Zai asked tentatively. We have to go, it's a strict requirement. Dai Hanxue affirmed, the military region invests a lot of resources in training each batch of youth trainees, and fighting alien beasts to protect our homeland is the mission of every martial artist. At this point, Dai Hanxue's expression turned serious. The most important point is that peace cannot create strong individuals who can protect humanity's home. Jiang Zai didn't really listen to what Dai Hanxue said next. Everyone understands the logic, but the problem is that it's really dangerous. What will happen if we don't go? Jiang Zai asked again, trying to find out. If it's really not going, Jiang Zai definitely doesn't want to go. It seems that military rank and position are not so important now. If you don't go, it will leave a huge stain on your record, which will have a certain impact on your children's schooling and cultivation. Moreover, the military will send strong people to force you to go for the trial. Dai Hanxue said very seriously, I advise you not to have this idea. Although your talent is terrifying, your current strength is not enough in front of true strong people. Instructor Dai, what you're saying makes me sound like someone who has no sense of responsibility and doesn't care about the big picture. Jiang Zai patted his chest and said seriously, killing alien beasts and protecting our homeland is the duty of every martial artist. Jiang Zai's change of expression was so rapid that Lin Hao, who was standing to the side, was dumbfounded. But you don't need to worry too much. The students who can participate in the frontline trials are all geniuses among geniuses. The main purpose of the trials is to train, not to send the students to their deaths. When you get to the front lines, there will be strong people watching over you. When it comes to a life or death situation, the strong people will take action. Dai Hanshua's words offered Jiang Zhe some small comfort. However, Jiang Zhe was not overly worried. There was still a year left. At worst, you can wait until the last minute to go to the front lines. The stronger you are, the safer you will be during the trials on the front lines. Then I can rest assured. Keep this black card safe. It contains 3 million federal credits. It's a reward for first place in this youth training program, and also a small token of our appreciation from the Eastern Theater Command. Dai Hanshue took out a black card and handed it to Jiang Zhe. With this black card, you can enjoy VIP treatment at any bank. Thanks. Jiang Zhe accepted it immediately, without any hesitation. Jiang Zhe just likes this kind of simple, direct, and substantial reward. After Jiang Zhe left, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh. I've seen quite a few talented martial artists, but this is the first time I've seen one like him. The phrase late bloomer is a perfect example of him. His talent is even more dazzling than Meng Tianlong's back then. I wonder if he and Meng Tianlong will have a chance to meet, Dai Hanshue said. Don't worry, you'll definitely see him. You know what kind of person Meng Tianlong is. When he goes to the front lines for trials, Meng Tianlong will definitely come looking for him. At this point, Lin Hao said smugly, now that such a freak has appeared here, let's see who dares to say that there's no one left in the East? After returning to his dormitory, Jiang Zhe immediately began exchanging his points for items without saying a word. For Jiang Zhe, points are just empty numbers. If he doesn't use them, they only become real when they are converted into resources. Jiang Zhe now has a total of 5,110 points in his card, including the 3,000 points Dai Hanshue generously gave him, which can be exchanged for quite a few things. The next day. Apart from Jiang Zhe, all the trainees in the youth training camp were gathered together. In front of everyone, head instructor Dai Hanshue personally announced that Jiang Zhe had won first place in this year's martial arts youth training camp. The news left all the trainees speechless. Wasn't Jiang Zhe an internal staff member assigned by the training base? How did he become the #1 player in the youth training camp? Immediately, many people's eyes fell on Qi Rufeng and his two companions, looking quite puzzled. Upon hearing this announcement, Qi Rufeng and the other two blushed. The three of them learned the truth last night. They had been deceived, tricked by Jiang Zhe like fools. In order to trick them out of their points, Jiang Zhe deliberately had Lin Yue cooperate in setting a trap, claiming that he was an insider and that this was a special assessment for the three of them. And they actually believed it. They suffered both physical and mental blows and humiliation. Head instructor, wasn't he an internal assessor assigned by the base? How did he become the #1 in the youth training camp? Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask his question on the spot. He was already feeling frustrated because Jiang Zhe was an insider at the base, and he had no chance to get back at Jiang Zhe for the time he lost. Who would have thought that Jiang Zhe would rise from an insider to become the top youth trainee? Are you kidding me? Is there really something shady going on in this youth training camp? Or does Jiang Zhe have such powerful connections that he can pre-select the top player in the youth training program? Upon hearing this, Dai Hanshue didn't even glance at Zhou Yu, and said indifferently, it's true that you are geniuses selected from various cities, but I hope you will use your brains more when you go out in the future. After saying that, Dai Hanshue didn't waste any more words with the others and left directly. As for the youth training, it's not over yet. Whether these trainees are willing to continue trying to earn points and cultivate here, or give up and leave, it doesn't matter to Dai Hanshue. With a prodigy like Jiang Zhe, the existence of everyone else has become meaningless. After Dai Hanshue left, Lin Yue, who was closest to Jiang Zhe, became a hot commodity in everyone's eyes. On Yuan City. A private villa. This is the private villa of Song Fu, the president of the Martial Arts Association. The huge villa is usually occupied by Song Fu and his housekeeper. Jiang Xianwan's arrival brought a different kind of vitality and energy to the villa. Chapter 56: The Grandmaster takes on disciples. My daughter is a genius. Villa Garden. The morning sunlight is exceptionally refreshing. Taking a breath of it makes one feel invigorated. Under the sunlight, a petite figure performed one seemingly simple but actually very physically demanding movement after another. She stopped only when she was panting heavily and covered in sweat. Xianwan, you're up so early to cultivate on the weekend, you're really hardworking. A voice of praise rang out, and Song Fu appeared before Jiang Xianwan with a loving smile.
Since Jiang Zhe went to participate in youth training, Song Fu has taken on the responsibility of Jiang Xianwan's guardian. After some time, the two have become familiar with each other. To make it easier to take care of her, Song Fu invited Jiang Xianwan to stay at his villa and arranged a room specifically for her. Normally, the huge villa is only occupied by him and a few nannies, so he's quite lonely. "Good morning, Grandpa Song." Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Jiang Xianwan greeted them with a smile. "You finished your morning exercise, come and have breakfast." Song Fu waved to Jiang Xianwan. The housekeeper in the villa had already prepared a sumptuous and nutritious breakfast. "Here you are." Jiang Xianwan skipped over and started eating heartily. Soon her face was covered in food. "Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you," Song Fu said with a doting expression. Although he hadn't spent much time with Jiang Xianwan, perhaps it was because of his age, but older people always have an inexplicable fondness for children. In his heart, Song Fu regarded the lovely, obedient and sensible Jiang Xianwan as his granddaughter. "After dinner, Grandpa will teach you that set of boxing techniques again. Let's try to get you through the basics before your father comes back, okay?" Song Fu said with a smile. Song Fu initially agreed to take care of Jiang Xianwan in order to persuade Jiang Zhe to participate in the martial arts youth training program. Originally, Song Fu only intended to pick up and drop off Jiang Xianwan at school, and if Jiang Xianwan had any problems with her cultivation, he would give her some simple guidance. "But I can't resist having such a cute, sensible, and sweet-talking little girl by my side, acting all cute and affectionate." Overjoyed, Song Fu taught Jiang Xianwan a set of boxing techniques. "I've already mastered the basics of that boxing style," Jiang Xianwan mumbled while eating. "So fast? Are you trying to lie to Grandpa because you don't want to practice your boxing?" Song Fu said, not believing him. "Really, I'll call you after I finish eating." After eating her fill, Jiang Xianwan demonstrated the boxing and martial arts techniques that Song Fu, a martial arts master, had taught her. Although Jiang Xianwan has not yet become a martial artist, her performance of this set of martial arts techniques was quite impressive, which means she has reached the entry level. Song Fu stared wide-eyed, his face filled with astonishment. The speed at which he mastered martial arts is simply too fast. He's incredibly talented. With the guidance of a martial arts master like him, it's not difficult to master a martial art to the beginner level as long as you're willing to put in the effort. But none of them learned as quickly as Jiang Xianwan. "You learn so quickly, isn't there anything that confuses you?" Song Fu couldn't help but ask. "No, is this set of boxing techniques difficult?" Jiang Xianwan asked innocently. "Hee, not difficult at all, not bad, really smart." Song Fu concealed his embarrassment and praised with a smile. It took him more than a month to even get the basics of this boxing style, while Jiang Xianwan only took one day. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Talent is something that truly makes people envious. "How much qi and blood do you have now?" Song Fu asked while drinking tea. "Yesterday's test result was 0.81, Jiang Xianwan said. "Put." Upon hearing this, Song Fu couldn't help but spit out all the tea in his mouth. "How much?" Song Fu couldn't help but ask again to confirm. 0.81, Jiang Xianwan said sadly, "It's too low. It will take a long time before I can become a martial artist." Jiang Xianwan's words left Song Fu speechless for a moment. Keep in mind, Jiang Xianwan is only 4 years old. She started cultivating not long ago after starting kindergarten, and her qi and blood have already reached an astonishing 0.81. Normally, a level of 0.4 would already make her stand out among her peers. Jiang Xianwan can only be described as a genius. If Jiang Xianwan can maintain this pace of cultivation, Song Fu estimates that she will be able to become a martial artist before the age of 10. The youngest martial artist on record in the Federation is 15 years old. "I want to take her as my apprentice." The thought immediately popped into Song Fu's mind. With Jiang Xianwan's talent for cultivation, her potential in martial arts is limitless. Becoming a grandmaster is a given. Will she have the chance to reach the legendary realm of martial saint? How could we miss such a genius when he was right in front of us? "Xianwan, will you become Grandpa's apprentice?" Song Fu looked at Jiang Xianwan with a loving smile and said, "As long as you are willing to become Grandpa's apprentice, Grandpa is willing to teach you everything he has learned in his life. Grandpa has no relatives, so everything Grandpa has will be yours in the future." Song Fu had never had such a strong desire to take on disciples. Compared to breaking through to the Grandmaster realm and entering the Martial Venerable realm, teaching a disciple who has the potential to reach the Martial Saint realm is far more tempting. "Grandpa Song, I can't make the decision on this matter. It's up to my dad.
You should wait for him to come back and talk to him about it, Jiang Xianwan said.
Okay, then we'll talk about it when your dad gets back. Song Fu nodded in agreement.
At this moment, the AI was frantically jumping around.
Young master, you can't become a disciple.
How can a mere level 6 martial artist be worthy of being your teacher?
Young master, what I left you is enough. You don't need to take anyone as your teacher.
Even if your father, young master, agrees, you still can't agree.
Young master, please think it over. Jiang Xianwan completely ignored the AI's protests, focusing on only one thought.
That is, her father made her take a master, so she did.
Jiang boy, hurry back. That way I can take your daughter as my apprentice. Song Fu roared inwardly. This was the first time he had ever so desperately wanted Jiang Zhe to return. But she didn't want Jiang Zhe to come back too soon. According to the rules of the youth training camp, those who return early are basically eliminated because they can't persevere. He had high hopes for Jiang Zhe. Whether the Anyuan City Wushu Association can hold its head high this time depends entirely on Jiang Zhe. Just then, Jiang Xianwan's phone rang.
Upon seeing that it was a video call, Jiang Xianwan immediately smiled with delight.
It's Dad's phone call. After saying that, Jiang Xianwan immediately answered the video call. My darling daughter, have you missed me?
The call connected, and Jiang Zhe's voice came through.
Dad, I miss you so much.
Jiang Xianwan said sweetly.
When are you coming back? It will be soon, in the next couple of days. Really?
Real. Upon hearing the conversation between the father and daughter, Song Fu was initially stunned, thinking he was hallucinating. Immediately afterwards, his expression changed.
Chapter 57 Setting Off Home. Jiang Xianwan's parents were called in. Hearing the father and daughter's conversation, Song Fu arrived at Jiang Xianwan's side at the speed of light.
Immediately afterwards, Jiang Zhe saw Song Fu's face appear on his phone screen.
President Song, hello there. How have you been lately?
Jiang Zhe was interrupted by Song Fu before he could finish his polite words.
You just said you'd be back in the next couple of days? Song Fu asked quickly. Yes, is there a problem? Jiang Zhe asked with a smile. You've only been away for youth training for less than 2 weeks, how come you're back so soon? Were you eliminated?
At this point, Song Fu suddenly panicked.
Trainees are not allowed to contact the outside world privately during the youth training period, but if Jiang Zhe is eliminated, then it will be different.
This explains why Jiang Zhe not only called now, but also said he would be back in the next couple of days.
Thinking of this, Song Fu felt extremely disappointed.
Although Jiang Zhe was not young, his talent in the martial arts guild shocked him, and his mastery of perfect fist techniques made him look at him with new respect. To this end, he went so far as to swallow his pride and strongly recommend the Eastern Theater Command, which finally convinced them to grant him a spot and make an exception. It turns out he was being too optimistic.
That's true.
The youth training camp brings together geniuses from all the cities in the East Province. Jiang Zhe would have been just another face in the crowd there, so it's normal for him to be eliminated.
President Song, I.
Jiang Zhe was taken aback and was about to explain when Song Fu interrupted him again. All right, the youth training camp is full of geniuses, so it's not your fault.
Since you've been eliminated, come back soon. I happen to have something important to discuss with you. Song Fu waved his hand.
After saying that, he left, leaving Jiang Zhe and his daughter Jiang Xianwan with their time.
Jiang Zhe?
Jiang Zhe was completely bewildered. He hadn't even finished speaking, so how could this martial arts master have already drawn a conclusion?
But let it be a misunderstanding, he'll clear things up when he gets back. Explaining things is not as important as chatting with my precious daughter.
Although he had only been in youth training for less than half a month, Jiang Zhe missed his precious daughter terribly. In all these years, the father and daughter have never been separated for such a long time.
Youth training base. Student dormitory. Honey, let's stop here for now.
Dad has some things to do, but I'll be back as soon as I'm done, by tomorrow at the latest, Jiang Zhe said with a doting expression.
Okay, Daddy, I love you, Mumu. Jiang Xianwan gave her phone screen a quick kiss before reluctantly hanging up.
It seems Song Fu really cares about my precious daughter, but if he wants to take her as his apprentice, this matter needs careful consideration, Jiang Zhe murmured to himself.
Don't underestimate children just because they are young, innocent, and don't understand anything. In reality, they know very well who is good to them and who is not.
From Jiang Xiaonuan's account, Jiang Ze could feel Song Fu's genuine care and love for Jiang Xiaonuan. As for Song Fu's desire to take Jiang Xiaonuan as his apprentice, Jiang Ze believes that it is necessary to carefully consider and weigh the matter.
Jiang Ze knew that his precious daughter must have some secret, and that secret was definitely not small.
Although Song Fu was a martial arts master, someone Jiang Ze used to look up to, he is now just so-so in Jiang Ze's eyes. Given Jiang Ze's current cultivation speed, becoming a martial arts grandmaster is not an unattainable goal. If we agree to let our daughter blindly become an apprentice just because the other party is a martial arts master, it would be bad if our precious daughter's secret were exposed. After reading it aloud, Jiang Ze took the medicinal herbs he had redeemed with points and headed to the base's medicine dispensing room. 2 days later, at the entrance of the youth training camp base. This is the strength assessment report the military region gave you. With this, you can directly raise your martial arts level at your local martial arts guild. Dai Hanxue, the head instructor, handed a report to Jiang Ze. Each military region is qualified to help martial artists determine their level. After saying that, he said to Jiang Ze, the assessment of mentalists is quite special. If you are willing, you can go to the Mentalist Guild for a level assessment and certification. The Mentalist Guild? Jiang Ze asked, somewhat puzzled. He had never heard of psychic guilds in the past, he had only seen martial arts guilds on television and the internet. Mentalists are a special case, and the guild's location is quite secluded, Dai Hanxue explained. I wrote you a letter of recommendation, which includes the guild's address and contact information. Okay, thank you, Jiang Ze said gratefully. These were not actually Dai Hanxue's duties, but by doing so, she was essentially helping him out. That's all for now, the car has arrived. As soon as the voice faded, a car arrived at the base entrance, ready to take Jiang Ze to the high-speed rail station. I'm leaving now, until we meet again. Jiang Ze smiled slightly, got into the car, and waved to Dai Hanxue and Lin Hao beside him. After the car drove away, Lin Hao couldn't help but say, that kid is really ruthless. He spent almost all of his thousands of points exchanging for medicinal herbs. He's been in the medicine preparation room for the past 2 days, and he's almost used up all the beast blood we've stored. Even geniuses need a lot of resources to cultivate martial arts, there is nothing to say about that, Dai Hanxue said calmly. Those things are worth tens of millions on the market. He is spending what is essentially our Eastern Theater Command's military budget. Don't you feel any remorse? Lin Hao said. Dai Hanxue did not answer, but turned and walked into the base. On Yuan City. Martial Arts Guild. President's office. Song Fu was handling the union's daily affairs, but he seemed somewhat distracted. Not long ago, Jiang Ze called him and said he was already on his way back. Thinking about how Jiang Ze, whom he had previously favored, was eliminated so quickly, Song Fu felt somewhat disappointed. Fortunately, Jiang Ze's daughter, Jiang Xiaonuan's amazing talent in cultivation gave Song Fu great comfort. At that moment, the door opened and the secretary walked in. President. What's up? The kindergarten called and said that Jiang Xiaonuan got into a fight at the kindergarten. The other parents came to the kindergarten demanding an explanation. They couldn't reach Mr. Jiang, so they called here, the secretary said. Jiang Ze went to the youth training camp, which was a closed training period. In order to ensure that the kindergarten could contact the parents if anything happened, Song Fu asked his secretary to leave a number with the kindergarten. His phone must have run out of battery and turned off. He is already on his way back, Song Fu said. It was just a fight, nothing serious. I'll just call Director Chen. The principal Chen mentioned by Song Fu was naturally the principal of Yuan City No. 1 Martial Arts Kindergarten, who was also a martial arts master, Chen Zhongtian. After saying that, Song Fu made a phone call to Chen Zhongtian. A moment later, Song Fu's face fell. Chapter 58 Quite a trouble. Jiang Xiaonuan's grievance. I understand, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Song Fu's face darkened. President, is this a serious matter? The secretary couldn't help but ask. This is a bit tricky. Have someone prepare a car. I'll be there now. After saying that, Song Fu strode out of the office. Upon seeing this, the secretary immediately arranged for a car to be arranged. Even a call to the principal of a prestigious kindergarten, who was also a martial arts master, by a martial arts grandmaster, failed to resolve the matter. This matter seems to be quite significant. It's no wonder, as Yuan City's No. 1 martial arts kindergarten is a key kindergarten in the city, and most of the families of children who can attend there are either wealthy or powerful. On the bus.
Song Fu's face was gloomy.
Song Fu didn't think much of children fighting, but he didn't expect that the child Jiang Xianwan had beaten this time was no ordinary person. The child's father had just become the vice mayor of Anyuan City and was also a martial arts master. The child's mother went directly to the kindergarten, demanding that Jiang Xianwan apologize and also requesting her expulsion. The matter involved a martial arts master, and not just any martial arts master, but a high-ranking official.
Therefore, even if Song Fu called Chen Zhongtian, it was to no avail. This matter cannot be resolved over the phone. First Martial Arts Kindergarten. Principal's office. Although Jiang Xianwan was punished by standing, her little face was full of resentment. A chubby little boy was sitting on the sofa.
His face was covered in bruises, clearly indicating that he had been beaten up.
Slurp slurp.
At that moment, he was happily licking an ice cream cone. He would occasionally cast a provocative glance at Jiang Xianwan.
Director Chen, do you really want me to call my husband and have him handle this personally?
The chubby boy's mother, Hu Meiling, sat to the side, legs crossed, with an arrogant and domineering expression.
Mrs. Wu, this is such a small matter that it shouldn't bother the deputy mayor, Chen Zhongtian said with a smile.
After speaking, he sternly said to Jiang Xianwan, who was being punished by standing, Jiang Xianwan, apologize to him right now.
No way.
He started this whole thing, why should I apologize to him?
Jiang Xianwan pouted, clearly dissatisfied. It's wrong of you to hit someone.
He also made a move, and he wasn't the only one who did.
Several boys couldn't beat a girl like me. They're really useless. Jiang Xianwan spoke very rudely.
After she finished speaking, she glared at the chubby boy who was eating ice cream and threatened him directly, next time I see you, I'll beat you up.
Wow.
Jiang Xianwan's threat immediately reminded the chubby boy of the fear he felt when Jiang Xianwan beat him up, and he burst into tears.
Mom, she threatened me. Listen to this.
Even at a time like this little girl still dares to threaten my son. She's incredibly audacious and has absolutely no manners.
Hu Meiling said angrily. When are her parents coming?
I've already contacted him, and Chairman Song is on his way, Chen Zhongtian said. Even if we bring the president of the martial arts guild here, it won't do any good. This little girl has to be expelled, otherwise everyone will think my son is easy to bully, Hu Meiling said arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhongtian did not respond. Although he is a martial arts master, the Hu family in Anyuan City is not simple. Hu Meiling's father is a soldier who serves in the Southern Theater Command. Hu Meiling's husband, who is also the father of the little boy Jiang Xianwan beat up, is the vice mayor of Anyuan City. The Hu family is powerful and has extensive connections. They should never be offended unless absolutely necessary.
After this incident, he learned about Jiang Xianwan's family situation.
She came from an ordinary family, and her father was not even a martial artist. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Xianwan had a relationship with Song Fu, the president of the martial arts guild, he would have fired Jiang Xianwan long ago and wouldn't have delayed until now.
Who doesn't know the formidable reputation of the Hu family of Anyuan? Who would dare to bully them? Song Fu walked into the office. President Song, you finally arrived.
This is Vice Mayor Wu's wife. Upon seeing Song Fu arrive, Chen Zhongtian first introduced her with a smile, and then said to Hu Meiling, now that President Song is here as well, you two can discuss how to resolve this matter.
Chen Zhongtian didn't want to offend either Song Fu or the Hu family.
The best way to resolve this matter is for Song Fu and the Hu family to reach an agreement. Upon hearing this, Song Fu nodded, looked at Jiang Xianwan who was being punished to stand there, beckoned to her, and said gently, Xianwan, come here and tell me what happened. Jiang Xianwan walked to Song Fu's side and obediently recounted what had happened. It's true that Jiang Xianwan hit the boy, but the chubby boy started it and even brought 2 helpers. As a result, all 3 boys were taken down by Jiang Xianwan. Jiang Xianwan let the other 2 go, but then she grabbed the chubby boy and gave him a good beating.
Director Chen, is everything Xianwan said true? Song Fu asked Chen Zhongtian. That's true, Chen Zhongtian said with an awkward smile.
Upon hearing this, Song Fu nodded and then said to Hu Meiling, it's wrong to hit someone, but we didn't start the trouble. I'll have Xianwan apologize, and I'll also prepare some high-quality qi and blood-nourishing pills.
How about we just let this matter go?
On the way here, Song Fu was already thinking. The other party is the Hu family, so naturally we cannot easily offend them, even if they are a martial arts master. After understanding the situation, I realized I was in the right, so I decided to back down, apologize, and give him face to resolve the matter without much trouble. Not only should they apologize, but they should also be fired. To everyone's surprise, Hu Meiling persisted in her accusations even after hearing this. Seeing that the other party was showing him no respect, Song Fu's expression turned very ugly. Madam Wu, if this matter gets out, it won't look good for Vice Mayor Wu. The Hu family may be powerful and wealthy, but I, the president of the martial arts guild, am not someone to be intimidated, Song Fu said coldly, his anger rising. This woman in front of him was really unreasonable. He had already been humble enough, but she was taking advantage of his kindness, so he didn't need to be polite anymore. Hu Meiling wasn't stupid, she knew that breaking ties with a martial arts master wouldn't do her any good. She was just testing the depth of the relationship between Jiang Xiaonan and Song Fu, the martial arts master. I was also a mother, and seeing my son being beaten made me lose my temper. Since Chairman Song has said so, then I'll do as Chairman Song says, apologize, and let's call it a day. Hu Meiling changed her tune. Grandpa Song, it's clearly his fault. I'm not going to apologize. I'd rather not go to school here anymore. Upon hearing that she was to apologize, Jiang Xiaonan immediately lost her temper. Chapter 59 Never Admit a Mistake. Jiang Zhe arrives. After Jiang Zhe was able to cultivate and his cultivation speed increased rapidly, Jiang Zhe felt more confident and began to warn Jiang Xiaonan. One should be reasonable in life, not unreasonable, not cause trouble, but absolutely not afraid of trouble. If it's your fault, you should admit it. If it's not your fault, you absolutely shouldn't admit it. Clearly, this whole thing was not Jiang Xiaowan's fault. It was the chubby boy who started the trouble first, and he even brought 2 helpers to bully the few with numbers. In the end, none of them were a match for Jiang Xiaonan alone, and they were beaten up by Jiang Xiaonan. Now the other party is demanding an apology, but Jiang Xiaonan refuses. Xiaonan, listen to Grandpa, apologize, and this matter will be over, Song Fu comforted Jiang Xiaonan. He knew perfectly well that this wasn't Jiang Xiaowan's fault, but there was nothing he could do. The other party was powerful and clearly bullying him. Song Fu was indeed a martial arts master, but after careful consideration, he believes it's best to let this matter drop and avoid a complete breakdown in relations with the Hu family. No, my dad told me that I only admit my mistakes if they are my fault, and I absolutely refuse to admit them if they are not. This matter is not my fault. Jiang Xiaonan felt extremely wronged, tears welling up in her eyes, but she refused to admit her mistake. Seeing Jiang Xiaonan so aggrieved, Song Fu felt heartbroken. President Song, what exactly is your relationship with this little girl? Why didn't her father come? Instead, he asked you to come forward. His own child caused trouble, and he, as a parent, doesn't have the guts to take responsibility? Hu Meiling sneered as she watched. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhongtian also looked at Song Fu, his eyes filled with doubt. As far as he knew, Song Fu, this martial arts master, had no children, so what exactly was his relationship with Jiang Xiaonan, and why was he standing up for her at this time? His father went to the martial arts youth training camp and asked me to help look after him. Since I'm being asked, I naturally have to do my job well, Song Fu said calmly. Martial arts youth training camp? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhongtian's expression immediately changed. He knew exactly what going to the martial arts youth training camp meant. It was a place only the most talented people in each city could go. But here's the problem, in Jiang Xiaowan's profile, her father is clearly listed as an ordinary person, not a martial artist. How could he participate in martial arts youth training? Don't try to scare me with the martial arts youth training camp. My Hu family also has members who participate in martial arts youth training, Hu Meiling said immediately. Song Fu's words were actually a deliberate attempt to reveal Jiang Zhe's identity. After all, those who can participate in the martial arts youth training camp are not ordinary people, and Jiang Zhe's face should be taken into consideration to some extent. Mrs. Wu, it's just a minor squabble between children. How about I have Jiang Xiaonan write a self-criticism and we let it go? Chen Zhongtian tentatively suggested. Jiang Xiaowan's father was a student in the martial arts youth training program, and with Song Fu's connection, Chen Zhongtian didn't want to offend anyone and wanted to act as a peacemaker. It's not my fault, I won't write a self-criticism, and I won't apologize. Before Hu Meiling could express her opinion, Jiang Xiaonan spoke up again, expressing her own stance. President Song, Director Chen, you both saw it. This little girl is so unruly and willful. If she stays here, other children will definitely fall victim to her. She must be expelled, Hu Meiling said coldly. Song Fu sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected Jiang Xiaonan to be so stubborn, refusing to apologize no matter what he said. There was nothing he could do now that things had come to this. The only thing we can do is use our connections to help Jiang Xiaonan get a new school, as a form of compensation and to give Jiang Zhe an explanation.
Chen Zhongtian also saw Song Fu's helplessness. Seeing that Song Fu stopped talking, he immediately decided to formally expel Jiang Xianwan. Just then, the door to the principal's office was opened again. Jiang Zhe appeared before everyone. "Dad."
Upon seeing Jiang Zhe, Jiang Xianwan cried out in surprise and immediately rushed into his arms, saying with a wrong tone, "Daddy, this isn't Xianwan's fault."
If it were, Xianwan would admit it. "My dear daughter, Daddy's here. No one can bully you." Jiang Zhe affectionately patted Jiang Xianwan's head and said dotingly, "You're Jiang Xianwan's father?" Hearing the conversation between Jiang Zhe and his daughter, Hu Meiling looked Jiang Zhe up and down and said with a disdainful expression, "Didn't Chairman Song just say you went to participate in the martial arts youth training? How come you're back so soon?"
After saying that, Hu Meiling seemed to realize something and said with a look of disdain, "I bet you couldn't stay in the youth training camp and were kicked out."
Upon hearing this, Song Fu's expression immediately turned sour.
He deliberately mentioned that Jiang Zhe had gone to participate in martial arts youth training in order to increase Jiang Xianwan's importance. But Jiang Zhe's arrival at this time is tantamount to telling others that he has been eliminated. When Chen Zhongtian learned that Jiang Zhe, although a trainee in the martial arts youth training program, had been eliminated so early, his gaze towards Jiang Zhe immediately changed. It's true that everyone who can participate in the martial arts youth training camp is a genius, but only those geniuses who can persevere to the end truly matter. Those who were eliminated early were not enough for this grandmaster to think highly of them. However, Hu Meiling had barely finished speaking when
a massive spiritual force emanated from Jiang Zhe's body, instantly enveloping the office. A mentalist? Martial arts masters Chen Zhongtian and Song Fu couldn't help but blurt it out.
The two martial arts masters, their blood surging, protected themselves and withstood the pressure brought by this spiritual force.
Jiang Xianwan was excluded by Jiang Zhe and did not sense anything unusual. However, Hu Meiling and her son were in a very sorry state under Jiang Zhe's mental pressure. The chubby boy was so frightened by the sudden mental pressure that he lost control of his bladder and bowels and burst into tears. Hu Meiling's body trembled uncontrollably, and a deep look of fear appeared on her face. This was only because Hu Meiling was a martial artist. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already cowed out in fear and admitted their mistake. Feeling that it was about time, Jiang Zhe withdrew his mental power. Hu Meiling and her son were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the way she looked at Jiang Zhe changed. She became much more restrained and no longer dared to act as she had before. Hu Meiling even thought that if Jiang Zhe had wanted to kill her just now, it would have been a matter of a single thought. Song Fu stared at Jiang Zhe in shock. He never expected that Jiang Zhe would become a mentalist after returning from a trip to the youth training camp. A look of confusion flashed across Chen Zhongtian's eyes. This martial arts master. Has the martial arts youth training camp become so abnormal that even extremely rare trainees like mentalists are being eliminated?
Jiang Xianwan was the only one who didn't know what had happened. After giving him a small lesson, Jiang Zhe didn't waste any more words. Instead, he took out his phone and made a video call.
Chapter 60, Strength and Prestige. Apologize to my daughter now.
Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Zhe took out his phone and made a call. At the same time, he handed Song Fu the martial artist level certification report that Dai Hanshua had prepared for him.
President Song, this report needs your approval.
Song Fu took it with a puzzled look, completely baffled by Jiang Zhe's actions. But when Song Fu saw the contents of the report, he was immediately shocked.
Level 3 Martial Artist. Certified by the Eastern Theater Command.
Song Fu clearly remembered that Jiang Zhe was only a level 2 martial artist before he went to participate in the youth training.
How did he become a level 3 martial artist in less than half a month? This cultivation speed is frighteningly fast. No wonder this report needed his approval.
In less than half a month, you've broken through from a level 2 martial artist to a level 3 martial artist. Your cultivation speed is terrifying.
Song Fu couldn't help but exclaim. The reason he recommended Jiang Zhe to participate in the martial arts youth training camp was because he was impressed by Jiang Zhe's terrifying talent for cultivation. Great talents mature late.
And he has mastered the perfect martial arts technique.
What?
In less than half a month, he broke through from a level 2 martial artist to a level 3 martial artist?
Upon hearing this, Chen Zhongtian couldn't sit still any longer and immediately flashed to Song Fu's side.
When he saw the report stating that Jiang Zhe's 183.32 qi in blood had generated a punch with the force of 400,000 qi, he was completely stunned. This training speed, this punching power, it's monstrous.
Don't forget, Jiang Zhe just showed off his mental power. He's a very rare mentalist. The oppressive aura emanating from that spiritual power was at least that of a level 3 spiritual master. A level 3 martial artist plus a level 3 mentalist, that's quite terrifying. Their combat power is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. While the two were still in shock, Jiang Zhe made a video call to Dai Hanxue. Dai Hanxue's face appeared on Jiang Zhe's phone screen. "Why are you calling me? What happened?" Dai Hanxue asked directly. "Because I came back too early, everyone thought I was eliminated and had to come back. It just so happens that Chairman Song is here, so please help me prove and explain," Jiang Zhe said with a smile, explaining the reason. Upon hearing this, Dai Hanxue was speechless. She thought something serious had happened, but it turned out to be just a trivial matter. "Give him the phone," Dai Hanxue said. "President Song, here's your phone." Jiang Zhe smiled and handed the phone to Song Fu. Song Fu had already overheard Jiang Zhe and Dai Hanxue's conversation. When he saw that it was indeed Dai Hanxue who was video chatting with Jiang Zhe, he was quite surprised. It seems Jiang Zhe has good connections. He even managed to get the head instructor's private contact information. "Hello, Chief Instructor Dai," Song Fu greeted politely. "Hello, President Song." Dai Hanxue forced a smile onto her cold face and said directly, "The youth training is not over yet, but Jiang Zhe has performed outstandingly in the youth training camp and is recognized as the #1 in this training camp. It is not very meaningful for him to stay. We agreed to let him come back if he wanted to. As for Jiang Zhe's martial arts level, we have already made an assessment. You just need to approve it. Jiang Zhe is a genius that our Eastern Theater Command values highly. We would appreciate it if your martial arts guild would take good care of him." Hiss. Upon hearing this, even Song Fu and Chen Zhongtian couldn't help but gasp. Being ranked first in the martial arts youth training camp, they both knew very well what that meant. Dai Hanxue, the head instructor of the martial arts youth training camp, even made no attempt to conceal the Eastern Theater Command's attitude towards Jiang Zhe. It's safe to say that with the talent Jiang Zhe has shown so far, becoming a martial arts grandmaster is a certainty. His real goal is to advance to the 7th level of martial arts master and then challenge the 8th level of martial arts saint. Such a person has a limitless future. He is not comparable to the president of a martial arts guild or the principal of a prestigious kindergarten. "Chief Instructor Dai, don't worry, I will do my best to help him," Song Fu said excitedly. The call ended. Song Fu's gaze towards Jiang Zhe changed. He was filled with immense satisfaction. Sure enough, he hadn't misjudged Jiang Zhe. His strong recommendation to participate in the martial arts youth training program was definitely the right thing to do. Jiang Zhe achieved first place in the youth training camp and was valued by the war zone. He has a bright future ahead of him, and Jiang Zhe, who strongly recommended him, will naturally benefit from this. This time, the Anyuan City Martial Arts Guild was no longer at the bottom, and it was finally able to vent its anger in front of the martial arts guilds of other cities. After reading it aloud, Song Fu let out a long sigh of relief. This feeling was truly exhilarating. At this moment, Chen Zhongtian's gaze towards Jiang Zhe also became ambiguous. "I was secretly glad that I hadn't said the decision to fire Jiang Xianwan out loud, otherwise, things would have been really difficult to handle." Thinking of this, Chen Zhongtian couldn't help but complain to Song Fu in his heart, "What kind of person are you as the president of the martial arts guild? Don't you have any idea what potential the people you recommended have? If only Jiang Xianwan had a father with such outstanding potential, wouldn't everything have been fine?" Although the Hu family was powerful, Chen Zhongtian thought it was not worth offending the top student of a martial arts training camp over such a trivial matter. Although Hu Meiling is Vice Mayor Wu's wife and has the Hu family behind her, Chen Zhongtian believes that even if Vice Mayor Wu knew about this, he would not want to offend Jiang Zhe unless absolutely necessary. Being ranked first in the martial arts youth training camp, that's an incredibly prestigious achievement. I've finished talking about my business. Now it's time to talk about my daughter. Jiang Zhe noticed the expressions on everyone's faces and deliberately steered the conversation back on track. "Principal Chen, I think your kindergarten should thoroughly investigate this matter. Wrong is wrong, and right is right. We must be fair," Song Fu said in a deep voice, his attitude much firmer than before Jiang Zhe arrived. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhongtian immediately nodded, then put on an impartial and incorruptible demeanor and said, "Madam Wu, in my opinion, why don't we just leave this matter here?" Although Wu Meiling was extremely unwilling, she knew that it was impossible to fire Jiang Xianwan or make her apologize, so she could only nod reluctantly. She might not care about the students who go to the martial arts youth training camp, but the person who wins first place in the martial arts youth training camp is a completely different story. The change in attitude of Chen Zhongtian and Song Fu speaks volumes.
Seeing that Hu Meiling had given in and was no longer pursuing the matter, Chen Zhongtian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that this woman still had some brains.
It's best to minimize the problem and avoid offending anyone. Mr. Jiang, you see, it's all a misunderstanding. Jiang Xianwan didn't do anything wrong, so let's just.
Chen Zhongtian smiled and tried to smooth things over and ease the tension.
However, before he could finish speaking, Jiang Zhe interrupted him. If my daughter is not wrong, then he is wrong. Apologize to my daughter now. Chapter 61. Remain firm. Identity is also a protective charm. The atmosphere in the office froze instantly after Jiang Zhe said this. Chen Zhongtian looked at Jiang Zhe, feeling extremely awkward. He had originally thought that if Hu Meiling backed down, the matter could be dropped. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhe did not intend to let the matter end there and demanded an apology from the other party. Although the other party started this incident, their child was also beaten up by your daughter, and you didn't gain any advantage. They are the son of Vice Mayor Wu, and they have the Hu family behind them. You should give them some face. Song Fu was also dumbfounded, not expecting Jiang Zhe to go on about this matter. That's Vice Mayor Wu's son and wife. Mrs. Wu is backed by the Hu family, which has a lot of power. That's enough. Song Fu thought Jiang Zhe was unaware of the implications and whispered in Jiang Zhe's ear.
Even if his father is the vice mayor, or even the mayor, he can't let my daughter suffer such a great injustice without distinguishing right from wrong.
Jiang Zhe said calmly, Chairman Song, I understand your concerns.
I understand why you asked Xianwan to back down and apologize before, because you and Xianwan have no relationship. But I am her father, and I absolutely will not allow anyone to let my daughter suffer such a great injustice for no reason.
Upon hearing this, Song Fu's face turned pale.
He sighed helplessly, filled with regret. Because of his previous wavering stance and unwillingness to completely offend the Hu family over this matter, he asked Jiang Xianwan to take a step back and apologize. In retrospect, his wavering stance just now cost him an opportunity to strengthen their relationship with Jiang Zhe.
Hu Meiling's expression changed drastically.
She hadn't expected that even though she had decided not to pursue the matter and had backed down, Jiang Zhe would become even more aggressive. Not pursuing this matter is already giving you a lot of face, don't push your luck, Hu Meiling said through gritted teeth. As the wife of the deputy mayor and a member of the Hu family, when has she ever bowed her head like this? I apologize, I don't want to say it a third time. After Jiang Zhe finished speaking in a cold voice, his aura suddenly changed, and a huge spiritual power slowly emanated from his body once again. Seeing this, Chen Zhongtian looked serious.
Could it be that Jiang Zhe wanted to make a move here?
Song Fu was also taken aback. It was the first time he had ever seen Jiang Zhe like this. When he first met Jiang Zhe, he felt that Jiang Zhe was very amiable. He never expected that Jiang Zhe would be so sensitive and furious once Jiang Xianwan was involved. Thinking of the mental pressure Jiang Zhe had exerted on her and her son, a look of fear reappeared on Hu Meiling's face. The feeling of being like an ant, easily killed by someone with just a thought, was unbearable.
Sorry.
Finally, Hu Meiling temporarily set aside her pride and gritted her teeth to utter those 3 words.
And him? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe gestured with his eyes towards Hu Meiling's son, the chubby boy.
The chubby boy was quite straightforward. Seeing that his mother had admitted defeat and apologized, he knelt down in front of Jiang Xianwan without saying a word.
Sister Nguan, I was wrong. I will never do it again.
The little fat boy's sudden eagerness to admit his mistake left Jiang Xianwan somewhat bewildered.
You're shameful. Come home with me.
The chubby boy's appearance infuriated Hu Meiling, who grabbed him and scrambled out of the office. Jiang Zhe hugged Jiang Xianwan in his arms and comforted her. My darling daughter, you were right to insist today.
You were right, and that's all that matters. Yes, Dad is really amazing.
Jiang Xianwan looked at Jiang Zhe with admiration, overjoyed, feeling surrounded by a strong sense of security.
Director Chen, I need to ask for leave for my daughter to go home and rest. Is that all right? Jiang Zhe asked Chen Zhongtian with a smile.
Of course, no problem. The child's health is the most important thing. It's fine for her to come back to class after she has rested. I'll have her tutor give her individual tutoring for the lessons she has missed, Chen Zhongtian said immediately, showing goodwill towards Jiang Zhe. Thank you, Jiang Zhe said, then turned to Song Fu and said, President Song, let's go. After saying that, Jiang Zhe carried Jiang Xianwan away. On the bus, Jiang Xianwan fell asleep in Jiang Zhe's arms. The father and daughter were separated for less than half a month.
Although Jiang Xianwan seemed normal before Jiang Zhe returned, she actually missed him very much.
Especially in the office, when everyone, including Song Fu who usually takes care of her, makes her apologize, Jiang Xianwan feels extremely wronged and helpless. At that time, she desperately wished that Jiang Zhe could appear in front of her and support her. It wasn't her fault, so why should she apologize? Isn't that bullying? Fortunately, Jiang Zhe did not disappoint her. After leaving the office, Jiang Xianwan clung to Jiang Zhe like a pendant, staying close to him until they got into the car, refusing to get off no matter what. Inside the car, after a brief silence, Song Fu broke the silence first and took the initiative to speak. I want to take Jiang Xianwan as my apprentice. What do you think, as her father? After thinking for a while, Song Fu finally couldn't help but ask. President Song, I appreciate your kind offer, but let's forget about taking on a disciple. Jiang Zhe smiled and gently shook his head. Upon hearing this, Song Fu sighed inwardly. Sure enough, although he had prepared himself mentally, he still felt a little uncomfortable being rejected by Jiang Zhe. Xianwan listens to you the most. Since you, as her father, disagree, then forget it. Song Fu forced a smile and did not force the issue. President Song, thank you for taking care of Xianwan while I was away. Xianwan told me that you took very good care of her and she was very happy. I will remember this kindness, Jiang Zhe said in a deep voice. Let's keep things separate. In Jiang Xianwan's case, Song Fu did not stand firmly in support of her, which led Jiang Zhe to immediately decide that Jiang Xianwan should not become Song Fu's apprentice. During the time he was away, Song Fu had indeed treated Jiang Xianwan very well, and Jiang Zhe naturally remembered the favor he had received. Without Song Fu, I wouldn't have been able to go to this martial arts training camp. Although Jiang Zhe knew in his heart that everything Song Fu did was for his own benefit. But it can be said that Song Fu has earned himself an opportunity. For Jiang Zhe, the biggest gain from this trip to the martial arts youth training camp was not just the resources he enjoyed there. The biggest gain was the new identity. That's right, it's about identity. The #1 martial arts youth training camp. A prodigy valued by the Eastern Theater Command. Without this identity, Jiang Zhe wouldn't have been able to act so tough before. With this identity, even if Vice Mayor Wu was furious, or the so-called Hu family was dissatisfied, they wouldn't dare to do anything to him. At least before going to participate in the frontline trials, this identity was Jiang Zhe's and his family's shield. Jiang Zhe had specifically asked Dai Hanxue about this before leaving the youth training camp. Chapter 62 The AI Praises Us. The Trouble at Tianqing Martial Arts School. In a sense, the martial arts youth training camp is a way for the military to select the most talented geniuses from various cities for training. As a gathering place for geniuses, the top student in each training camp is a genius among geniuses and a key target for military training. The frontline trials are a test for the top performers in each youth training camp. True masters are forged in real combat. Of course, even geniuses face the risk of dying young, but as long as Jiang Zhe doesn't commit any crimes or actively seek death during this year before the frontline trials, he will basically be safe. Any family or force that dares to kill Jiang Zhe or harm his family will be severely punished by the military. After all, every genius who emerges from the youth training camp consumes military resources. As a result, you eliminated the genius that you had spent so many resources to select, making all the military's efforts go to waste. Do you think the military would be willing to accept that? Most importantly, in the eyes of the military, the danger posed by the alien beasts outweighs everything else. We must cultivate and train an unparalleled powerhouse capable of completely eliminating the alien beasts and protecting humanity. Jiang Zhe did not believe that the deputy mayor or the so-called Hu family were unaware of this. With Jiang Zhe's current strength, he can instantly kill anyone below level 5, and he can go toe-to-toe with ordinary level 5 players. The car drove into the apartment building where Jiang Zhe lived. President Song, thank you for bringing us back. I can handle Xianwan's affairs myself from now on, Jiang Zhe said with a smile. Don't hesitate to ask me for help if you need it, Song Fu said. Don't be shy. Thank you, you're welcome, Jiang Zhe said. Then I'm leaving. Goodbye, Grandpa Song. Jiang Xianwan said goodbye very politely. Goodbye, Xianwan. Come visit Grandpa when you have time. After Song Fu finished speaking, his gaze lingered on Jiang Xianwan for a while before reluctantly leaving. It has to be said that Song Fu is now regretting it, and is deeply regretful. If he had been there then, he could have protected Jiang Xianwan without any reservations, and things would probably be very different now. But sometimes that's just how it is. If an opportunity is right in front of you, you miss it. Honey, I refused your grandfather Song's offer to take you as his apprentice. You're not angry, are you? After returning home, Jiang Zhe told Jiang Xianwan that he had refused Song Fu's offer to take him as a disciple. "No, I already said I'd listen to my dad. If he tells me to take on a master, I will," Jiang Xianwan said with a smile. After saying that, Jiang Xianwan raised her cute little face and looked at Jiang Zhe with very innocent eyes, saying, "But daddy, can I know why?" "Because your father wants to find you a master who can unconditionally protect you when you encounter trouble," Jiang Zhe explained with a smile. Jiang Xianwan was still young and had not yet fully grasped the meaning of what Jiang Zhe said. "Can you find it, Dad?" Jiang Xianwan asked innocently. "I don't know." Jiang Zhe smiled lovingly, patted Jiang Xianwan's fair face, and said indulgently, "In this world, no one should unconditionally protect you, except for your parents, remember?" "Okay, I got it." Jiang Xianwan nodded obediently. "Sweetie, go back to your room and sleep some more." Jiang Xianwan returned to her bedroom and immediately and impatiently activated her AI. "AI, it seems the cultivation technique I gave Dad is working. My dad can now cultivate, and he's even number 1. Isn't that amazing?" Jiang Xianwan boasted. Although she didn't know what the martial arts youth training camp was for, she knew one thing: her father was number 1. Moreover, his father became a martial artist and a mentalist. The little master's father is really amazing. Such a cultivation speed is top-notch even on the home planet. The AI unusually exclaimed in admiration. "Who was it that said my dad wasn't good enough?" Jiang Xianwan was extremely proud when she heard the AI's praise. "Young master, I misjudged before. Don't worry, young master, as long as you can fully master what I left behind, you will definitely be stronger than your father in the future. Then hurry up and start cultivating. Next time, it will be my turn to protect my dad." Jiang Xianwan made a silent vow and then began to cultivate diligently. "Alright, I had more than 10 missed calls from Lu Qianyun, and I forgot to call them back." Jiang Zhe suddenly remembered. After he called Song Fu, his phone ran out of battery and turned off. Later, after I replaced the phone's battery, there were more than 20 missed calls, all of which showed that Lu Qianyun had called. All of the 10+ missed calls were from Lu Qianyun today, but Jiang Zhe was too preoccupied with dealing with his precious daughter's situation to call back. Jiang Zhe just remembered. "I, as a guest instructor, have disappeared for almost half a month. Tianqing Martial Arts Academy shouldn't think I ran away, right?" Jiang Zhe called back. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. For a long time, no one answered the phone. Forget it, I should still go to Tianqing Martial Arts School to say hello. After all, they gave me a lot of money, and I'll feel bad if I don't show my face. After reading it, Jiang Zhe left a note on the table, did not disturb Jiang Xianwan, and left home. Tianqing Martial Arts School. The glass door of the martial arts school shattered, with glass shards scattered all over the ground, and the signboard of Tianqing Martial Arts School was also smashed down. Then, with a scream, a person was sent flying out of the martial arts gym and crashed heavily onto the concrete floor. This situation immediately attracted a lot of people to stop and watch at the door, with many craning their necks to see what was happening inside. What's going on at Tianqing Martial Arts Academy? What trouble have they gotten themselves into? It seems like people from Warriors Martial Arts Academy have come to challenge us. Challenge them? Isn't this just trying to cause trouble? Even the signboard has been smashed. It seems that Tianqing Martial Arts School is in a bad situation. I don't know if it will be able to stay open in the future. Tianqing Martial Arts School is still quite conscientious, the other martial arts schools are too greedy. Jiang Zhe had already arrived at the entrance of Tianqing Martial Arts School when he saw the situation before him. Hearing the discussions of the onlookers, he knew that something had happened at Tianqing Martial Arts School and that someone had come to challenge them. Just then, a figure sneaked out of the gate and tried to run away, but Jiang Zhe grabbed him and pulled him aside. Just as Wang Li was about to scream after being grabbed, Jiang Zhe covered her mouth. "It's me." Jiang Zhe gestured for Wang Li to quiet down. Upon seeing Jiang Zhe, Wang Li looked stunned, and then said something that left Jiang Zhe speechless. "Instructor Jiang, didn't you run away?" Chapter 63A Challenge. Like sparring? I'll play along. Wang Li's words left Jiang Zhe speechless. "It's only been half a month since we last contacted each other, how could you spread rumors that I ran away?" "Who told you I ran away?" Jiang Zhe said, both amused and exasperated. "That's what everyone at the martial arts school says." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe shook his head helplessly, then regained his composure and asked, "What happened at the martial arts school?" "People from Warriors Martial Arts School came to challenge us. they attacked anyone they saw, so I sneaked out when they weren't looking, Wang Li said.
What? The opponent is a level 5 martial artist, and the sect leader is no match for him? Jiang Zhe asked in confusion.
No, it's because the owner is injured and hasn't healed yet, Wang Li explained. After saying that, Wang Li added, Instructor Jiang, I advise you not to go in. If you go in, Wang Hao will definitely not let you off the hook.
That's all I have to say. I'm leaving now. Anyway, I'm not coming to work anymore.
These words confused Jiang Zhe once again.
Before Jiang Zhe could ask any more questions, Wang Li turned and left without looking back. It seems things are more interesting than I expected.
Jiang Zhe raised his head and slowly walked towards the martial arts hall. At this moment, at Tianqing Martial Arts School. Compared to the smashed gate and signboard, the situation inside was somewhat better. Apart from a few inexpensive tables and chairs that were destroyed, the valuable instruments and equipment were all well preserved and undamaged.
No wonder, they're just here to compete, not to destroy the place. If you maliciously damage someone else's equipment, you'll definitely have to pay compensation afterwards, so there's no need for that. Inside the training field,
the two groups faced off. One side was dressed entirely in black training uniforms with a large yong, meaning courage, printed on the back and a bear head embroidered on the cuffs.
These people are from Warrior Martial Arts Academy.
The leader was a middle-aged man with a square face, a burly build like a bear, and a resolute expression. This man was Wu Daong, the owner of the Warrior Martial Arts School. However, there was a young man standing next to Wu Daong at this moment. Everyone at Tianqing Martial Arts School glared angrily at the young man, wishing they could kill him as soon as possible.
Wang Hao, I never expected you to be this kind of person. My father treated you like his own son, why did you betray him? What did he do to offend you?
Lu Qianyun's gaze fell on Wang Hao, who was standing next to Wu Daong, her eyes filled with resentment.
Treat me like your own son?
Upon hearing this, Wang Hao scoffed, so you gave one of the spots in the 100 Halls League to that Jiang Zhe?
Is this how you treat your own son?
Poof. Lu Qianyun snorted coldly, this is your own fault.
Who told you to pick a fight with him for no reason? You were outmatched and got injured. Who can you blame? Fine, since you value him so much, why don't you let him out now? Isn't he supposed to be a genius as a guest instructor? How come he's become a coward at this moment?
Wang Hao mocked.
Upon hearing this, Lu Qianyun's face turned extremely ugly.
She never imagined that Wang Hao could be so ruthless, colluding with outsiders to secretly drug her father.
As a result, Wu Daong came to challenge him today.
His father, who had been drugged and whose blood circulation was impaired, was no match for him and was defeated. You beast, I've raised you for so many years, and you dare to do such a rebellious thing.
Lu Zhendong stared fiercely at Wang Hao and said coldly, what benefits did he promise you? Master, don't look at me like that.
Wang Hao sneered, I've worked at the martial arts school for so many years and contributed a lot to it.
In terms of strength, I'm the strongest, and in terms of contributions, I'm no less than them. But in the end, you still handed the martial arts school over to your daughter to manage. You don't trust me.
People always strive for higher positions, and everyone looks out for themselves.
After this incident, I will be Master Wu's adopted son. At this point, Wu Daong, who was standing next to Wang Hao, deliberately said to Lu Zhendong in a very cooperative manner, thank you, Master Lu, for cultivating such a good successor for me. Wu Daong had no children, but he adopted several sons. Wang Hao and Wu Daong reached an agreement, if this matter succeeds, Wang Hao will become one of Wu Daong's adopted sons and will have the right to inherit the Warriors Martial Arts School. Wu Daong, aren't you afraid that today's situation will be your fate tomorrow? Lu Zhendong sneered. Hee, I don't dote on my daughter like you do. The head of my Warrior Martial Arts Academy will always be the one with the ability, so you don't need to worry about me, Wu Daong said calmly. After he finished speaking, Wu Daong's aura suddenly surged, instantly creating a gust of air. You, Lu Zhendong, are my defeated opponent. Does anyone from your Tianqing Martial Arts School dare to come out and challenge us? If not, then according to the rules of challenging a school, within 3 days, you must dismiss your students, close down the school, and Tianqing Martial Arts School will cease to exist. Wu Daong's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Looking around Tianqing Martial Arts School, many people had bruises and bandages on their bodies, having received basic treatment. Not long ago, they clashed with the Warriors Martial Arts Academy members, but they didn't gain the upper hand. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Seeing Wu Daong's arrogance, Lu Zhendong was furious. With a roar, he suddenly stood up. Put!
However, because he had previously been defeated by Wu Daong and suffered serious internal injuries, he was overcome with rage and couldn't hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood and losing his footing.
Dad. Lu Qianyun quickly helped Lu Zhendong sit down.
Junior sister, if you are truly filial, why not marry me? We can become husband and wife, and Tianqing Martial Arts School can be handed over to me and become a branch of Warrior Martial Arts School.
That wouldn't be out of the question. Seeing this, Wang Hao deliberately said something. You're dreaming. Lu Qianyun said through gritted teeth, and then took a step forward.
I'll be the next caretaker of the museum.
Qianyun, no.
Upon seeing that Lu Qianyun wanted to be the caretaker of the museum, Lu Zhendong's expression changed drastically, and he immediately stopped her. Wu Daong was a level 4 martial artist, and his strength was comparable to Wang Hao's. If Wang Hao hadn't secretly drugged him, he wouldn't have been defeated so easily. Lu Qianyun is only a level 2 martial artist. For her to become the guardian of the martial arts hall is tantamount to suicide.
Junior's sister is really brave.
Since Junior's sister wants to close down the school, then this time it's my turn to challenge the school.
It's been a long time since I've sparred with Junior sister.
I'm also curious how much Junior sister has improved during this time.
Although his injuries had not yet fully healed, Wang Hao still had Lu Qianyun completely under his control.
After saying that, Wang Hao stepped forward.
Wu Daong did not stop him from doing so.
Wang Hao was the most suitable person to take action, which would also prevent rumors from spreading that he was bullying the weak.
Junior sister, I'm here.
As the playful voice faded, Wang Hao charged towards Lu Qianyun.
However,
it's been half a month since I last saw you, and you still love to spar with others.
In that case, I'll accompany you.
Suddenly, the sound in his ear made Wang Hao's expression change instantly.
The next second, with a loud bang, Wang Hao was sent flying like a cannonball. Chapter 64, punching a level 4 person. Is this how the secret is passed down? With a loud bang,
Wang Hao, who had been charging towards Lu Qianyun, was instead sent flying like a cannonball and crashed into the wall. This time, instead of just creating a dent in the wall like last time, it smashed right through it. He fainted, was seriously injured, and lay on the ground like a lump of mud. Before anyone knew it, the crowd noticed another figure on the field. When they saw the figure's appearance, everyone at Tianqing Martial Arts School was stunned.
Instructor Jiang. The people at Tianqing Martial Arts School exclaimed in surprise.
Jiang Zhe's appearance was completely unexpected, as rumors were circulating that this guest instructor had run away out of fear.
Jiang Zhe? Lu Qianyun was also stunned.
She had called Jiang Zhe many times before, but his phone was always switched off, which greatly disappointed her. But then I thought, even if Jiang Zhe came, it wouldn't make a difference. Wu Daong is a level 4 martial artist, and apart from my father, who in the entire martial arts school could be his match? I never expected Jiang Zhe to appear at this time. I'm sorry, Ms. Lu, my phone died earlier and then something came up. I was going to call you to explain, but no one answered, so I came to check on you, Jiang Zhe said with a smile. Lu Qianyun then realized that her phone was no longer with her, which was why she hadn't received Jiang Zhe's call. I didn't expect you to come, but you really shouldn't have come at this time. Besides, your coming wouldn't have helped, it would only have dragged you down with you, Lu Qianyun said with a wry smile. Unable to contact Jiang Zhe, Lu Qianyun was initially disappointed, thinking that Jiang Zhe had run away in fear and planned to ignore it and stay out of it. But then I thought, even if Jiang Zhe came, it wouldn't make a difference. With Jiang Zhe's current strength, he's no match for Wu Daong, and he can't solve the problems facing Tianqing Martial Arts School. He might even get himself into trouble. Wang Hao harbored a grudge against Jiang Zhe and wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge on him. But now, Jiang Zhe has arrived. Your presence is enough to prove that Qianyun's judgment was correct, but don't interfere in what happens next. If possible, please take good care of Qianyun for me, Lu Zhendong said in a deep voice. In his fight with Wu Daong, Lu Zhendong was seriously injured. Wu Daong was extremely ruthless. Although it didn't kill him, it hit a vital spot. After recovering, it would be a good result if he could stabilize his qi and blood. There is no hope of him improving his strength in his lifetime. Now Lu Zhendong can only place his hopes on Jiang Zhe. With Jiang Zhe's talent, if he could keep this friendship in mind and take care of Lu Qianyun in the future, he would be content. Master, I am a guest instructor at the martial arts school. If I don't take care of this today, who will pay my salary in the future? Jiang Zhe joked. You're the guest instructor that Wang Hao was talking about. At this moment, Wu Daong spoke up, looking Jiang Zhe up and down before saying, "I heard you're a genius, but Wang Hao said you're a fraud. Now it seems you're not a fraud. You were able to defeat Wang Hao in one move, so you do have some skill. Why don't you come to my warrior martial arts school and become my adopted son? I'll teach you the secret techniques of my Wu family."
Oh? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe feigned curiosity. A secret that is not passed down? What secret that is not passed down?
Naturally, it is my signature martial art, Wu-style horizontal training method. As soon as Wu Daong finished speaking, Jiang Zhe, who had been standing in the same spot, suddenly disappeared. Wu Daong immediately felt a terrifying aura rushing towards him, followed by immense pressure enveloping him. This feeling made Wu Daong's pores open and his hair stand on end. A strong sense of danger welled up in his heart.
Drink!
With a loud shout, Wu Daong's training clothes were instantly torn to shreds by the force of his energy, revealing his bulging muscles. He stomped forward, causing the ground to tremble, and stood there as firm as Mount Tai. Wu-style horizontal training method is a defensive martial art. When Wu Daong, a level 4 martial artist, exerted his full strength, it was virtually impossible for martial artists of the same level to break through his defense. But Jiang Zhe, who suddenly appeared in front of Wu Daong, threw a punch that landed directly on his chest. Click! The sound of flesh and bone shattering rang out the instant the fist made contact with the chest.
The next second. Boom!
Wu Daong was sent flying like a cannonball by Jiang Zhe's punch, crashing into the wall and smashing a large hole through it before falling heavily to the ground. Just then, right next to him was Wang Hao, who had also been punched away by Jiang Zhe and was lying unconscious on the ground. The godfather and his adopted son lay neatly side by side. However, Wu Daong's situation was slightly better than Wang Hao's. After all, he was a level 4 martial artist and had used a defensive martial skill, so he did not faint like Wang Hao. Jiang Zhe walked towards Wu Daong with a faint smile on his face, as if defeating a level 4 martial artist who had used a defensive martial skill with a single punch was a trivial matter in Jiang Zhe's eyes. Looking at Jiang Zhe walking up to him, Wu Daong had completely lost his previous arrogance and confidence, replaced by fear on his face.
What? You intend to teach me this secret that I've never shared before?
The training ground was completely silent. Whether they were from Warriors Martial Arts School or Tianqing Martial Arts School, they were all dumbfounded by this scene.
Everyone was stunned, and some didn't even dare to breathe.
He was afraid that his breathing would displease Jiang Zhe.
Defeating a level 4 martial artist with a single punch is terrifying. Could it be that this guest instructor of Tianqing Martial Arts Academy is a level 5 martial artist?
What was the thought behind a level 5 martial artist becoming a guest instructor at a martial arts school whose owner was only a level 4 martial artist?
Lu Qianyun was stunned, her face filled with disbelief.
Even Lu Zhendong, a level 4 martial artist, was shocked and sat there, unable to believe the result before him.
Wu Daong actually lost.
Wu Daong, who was known for his defense, was defeated by Jiang Zhe with a single punch. How much force must Jiang Zhe have used in that punch to break through Wu Daong's defense so easily and blast him through the wall? It would probably take a punch from a level 5 expert to achieve that. Previously, Jiang Zhe was only a level 2 martial artist, but in less than half a month, he jumped from a level 2 expert to a level 5 expert. Even if someone takes drugs all day, it's impossible to improve this quickly.
How did they manage to do that? Should we continue? Jiang Zhe asked calmly, looking at Wu Daong's terrified face.
No, I won't pass it on. Wu Daong shook his head repeatedly.
Are you still going to challenge them? Jiang Zhe asked again.
No, I'm not playing anymore. Wu Daong shook his head like a rattle drum.
Chapter 65 Strength Reigns Supreme. Men admire, women love.
Wu Daong, the owner of Warrior Martial Arts School and a dignified 4th-level martial artist, was carried back by the people of Warrior Martial Arts School. Jiang Zhe, a guest instructor at Tianqing Martial Arts Academy, demonstrated his strength by defeating Wu Daong with a single punch. As for Wang Hao, who was half dead after being punched by Jiang Zhe, he was not taken away by the Warriors Martial Arts School. After his failed challenge, Wu Daong, the owner of the martial arts school, was beaten so badly that the future of the school remains uncertain. Wu Daong's adopted sons would certainly not let go of such a good opportunity to seize power and compete for the position of head of the academy.
Who would have the time to care about Wang Hao? What does Wang Hao's life or death have to do with them? Jiang Zhe left the decision of how to deal with Wang Hao to Lu Zhendong.
Although Jiang Zhe had a grudge against Wang Hao, he did not kill him. The martial arts guild had a clear rule that martial artists should not kill each other in sparring. If someone maliciously kills someone, it would violate martial arts law and result in exile to the front lines. After all, the threat of alien beasts at the front lines is so great. As a martial artist, instead of using your energy to kill your own kind at the front lines, you should focus your energy on killing alien beasts. Of course, this is how it appears on the surface. If you are powerful and handle things cleanly, as long as you are not discovered or reported, there will be no problem. Drive this beast out of the martial arts school. From now on, his life and death will have nothing to do with our Tianqing martial arts school. Lu Zhendong ordered his men to throw Wang Hao out. Given Wang Hao's current injuries, he won't die unless he receives a miraculously effective healing pill, otherwise, he'll be a cripple from now on. Instructor Jiang, on behalf of everyone at Tianqing Martial Arts Academy, I express my deepest gratitude for your help this time. Without you, Tianqing Martial Arts Academy would probably not exist anymore. Lu Zhendong expressed his gratitude to Zhang Zhe with great seriousness. At this moment, Lu Zhendong no longer dared to regard Zhang Zhe as a young man. The strength Zhang Zhe displayed was enough to demonstrate that Zhang Zhe's strength far surpassed his own. It's just a small favor, I can't just take the salary and do nothing. Amidst the admiring gazes of everyone at Tianqing Martial Arts School, Zhang Zhe chuckled. I've suffered a minor injury and need to recuperate, so I'll have Chen Yun entertain me, Lu Zhendong said to Zhang Zhe. No need to trouble yourself. I just came to check on things. Now that things are resolved, I have to go back. Zhang Zhe waved his hand. I originally planned to come to the martial arts school to make my presence known, so that the people there wouldn't think I was a fraud and I wouldn't run away. I never expected something like this to happen. I've made my presence felt enough, it's time to go back to my old ways. My precious daughter is home alone. I'm really in a bit of a mess today. I'll definitely thank Instructor Jiang properly another day. Hearing this, Lu Zhendong didn't insist on keeping him and said to Lu Chen Yun, please see Instructor Jiang off for me. As expected of a strong woman, Lu Chen Yun immediately directed the martial arts school staff to clean up the mess after Zhang Zhe resolved the problem. Upon hearing Lu Zhendong's words, he immediately walked over. Thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, the martial arts school wouldn't exist. After seeing Zhang Zhe out, Lu Chen Yun once again expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Tianqing Martial Arts School is Lu Zhendong's life's work, and it is also a very precious thing to Lu Chen Yun. If it weren't for Zhang Zhe today, Wang Hao's betrayal and the destruction of the martial arts school would have left an indelible wound in Lu Chen Yun's heart. Your father has already said the polite words, but it's just a coincidence that I came to the martial arts school today. I can't guarantee that I'll be there or that I can handle anything that might happen in the future, Zhang Zhe said. To protect what's precious in your heart, you need to have enough strength. Zhang Zhe wasn't being a spoilsport, he was just telling the truth. Fortunately, Wu Daong, who challenged the dojo, was only a level 4 martial artist. If it had been a level 5 martial artist or even a higher level, such as a grandmaster, Zhang Zhe would absolutely never step forward. Zhang Zhe would never do something like throwing an egg against a rock. I understand. Lu Chen Yun nodded very seriously. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Please let me know a week in advance before the 100 Halls League starts, Zhang Zhe said to Lu Chen Yun. Zhang Zhe couldn't guarantee that nothing else might happen later. To avoid missing the 100 Halls League or forgetting about it, Zhang Zhe reminded Lu Chen Yun in advance. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen Yun's face lit up with surprise, and she asked, the 100 Halls League, you still want to participate? What? The martial arts school won't let me participate in the 100 Schools League? Zhang Zhe asked back. Of course not, we would definitely welcome you as long as you are still willing, Lu Chen Yun quickly explained. Zhang Zhe's strength is terrifying. Defeating a level 4 martial artist with a single punch makes his participation in the 100 Halls League akin to a dimensional reduction attack. Zhang Zhe was invited initially because Wang Hao had provoked trouble but was defeated by Zhang Zhe, suffering a setback and getting injured. In a fit of anger, Lu Zhendong gave one of the spots to Zhang Zhe. Secondly, they valued Zhang Zhe's talent for cultivation and hoped that he could bring back a good ranking for Tianqing Martial Arts School. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zhe's strength improved so drastically in such a short time. Lu Chen Yun thought Zhang Zhe had lost interest in the 100 Halls League. That's settled then. I'll be going now, no need to see me off. Zhang Zhe smiled, waved, and walked towards the residential area. When do you have time? I'll treat you to dinner. Watching Zhang Zhe's departing figure, Lu Chen Yun gritted her teeth, mustered her courage, and loudly extended another invitation to Zhang Zhe. I have to take care of the baby, so I don't have time right now, Zhang Zhe said without turning his head.
Lu Qianyun only reluctantly withdrew her gaze after Jiang Zai's figure disappeared. His wife must be very happy to have a husband like that, Lu Qianyun thought to herself. Even though she knew that Jiang Zai was already married with a 4-year-old daughter, feelings had already been planted in Lu Qianyun's heart and were gradually sprouting. Jiang Zai's invincible figure in turning the tide will be etched in Lu Qianyun's mind for a lifetime. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme and strength is everything, it's perfectly normal for a strong person like Jiang Zai to be admired by men and loved by women. Villa. Inside the study. Wu Changhai, the vice mayor of Anyuan City, is furious after learning about what happened at the kindergarten today.
Foolish. You're the deputy mayor's wife, not a rural peasant woman.
Look at what you've done. You've completely disgraced us. Wu Changhai was furious.
The wife of the deputy mayor actually caused a scene at the kindergarten because of a fight between the children. In the end, they didn't get the better of each other and lost face completely.
All you do is yell at me.
Our son has been bullied like this, and you, as the father, don't step in.
What's wrong with me, as the mother, stepping in? Hu Meiling retorted, and you call yourself the deputy mayor and a martial arts master? Did anyone give you any face?
Hu Meiling's words made Wu Changhai's face even uglier.
Chapter 66 Silver Badge. Dai Hanchua's phone call. Hu Meiling's words made Wu Changhai's face darken.
As the deputy mayor and a martial arts master, he was indeed extremely angry that his wife and son had been so humiliated. However, due to the other party's special status, he had no way to deal with it for the time being.
What do you know? Do you know what it means to be number one in the youth training camp? That means someone who is being groomed by the military.
If I were to touch him now, I would be asking for trouble. Don't think your family would stand up to the military for my son, Wu Changhai said irritably. If anyone else had dared to treat his wife and son like that, they would have been dead countless times over. To treat the wife and son of a deputy mayor and martial arts master like that is simply courting death. Unfortunately, the opponent was the top talent in this year's youth training program, which meant that the military was backing him. Even if he were the deputy mayor, he wouldn't have the power to target someone the military values.
What can we do? Just swallow this bitter pill? Hu Meiling asked, sobbing.
What's the rush? It's such a trivial matter.
If you hadn't been so impulsive, would things have turned out like this?
Wu Changhai said coldly.
If we can win someone like this over to work for us, that would be best. But if he doesn't know what's good for him, then don't blame me for being impolite. Today, Jiang Zai did not plan to send Jiang Xiongwan to school.
Because of what happened last time, Jiang Zai was worried that his precious daughter might be under some psychological pressure, so he planned to let Jiang Xiongwan rest at home for a few days before discussing anything further. Whether or not Jiang Zai continues to attend this prestigious kindergarten is no longer of any concern to him.
Things are different now than before. Jiang Zai couldn't cultivate before he was just an ordinary person.
If his precious daughter were in any danger, he would have no way to protect her even if he risked his life.
But things are different now.
A level 3 martial artist and a level 3 mentalist, he can instantly kill anyone below level 5. He's incredibly strong. Even if his precious daughter stopped going to school and just wanted to be a carefree little princess who could lie down and enjoy life all day, Jiang Zai would allow it. He, as the father, can bear the pressure.
My dear daughter, all you need to do is enjoy yourself. Jiang Zai had expressed this idea to Jiang Xiongwan when they first entered the park. Although he didn't say it directly, the general idea was that Jiang Xiongwan shouldn't be so tired.
Jiang Xiongwan is so sensible that it's heartbreaking, and she is extremely hardworking in her cultivation.
No.
The sky had just begun to brighten.
Jiang Xiongwan then got up and went out to cultivate.
The young girl tiptoed away, moving very quietly, as if afraid of disturbing Jiang Zai. However, Jiang Zai had already seen through all of this.
As a level 3 mentalist, Jiang Zai could see everything clearly in his family.
What Jiang Zai was curious about was that sometimes, there would be an energy barrier around his precious daughter's bedroom, a barrier that could withstand mental probing. Unless one uses powerful mental strength to force a breakthrough, it is simply impossible to investigate the situation in the bedroom silently and without alerting the other party. Jiang Zai guessed that this was probably the secret of his beloved daughter.
So Jiang Xiongwan slipped out early in the morning, and Jiang Zai didn't show up to ask anything. Everyone has their own little secrets.
Since his precious daughter didn't tell him, Jiang Zai wouldn't be too proactive in probing. More than an hour later, Jiang Xiongwan returned, covered in sweat. The little girl secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she found that Jiang Zai had not yet gotten up. She quietly returned to the bedroom and pretended to have just gotten up before going to the bathroom to wash up. Feeling that it was about time, Jiang Zhe came out of the bedroom to prepare breakfast for Jiang Xianwan.
Honey, this is something I brought back for you from the youth training camp.
After breakfast, Jiang Zhe took out the pills he had prepared in the youth training camp and some nourishing supplements he had exchanged for. This was specially prepared for his beloved daughter. In the youth training camp, the resources Jiang Zhe valued were nothing more than medicinal herbs and martial arts techniques. As for medicinal herbs, Jiang Zhe could concoct his own elixirs. As for martial arts techniques, he only selected those he needed for the time being. However, considering that his precious daughter was able to produce a cultivation technique specifically for spiritual power the night before he left, Jiang Zhe thought that his precious daughter should not lack cultivation techniques or martial arts skills. As for what he had learned, Jiang Zhe did not plan to let Jiang Xianwan learn it for the time being. First, he wasn't sure if what he had learned was suitable for his precious daughter. Secondly, before his strength reaches a certain level, it would be inappropriate to give these things he has comprehended to Jiang Xianwan, as they might even bring her danger.
Thank you, Dad.
Seeing that Jiang Zhe had brought her so many things, Jiang Xianwan's eyes crinkled into crescent moons with joy. Dad, the pill you gave me before you left last time was really effective, Jiang Xianwan praised again. It took Jiang Xianwan a whole week to refine and absorb the medicinal power of the pill that Jiang Zhe gave her before he left last time. Most importantly, even the AI, which usually has high standards and looks down on the pills and martial arts techniques of this planet, praised the pill that Jiang Zhe gave it. He praised the pill for its excellent effects, saying it was very suitable for Jiang Xianwan at this stage. Don't worry, Dad has plenty more. There'll be enough for you. I'll give you more when you've eaten enough, Jiang Zhe said generously. Dad, don't worry, I will work hard to cultivate and I will definitely not waste these pills. Jiang Xianwan immediately made a serious promise like a little adult. Sweetie, all Daddy wants is for you to be happy every day. Jiang Zhe affectionately patted Jiang Xianwan's head. It was almost noon. Someone from the martial arts guild has arrived at Song Fu's secretary. Mr. Jiang, your martial arts level has been upgraded, and the information has been updated in the system. The guild leader asked me to personally deliver this to you. As the secretary spoke, she took out a silver badge representing a level 3 martial artist and respectfully handed it to Jiang Zhe. President Song is quite efficient, Jiang Zhe said with a smile as he accepted the document. Mr. Jiang, is there anything else you need? If so, please don't hesitate to ask. The chairman has instructed that the union will provide the greatest support, the secretary said again. No, not at the moment. Please pass on my thanks, Jiang Zhe said politely. Then I'll be going now. Please feel free to ask if you need anything. After some polite exchanges, the secretary left. The secretary was shocked. He had seen Jiang Zhe's information half a month ago, and no one expected that it would happen so soon. Jiang Zhe, who came to be certified as a level 2 martial artist back then, is now a level 3 martial artist and the top student in the youth training program. Indeed, there are differences even among geniuses. Shortly after the secretary left, Jiang Zhe's phone rang. Upon closer inspection, it was a call from Dai Hanxue. Chapter 67 Background Investigation. Ready to make big money. The call connected, and Dai Hanxue's delicate yet perpetually cold face appeared on the phone screen. A beautiful woman with a cold and aloof temperament like Dai Hanxue naturally gives people a sense of distance. Even some insecure people feel genuinely timid in front of Dai Hanxue. Moreover, Dai Hanxue rarely smiles when talking to people. She always has a cold expression. When Jiang Zhe was still at the base, the trainees secretly called Dai Hanxue, the head instructor, Ice Queen. I wonder what kind of man could possibly tame such a beautiful woman. I've found out who the person you asked me to investigate is. Dai Hanxue's voice came through. So fast. Jiang Zhe said with some surprise. Dai Hanxue was speechless after hearing this. How difficult could it be for the military to investigate someone, especially someone without a powerful background? I've sent that person's detailed information to your email now. Please check it, Dai Hanxue said. Received it, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Zhe smiled and thanked him when he saw the email notification. By the way, I need to remind you of something. At this moment, Dai Hanxue spoke again, saying, helping you investigate someone's background is a small matter. Although you were under the protection of the military before the trial, if you cause trouble on your own initiative, the military will not cover for you. You should be careful. Instructor Dai, I'm an honest man, how could I possibly cause trouble? Jiang Zhe said seriously.
You're honest?
Upon hearing this, Dai Hanxue teased, "You're the first person in the history of the youth training camp to pretend to be an internal examiner and trick trainees into giving points." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zai's face immediately turned red. "Indeed, I did get a bit too carried away during my time at the youth training camp. You can't blame him for that. Those 3 students who weren't as good as him all had dedicated instructors to guide them, so they didn't have to worry about getting points.
If you're doing this for self-improvement, then that's understandable."
"There's nothing I can do, Instructor Dai, I just really want to improve," Jiang Zai said with emotion.
You're so glib. I'm not going to waste my breath on you anymore. I'm hanging up now. Contact me again if you need anything. I hope you won't let me down," Dai Hanxue said before hanging up the phone.
Tsk tisk.
Lin Hao, who had overheard Dai Hanxue and Jiang Zai's conversation, smacked his lips and deliberately said, "Hanxue, this is not easy.
This is the first time in all these years that I have seen you care so much about a man. He was the top student in the youth training camp. He finished the training in less than half a month, which is abnormal. His potential is obvious to all. I care about him so that he can be given priority consideration in our Eastern Theater Command after the trial."
Dai Hanxue blushed and immediately explained. No need to explain. Explaining is just covering up. You're not young anymore. It's rare for you to care about other men. I will definitely support you wholeheartedly. Don't worry.
Lin Hao's most shameless habit kicked in again. He didn't realize that Dai Hanxue's face had already turned red with embarrassment as soon as he said those words. Instantly, a massive spiritual force swept towards Lin Hao.
Lin Hao's expression changed immediately, and he reacted extremely quickly.
He immediately used his movement technique, and in just a few breaths, he had already put more than 100 meters between himself and Dai Hanxue.
Look at you, so impatient. I was just saying it casually. Was it really necessary to resort to violence? Lin Hao said, dissatisfied.
I see you're itching for a beating, let me loosen up your muscles, Dai Hanxue said through gritted teeth.
Bye-bye, goodbye.
Seeing that Dai Hanxue was about to punish him, Lin Hao simply left without saying a word.
You're lucky you ran fast.
Seeing that Lin Hao had disappeared, Dai Hanxue said angrily.
Jiang Zai opened his email and checked the information about Zhou Mushi, which clearly recorded Zhou Mushi's personal information and family background.
Zhou Mushi, the owner of the Chinese medicine shop, was someone who wanted to cooperate with Jiang Zai before he went to youth training. For this reason, he even agreed to Jiang Zai's exaggerated demand for a 1910 split. Although Zhou Mushi agreed to Jiang Zai's profit-sharing demands at the time, Jiang Zai did not immediately agree to cooperate. The reason is that they don't know much about Zhou Mushi's background and family situation. For cooperation to work, both parties must have a certain level of understanding. After all, the prescription was provided by Jiang Zai, so it's better to be on the safe side. We can't cause trouble for ourselves by being careless. Investigating a person's personal information and family background requires a certain amount of effort. Of all the people Jiang Zai knows, only Song Fu can do it. However, before leaving the youth training camp last time, Jiang Zai tentatively asked Dai Hanxue if she could help investigate someone. Dai Hanxue belonged to the military, so helping with the investigation was a piece of cake for her, and she agreed.
I just didn't expect them to be so efficient. Being the top student in the youth training camp is really useful,
Jiang Zai thought to himself. He knew perfectly well that Dai Hanxue's willingness to help was also to curry favor with him, hoping that she would be given priority to join the Eastern Theater Command after the trial. Now, they certainly won't let go of any opportunity to build a good relationship with themselves. After reviewing Zhou Mushi's information, Jiang Zai had a general understanding of the situation.
After reading it aloud, Jiang Zai took out his phone and called Zhou Mushi. Chinese Medicine Hall.
Business at the store remained as slow as ever. Lu Xiaoqing, a shop assistant, was so bored that she was swatting flies.
A moment later, a loud bang came from the back room. Immediately afterwards, a figure dressed entirely in black walked out forlornly.
Sigh, Sister Mushi, this is the 3rd time the oven has exploded today. Your body can't take it if this continues. Seeing Zhou Mushi like this, Lu Xiaoqing couldn't bear it and tried to persuade her. Zhou Mushi ignored these words, wiped her face with a towel, and said, "Clean up the lab, we'll continue in half an hour." After speaking, Zhou Mushi took out her phone again, habitually wanting to check if there were any missed calls. It's been half a month since that man left, and these past 2 weeks have been incredibly agonizing for Zhou Mushi. She didn't understand why, even after agreeing to such outrageous profit-sharing demands, the other party still hadn't finalized the cooperation and was waiting for further notice. If things continue like this, she really can't wait any longer. It can be said that Jiang Zhe is the only partner she is currently considering, and only Jiang Zhe's prescription can bring the traditional Chinese medicine shop back to life. During this time, she did not sit idly by and wait for death, but instead conducted experiments frantically, trying to develop a prescription on her own. No matter how hard she tried, she failed. Every failure came at a significant cost to her. Zhou Mushi glanced at her unresponsive phone and felt another wave of disappointment. Just as she was about to put the phone down, at that moment. Buzz buzz buzz. My phone rang. Chapter 68 Sexy Lolita. They're here to raid your house. Upon seeing the caller's name on the contact list, Zhou Mushi's heart skipped a beat, and her hand holding the phone trembled so much that she almost dropped it. The man finally called her. She had been waiting for this call for a full 2 weeks. For the past 2 weeks, in order not to miss a call, she would wake up from time to time, even at night, to check her phone for incoming calls. Just when she felt hopeless, the phone finally rang. She had been waiting for this call for far too long. Zhou Mushi answered the phone with lightning speed and said directly, "Hello, this is Zhou Mushi." At this moment, Zhou Mushi's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. "Boss Zhou, it's me, do you remember me?" Jiang Zhe's voice came through the phone. "Remember? Are you still considering cooperation? If so, let's schedule a time to meet." Zhou Mushi desperately wanted to hear the word cooperation, especially since it came from Jiang Zhe's mouth. He immediately said on the phone, "Of course we'll cooperate. If it's convenient, I'll meet you at Queen's Cafe in 30 minutes. I'll be there on time." The call ended. Without saying a word, Zhou Mushi went to change her clothes and quickly washed up. Although both parties are cooperating, it is a big taboo for one party to be too proactive, as this makes it easy for the other party to take the initiative and control them. But at this moment, Zhou Mushi couldn't care less about anything else. Besides, she already agreed to the demanding condition of 1910, so what else is there that she can't compromise on? Unless Jiang Zhe is interested in her and wants to take advantage of her. Now that the traditional Chinese medicine shop has reached this point, if Jiang Zhe were to make such an excessive request, she might actually consider it. The traditional Chinese medicine shop absolutely cannot be allowed to close down completely under her management. Sister Mushi, I know we're at our wits' end. You have to be careful. If he has any ulterior motives towards you, you should think twice. Seeing Zhou Mushi's enthusiastic demeanor, Lu Shaoqing couldn't help but remind her. Honestly, Lu Shaoqing is genuinely worried that Zhou Mushi might become obsessed with this and sell her body for the sake of cooperation. Now that the Chinese medicine pharmacy has come to this point, do I still have a choice? Zhou Mushi said calmly. However, if he is really interested in me, at least I still have the leverage to negotiate. After saying that, Zhou Mushi stopped wasting words with Lu Shaoqing, changed into a more sexy outfit, quickly put on some light makeup, and then drove away. For so long, Zhou Mushi has been searching for partners everywhere for the future of the Chinese medicine shop. During this period, the prescriptions she wanted were either bought up in advance by large pharmaceutical companies, or her business partners made exorbitant demands. Of course, some people coveted her body, but their prescriptions were not of high quality. Only the prescription in Jiang Zhe's hand gave Zhou Mushi real hope. Whether the cooperation with Jiang Zhe succeeds or not depends entirely on Jiang Zhe's wishes. She is the passive party and has no bargaining power with Jiang Zhe. If Jiang Zhe is indeed interested in her body, then that would be a different kind of good news for her. Zhou Mushi was mentally prepared for this. 30 minutes later. Queen's Cafe. Jiang Zhe arrived on time and soon spotted Zhou Mushi. Seeing Zhou Mushi again felt different from the last time. This cute girl was dressed very smartly last time, but this time, she was dressed very sexily. The outfit perfectly showcased her strengths. She has curves in all the right places, and her natural loli-like appearance, combined with a touch of light makeup, makes her incredibly sexy. Boss Zhou, you seem to be in a good mood. You look really stylish. Jiang Zhe sat down in front of Zhou Mushi and praised her directly. His gaze swept over Zhou Mushi without any attempt to hide it. I waited for half a month before you finally came. How could I not be happy? Zhou Mushi wasn't angry when Jiang Zhe's gaze swept over her. Instead, she smiled. Jiang Zhe's gaze did not offend her, because she did not sense any vulgarity in it. Instead, it gave her a feeling of pure appreciation. Waiter, a cappuccino, please. Jiang Zhe waved and called over a waiter. Sir, please wait a moment. Not long after, the waiter brought over a cappuccino. Jiang Zhe took a small sip. It tasted good, and most importantly, it was good for his blood and energy.
This is a high-end coffee shop.
The coffee it makes not only tastes authentic, but also contains some precious medicinal herbs that are good for blood circulation. Of course, such a cup of coffee is also very expensive, and not everyone can afford it.
Mr. Jiang, is it the same cooperation terms we discussed last time? 1/9 split? Zhou Mushi asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe did not answer immediately.
Instead, he took another sip of coffee and said to Zhou Mushi with a look of enjoyment, "This coffee is good." Upon seeing this, Zhou Mushi's heart sank.
Jiang Zhe's attitude suggests that a 1:9 split is no longer satisfactory to him, and he has other conditions in mind.
When Zhou Mushi recalled that Jiang Zhe had praised her appearance as soon as he entered, she immediately understood.
The bad news is that Jiang Zhe is after your health this time. Good news, it seems I'm not opposed to Jiang Zhe.
Mr. Jiang, if you want me, it's not impossible, but I need at least 30% of the profits, Zhou Mushi said through gritted teeth. After all, it's quite embarrassing for a girl like her to bring this up.
Puff.
As soon as he said that, Jiang Zhe spat out the coffee he had just drunk, before he could even swallow it.
When did I say I wanted you? Don't flatter yourself, Jiang Zhe said speechlessly.
That's right, this time I want to add some conditions on the premise of a 1:9 ratio, but these conditions are definitely not about having the little girl in front of me. Even though the girl in front of me is indeed good looking, has a hot body, and is very sexy.
But he was a married man with a lovely daughter. If his stunningly beautiful wife were here, she would easily outshine Zhou Mushi. I'm not so driven by lust that I would be. Ha!
Jiang Zhe's words startled Zhou Mushi, who then said angrily, "You're not saying anything because you want to add more conditions."
I can't think of anything else you want besides myself. Since we've come this far, I'll be blunt, I want the Chinese medicine shop, Jiang Zhe said directly.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Mushi's expression immediately changed.
They're here to confiscate your property. Chapter 69, Easy Control. Maximizing Profits. Jiang Zhe's words immediately changed the expression on Zhou Mushi's face.
Good heavens, for the future of the Chinese medicine shop, she was even prepared to sacrifice her own body.
Jiang Zhe then asked for the Chinese medicine shop, which meant he wasn't entirely after their property.
She regarded the Chinese medicine shop as her life, and Jiang Zhe's direct request for the shop was tantamount to including her in the calculation.
Ah, that's meant for you.
He kept saying he wasn't interested in her body, but then he asked for everything.
What, you're using her body as a delivery service? If it's going to be a traditional Chinese medicine shop, then what's the point of this so-called 10/90 split? Why don't you just say that all the profits from the Chinese medicine shop are yours? Mr. Jiang, are you kidding me? You want a traditional Chinese medicine shop?
Knowing that the Chinese medicine shop was on the verge of collapse, Zhou Mushi, despite being furious at Jiang Zhe's exorbitant demands, dared not directly confront him and could only patiently ask. She desperately hoped that Jiang Zhe was just joking and deliberately trying to scare her. "I'm not joking with you," Jiang Zhe said with a smile. "I really want the Chinese medicine shop."
"Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, but your request is too much."
Zhou Mushi's face immediately turned cold, and she said directly, "The Chinese medicine hall is my family's business, and now that it's in my hands, I've always regarded it as my life.
The 1/9 split is already very demanding.
I've already made such a concession for the future of the Chinese medicine hall.
If I give the Chinese medicine hall to you, what is the point of our cooperation?"
After saying that, Zhou Mushi took a deep breath and said again, "To be honest, quite a few people are interested in the Chinese medicine shop. If I agree to their request, then there will be no opportunity for our cooperation." Zongjiatang was an old brand, but it closed down in recent years.
However, the traditional Chinese medicine shop signboard still exists. As long as the right products are offered, it won't be a problem for the signboard to regain its former glory.
Many people had previously tried to buy her Chinese medicine shop, and some even offered very tempting prices, but she refused them all.
Is that so?
Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe remained calm and composed, slowly picking up his coffee and taking another sip. "I'm sorry, even if the Chinese medicine shop is gone, I can't give it to an outsider." After Zhou Mushi finished speaking, she got up to leave. She really wanted to cooperate with Jiang Zhe, but Jiang Zhe's request was too much and violated her principles, so the cooperation was impossible.
"Does your brother also want the Chinese medicine shop?"
Jiang Zhe's words made Zhou Mushi, who was about to leave and give up on the cooperation, stop in her tracks.
"How did you know?"
Zhou Mushi's expression changed, and she immediately asked.
Jiang Zhe did not answer, but simply smiled as he looked at Zhou Mushi.
Suddenly, Zhou Mushi seemed to realize something and said with some dissatisfaction, "You investigated me.
Since we're going to cooperate, I'll definitely do some background checks. Otherwise, how will I know if cooperating with you is reliable?" Jiang Zhe said calmly.
"I want to make money, but I can't let making money cause me any unnecessary trouble."
After saying that, Jiang Zhe slowly said, "Can we sit down and talk now?"
After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Mushi returned to her seat and sat down. "Yes, I have an older brother who wants the Chinese medicine hall, but that is impossible." Zhou Mushi stated directly, "I wouldn't give it to him before, I wouldn't give it to him now, and I wouldn't give it to him in the future. It doesn't seem to affect the cooperation. Whether it has an impact or not is not up to you to decide."
"Just because you won't give it doesn't mean he won't want it," Jiang Zhe said. "Your brother's current focus in the pharmaceutical market is on Yuan City. Do you think he wouldn't go to great lengths to acquire the Chinese medicine shop as a performance indicator?"
Upon hearing this, Zhou Mushi's expression immediately turned ugly.
"Because what Jiang Zhe said was true. Even if what you said is true, he can't take it away if I don't want to," Zhou Mushi continued stubbornly. "Is that so?"
Jiang Zhe asked back, and said directly, "Whether or not to give it to him shouldn't be up to you. As far as I know, although you are currently managing the Chinese medicine hall, the decision-making power seems to be in your father's hands.
If he persuades your father, it seems that even if you are unwilling, it won't make a difference."
"You really did a thorough background check. You even know about this kind of thing," Zhou Mushi said sarcastically.
She never expected that Jiang Zhe would even know about this.
"Background checks are always better the more detailed they are, so you can reconsider my terms," Jiang Zhe said.
"Profits will still be split 10-90, and I won't interfere normally."
"In a sense, the Chinese medicine shop is still in your hands. In addition, with my help, I can help you keep the Chinese medicine shop."
"Think about it." After hearing what Jiang Zhe said, Zhou Mushi was caught in a dilemma. In fact, she doesn't seem to have any other good options right now.
"I'll agree as long as you can help me get the inheritance rights to the Chinese medicine shop." After a long while, Zhou Mushi raised her head, her eyes revealing a hint of determination.
"Deal."
Jiang Zhe said with a smile, "Prepare the contract, sign it immediately, and once the contract is in effect, purchase the medicinal materials and prepare the tonic pills for sale."
"Okay." Zhou Mushi didn't waste any more words. Jiang Zhe made the decision to take over the Chinese medicine pharmacy after obtaining detailed background information about Zhou Mushi.
The super tonic pill is sure to become a hit and sweep the market, which will definitely attract the attention of many pharmaceutical groups. If you try to steal someone else's market share, they will definitely retaliate. No matter who Jiang Zhe partners with, or even if he sets up his own business, this kind of thing will happen. Besides, if you start your own business, there are too many things to worry about. It's better to be a hands-off manager behind the scenes. Therefore, taking advantage of this opportunity to acquire the Chinese medicine hall is very appropriate.
As for Zhou Mushi's brother, if he really wants the Chinese medicine hall, Jiang Zhe will step in.
As the top student in the youth training camp, he has the protection of the military. It would be a waste not to take advantage of him. For Jiang Zhe, having the traditional Chinese medicine shop in hand is the key to maximizing profits. If those large pharmaceutical groups really get involved, at most the two sides will clash.
If they really can't win, they'll just give up the Chinese medicine hall. Anyway, Jiang Zhe didn't suffer any loss.
As for the idea of fighting for a woman in a fit of anger, Jiang Zhe had no such thought.
Don't say Jiang Zhe is selfish.
In this world, the only people Jiang Zhe would protect at all costs are his beloved daughter and his mysterious, stunningly beautiful wife. Zhou Mushi is very efficient. After the two signed the contract, Jiang Zhe immediately took out the prescription for the tonic pills and prepared to start mass production.
Chapter 70, Increased Strength. Loli cosplays Bunny Girl. Inside the laboratory.
Jiang Zhe calmly carried out the final preparation of the tonic pills. As for the snow-white ravines that kept flashing before his eyes, Jiang Zhe completely ignored them.
"Boss, you're amazing. You can't get the heat just right without decades of experience. How did you do it? Teach me."
Beside her, Zhou Mushi, dressed as a bunny girl, said in a coquettish tone. Every now and then, she would pretend to accidentally touch Jiang Zhe with some part of her body.
It's a scene of a cute little girl acting spoiled, enough to make your blood boil.
Jiang Zhe, however, remained completely unmoved, like a saint. After all, Zhou Mushi's behavior had been going on for a whole week. At first, Jiang Zhe was somewhat moved, since he was a normal man whose wife had left him several years ago, and he had been single all these years. But gradually, Jiang Zhe got used to it. He knew that Zhou Mushi was acting this way because she had ulterior motives. What she wanted to do was simply to find out the formula for the tonic pill. Finally, Jiang Zhe had blended all the purified medicinal herbs into a powerful tonic pill, and his work for the day was finished. Call. Jiang Zhe breathed a long sigh of relief. Done. Jiang Zhe took off his work clothes. As for the waste in the laboratory, Jiang Zhe didn't need to do any of that. Boss, you've worked hard. Wipe your sweat. Seeing this, Zhou Mushi quickly took out a fragrant towel to wipe Jiang Zhe's face. The scented towels have a special perfume that can stimulate men's hormones. Boss, you work so hard every day, I want to help you out a bit. What proportion should we use for that step just now? Zhou Mushi whispered in Jiang Zhe's ear, breathing softly as she asked in a coquettish tone. You want to know? Jiang Zhe asked deliberately. I just wanted to help you with some of the work, Zhou Mushi continued in a coquettish tone. Then will you be obedient? Yes, I'll be good. Zhou Mushi nodded repeatedly. Listen to me, we don't want to. It's boring. Seeing that Jiang Zhe wasn't taking the bait, Zhou Mushi immediately stopped pretending, angrily threw off her bunny ears, and left the lab. Jiang Zhe wasn't angry about this. He smiled and walked out of the laboratory. Hey, it's been a whole week. I've already put in over 1,000,000 yuan and taken out a loan. When can we finally sell it? Zhou Mushi said, dissatisfied. She was speechless. She had paid for all the medicinal herbs herself, and because of that, she had to take out a loan to pay off the debt. Jiang Zhe, on the other hand, did not intend to spend any money at all, giving the impression of trying to get something for nothing. It'll be soon. Once it's officially on sale, I'll pay you back the little bit of money you advanced in no time. Besides, I've promised to pay you extra interest, which is clearly a bargain for you, Jiang Zhe said seriously. Ha! Zhou Mushi chuckled and said with dissatisfaction, I lent you over 1,000,000 yuan, and you only gave me 100 yuan in interest? You really have the nerve to say that. 100 yuan isn't much money. As the boss, I've been working hard all week without charging any wages. Isn't that enough? Jiang Zhe retorted. Fine, you're the boss, you call the shots. Zhou Mushi knew she couldn't win against Jiang Zhe, so she didn't bother arguing with him any further. In the end, you'll always be the one who suffers and doesn't gain anything. Alright, I'm not going to waste my breath on you anymore, I'm leaving. After saying that, Jiang Zhe left the Chinese medicine shop. After Jiang Zhe left, Lu Shaoqing walked over with a mischievous grin on her face. Sister Mushi, how did it go? Did you succeed? What terrible ideas are these? They're completely useless. He's totally unmoved by them. Zhou Mushi launched into a tirade against Lu Shaoqing. Ha! That's impossible. Upon hearing this, Lu Shaoqing was dumbfounded. She looked Zhou Mushi up and down carefully and said, Sister Mushi, your figure combined with the bunny girl outfit is absolutely stunning. Who could resist you? After saying that, he began to admire it by himself. Keep looking, or I'll blind you. Zhou Mushi said angrily. I understand. Lu Shaoqing wasn't afraid, as if she had thought of something. What do you know? He definitely doesn't like the Lolita style, Mushi. How about this, you try a mature woman style next time. Although this style doesn't quite suit you, maybe he'll like it. Lu Shaoqing said to herself, completely unaware that Zhou Mushi's fist was already coming at her. With a bang. Lu Shaoqing was knocked down with a single punch. Since agreeing to cooperate with Jiang Zhe and signing the contract a week ago, Zhou Mushi has tried many ways to get the detailed prescription for the tonic pills from Jiang Zhe. Upon learning this, Lu Shaoqing immediately suggested that Zhou Mushi use her beauty to seduce him. Zhou Mushi also agreed with this. Although Jiang Zhe said he wasn't interested in her body when they discussed cooperation last time, she thought he was just being stubborn. So, on Lu Shaoqing's advice, she changed into some sexy clothes to get close to Jiang Zhe when he was around. However, Jiang Zhe hadn't bought into it before, so Zhou Mushi, still unwilling to give up, shamefully put on some cosplay outfits at Lu Shaoqing's suggestion. It still failed. By now, Zhou Mushi had given up. In fact, Zhou Mushi knew that Jiang Zhe only had one requirement for her, that she obey him. He did whatever Jiang Zhe said. For the sake of the future of the Chinese medicine shop, Zhou Mushi used her beauty to seduce Jiang Zhe, but in reality, she was also observing Jiang Ze's mood and dared not anger him.
Hello, Instructor Jiang. Hello, Instructor Jiang.
When Jiang Ze arrived at Tianqing Martial Arts School, everyone from the apprentices to the instructors and general staff greeted him with utmost respect and courtesy.
Many people looked at Jiang Ze with eyes full of admiration.
Jiang Ze defeated a level 4 martial artist with a single punch, saving the martial arts school from its invincible and awe-inspiring scene, which many people still remember vividly. It's still a topic of conversation for many people when they have nothing to do.
When mentioning Jiang Ze, his words were full of admiration and respect.
People have a natural tendency to admire those who are strong, whether they are men or women.
What brings you here?
Upon learning that Jiang Ze had arrived, Lu Qianyun immediately came out of her room with a warm smile on her face. She had already spoken privately with the people at the martial arts school, instructing them to notify her immediately if Jiang Ze came to the school. They claimed they couldn't neglect the benefactors of the martial arts school.
In reality, Lu Qianyun didn't want to miss the opportunity to spend time with Jiang Ze.
Let's test it out, Jiang Ze said with a smile.
Your skills have improved again?
Lu Qianyun's eyes lit up as she asked happily, her admiration for Jiang Ze undisguised in her gaze. It's all right, Jiang Ze said modestly. Testing room 1, you are the only one who can use this testing room right now, Lu Qianyun said.
Chapter 71 A Million Punch Power. The Mentalist Guild.
Testing room number 1, which was originally only for use by members of the martial arts school, has now been converted into Jiang Ze's exclusive testing room.
This is Lu Zhendong's intention. This not only demonstrates Jiang Ze's unique position in the martial arts school, but also protects Jiang Ze's strength and personal privacy. Jiang Ze now holds a very high position in Tianqing Martial Arts School.
Under Lu Zhendong's instructions, there was a veiled intention to make Jiang Ze the number 2 figure at Tianqing Martial Arts School, second only to Lu Zhendong himself as the school's head.
Jiang Ze's strength and terrifying talent for cultivation have made Lu Zhendong determined to attach himself to Jiang Ze.
The greater Jiang Ze's strength grows, the brighter the future and the greater the prospects for Tianqing Martial Arts School.
Lu Zhendong was very relieved and even praised Lu Qianyun for her sharp eye back then.
If Lu Qianyun hadn't invited Jiang Ze to become a guest instructor, Tianqing Martial Arts Academy wouldn't be where it is today.
The way they extended an olive branch to Jiang Ze back then was completely different from how they are now. What? Test room 1 has become my personal exclusive privilege test room? Jiang Ze joked.
You can understand it this way, Lu Qianyun said with a smile. No one else can use that testing room except you, including me and my dad.
Why are you talking like Tianqing Martial Arts School is mine? Jiang Ze joked. If you'd like, it can be yours too. As she spoke, Lu Qianyun deliberately moved closer to Jiang Ze, speaking to him at a very intimate distance. Stop, I'm going to test it. Jiang Ze immediately distanced himself and walked towards the testing room. Watching Jiang Ze leave, Lu Qianyun smiled. Test room 1. Jiang Ze unlocked using facial recognition and entered.
A lancet pricks the finger, and fresh blood drips in.
Beep beep. 500.32. A punch was thrown. Boom. 200,128 gene 100,000 caddies.
A full force punch, 5 times the power.
1,640 gene 500 caddies.
My full force punch has reached the level of a level 4 martial artist. Jiang Ze was satisfied with the power of his punch, which he had delivered with all his might. Aside from going to the traditional Chinese medicine shop to prepare potent tonics, Jiang Ze spent most of the week cultivating. Jiang Ze consumed all the blood pills allocated to the youth training camp, treating them like candy without any hesitation. Jiang Ze had been resting at home for a week, but he had originally planned to spend more time with his daughter and take her out to play. As it turns out, my precious daughter is too sensible, and she spends most of her time cultivating herself. The little girl was so hardworking that Jiang Ze felt sorry for her and even tried to persuade her not to work so hard, but Jiang Xiaonuan wouldn't listen at all. Jiang Ze was somewhat helpless about this. At my daughter's age, although she is old enough to start cultivating, most children are still naturally playful. I'd rather be lazy and go out to play than spend all day in boring and tedious cultivation. But when it came to her own daughter, she treated cultivation as a hobby. And the progress in cultivation over the past week is obvious to all. Although his qi and blood have not yet reached the level of a 4th level martial artist, Jiang Ze's punching power has already reached a terrifying 1 million gene. With my punching power and the support of my mental strength, I wouldn't be afraid even a level 5 martial artist, Jiang Ze thought to himself. This week, Jiang Zhe also focused on cultivating his mental strength. Compared to when he was in the youth training camp, Jiang Zhe could clearly feel his mental strength getting stronger. As for how much it had improved, Jiang Zhe was unsure. The instruments used to test mental strength are quite special and rare. Buzz buzz buzz. Jiang Zhe's phone rang. Jiang Zhe looked somewhat surprised when he saw the incoming call. The call was connected. "Hey, Instructor Dai, is there something good coming up with you all of a sudden?" Looking at the familiar, cold, and exquisite face that appeared on his phone screen, Jiang Zhe joked. "It's not exactly good news. I just called to ask if you've gone to the Spiritualist Guild for certification yet," Dai Hanshue said. "How did you know?" Jiang Zhe asked curiously. "My teacher told me that," Dai Hanshue replied. "Teacher? Before you left, I wrote you a letter of recommendation, but I wrote it in my teacher's name. I told my teacher about you, and he was very interested in you after he heard about it. He went to the Spiritualist Guild in Yuan City, but he didn't see you arrive, so he contacted me." After Dai Hanshue finished speaking, she asked directly, "You probably didn't even read the letter of recommendation I wrote for you, did you?" Jiang Zhe felt a little embarrassed. After all, this was Dai Hanshue's kind gesture, and he hadn't even looked at it. It seemed like he didn't care about this matter at all, and he was taking her kindness for granted. It was a bit unreasonable. "Nonsense, of course I saw it," Jiang Zhe retorted stubbornly. "You're lying. If you had looked, wouldn't you have noticed that the recommender's name wasn't mine?" Dai Hanshue knew Jiang Zhe was lying as soon as she heard him and exposed him directly. "I thought that was your real name," Jiang Zhe continued stubbornly. "Alright, stop making excuses. If you have time, go for it. It won't do you any harm." Dai Hanshue rolled her eyes. "Since Instructor Dai has spoken, I'm definitely going." "I'll go today," Jiang Zhe said confidently at the time. Hang up. The call ended. "I really forgot about the Mentalist Guild." Jiang Zhe slapped his forehead. Since returning, Jiang Zhe has been busy with cultivation and other things, and he has really neglected the affairs of the Spiritualist Guild. Now that Dai Hanshue has called, Jiang Zhe plans to go over. Dai Hanshue thought she had a teacher with unfathomable strength guiding her, but Jiang Zhe knew in his heart that it all depended on her own comprehension. However, regarding mental cultivators, Jiang Zhe currently only possesses an extremely powerful cultivation method. In terms of practical combat skills and experience, Jiang Zhe didn't actually possess much. Jiang Zhe also searched online, but the information about spiritual practitioners was very limited. Going to the Mental Health Association should allow you to learn more. After reading it aloud, Jiang Zhe left the testing room. "You're leaving already?" Seeing that Jiang Zhe was about to leave, Lu Qianyun immediately asked. "Yes, I need to take care of something," Jiang Zhe said. "Where are we going? Is it convenient for me to come with you?" Lu Qianyun asked eagerly. "This is my first time there too, but it probably isn't convenient for you to go there," Jiang Zhe said with a smile. "Never mind then. They're gone." Jiang Zhe waved and left. After returning home, Jiang Zhe took out the letter of recommendation and looked at the address on it. Number 600, Wanping South Road. Jiang Zhe took out his phone and searched on a map app to see how far away it was. When I saw the place names marked on the map, I was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 72, A Hidden Paradise. I'm really not a mental patient. Number 600, Wanping South Road. What's shown on the map is actually on Yuan City Mental Health Hospital. Jiang Zhe was completely dumbfounded when he saw the place names displayed on the map. Mental Health Hospital? A mental hospital? Is the address of the mental health therapist in the psychiatric hospital? Are you kidding me? Jiang Zhe was now very suspicious that Dai Hanshue had given him the wrong address. A mentalist. This is a mentalist. They are known to be extremely rare and incredibly powerful. This world is divided into three classes: ordinary people, martial artists, and mentalists. If martial artists are likened to nobles, then mental cultivators are like the noblest of nobles. The fact that a nobleman's guild was now in a mental hospital made Jiang Zhe somewhat incredulous. There was no point in contacting Dai Hanshue. The recommendation letter had a phone number on it, and Jiang Zhe planned to call that number to confirm. Jiang Zhe dialed the number on the letter of recommendation. Beep beep beep. The call was quickly connected, and an elderly man's voice came through. "Hello. Hello, are you Duga Yun?" Jiang Zhe asked politely.
It's me. Who are you? I am Jiang Zhe, a trainee recommended by Chief Instructor Dai, Jiang Zhe said. You finally called. What's up? Upon hearing that it was Jiang Zhe, the person on the other end of the phone sounded somewhat excited. I'd like to confirm the address on the recommendation letter. Is it 600 Wanping South Road? Yes. Are you sure? Isn't that a mental hospital? You'll see when you get here. Okay, thank you. Just tell me your name when you get here, hurry up, I'm waiting for you. The call ended, the location was confirmed, and Jiang Zhe's lips twitched. Damn, it really is true. The address of this so-called mental health association is indeed at Anyuan City Mental Hospital. What's going on?
These mentalists' thought processes are all a bit off, Jiang Zhe said helplessly. However, now that the address has been confirmed, Jiang Zhe has to go and see for himself, even if he has some doubts.
Maybe it's just a front for a mental hospital?
Jiang Zhe thought to himself. After reading it, Jiang Zhe went out and hailed a taxi.
Master, number 600 Wanping South Road, Jiang Zhe gave the address. Upon hearing this, the driver couldn't help but glance at Jiang Zhe in the rearview mirror and casually asked, Do you have relatives there?
Seeing Jiang Zhe remain silent, the driver thought he had touched on a sore spot and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I was just asking. The medical care there is quite good, and the chances of recovery are high. Seeing that Jiang Zhe didn't speak again, the driver wisely shut up and stopped talking.
We arrived at our destination a little over an hour later.
Jiang Zhe paid the fare and saw the name of the hospital in front of him.
Anyuan City Mental Hospital. It is indeed a mental hospital, with an architectural style exactly like a hospital. You can even see doctors in white coats and patients in psychiatric gowns from the outside. Jiang Zhe was speechless again. Well, since we're already here, let's go in and take a look. Jiang Zhe took a deep breath and walked into the hospital. My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens.
You beast, die.
Ha ha ha, you want to kill me?
I, Wang Yong, have the bearing of a martial saint.
Hey, missed, it's my turn.
Jiang Zhe had only taken a couple of steps when he saw two patients in hospital gowns suddenly run out, shouting and gesturing with a spoon in one hand and a spatula in the other.
Not long after, a doctor in a white coat also ran out.
Without saying a word, he gave the two of them an electric shock.
Sizzle.
The two of them shuddered and then went limp. At the doctor's signal, two security guards quickly carried the two patients inside. Your hands and feet are bandaged. This is the third time this week, the doctor instructed. At this moment, the doctor also saw Jiang Zhe, looked him up and down, and muttered, another one ran out, not even wearing a hospital gown. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe was speechless. It's a misunderstanding, I'm not a patient, Jiang Zhe immediately explained.
Yes, I know, you're not a patient. Come here, sweetie.
The doctor beckoned to Jiang Zhe, giving him a kind smile, though the stun gun in his hand was itching to be used.
Jiang Zhe. This mental hospital is really dangerous.
I should have registered with the security guard at the entrance and not just come in randomly.
I'm really not a patient.
I'm here to find someone named Dugu Yun, Jiang Zhe said immediately.
Dugu Yun, I know him. Come here, I'll take you there.
The doctor maintained his professional fake smile and slowly walked towards Jiang Zhe.
Jiang Zhe. They really treated him like a patient. How could he not recognize this professional deception?
Indeed, being treated as a patient in this mental hospital is a very dangerous thing. There's no way to defend yourself.
Never mind, I'll just go find it myself.
After saying that, Jiang Zhe used his movement technique and disappeared from the hospital's site in just a few breaths.
He really did come looking for someone.
Seeing this, the doctor muttered to himself.
Clearly, a normal martial artist is unlikely to be mentally ill.
Jiang Zhe arrived at a secluded corner and immediately began to probe with his spiritual power.
Soon, Jiang Zhe discovered a strange place.
This place was shrouded in a special power, and when spiritual power touched it, it was actually repelled. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to break through the barrier, suddenly, an unfamiliar spiritual force swept over him. The two spiritual energies clashed directly, like arm wrestling, and began to compete.
Neither of them used any offensive methods, it was just a simple contest.
Jiang Zhe also sensed that the other party had no hostility.
After a while, sweat was already beading on Jiang Zhe's forehead. This mental battle was very taxing. Finally, that spiritual force disappeared. Not long after, an elderly man dressed in a hospital caregiver uniform walked towards Jiang Zhe. Who are you looking for? The old man asked. Dugu-yun, Jiang Zhe said the name. Upon hearing the name, the old man looked Jiang Zhe up and down and asked, You are Jiang Zhe? It's me. Jiang Zhe nodded. Come with me. Led by the old man, Jiang Zhe arrived at a small entrance to the inpatient building. After successful fingerprint recognition, the small door opened, revealing a completely dark interior. Come in. The old man went in first, followed by Jiang Zhe. After walking for a while, a light appeared ahead, and a moment later, the place was brightly lit. The scene before Jiang Zhe was immediately amazed and full of wonder. No one would have guessed that there was a hidden world on the first floor of the inpatient building of this mental hospital. Chapter 73 Precious Throwing Knife. The Weapon of a Spiritualist. No one would have guessed that there was a hidden world on the first floor of the inpatient department of this mental hospital. The extremely spacious hall was decorated with numerous crystal chandeliers. Unlike the martial arts guild, which has individual service counters, this place is more like a bar. There are counters dedicated to selling and mixing drinks, with bartenders and young women serving the drinks. Many people sat there casually, sipping their wine and chatting with each other, completely lacking the sense of order typical of a union, giving off a very relaxed vibe. When the old man brought Jiang Zhe in, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. This mentalist guild is not only located in a special place, but its style is also so different, Jiang Zhe thought to himself. President Dugu, the person has arrived. The old man led Jiang Zhe to a white-haired old man dressed in a very eccentric manner, who looked like a beggar on the street, and said respectfully. Upon hearing the sound, the white-haired old man who was playing chess waved his hand. The old man left immediately. The white-haired old man slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on Jiang Zhe. After looking him up and down, he said, You help me finish this game of chess. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe stepped forward. The old man was playing chess with another old man of similar age. The old man sitting opposite Dugu-yun was distinguished by his imposing presence. He was dressed in a suit, very formally, and had his hair slicked back, a stark contrast to Dugu-yun. Old man Dugu, is this the junior your disciple recommended on your behalf? The old man in the suit glanced at Jiang Zhe and said with a smile. Enough with the nonsense, let's finish this game first, Dugu-yun said impatiently. Hey, you old man, you're shameless. Your game is so passive, I've been pressing you the whole time. You can't beat me, so you let a junior take over. Have you no shame? The old man in the suit mocked. None of your business, old man Lin, Dugu-yun said discontentedly. After saying that, he said to Jiang Zhe, As long as you beat him, the treasure I gambled with him is yours. Baby? Jiang Zhe's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Senior, then this junior will not stand on ceremony. Jiang Zhe cupped his hands in greeting and then sat down without any hesitation. It's your turn, Lin Qingfeng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe prepared to move the chess piece, but was stopped by Dugu-yun. You are not allowed to use your hands, Dugu-yun said calmly. Jiang Zhe was taken aback at first, then realized what was happening and released his mental power to control the movement of the chess pieces on the board. But the moment Jiang Zhe's mental energy touched the chess pieces on the board, he immediately sensed something was wrong. This chess piece is quite significant, Jiang Zhe thought to himself. Jiang Zhe's current mental strength is over 1 million jin, approximately 500,000 kilograms. For Jiang Zhe to feel such heaviness, this small chess piece must weigh at least several 100,000 jin, approximately 50,000 kilograms. Such a small chess piece has such weight, and the material used to make this chess piece is also a special material. However, such weight posed no problem for Jiang Zhe. Seeing Jiang Zhe move the chess piece so easily, Dugu-yun and Lin Ruffing exchanged a glance. Good lad, the two thought to themselves. Within the entire Mentalist Guild, only a handful of people are capable of playing this game. After a while. Checkmate, a dead end. Senior, you flatter me. Jiang Zhe smiled at Lin Ruffing and said modestly. Seeing that his death was imminent and there was nowhere else to go, Lin Ruffing felt somewhat depressed. You won, old man Dugu. You're lucky. Old man Lin, you're so smug. Dugu-yun was extremely pleased with himself, quickly bring the things over. Lin Ruffing waved his hand, and someone immediately brought over a black iron box. Take it. I've been craving this for years, and I've finally gotten my hands on it. Dugu-yun took the iron box, very happy. Don't be shameless. I already said that if he wins, he gets the prize, Lin Ruffing reminded him. I know. Dugu-yun handed the iron box to Jiang Zhe and said readily, Take it, I promised you. What is this?
Jiang Zhe asked, puzzled.
These are some real treasures.
They're a pair of throwing knives crafted from a mixture of mithril and refined gold. They're extremely lethal and are considered the most precious treasures for a mentalist, Duguyun said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe opened the iron box, and as Duguyun had said, inside was a pair of throwing knives, exquisitely crafted with perfect workmanship. The throwing knife has a cool design, and the cold glint emanating from its blade is chilling.
A weapon crafted from mithril and adamantite, specifically designed for use by psychics.
Thank you, Senior, but this is too valuable.
I can't accept it.
Jiang Zhe immediately expressed his gratitude to Lin Ruffing and said that he couldn't accept such a valuable item. Of course, although Jiang Zhe said this, his body language was very honest, and he didn't move at all.
All right, take it.
If I go back on my word, that old man Dugu can use this to embarrass me for the rest of my life, Lin Ruffing said calmly.
Having said that, Jiang Zhe immediately stopped being polite.
Jiang Zhe knew that mentalists possessed weapons, but he had never had the opportunity to acquire one. Crafting a weapon for a mind mage requires mithril, which is extremely precious and very expensive, measured in grams. Even if Jiang Zhe had millions of dollars right now, he couldn't buy a single piece of mithril that could be used to forge weapons, let alone the fact that these two throwing knives contained refined gold, which is even more precious than mithril. Jiang Zhe was overjoyed to have come here so soon, having already made such a gain.
Kid, you've got the stuff, let's get down to business. Duguyun said, let me introduce myself first.
I am Duguyun, the president of the Donghai City Spiritualist Guild.
This is Lin Ruffing, the president of Yuan City Spiritualist Guild. Greetings, President Dugu. Hello, Chairman Lin. Jiang Zhe immediately greeted him.
Han Shui told me about your situation, and I've been waiting for you for a week now. At this point, Duguyun's words carried a hint of resentment. He, the president of the Donghai City Mentalist Union, came here specifically to see for himself the genius that Dai Hanshua had mentioned. After waiting for a week, Jiang Zhe still hadn't appeared. In the end, he couldn't wait any longer and asked Dai Hanshua to inquire before Jiang Zhe came over.
Sorry, I've been quite busy lately, I forgot, Jiang Zhe explained. Alright, old man Dugu, I told you earlier that you could have just called him or sent someone to find him. You're just putting on airs, insisting on waiting for him to come to you on his own. How dare you say that now? Lin Ruffling interrupted.
Old man Lin, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute.
Duguyun said angrily after being exposed. He is a spiritualist in Yuan City. Even if he is registered and certified, he is registered and certified by the Spiritualist Guild of Yuan City. What are you barking about? Lin Ruffling retorted.
I'm too lazy to argue with you about this, Duguyun changed the subject, saying to Jiang Zhe, get ready for the level certification test. I want to see if you're as amazing as my disciple said.
Chapter 74 Another Test. How did he become a level 4?
As the president of the Donghai City Mentalist Guild, Duguyun holds a noble status and is himself a level 6 mentalist.
What is the concept of a level 6 spiritual master?
That's someone who can easily defeat a level 6 grandmaster. Their strength is comparable to a level 7 martial venerable. Such a powerful figure traveled a long way to Yuan City because he learned of Jiang Zhe's existence from Dai Hanshue. They were especially curious after learning about the purity of Jiang Zhe's mental strength tested at the youth training camp. It should be noted that, as a level 6 mentalist, his mental power purity was only about the same as Jiang Zhe's. Jiang Zhe is only a level 3 mentalist, so how did he manage to raise the intensity of his mental power to this level? For a spiritualist, purifying spiritual power is extremely difficult. It depends not only on a person's efforts, but also on their talent. At the same time, he also learned from Dai Hanshua that Jiang Zhe must have a powerful teacher behind him. That's why he patiently waited for Jiang Zhe for a whole week. No one else would have this qualification. Similarly, as the president of the Yuan City Mental Health Association, Lin Ruffing did not know Jiang Zhe's specific situation, but he understood Duguyun's personality. This was the first time he had ever seen Duguyun show such patience and temper towards a young man.
Anyone with a brain knows Jiang Zhe is no ordinary person.
He also wanted to see what made Jiang Zhe so special. Led by the two presidents, Duguyun and Lin Ruffing, Jiang Zhe headed towards the testing area.
Meanwhile, many people in the hall also turned their attention to Jiang Zhe. They were very curious about Jiang Zhe's background, wondering why the two association presidents could lead the way. Judging from the attitudes of the two presidents, they clearly value Jiang Zhe highly. Who is that person? Is he also a psychic?
Nonsense, We're not a place for psychic cultivators. Who could possibly get in?
You're the only one who knows, but I don't. I'm curious about that person's identity. This person is not simple. This is the first time I have seen two association presidents appear at the same time. I heard that President Dugu came all this way to find someone, and now it seems that it is him. The people around were whispering among themselves. The testing location was inside the lobby and was not enclosed. In the very center of the hall, there was a huge purple crystal, so large that Jiang Zhe had never seen anything like it before. These crystals are primarily used to test the strength of mentalists. The crystal installed in a machine that tests the strength of mentalists is no more than the size of a fist. Compared to the enormous crystal in front of us, it's nothing. This mental crystal was something I acquired from the United Kingdom at great expense and with tremendous effort. Its accuracy in testing mentalists is unmatched by any other mental testing equipment, Lin Ruffing said proudly, noticing the shock in Jiang Ze's eyes. Alright, old man Lin, you're just bragging about buying a piece of broken testing rock because you have some connections over there, Dugu Yun said disdainfully. Hee, I can brag about this for the rest of my life. If you're so capable, you can get one too. Lin Ruffing said proudly, no mentalist guild has a piece as big as ours. Speaking of this, Lin Ruffing seemed to recall the sensation caused when he went to great lengths to bring back this amethyst. Snort. Dugu Yun snorted coldly and remained silent. Get ready to start the test. Remember, use all your strength and pour all your mental energy into it, Lin Ruffing instructed. Okay. Jiang Zhe nodded, stepped forward, placed his hand in the test groove, and then focused his mind. Instantly, a surge of powerful spiritual energy flowed from Jiang Ze's body and poured into the purple crystal. The crowd gathered around, watching curiously. They also wanted to see what kind of abilities the person who could get two association presidents to come forward possessed. As Jiang Zhe continuously channeled his spiritual power into it, the originally calm purple crystal seemed to be stimulated, and suddenly shone brightly. A blinding purple light emanated from the amethyst, and for a moment, the light shone brightly. It instantly illuminated the entire hall in purple. The dazzling purple light momentarily blinded everyone present. After a while, Jiang Zhe stopped channeling his mental energy, breathing slightly heavily, his forehead covered in sweat. This was the first time he had used all his mental strength, which was very taxing, no less than a fierce battle. As Jiang Zhe stopped inputting the signal, the purple crystal's light gradually dimmed and returned to normal. The people around were stunned. The light was so bright that they couldn't even open their eyes. Such dazzling light is extremely rare. Although the amethyst crystal is very large, and such a large volume naturally emits a dazzling light, there is a prerequisite. That is, the person being tested must have a sufficiently large mental strength and a sufficiently high purity of mental strength. Just like supplying power to a light bulb, only when the power provided is sufficient can the effect of the light be maximized. This is a great test of the mentalist's strength. Everyone around was shocked. The scene just now is enough to show that Jiang Ze's strength is definitely not weak. Both Dugu Yun and Lin Ruffing were filled with shock, and they made the same move almost at the same time. Immediately walked towards a machine located next to the purple level. This machine is connected to a purple crystal and can provide data feedback on the test subject's strength. However, when the two of them saw the numbers above, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Hiss. Mental strength, 2.56 million gene. Purity of mental energy, 28.5. Didn't you say he was a level 3 mentalist? This is a level 3 mentalist? Lin Ruffing lost his composure and even swore. Previously, Dugu Yun had told him that Jiang Zhe was a level 3 mentalist with a very high purity of mental energy. The test results clearly show the strength of a level 4 mentalist, and a freakish level 4 mentalist with a mental purity of 28.5. He didn't even reach that level of spiritual purity. How would I know? Dugu Yun said irritably, it was Han Shui who told me. He tested at the youth training camp and his score was a level 3 mentalist. So you mean he went from a level 3 mentalist to a level 4 mentalist in just 1 week? Lin Ruffing was stunned. Holy crap, even if you ate dragon essence pills like candy, you couldn't improve this fast in just 1 week. Dugu Yun was equally astonished. Chapter 75 shocks the entire audience. Level 4 mentalist. Dugu Yun and Lin Ruffing were both shocked by Jiang Ze's strength. Especially Dugu Yun, whose apprentice Dai Hanchua had previously told him about Jiang Ze's test results at the youth training camp. Jiang Ze was a level 3 mentalist, which did not actually interest Dugu Yun. It was Jiang Ze's high purity of spiritual energy that piqued his curiosity.
Now, Jiang Zhe's newly revealed strength has left him speechless. In about a week, he went from a level 3 mentalist to a level 4 mentalist, with a mental purity of 28.5, which is simply a miracle. Jiang Zhe's mental strength of over 2 million gene is enough to illustrate how important the purity of mental strength is to a mentalist.
How exactly did they manage to do that?
With only 1 week, you can't even eat dragon essence pills like candy, let alone as a meal, Lin Ruffing said. Dragon Evolution Pill is a rare and precious elixir specifically developed for spiritual practitioners. A single dragon derivation pill can fetch millions of dollars on the market. The reason is simple: Dragon Essence Pill has the effect of enhancing a person's mental strength. This effect is unmatched by any elixir that replenishes qi and blood. Even Duguyun wouldn't be so extravagant as to eat Dragon Evolution Pills like candy, because these things are not only expensive, but also scarce. Among the ingredients for preparing the Dragon Evolution Pill, there is a very important and crucial one: the spirit herb. This herb is located in the beast zone, and it is not only rare but also extremely dangerous to harvest.
Wow!
Similarly, the onlookers were immediately in an uproar when they saw the data Jiang Zhe had tested. Holy crap, he's actually a level 4 mentalist.
How did he cultivate such a high level of mental power purity? A formidable level 4 psychic master? Wait, is he from our Anyuan city? How come I've never heard of such a person in Anyuan city? His spiritual power is so pure it's abnormal, even higher than our guild leaders.
Perverted, really perverted. No wonder both presidents came forward at the same time.
Exclamations of surprise continued.
At this moment, the people around looked at Jiang Zhe with not only shock but also reverence.
No matter where you are, the strong will always be admired. Come with me, Duguyun said to Jiang Zhe. While testing with instruments may introduce some errors, testing here will not. The light emitted by the amethyst just now has already explained everything. Duguyun led Jiang Zhe to a room. How exactly did you cultivate such a high level of spiritual power?
Inside the room, only Duguyun, Lin Ruffing, and Jiang Zhe were present.
Duguyun finally couldn't contain his curiosity and asked.
As a level 6 mentalist, he is exceptionally talented and hardworking. Even so, purifying his mental energy is extremely difficult, and his current level of mental energy purity is only about the same as Jiang Zhe's.
Jiang Zhe is currently only a level 4 spiritual master. President Dugu, Instructor Dai asked me this question before. I could only say that it depends on one's comprehension.
You'll get it as you practice, Jiang Zhe said with a smile.
Could you introduce us to your teacher? Duguyun asked again. He learned from Dai Hanshua that Jiang Zhe had an extremely powerful teacher.
No wonder, only a teacher with exceptional skills can produce such students. Based on Jiang Zhe's talent and strength, Duguyun estimated that the opponent was at least a level 7 mentalist.
A level 7 mentalist, what does that mean? That's someone who can rival a martial saint. He knew only one person. But I haven't heard of him having any apprentices.
My teacher is quite mysterious, he comes and goes without a trace. He's always the one who contacts me, and I can't get in touch with him, Jiang Zhe made up an excuse.
He didn't have a teacher, he relied entirely on his own understanding. But if you tell others this, they won't believe you.
Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Duguyun and the other person felt a pang of regret, but they had no doubts. It's normal for highly accomplished people to like freedom, appearing and disappearing without a trace.
Moreover, such highly accomplished people generally don't like to be bound by any official position. Next time your teacher comes to see you, remember to call me.
I will definitely give your teacher the highest level of hospitality, Duguyun said.
Okay, Jiang Zhe agreed with a smile.
Old man Dugu, if you have nothing else to say, I'll have someone register Jiang Zhe's rank. Lin Ruffing said at this moment.
Humph, old man Lin, you're lucky.
Your Anyuan City Mentalist Guild got a great deal, Duguyun said, somewhat annoyed. If Jiang Zhe were from Donghai, then he would belong to their Donghai City Spiritual Masters Guild, but now he can only benefit Lin Ruffing.
Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruffing didn't refute it, but laughed happily.
By the way, I have a question I'd like to ask, Jiang Zhe said.
You say. Are the mental health practitioners' unions in other cities also located in the mental hospitals of each city? Jiang Zhe asked, voicing his doubts.
Mentalists rely on mental power, which, while powerful, also has drawbacks, Lin Ruffing explained. Once problems arise during cultivation or the mind is damaged, it is difficult to recover. In severe cases, it can even lead to mental derangement, commonly known as mental illness. At this point, Lin Ruffing remarked, setting up the union's address here is not only discreet, but also a form of protection for these people.
Jiang Zhe nodded, understanding why. Lin Ruffing had someone register Jiang Zhe's level, and soon after, a badge representing a level 4 mentalist was respectfully presented to Jiang Zhe by the staff.
Unlike martial artist badges, mentalist badges do not have color or material distinctions, they are only distinguished by the number of crystals on the badge.
A small crystal pattern represents a level 1 spiritual master, and Jiang Zhe's badge has 4.
Not only that, Jiang Zhe was also given a special bank card, which was also a bank membership card, with a monthly subsidy of 200,000 federal dollars and many other privileges. Mentalists are rare and powerful, and they enjoy much better benefits than martial artists.
Everyone, let's welcome the newcomer. Snap, snap, snap.
After Lin Ruffing finished speaking, he took the lead in applauding. Immediately, enthusiastic applause filled the hall.
Snap, snap, snap.
A group of mentalists applauded enthusiastically, their eyes filled with reverence as they looked at Jiang Zhe.
After all, Jiang Zhe is a genuine level 4 psychic master, whose strength is only below that of the president and vice president.
Because there are relatively few spiritualists, the spiritualists in the guild are very united and almost all of them know each other.
Jiang Zhe's joining naturally made him the object of everyone's admiration.
After spending some time at the union and learning about some things, Jiang Zhe left.
Chapter 76 Pills Go on Sale. Maybach on elevated road in the rainy night. My dear daughter, do you really want to go to school?
If you don't want to go, you can rest at home for a while longer, and Daddy will take you out to play. After staying at home for a week, Jiang Xianwan took the initiative to ask Jiang Zhe if she could go back to school. Dad, I want to go to school, Jiang Xianwan said, her attitude very clear. Daughter, at your age, just enjoy yourself every day. You don't need to work so hard, Jiang Zhe said with concern.
My precious daughter is so sensible.
She's barely left the house this past week, and when she does go out, it's always to practice her spirituality. During this time, Jiang Zhe suggested taking Jiang Xianwan to the amusement park, but the little girl refused.
Dad, cultivation is a happy thing for me.
I'm quite happy cultivating every day, Jiang Xianwan said very seriously.
All right.
Jiang Zhe was speechless at what his precious daughter had done. Other children of this age all want to play all day and don't want to do tedious training. Jiang Zhe was speechless that his precious daughter had taken cultivation as a hobby.
Since you want to go to school, then Dad will take you. Jiang Zhe didn't force his daughter to have her own ideas, so he sent Jiang Xianwan to kindergarten.
After sending his beloved daughter to school, Jiang Zhe went to the traditional Chinese medicine shop. Zhou Mushi was impatient and called Jiang Zhe many times, wanting to know when the tonic pills would be available for sale. Everything on her end is ready, and she can start any time. In Zhou Mushi's view, delaying the listing by 1 day is equivalent to delaying the time to make money.
It's almost time. Chinese Medicine Hall.
I've already had Lu Shaoqing make the signboard for the great tonic pill.
The publicity and promotion work is also ready.
I also found an advertising company to help us place advertisements for the tonic pills. As if reporting a work assignment, Zhou Mushi reported to Jiang Zhe on the preparations that had been completed.
That's it, let's get ready to go on sale. After listening, Jiang Zhe nodded, expressing his approval of Zhou Mushi's work.
After all, Zhou Mushi has been running the traditional Chinese medicine shop for quite some time, so she has some business acumen. The only problem was the lack of suitable products and the inability to develop good prescriptions, which prevented the Chinese medicine pharmacy from failing.
Good.
Seeing that Jiang Zhe had finally agreed to the formal sale, Zhou Mushi became excited. As long as she has good products, she has no worries about sales. The Chinese medicine shop is an established brand that has accumulated many loyal customers over the years. However, due to a lack of suitable products, these customers have gradually stopped patronizing the business. For them, friendship is friendship, but it can't put food on the table. They would definitely be willing to spend money to buy cheaper products that are more effective. All we can say is that once the traditional Chinese medicine shop develops a good product, they will consider coming to support the business as soon as possible.
Not long after the Chinese medicine shop officially opened for business, a customer came in.
He was a middle-aged man, a level 1 martial artist. Boss Joe, after waiting so long, your traditional Chinese medicine shop has finally developed a new product. Don't let this tonic pill down as a loyal customer, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Don't worry, the medicine is definitely more effective than similar products on the market, and our price is not expensive either. If you are not satisfied after using it, you are welcome to get a refund at any time, Zhou Mushi said confidently. She had conducted research on the qi and blood elixirs currently available on the market, and found that none of them could compare to the powerful tonic pills. Affordable price, excellent results, unbeatable value for money. Alright, I'm relieved to hear that. If I break through to become a level 2 martial artist using your powerful tonic pills, I'll never buy pills from any other company again, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Sir, it's all packed up, please take it. Lu Shaoqing smiled and handed a packet of pills to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took the money, paid the bill, and left. Following that, customers came in one after another to make purchases, and now most of those coming are regular customers. On the first day of business, not many of the tonic pills were sold, but Zhou Mushi was not worried about it. It's normal for things to be like this on the first day. Once they go back and use the tonic pills and experience the effects, they'll know how amazing they are. Then word will spread, and the reputation will grow, and business will improve. Worried that Jiang Zhe might not be satisfied with the business on the first day, Zhou Mushi spoke up to explain to him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe simply waved his hand, appearing very calm, and said, "You can take care of these things yourself. You don't need to tell me. I believe in your abilities." Zhou Mushi was touched by Jiang Zhe's trust for only a short time before it was dispelled by Jiang Zhe's next words. "Anyway, you advanced the money for buying the medicinal herbs. If business is good, I'll pay you back sooner. If business is bad, I'll pay you back later. Anyway, I don't have to pay the interest on your loan. I'm leaving." After Jiang Zhe finished speaking, he waved his hand and left in a very dashing manner. These words left Zhou Mushi speechless. She wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. "Sister Mushi, I feel like he has you completely under his thumb," Lu Shaoqing said, leaning closer. "Shut up. No one will think you're mute if you don't talk. Focus on your business," Zhou Mushi said irritably. Upon hearing this, Lu Shaoqing had no choice but to shut up, muttering to herself in dissatisfaction. Since they couldn't do anything about Jiang Zhe, the boss, they took it out on him, the employee. After leaving the traditional Chinese medicine shop, Jiang Zhe took a taxi to the car market, intending to buy a car for transportation. Taking taxis to and from school every day isn't a good idea. Buying a car for daily use is definitely necessary. Jiang Zhe currently has nearly 4 million yuan in his account, so buying a car is no problem for him. Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Jiang Zhe plans to buy an upgraded Maybach as his daily driver. Nowadays, luxury cars around the world place great emphasis on safety. In addition to their inherent luxury car positioning, safety is a key feature they promote to the outside world. For example, the car body and glass use a certain high-strength material that can withstand a missile or a full-force punch from a martial artist of several levels. Most importantly, influenced by various factors, Jiang Zhe has a particular fondness for Maybachs, especially Maybachs seen on elevated highways on rainy nights. "Sir, which model are you interested in? I can help you with some recommendations. We happen to have a promotion going on right now." As soon as I walked in, a saleswoman in a business suit and black stockings greeted me with a warm smile. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to speak, a voice from beside him caught his attention. "Honey, do you like this? If you do, we'll buy it." "Young Master Hu, you're so great, I love you to death, Mumu." Jiang Zhe looked in the direction of the sound and saw a glamorous young woman smiling broadly, giving the young man in front of her a big kiss in front of everyone. It's quite common for wealthy young men to buy cars for their girlfriends. What Jiang Zhe found interesting was that he actually knew the young man. Chapter 77: The Path of a Simp. Birds of a feather flocked together. The young man at this moment looked exactly like a rich young master who loved to chase after women and indulge in debauchery. Jiang Zhe recognized this person. It was Hu Pengfei, whom he had met on the high-speed train to the martial arts youth training camp. Jiang Zhe was a little curious. Judging from Hu Pengfei's behavior on the high-speed train, Hu Pengfei was completely a simp for Lin Yue and was pursuing her. How come he has a new love now? Seeing this, Jiang Zhe secretly shook his head. Hu Pengfei is such a sycophant. He has no basic manners whatsoever and gives up so easily. At this moment, Hu Pengfei, who had been wearing a smug smile, glanced around and immediately noticed Jiang Zhe's presence. When he saw that Jiang Zhe was looking at him, his expression immediately turned sour. "Wait for me here." Hu Pengfei said something to the woman he had just won over, and then walked towards Jiang Zhe. At this moment, the glamorous woman's attention was entirely focused on the Mercedes-Benz. After listening to Hu Pengfei's words, she nodded repeatedly. All she wanted to do now was to admire the car that would soon be hers. Hu Pengfei walked over. "It's you?" After looking Jiang Zhe up and down, Hu Pengfei confirmed that Jiang Zhe was the same person he had met on the high-speed train last time, and the one who had humiliated him in the end.
Young Master Hu, why isn't Lin Yue pursuing you anymore? Have you changed your mind? Jiang Zhe teased.
I'm warning you, pretend you know nothing about what happened today. But if you dare to mention this in front of Yue, see how I deal with you, Hu Pengfei threatened.
Oh? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe deliberately said, You really want to deal with me? Try it if you don't believe me, Hu Pengfei sneered.
I really don't believe someone would cut off their head and use it as a chamber pot, Jiang Zhe said with a playful expression. Upon hearing this, Hu Pengfei's face turned completely cold. Last time, Jiang Zhe humiliated her in front of Lin Yue. At that time, Jiang Zhe was on the bus to the youth training camp, so even if he wanted to get revenge, he had no chance.
I never expected to run into you here. You're asking for it. How dare you talk to me like that when you're someone who was eliminated halfway through? Do you really think I can't deal with you?
Hu Pengfei said coldly.
The youth training camp wasn't over yet because Lin Yue hadn't returned. Jiang Zhe is here now, and there's only one possibility, he was eliminated halfway through.
Even though Jiang Zhe went to the youth training camp before, he was eliminated halfway through.
In Hu Pengfei's opinion, it was nothing special. How about we make another bet? This time, we'll bet that your head is a chamber pot, how about that?
Jiang Zhe said in a serious tone.
Hu Pengfei interpreted Jiang Zhe's words as a provocation and immediately took out his phone.
Come to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store and find me, hurry up. After saying that, Hu Pengfei hung up the phone.
Young Master Hu, is this someone being called? Jiang Zhe feigned surprise.
Humph, you'd better wait here if you dare. If the men I call can't deal with you, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you, Hu Pengfei said confidently. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe shrugged and did not leave, which was considered an acceptance of the challenge. Young Master Hu, calm down, calm down. At this moment, the manager of the 4S store came out and quickly eased the tension. While Jiang Zhe and Hu Pengfei were locked in a standoff, the salesperson who was in charge of Jiang Zhe went to report the matter to the manager, realizing that things were not going well. Upon learning of what had happened, the manager rushed out. He didn't want Hu Pengfei and Jiang Zhe to have a conflict here. There were so many display cars in the store, who would be responsible if there were any losses? Moreover, Hu Pengfei's identity was not ordinary, and he didn't want to cause trouble. Friend, this is the young master of the Hu family. Is there some misunderstanding? The manager said to Jiang Zhe, while also deliberately revealing Hu Pengfei's identity to Jiang Zhe. What he really wanted to tell Jiang Zhe was that Hu Pengfei was no ordinary person, and if he couldn't afford to offend him, he should quickly back down and apologize, and not make a big fuss.
The Hu family? Do you know Hu Meiling? Jiang Zhe asked casually.
That's my aunt, Hu Pengfei said proudly.
The vice mayor of Anyuan City is my uncle. What a coincidence! What a connection! Jiang Zhe couldn't help but shake his head, somewhat moved. What? You're trying to get close to me by bringing up my aunt, hoping I'll forgive you? Seeing Jiang Zhe's attitude, Hu Pengfei thought Jiang Zhe was scared and said arrogantly, It's simple if you want me to forgive you.
Kneel down and apologize, and I'll forgive you. What I'm trying to say is, you and your aunt really are birds of a feather. Jiang Zhe shook his head, his tone full of sarcasm.
What do you mean by that?
Hu Pengfei was a little confused. What I mean is that they all just look down on people, Jiang Zhe said disdainfully.
You're asking for it.
The manager, who was standing nearby, felt a chill run down his spine when he heard Jiang Zhe and Hu Pengfei's conversation. Good grief, he had already revealed Hu Pengfei's identity, but Jiang Zhe's words became even more impolite, and he even dragged other members of the Hu family into it.
What? Is there a major grudge between you and the Hu family? Young Master Hu.
The manager tried to say something more, but Hu Pengfei interrupted him directly. Shut up, this is none of your business.
I'll take responsibility for any losses.
Upon hearing Hu Pengfei's words, the manager immediately stopped talking and stepped aside. At this moment, a burly figure walked in, and in a few quick steps, he stood in front of Hu Pengfei, respectfully saying, Young master.
Teach him a lesson.
Hu Pengfei pointed at Jiang Zhe and said angrily, Beat him so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him, then bring him to me.
Yes. Upon receiving Hu Pengfei's order, this level 3 martial artist, who was Hu's private bodyguard, did not hesitate at all. He locked his eyes on Jiang Zhe, and in a flash, he charged towards Jiang Zhe.
Hu Pengfei confidently turned around, his back to Jiang Zhe, and walked towards the glamorous woman he had just seduced. Although Jiang Zhe participated in the youth training program, he was eliminated halfway through, and his strength is at most a level 2 martial artist. The bodyguard he called was a genuine level 3 martial artist. A level 3 martial artist defeating a level 2 martial artist is a piece of cake. It's not that easy.
With so many people in the store watching, who wouldn't recognize me? If I don't teach Jiang Zhe a lesson today, won't I lose face? There was a loud bang.
Hu Pengfei felt a strong gust of wind blow past him, and then he saw a figure fly backward at an extremely fast speed from beside him. Although Hu Pengfei couldn't see clearly who the figure that flew out was, he knew without a doubt that it must be Jiang Zhe.
You're going against me.
Last time you were lucky enough to get on the bus to the youth training camp, but this time you're asking for it, Hu Pengfei said arrogantly.
Just the next second, Jiang Zhe's amused voice suddenly rang in Hu Pengfei's ear. Young Master Hu, where are we going?
Upon hearing the sound, Hu Pengfei froze, stopped in his tracks, and turned around abruptly. Jiang Zhe was looking at him with a smile on his face.
Looking back dozens of meters, a figure had knocked over a display vehicle in the hall and lay limp on the ground, its fate unknown.
That person was the level 3 martial artist he had summoned.
Hu Pengfei was dumbfounded. Chapter 78: Kowtowing and Apologizing. Zhang Xiaonuan becomes class monitor.
Hu Pengfei was dumbfounded when he saw Jiang Zhe, who was completely unharmed and even smiling at him. You. Hu Pengfei pointed at Jiang Zhe, his words becoming stammered, his face filled with disbelief.
How is that possible?
The martial artist he summoned was a level 3 martial artist.
How could he not be a match for Jiang Zhe?
In just one exchange, he was beaten to a pulp by Jiang Zhe.
How monstrous must Jiang Zhe's strength be? Lin Yuwei doesn't have that ability either. How could Jiang Zhe, who was eliminated halfway through, possibly possess such strength?
Inside the lobby, everyone at the 4S store was dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. They clearly saw Jiang Zhe knock down the man Hu Pengfei had called over with a single punch. As the young master of the Hu family, Hu Pengfei's bodyguards must have been quite capable, but they were defeated by Jiang Zhe with a single punch.
That's quite impressive. Young Master Hu, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Kneel down and kowtow.
Jiang Zhe said playfully.
You. Hu Pengfei's expression changed drastically and became extremely ugly.
With so many people here, in front of everyone, if he were to kneel down and apologize like this, it wouldn't just be him who would lose face, but also the entire Hu family.
What? Young Master Hu, do you want me to do it myself? Jiang Zhe asked again when he saw Hu Pengfei standing there without moving. Don't go too far. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the Hu family? Hu Pengfei threatened, invoking his identity.
You and your aunt are birds of a feather, Jiang Zhe said disdainfully.
Kneel down.
As the voice fell, an immense and unparalleled aura immediately enveloped Hu Pengfei.
Instantly, Hu Pengfei's knees buckled, and he uncontrollably knelt down before Jiang Zhe.
A sense of fear welled up inside him. Looking at Jiang Zhe in front of him, Hu Pengfei felt as if there was a mountain in front of him that he could not overcome.
Kowtow. A powerful voice exploded in Hu Pengfei's ears like a thunderclap.
This immediately terrified Hu Pengfei, who uncontrollably kowtowed to Jiang Zhe. I was wrong, please forgive me. Hu Pengfei was truly terrified. He had a premonition that if he didn't kneel down and kowtow to Jiang Zhe to apologize, he wouldn't be able to leave today. Jiang Zhe only let Hu Pengfei go after Hu kowtowed several times.
Get lost.
Hu Pengfei felt as if he had been granted a pardon.
He got up from the ground and ran out of the hall without saying a word, without looking back.
Young Master Hu, wait for me. Upon seeing this, the woman dressed in a flamboyant manner immediately shouted and hurriedly followed. Before leaving, I glanced longingly at the car behind me, my heart aching. Hu Pengfei had already promised to buy her a car, all she had to do was swipe her card. But then this happened. You heard it yourself, he's responsible for everything here. If there's anything damaged, you can make a list and go ask the Hu family for it, Jiang Zhe said to the manager. I know, the manager nodded repeatedly, his attitude extremely humble.
Although he didn't know Jiang Zhe's identity, he didn't even take the Hu family seriously, so they must be quite powerful.
He, a mere 4S store manager, couldn't afford to offend them. Meanwhile, the manager had someone carry away the unconscious bodyguard from the Hu family and take him to the Hu family's residence. This way, we can also explain the situation to the Hu family at the same time. A while later, Jiang Zhe spent over $1 million to buy an enhanced Maybach. The car body was made of special materials, making it not only bulletproof but also able to withstand the full force of a level 3 martial artist. The car originally cost over 3 million, but in order to please Jiang Zhe, the manager, after consulting with the boss, gave Jiang Zhe the lowest possible discount. When Jiang Zhe took out his black card to pay, it became even clearer that Jiang Zhe's identity was extraordinary. It's always a good idea to build a good relationship with someone like that. Boom! The engine roared like a beast. Mr. Jiang, please take care. If you need anything, please feel free to call me. With a warm farewell from the manager, Jiang Zhe drove away from the 4S store. The entrance to the first martial arts kindergarten. It's time for school to end. As before, luxury cars were everywhere, but this time, Jiang Zhe also joined the ranks of luxury cars. A brand new Maybach was parked to the side. Students began to emerge from the kindergarten. Soon, Jiang Zhe spotted Jiang Xianwan. Jiang Xianwan was carrying a lot of things, all kinds of bags and packages, and even her school bag was bulging. Dad! Jiang Xianwan also spotted Jiang Zhe and shouted loudly. Girl, what are all these? Jiang Zhe asked, taking the things from Jiang Xianwan's hands. It's mostly food and toys, Jiang Xianwan said. Oh? It was issued by the school? No, they were all gifts from my classmates. Why did they give you so many things? Jiang Zhe asked curiously. As he spoke, Jiang Zhe led Jiang Xianwan to the car they had just bought. Luckily, I drove here today, otherwise these things would have been really hard to carry. Jiang Zhe said, opening the trunk. Dad, is this our car? Jiang Xianwan asked immediately. Yes, Dad just bought it. Do you like it? Jiang Zhe asked with a smile. I love it so much. We have a car at home now. Jiang Xianwan said happily. You should know that in the whole class, all the other students were picked up by cars after school every time, but she was the only one who wasn't. However, Jiang Xianwan is quite sensible and won't actively compare herself to others. Get in the car. On the road. Daughter, you still haven't told me why they gave you so many things? Jiang Zhe asked again. Because I became the class monitor today, Jiang Xianwan said. Squad leader? Yes, I just came back to school today, and the teacher made me the class monitor. They gave me a lot of things as gifts in order to get along with me. My Xianwan is so amazing, she's already the class monitor. Jiang Zhe then asked, do you know who sent these things? I don't know, there were too many people giving them gifts, how could I possibly remember them all? Jiang Xianwan shook her head. After saying that, Jiang Xianwan changed the subject and said, but I know who didn't send it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe was immediately speechless. Goodness, judging from what my precious daughter is saying, what, is she planning to make things difficult for classmates who didn't give her gifts? His manner of speaking is quite typical of someone in the official system. Dad, I've made up my mind. Starting today, I'm going to take on the responsibility of class monitor and learn how to manage the order of a class, Jiang Xianwan said seriously. My darling daughter, do your best. Dad believes in you. You will definitely become an excellent class monitor. Jiang Zhe encouraged her, to celebrate my darling daughter becoming class monitor, let's go out to eat today. What would you like to eat? Dad will treat. Long live Dad. Chapter 79 The Wu family of An Yuan. They suffered a loss they couldn't speak of. An Yuan City, Wu family. Hu Pengfei's humiliating and disheveled return home, and the fact that his level 3 martial arts bodyguards were carried to his door, immediately caused a stir within the Wu family. We understand the situation, and we will compensate you for your losses, the Wu family's butler said with a smile to the 4S store staff. Thank you for your help. The 4S store staff said politely before leaving. Before he came, he was still a little worried. The Wu family had suffered such a big setback this time, and he was worried that the Wu family might take their anger out on their 4S store. It seems all right now. Inside the spacious villa hall, Hu Pengfei was then forced to kneel on the ground as punishment. My son suffered such a great loss and was humiliated so much, and you still punish him, said Xiaoqin, Hu Pengfei's mother, with dissatisfaction. Xiaoqin was furious when she learned that her son had been forced to kneel and kowtow an apology. My son has never suffered such injustice since he was a child. The other party actually dared to ignore the Hu family and trample on their dignity. Hoof. The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa, Hu Pengfei's father and the current head of the Hu family, Hu, snorted coldly and said angrily, it's because you spoil him like this that he's become so lawless and causes trouble for me all day long.
Is it wrong for me to be good to my son? Have you ever cared about him?
All you do is hit him, Xia Qin shouted.
Just then, the butler arrived. Master, have you gotten the details cleared up?
So the housekeeper then recounted what he had learned from the 4S store. After hearing this, Hu immediately slapped Hu Pengfei across the face.
You good for nothing.
All you do is chase girls. I told you to go after that girl from the Lin family, but you just ignored me.
Hu roared.
Hu Pengfei felt his head buzzing after receiving a solid slap. However, they dared not express their dissatisfaction. From childhood to adulthood, Hu Pengfei was most afraid of his father, who actually hit him. Dad, Lin Yue is still in the youth training camp and hasn't come back yet, Hu Pengfei said, feeling aggrieved.
So you deliberately caused trouble? Hu said angrily again.
It's not that I want to cause trouble, it's that he went too far, making me lose face time and time again, Hu Pengfei defended himself.
It's all because you're useless. If you had been more diligent and been selected for the youth training camp, would all of this have happened?
Hu said, exasperated. He was, after all, a level 4 martial artist, and his son was quite talented. He had put a lot of effort into cultivating him since he was a child, and even found a private tutor to guide him. He bought a lot of tonics to nourish his blood and qi, but Hu Pengfei was too lazy. He was always thinking about slacking off in his cultivation, which wasted his talent. Hearing this, Hu Pengfei didn't dare to refute, because he knew that if he continued to talk about this topic, he would be beaten again.
What's the point of saying all this now?
The most important thing is to avenge our son and vent our anger. Xia Qin changed the subject. Besides, even if he goes to the youth training camp, so what?
The person who beat my son went, but he was eliminated so quickly, what's the use?
Hu had calmed down by now.
He looked at Hu Pengfei and asked again, you said that person knows your aunt?
Yes.
Hu Pengfei nodded, but he spoke rudely and insulted my aunt.
Upon hearing this, Hu took out his phone and made a call to Hu Meiling.
Beep beep.
The call was connected very quickly.
Hey, ma'am, it's me. Do you know someone named Jiang Zhe? He's the one who beat up your nephew.
Yes, it's Jiang Zhe who participated in the youth training camp.
Huh? What? Number 1 in the youth training camp?
After a while, Hu hung up the phone, glanced at Hu Pengfei kneeling on the ground, and, remembering what Hu Meiling had said before, became even angrier. He immediately pulled out the belt. You worthless bastard, he's the top student in this year's youth training camp, someone even martial arts masters respect.
And you're telling me he was eliminated from the youth training camp? You dare to lie to me about this? You've got some nerve,
Hu said through gritted teeth. Fortunately, he called Hu Meiling and found out what was going on. Only then did she realize that not long ago, her older sister and Jiang Zhe had a conflict over the child. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhe was the top student in the youth training camp, so he had no choice but to accept his defeat. His brother-in-law, the deputy mayor, also had no intention of antagonizing Jiang Zhe over this matter. It hasn't been long since then, and his own son has also had a conflict with Jiang Zhe. No wonder Jiang Zhe is so disrespectful and so fearless.
What? First place in the youth training camp? Hu Pengfei was completely dumbfounded after hearing what his father said. First place in the youth training camp? How is that possible? The youth training camp isn't even over yet. Lin Yue hasn't even returned, and the first place has already been decided?
Jiang Zhe wasn't eliminated halfway through, he was the top student in the youth training camp.
That's impossible. Dad, there must be a mistake. The youth training hasn't even ended yet, and Lin Yue hasn't come back. How can the first place have already appeared? Hu Pengfei shouted.
Compared to the humiliation of Jiang Zhe making him kneel and kowtow, Jiang Zhe's status as the top youth training coach was even more painful for him.
A mistake?
How could you mistake the fact that 2 martial arts masters and your aunt witnessed it with their own eyes?
Hu said angrily. Don't you even use your brain?
You introduced yourself, and they were still fearless.
Do you think someone who can defeat Wang Shan in one move is an ordinary person?
Wang Shan, that is, the level 3 martial arts bodyguard.
Dad, I really didn't know.
Hu Pengfei was completely dumbfounded. If he had known that Jiang Zhe was the top student in the youth training program and had the ability to defeat a level 3 martial artist in one move, he wouldn't have bothered with Jiang Zhe at all.
He's not stupid.
This will teach you a lesson, you'll understand later. Hu swung the belt at Hu Pengfei. But Xia Qin stood directly in front of her.
If you're going to hit your son, hit me first, Xiaoqin snapped. A doting mother often spoils her son. He will be completely ruined by you sooner or later. With Xiaoqin protecting him, Hu had no way to make a move and had to give up. He then scolded Hu Pengfei, "Go back and stay here. If you dare to go out even once during this time, I'll break your legs. Get out of here now." Hu Pengfei felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly ran back to his room. Being grounded is better than getting a beating. After Hu Pengfei left, Xiaoqin said with dissatisfaction, "Is that so-called number one in the youth training camp really that scary? Should our prestigious Hu family be afraid of him? What do you know? He's under military protection now. Touching him is just asking for trouble," Hu said impatiently. Military protection? Can't even Dad intervene? Xiaoqin asked again. Chapter 80. Business is booming. The tonic pills have become famous. The Hu family wields considerable influence in Anyuan City. Besides owning a large business empire, Hu's father, Hu Tianlong, is a martial arts master, and not only that, but also a major general in the Eastern Theater Command. Meanwhile, Hu's sister, Hu Meiling, is married to the vice mayor of Anyuan City, who is also a martial arts master. The presence of these two martial arts masters, and of extraordinary status at that, is what gives the Hu family an almost unshakable position in Anyuan City. Xiaoqin's words prompted Hu to think quickly. First, her sister had a conflict with Jiang Zhe and was humiliated. Her brother-in-law, who was the deputy mayor, was unwilling to offend Jiang Zhe because of his status as the top student in the youth training camp, so the matter was dropped. And now, it is his own son who has been so rudely and publicly humiliated by Jiang Zhe. The Hu family's reputation was completely trampled under Jiang Zhe's feet twice. If this gets out, the Hu family's reputation will be damaged, and it will likely become a topic of private gossip and a laughingstock in Anyuan City. If we could teach Jiang Zhe a lesson and make him remember it, that would be the best outcome. The main goal is to save face for the Hu family. As the top student in the youth training camp, Jiang Zhe was protected by the military during his trial at the front line. It's definitely not possible to do anything directly to Jiang Zhe right now. However, if one's own father could step in and put some pressure on them, it might not be impossible. "I'll call Dad tonight and see what he thinks," Hu said in a deep voice. Dad loves Pengfei the most. If he knew that Pengfei was being bullied like this, he would definitely stand up for Pengfei, Xiaoqin said. The tonic pills became a hit in just 3 days. They became incredibly popular. On the martial arts forum, posts sharing the use of the great tonic pill appeared one after another, and they were all pushed to the top. In various chat groups, whenever the topic of which blood-nourishing pill is the best on the market is brought up, everyone unanimously recommends Dabu, a traditional Chinese medicine for replenishing qi and blood. Especially those level 1 and level 2 martial artists who had already purchased and used it, they praised the tonic pill to the skies. And the old brand, Zonghia Tang, has once again come into the public eye. Martial Arts Forum. My goodness, this new tonic pill from the Chinese medicine shop is amazing. It's incredibly effective and not expensive at all. I swear, I was a regular customer of the Chinese medicine shop. They launched a new product, and I just went to support them with a try-it-out attitude. It gave me a huge surprise, such a pleasant surprise. It truly lives up to its reputation as an established brand. For so many years, I thought it was gone, but I never expected it to rise again and develop such amazing products. I bought 10 at once because I felt that if I didn't buy more, I definitely wouldn't be able to buy any more later. Holy crap, I just found out about the super tonic pills. I was thinking of buying some to try today, but when I got there they were all sold out. No stock is nothing, the lines at the door are terrifyingly long right now. I refined a powerful tonic pill, and my qi and blood increased by 0.1, can you believe it? The martial arts forum is flooded with discussions about the great tonic pill. This frenzy of posting on social media has led some to believe that it's an advertisement for a traditional Chinese medicine shop, and that they've hired shills. However, faced with one user's actual sharing after another, and the fact that the Chinese medicine shop was bustling with people in long queues, they had no choice but to believe it. Various chat groups. Brothers, is anyone in Anyuan City? Could you please buy me a few tonic pills? I'll pay for the postage and give you a delivery fee. Buying on behalf of others? Dream on, I can't even buy it myself. Who knows? My house is right next to the Chinese medicine shop, but I can't even squeeze in. Yesterday my brother was recommending the new tonic pills developed by the Chinese medicine shop to me, but I didn't pay attention. Now look what happened. I regret it so much. Why did I only buy one back then? now I can't buy any more even if I want to. It's insane, completely insane.
I heard that if you want to buy one now, you have to pay first, register, and then wait.
Inside a certain residential community.
Xiaoyang, who is 29 years old this year but is still a first-level martial artist, carefully took out the powerful tonic pills that he had managed to buy with great difficulty. He heard the news from a friend last night, saying that the long-established Chinese medicine shop, Zhongdiatang, had developed a new product called Dabo One Great Tonic Pill. It was inexpensive and very effective, much better than the blood and qi tonic pills currently on the market. With a try-it-and-see attitude, he went to the traditional Chinese medicine shop to buy some to try. When we got there, we found that we already had to queue, and the queue was quite long. The sheer scale of the scene took him by surprise. At the same time, this also increased his confidence in the so-called tonic pills developed by the Chinese medicine shop. He was sure that the pills were effective, otherwise there would be no reason for so many people to line up to buy them. As for whether these people were extras hired by the Chinese medicine shop? If it weren't for the fact that a friend of his had already bought it and experienced the effects, he would have been really skeptical. But he knew that wasn't the case. So, after queuing all night, he finally succeeded in buying the tonic pills. He gritted his teeth and bought 10 at once, spending all the money he had on hand, which was a huge gamble. Xiaoyang knew that he was already 29 years old and was still only a level 1 martial artist. If he couldn't break through to become a level 2 martial artist by the end of the year, his life would be over. Although he is a martial artist and receives a monthly stipend, he has elderly parents to support, young children to raise, and mortgage and car loan payments to make up for. The monthly stipend is simply not enough, so he still needs to go out and work. If this powerful tonic can help him break through to the second level of martial arts, then he will still have a chance to advance further in his life. This is very important to him. He didn't want to stop there. So he went all out. He couldn't afford expensive or high-quality pills, so the powerful tonic pill was the only chance for a commoner like him. Xiaoyang gritted his teeth, swallowed a powerful tonic pill, and immediately began refining it. Feeling the long-dormant energy and blood within his body react after taking the tonic pill, Xiaoyang became excited, his body trembling slightly. This reaction means that the tonic pills are having a good effect on him, and if they are effective, there is hope. Moreover, his blood and qi were not far from that of a level 2 martial artist, but after reaching that level, his blood and qi suddenly stopped increasing, and his strength stagnated. He had bought and tried the qi and blood elixirs available on the market that were suitable for first-level martial artists, but none of them had any effect. Only the potent tonic pills produced by this traditional Chinese medicine shop gave him hope. There's hope of breaking through to the second level of martial arts. Chapter 81: A resentful woman in her chambers. Her cultivation has gone problems. The traditional Chinese medicine shop is booming, seemingly back to its peak. No, even at its peak, the business of the Chinese medicine shop was never this terrifyingly good. The line at the entrance stretched for over 100 meters, and all of them were martial artists, all there for the powerful tonic pills. In just 3 days, the great tonic pill became incredibly popular, driving countless level 1 and level 2 martial artists into a frenzy after experiencing its effects. Some people buy these tonics for their relatives and friends. Because before becoming a martial artist, using powerful tonics to build up one's foundation of qi and blood is extremely effective. Sister Mushi, I can't take it anymore, we have to hire someone. I haven't slept for 2 whole nights, Lu Shaoqing complained. Of the 3 days, only the first day was relatively quiet, with only a dozen or so customers. But things started to go wrong from the second day onwards. More and more people came, and now, things have completely gone mad. Nonsense, I know how to hire someone, but I need to be able to free up my hands first, Zhou Mushi said irritably. All the prepared tonic pills have been sold out, not a single one is left. Unfortunately, we can only operate on a pre-sale model now. Customers pay and register first, and then we contact them to deliver the medicine once it's prepared. Even so, customers continued to come to register, forming long queues. There was no other way. Lu Shaoqing couldn't handle it all by herself, so Zhou Mushi had to join the registration line as well. Where's the boss? We're working like crazy, and he hasn't shown his face at all. Tell him to hire more people quickly, or we won't be able to sleep tonight either, Lu Shaoqing said immediately. Lu Shaoqing was speechless. Business was so good, yet Zhang Zhe, the boss, didn't seem to care at all. He only showed up on the first day, and hasn't been seen at all since. The forums and chat groups are full of news about the super tonic pills. They've become so popular. Hasn't the boss noticed yet? If you find out, you should at least call and ask. Not to mention Lu Shaoqing was speechless, Zhou Mushi was also completely speechless. Jiang Zhe trusted her completely and entrusted her with all business matters, which made her happy. Although she gave the Chinese medicine shop to Jiang Zhe, he at least gave her a lot of freedom in this regard. But now, Zhou Mushi has some regrets. Jiang Zhe really doesn't care about anything at all, he's going to work her to death.
Everyone, please wait a moment.
After reading it aloud, Zhou Mushi said something to the guest in front of her, and then went to the back room to call Jiang Zhe. Given the current situation, we must recruit people as soon as possible, including pharmacists, and expand production scale, otherwise, production capacity will not be able to keep up at all.
Beep beep beep. Zhou Mushi dialed Jiang Zhe's number. Soon, Jiang Zhe's voice came through the phone.
What's up?
Hearing Jiang Zhe's nonchalant tone, Zhou Mushi was furious.
Boss, our product is a huge hit, business is booming. Zhou Mushi said, barely suppressing her anger. She decided to give Jiang Zhe a chance. She believed that Jiang Zhe must be too busy and didn't know that the tonic pills were so popular. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been completely unaware of it. I saw it on the forum, congratulations.
To everyone's surprise, Jiang Zhe's reply made Zhou Mushi lose all control. It seemed she had overestimated Jiang Zhe's abilities.
She had assumed he was unaware, which was why there was no news, but it turns out he actually knew everything.
The key point is clear, yet they don't show up and help, that's going too far.
They're incredibly busy.
Boss, Shaoqing and I haven't slept for 2 nights.
We're out of the tonic pills, and the line outside is terrifyingly long.
Don't you want to find a way to expand production as soon as possible?
At least hire a few more people to help us out. Zhou Mushi complained on the phone, even animals need a moment to catch their breath. Listening to Zhou Mushi complaining on the phone like a woman confined to her chambers, Jiang Zhe immediately comforted her. Alright, I know you've worked hard.
I'll find some help for you right away.
Just hang in there for a while. Hurry up, otherwise it won't do you any good if you work me to death, Zhou Mushi said with dissatisfaction. The call ended. Jiang Zhe thought about it and realized that he had indeed overlooked Zhou Mushi in this matter. The main problem is that Jiang Zhe has been in a bad mood these past few days because he's been feeling frustrated about his cultivation, and there's been a problem in his cultivation. So even though he knew that the tonic pills were a hit and the traditional Chinese medicine shop was doing booming business, Jiang Zhe had no interest in it. Jiang Zhe wouldn't have taken it seriously if Zhou Mushi hadn't called. However, for Zhou Mushi, a strong woman, to speak up, she must really be on the verge of collapse. After all, the Chinese medicine shop is now her own business, and she should help if it's in trouble.
This difficulty was a minor matter for Jiang Zhe. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Zhe contacted Lu Qianyun. The Chinese medicine shop is currently short of manpower, but that's easy.
Tianqing Martial Arts School has plenty of manpower. Sending a few people over to help out and registering them is a simple matter. Moreover, Tianqing Martial Arts School is not far from the Chinese medicine hall. This way. Tianqing Martial Arts School. Senior sister, the business at that Chinese medicine shop is booming. The line is almost all the way down the street.
Wang Hu excitedly told Lu Qianyun.
I heard that the tonic pills are very effective. I was planning to buy a few, but it seems like I won't be able to get a turn. I should have gone to buy them the day before yesterday. Wang Hu is now filled with regret. He learned about the new tonic pills developed by the Chinese medicine shop yesterday, and he also saw the advertisement for the Chinese medicine shop. He simply believed that advertising was just advertising, and the actual effect would certainly not live up to the claims made in the advertisement. Unwilling to waste the money to be the first guinea pig, he did not buy it. To everyone's surprise, the traditional Chinese medicine shop's business exploded in just 3 days, with the tonic pills proving incredibly effective. By the time he realized what was happening and went to buy it, it was too late. The stock was sold out, and the queue for pre-order registration was already this long. Did you talk to the owner of the traditional Chinese medicine shop and tell her that our Tianqing Martial Arts School wants to cooperate with her and place a large order at once?
Lu Qianyun asked. Don't even mention it, it's impossible to squeeze in.
It's all martial artists queuing up, and there are even scalpers. If you try to cut in line, you'll get beaten up in no time, Wang Hu said, frustrated. To contact the owner, you first need to be able to get into the Chinese medicine shop.
It's impossible to squeeze in, absolutely impossible.
It's all martial artists queuing up, and no one else is allowed to cut in line. This is also an opportunity for our Tianqing Martial Arts School, and we must seize it, Lu Qianyun thought to herself.
The opportunity to make Tianqing Martial Arts School a household name in Yuan City lies in its collaboration with Songdia Tang. Chapter 82, Clinging to a Powerful Backer. Finding a solution. Besides her decent talent for cultivation, Lu Qianyun is also a person with great business acumen.
Otherwise, Lu Zhendong wouldn't have handed over the martial arts school to Lu Qianyun to manage so early. For a martial arts school, it is important to have a strong and authoritative headmaster, as this can attract a certain number of students to come and learn. However, the operational system of a martial arts school is also very important. For a martial arts school to operate healthily and sustainably in the long term, it also needs someone with business acumen to manage its operations.
Lu Qianyun is just that kind of person.
After Jiang Zhe, a guest instructor, defeated the master of Warrior Martial Arts Academy with a single punch, Tianqing Martial Arts Academy suddenly became famous. This not only attracted many students from Warriors Martial Arts Academy, but also students from other martial arts academies, further promoting the growth and development of Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. In order to seize this opportunity, after the success of the tonic pills at the Chinese medicine shop, Lu Qianyun had the idea of cooperating with the Chinese medicine shop. That is to purchase a batch of potent tonic pills from the Chinese medicine shop as a reward for the students of Tianqing Martial Arts School. From now on, any student who comes to Tianqing Martial Arts School to become an apprentice and achieves good results or makes a certain contribution to Tianqing Martial Arts School will be rewarded with a large tonic pill. They used the powerful tonic pills as a gimmick to further attract students and expand their business. The more popular the tonic pills become, the more their martial arts school will benefit, spreading its reputation and attracting people from other parts of Anyuan City, and even other cities, to come and learn from them. In this way, Tianqing Martial Arts School will have the opportunity to become a first-class martial arts school and join the ranks of major martial arts schools. Unexpectedly, the tonic pills were so popular that Wang Hu was unable to contact the owner of the traditional Chinese medicine shop he had arranged to do. I don't care what method you use, even if you don't eat or drink, you have to stay there and see the owner of the Chinese medicine shop, Lu Qianyun said in a deep voice, her attitude very firm. Judging from the current momentum of the Chinese medicine hall, if a cooperation can be achieved, the benefits to Tianqing Martial Arts School will undoubtedly be enormous.
I understand, senior sister. Wang Hu nodded upon hearing this.
He was well aware that his senior sister had great ambitions.
Beep beep beep. Just then, Lu Qianyun's phone rang.
Seeing that it was Jiang Zhe calling, Lu Qianyun answered the phone without saying a word.
Hello. Are you free now?
Available.
Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words on the phone, Lu Qianyun quickly responded, sounding extremely excited. Jiang Zhe asked himself if he was free now. Could it be that he was planning to invite him to dinner? Just thinking about it made Lu Qianyun a little excited.
If you have time, could you do me a favor and arrange for a few people to help out at the traditional Chinese medicine shop? They're too busy right now and short-staffed, Jiang Zhe said. Those who help out will be generously compensated afterwards.
Go help out at the traditional Chinese medicine shop? Jiang Zhe's words left Lu Qianyun momentarily speechless. She never expected that Jiang Zhe would have any connection with the Chinese medicine shop. Yes, her business is booming, and she doesn't have enough staff, Jiang Zhe said. Can't the martial arts school spare any extra staff?
No, it can be arranged, but I'd like to ask what your relationship is with them, so I can remind the people going there to be careful, Lu Qianyun asked.
I'm the boss over there. The former owner of the Chinese medicine shop now works for me. The Chinese medicine shop is now my business. You can arrange the people there. I won't mistreat them. Jiang Zhe said, that's all.
Bye. The call ended. Lu Qianyun was still in shock and didn't come to her senses for a long time.
Jiang Zhe is actually the owner of the Chinese medicine shop. Good heavens, the former owner of the Chinese medicine shop is now working for Jiang Zhe. This news is absolutely explosive.
At the same time, Lu Qianyun also became excited, feeling incredibly thrilled.
With this relationship in place, wouldn't the martial arts school and the traditional Chinese medicine shop have a very close bond?
Jiang Zhe is a guest instructor at Tianqing Martial Arts School and also the owner of a traditional Chinese medicine shop.
Does the relationship between Tianqing Martial Arts School and the traditional Chinese medicine shop need any further explanation? As for the cooperation, she only needs to talk to Jiang Zhe.
If Jiang Zhe is interested in Tianqing Martial Arts School, we can simply give him half of it, as long as he's willing to help him out. With Jiang Zhe's connection, the future of Tianqing Martial Arts School is limitless. It would be difficult for it not to take off. Wang Hu, quickly gather all the people from the martial arts school, Lu Qianyun said immediately.
Ha! Wang Hu was immediately surprised. Do we need so many people to line up? Don't queue up, go help out, Lu Qianyun said. Help? Wang Hu was confused and didn't understand what it meant for a moment.
Don't just stand there, go quickly, Lu Qianyun urged.
Okay, I'm going right now.
So, almost everyone from Tianqing martial arts school went to the Chinese medicine shop to help.
This is the traditional Chinese medicine shop. After Lu Qianyun arrived, she performed a somersault, flying over the heads of the crowd before successfully entering the Chinese medicine hall. This action immediately drew dissatisfaction from many of the martial artists in line. What do you mean? Cutting in line? What's going on? Cutting in line in public, huh? Damn it, I've been queuing for hours. What do you mean by cutting in line? Don't think that just because you're pretty you can cut in line. Go back. Zhou Mushi naturally noticed Lu Qianyun and mistakenly thought that Lu Qianyun had cut in line.
Just as she was about to speak, Lu Qianyun spoke first, saying, Instructor Jiang asked us to come and help.
Instructor Jiang? Jiang Zhe? Zhou Mushi asked. Yes. Lu Qianyun nodded with a smile. He really has a lot of identities.
Zhou Mushi muttered to herself, and without any hesitation, she told Lu Qianyun how she could help.
It's simple now, we just help with crowd control and register the people in line.
There were just too many people, and the two of them couldn't possibly handle it all. With help from others, she could also find time to purchase medicinal herbs.
Okay.
After hearing Zhou Mushi's arrangement, Lu Qianyun nodded and immediately got the people at the martial arts school busy. Once the martial artists in line learned that Lu Qianyun and the others were there to help and not to cut in line, they immediately stopped objecting, and order was restored. With the addition of Lu Qianyun and others, the huge queue was quickly split up, and the registration process became faster. As for the people Lu Qianyun brought from the martial arts school, they all worked very seriously and with great enthusiasm after hearing that they would be richly rewarded for helping with the work. On the other side, Jiang Zhe, who was very distressed because of the problems he encountered in his cultivation, fought for a while and decided to call Dai Hanxue to find a solution.
After all, Lu Qianyun works for the military and holds a relatively high position.
If he were willing to step in and help, he might be able to resolve the problems he is currently facing.
Chapter 83 is utterly speechless. You call this a slowdown in cultivation speed?
Jiang Zhe has been in a bad mood these past few days because he has encountered a problem in his cultivation. If this problem is not resolved, it will be a huge pain for Jiang Zhe, making him unable to eat or drink. Jiang Zhe has always had a smooth journey in his cultivation since he was able to begin, and this is the first time he has encountered such a problem.
Jiang Zhe was very annoyed, extremely annoyed.
Even though the traditional Chinese medicine shop was booming, Jiang Zhe lost interest. To solve this problem, Jiang Zhe contacted Dai Hanxue and dialed her phone number.
Beep beep beep.
The call was answered shortly after.
What do you want from me?
Dai Hanxue's cold voice came through the phone, as if someone owed her money.
Instructor Dai, I've run into a problem in my training. Jiang Zhe didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. These words immediately made Dai Hanxue, who was instructing Jiang Roro on her cultivation, feel a pang of anxiety. He immediately disregarded Jiang Roro and went outside.
Seeing this, Lin Hao, who was not far away, sensed that something was wrong and thought that something had happened, so he immediately followed.
What's wrong? Lin Hao asked. Who called?
Jiang Zhe said he is having problems with his cultivation, Dai Hanxue said with a grim expression. These words immediately changed Lin Hao's expression. You have to understand that Jiang Zhe is the top student in the youth training camp. They have placed great hopes on Jiang Zhe and are all counting on him to achieve excellent results in the frontline trials. Furthermore, they have already reported Jiang Zhe's achievements.
Now even the higher-ups know about Jiang Zhe's existence. Jiang Zhe is now calling to say there's a problem with his cultivation. That's a big problem. A problem with cultivation? Could it be that he's gone into qi deviation? Or has his cultivation been damaged? Will he be unable to advance further in his cultivation?
The more Dai Hanxue thought about it, the more serious things seemed. Suddenly, everything went black before her eyes, and she felt like the sky was about to collapse. If Jiang Zhe's cultivation stagnates due to problems and he is unable to advance any further, that would be troublesome. Jiang Zhe wasted all the resources he consumed in the youth training camp.
What happened to you? Are you injured? Is your cultivation damaged? Dai Hanxue took a deep breath and asked immediately after calming herself down.
She had already warned Jiang Zhe not to be too arrogant during this period, even though he was under the protection of the military. Don't think that having the protection of the military means you can act with impunity.
Well, look what happened.
He probably offended someone, got into a fight, and suffered serious injuries, causing his cultivation to stagnate. I'm not injured, and my cultivation level hasn't been affected, Jiang Zhe replied. It's just that my cultivation speed has slowed down during this period. Call. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Dai Hanxue breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there are no injuries and no damage to one's cultivation, that's good. Compared to these 2 points, the slowdown in cultivation speed is a minor problem, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. That's for the best. There are several possibilities regarding the slowdown in your cultivation speed, Dai Hanxue said in a deep voice. To what extent has your cultivation speed slowed down, and how much has it decreased compared to before? During cultivation, it is normal for a martial artist to experience a sudden slowdown in their cultivation speed. Moreover, there are many reasons why this might happen. The cultivation method practiced, the individual's physique, the time spent in cultivation, and so on. These past few days, my qi and blood have only increased by about 10 points a day, which is far less than before, Jiang Zhe said very seriously. What did you say? Your qi blood increased by 10 points in one day? Dai Hanxue, who had initially thought that Jiang Zhe's cultivation speed had slowed down to a very serious extent, was stunned when she heard what Jiang Zhe said. If your qi and blood increase by 10 points in one day, how can that be called a slowdown in cultivation speed? As far as she knew, even if she took qi and blood pills all day long, it was impossible for her qi and blood to increase by 10 points in a single day. If your qi and blood increase by 10 points per day, that's 300 points per month, and 3,600 points per year. You could reach the level of a level 3 martial artist in just 1 year of training? Are you kidding me? That's right. If I had continued at my previous cultivation speed, I could normally increase my qi and blood by 20 to 30 points a day without any problem. But now it's dropped so much. Do you think the problem is serious? Jiang Zhe said. This is why Jiang Zhe has been in a bad mood lately. The cultivation speed has slowed down. Compared to before, Jiang Zhe's cultivation speed has slowed down considerably in the past few days. The key is that Jiang Zhe has not been lazy at all in terms of cultivation diligence. In fact, he has put in even more effort. This indicates that there is a problem. Jiang Zhe is currently facing the process of breaking through from a level 3 martial artist to a level 4 martial artist. At the current rate of cultivation, it will take Jiang Zhe about 3 months to reach 1,500 points of qi and blood, thus reaching the level of a level 4 martial artist. This cultivation speed is too slow. Jiang Zhe cannot accept it at all. Based on his previous cultivation speed, Jiang Zhe should only need about a month to complete it. Jiang Zhe was certainly unwilling to accept such a huge difference. Jiang Zhe also figured out the reason for this problem, and Dai Hanxue's side had more options to solve it. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Dai Hanxue couldn't help but take another deep breath. For a moment, she felt an urge to fly to Jiang Zhe and give him a good beating. So that's what Jiang Zhe meant by slowed cultivation speed. Is this Jiang Zhe's understanding of the slowdown in cultivation speed? A 30 point increase in blood energy in a day is normal, but a 10-point increase is considered problematic. What's the difference between this and a capitalist with no conscience who usually earns 10 million a year but only earned 5 million this year, and then claims to have lost 5 million? A 10-point increase in qi and blood in a single day indicates a decrease in cultivation speed. This was the first time Dai Hanxue had encountered or even heard of such a problem. Are you seriously ill? You call a 10-point increase in qi and blood in a day a slow cultivation speed? Dai Hanxue said irritably. Didn't I just say it clearly? It's slower than before, and much slower, Jiang Zhe said seriously. Do you know how much a normal martial artist's qi and blood can increase in a day of cultivation? Dai Hanxue said speechlessly. What do I care how much they grow? I'm a genius among geniuses, are they? Jiang Zhe retorted. These words left Dai Hanxue speechless and unable to refute them. You've probably focused too much on mental strength lately, which is why you're in this situation. That's normal, Dai Hanxue added. Speaking of this, Dai Hanxue thought of what her teacher had told her not long ago about Jiang Zhe taking the test at the Mentalist Guild. In just 1 week, he went from a level 3 spiritualist to a level 4 spiritualist. Chapter 84 Outrageous Request. I never force anyone. Du Yun immediately told Dai Hanxue about Jiang Zhe's test at the Yuan City Mental Health Association. At the same time, his words also implied a desire to confirm something with Dai Hanxue. Is it confirmed that Jiang Zhe's strength, as tested at the youth training camp a week ago, was at level 3 mentalist? Not level 4? After all, it's really too unbelievable to go from a level 3 mentalist to a level 4 mentalist in just 1 week. Even for a level 6 mentalist like Duga Yun, this was the first time he had encountered such a thing in all these years. When Dai Hanxue heard the news, she thought she had misheard. After confirming it was true, I was momentarily filled with existential doubt. In just 1 week, he went from a level 3 mentalist to a level 4.
Is he even human?
As for the authenticity of the tests conducted at the youth training camp, she was certain they were genuine. Although the testing instruments have some errors, their testing standards are certainly not as good as those of the Anyuan City Mental Health Association. She knew that the Anyuan City Mental Health Association possessed a huge soul crystal. However, even if there is an error, it cannot be such a large difference between level 3 and level 4. Therefore, the only possibility is that Jiang Zhe went from a level 3 mentalist to a level 4 mentalist in just 1 week. This is true. Now Jiang Zhe is telling her that there's a problem with her cultivation, that her blood and qi are increasing at a slower rate. She had initially thought it was slow to the point of stagnation. As a result, the qi and blood increased by 10 points in 1 day, which was called a slowdown in cultivation speed.
This left Dai Hanxue speechless for a moment.
However, since Jiang Zhe has spoken about it now, Dai Hanxue believes there is only one possibility: Jiang Zhe has spent most of his energy cultivating his spiritual power during this period.
This explains why Jiang Zhe's cultivation speed has slowed down. However, Jiang Zhe immediately rejected Dai Hanxue's viewpoint.
Jiang Zhe has always cultivated in this way, and his focus on cultivating spiritual power will not cause a decrease in the rate of growth of his qi and blood. Because after each cultivation of spiritual power, Jiang Zhe's own qi and blood would also increase. Instructor Dai, if the reason for my slowed cultivation speed were that simple, I wouldn't have come to you, Jiang Zhe said.
I'm not quite sure what the reason is either.
After all, this is the first time I've encountered a situation like yours. If my qi and blood could increase by even 1 point a day, let alone 10, I would be laughing in my dreams, Dai Hanxue said, her tone sarcastic. Jiang Zhe is truly a man who doesn't know the hunger of a starving man. He's completely oblivious to his own good fortune.
If gaining 10 points of qi and blood a day isn't enough, aren't you afraid of getting beaten up if word gets out? No, given Jiang Zhe's current strength, it's likely that an ordinary person really couldn't defeat him. Jiang Zhe's level 4 mental strength alone is enough to fight against a level 5 martial artist, not to mention that Jiang Zhe himself is a level 3 martial artist. I'm afraid that unless they are martial artists who are about to break through to level 5 or 6, ordinary level 5 martial artists would not be a match for Jiang Zhe. After reading it, Dai Hanxue felt a surge of emotion. As for how she cultivated, she was a very diligent and hard-working person, and she used a lot of resources, but compared to Jiang Zhe, she wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. It really proves the saying that hard work is utterly worthless in the face of talent. Instructor Dai, I have an idea that I can try. I think you'll help me, right? At this moment, Jiang Zhe changed the subject, and his tone suddenly became somewhat pitiful. Stop pretending. Tell me your thoughts first. Whether you help me or not depends on what you think. Dai Hanxue directly exposed Jiang Zhe's true colors. After all, someone who dares to impersonate an insider in a youth training camp to cheat trainees out of points must have a lot of tricks up their sleeve. If she agrees too easily, she might fall into the trap Jiang Zhe has set for himself. Sigh, Instructor Dai, I'm very disappointed with your attitude. Jiang Zhe sighed and said, I originally thought that since I came from our Dong Province youth training camp, I planned to perform well on the day of the frontline trial and win some honor for our Dong Province. If I achieved good results, I would have more confidence when choosing our Eastern Theater Command. So I had to seize the time to improve my strength. I thought you would support me wholeheartedly, but I didn't expect you to have this attitude. Oh well, I won't force you. As he spoke, Jiang Zhe looked very disappointed and prepared to hang up the phone. Don't hang up, just tell me first. I'll definitely help if I can, Dai Hanxue said through gritted teeth. She could easily tell that Jiang Zhe was saying these things on purpose, deliberately playing the victim and trying to gain sympathy in front of her. These words, seemingly meant to bring glory to the Eastern Province, are actually a clear threat to oneself. It's as if it's my fault if Jiang Zhe doesn't achieve good results in the frontline trials if I don't help him. Instructor Dai, if you're really going to force yourself, that's fine. I don't like forcing people, Jiang Zhe said with a smirk. I won't force you. You're right. You came from the Dong Province youth training camp, so I will definitely give you my full support, Dai Hanxue said through gritted teeth. You really won't force me? I'm not forcing you. Then I'll tell you, but please don't be angry. I'm not angry, go ahead and tell me. I want the essence blood of exotic beasts, the level cannot be lower than level 3, and the more the better, preferably 10 or 8 tons. Zhang Zhe made an outrageous demand. Beast Essence blood level cannot be lower than level 3, 10, or 8 tons? Upon hearing what Zhang Zhe said, Dai Hanshue's breath caught in her throat, and she almost couldn't catch her breath. She really wanted to fly right up to Zhang Zhe and slap him across the face to see just how shameless he was to make such a demand. The essence blood of a mythical beast is the most precious thing on its body. Unlike ordinary blood, essence blood is the most precious part, and there is only a small amount of it. As a result, Zhang Zhe needed 10 or 8 tons of essence blood. How many strange beasts would he have to kill to do that? The most outrageous thing is that there are level requirements for the essence blood of exotic beasts. It cannot be lower than level 3. A level 3 beast is equivalent to the strength of a level 3 martial artist, and may even be stronger than a level 3 martial artist due to its own characteristics. Hunting them is not a simple matter at all. A single drop of the essence blood of a level 3 exotic beast costs at least 1 million on the market. Not only is it expensive, but it's also not something you can just find anywhere. How could she possibly meet such conditions? Even if Zhang Zhe is the top student in youth training, he can't just enjoy such resources in treatment. Do you have a fever? Dai Hanshue asked, barely suppressing her anger. No, I'm perfectly healthy. Then what nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? Dai Hanshue said irritably, do you know how outrageous your condition is? Chapter 85, Finding a Way In. We can't let other war zones look down on us. If it weren't Zhang Zhe who made the call, given Dai Hanshue's temper, hanging up immediately would have been considered very polite. In a fit of rage, some would even insist on arresting someone, opening their head, and seeing what was inside. What were you thinking? What exactly were you thinking? Where did they get the audacity to make such an outrageous request? What do they take her, the head coach of the youth training camp, for? Santa Claus? A wishing well? Instructor Dai, don't be angry. I know this condition might be a little difficult, but who are you? You're the head instructor of the youth training camp, the Ice Queen. If others can't do it, you definitely can. Seeing that Dai Hanshue was about to lose her temper, Zhang Zhe quickly tried to coax her. No matter what kind of woman she is, as long as you coax her a little, you can always calm her down a bit. Dai Hanshue took a deep breath and calmed herself down before saying, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I'm just the head instructor of the youth training camp, not the commander-in-chief of the military. I don't think anyone below the rank of Major General can help you with this request. I can be more lenient with my conditions. It's fine if I have less essence and blood, 10 or 8 caddies is enough. But the level can't be low, it must be level 3, Zhang Zhe said, taking a step back. Zhang Zhe knew that 10 or 8 tons was impossible, he was just joking. But you need 10 or 8 pounds. 10 or 8 pounds? What do you think that is, pig's blood? Dai Hanshue said irritably. Even with this quantity, she still couldn't do anything about it. Zhang Zhe's requirements for the essence blood of exotic beasts are a bit too high, it must be at least level 3. 10 or 8 pounds of the essence blood of a level 3 exotic beast, that's an astronomical figure. The key is that even if you have the money, you still have to be able to buy it. You must have a way to find me a way, right? I can always buy it myself if necessary, Zhang Zhe said. This is Zhang Zhe's bottom line, he'll buy it himself. Zhang Zhe simply couldn't find a way to buy the essence blood of exotic beasts. He didn't care about the ordinary essence blood of exotic beasts on the market, whether it was level 1 or level 2, and it was of no use to him. Let me think about it, Dai Hanshue said in a deep voice. If it's just about providing Zhang Zhe with a way to buy it himself, it doesn't seem like it would be too difficult for her. After some thought, Dai Hanshue actually came up with a suitable candidate. Aren't you and Lin Yue quite close? Dai Hanshue suddenly asked. Lin Yue? Upon hearing this name, Zhang Zhe was taken aback at first, and then Lin Yue's face appeared in his mind. I wouldn't call our relationship close, we're more like friends, Zhang Zhe said. During his time in the youth training camp, the only person Zhang Zhe interacted with was Lin Yue, mainly because Lin Yue had always been on his side and supported him from the beginning. Of course, Zhang Zhe didn't mistreat Lin Yue either. She's from Anyuan City, just like you. Her family is in the medicinal herb supply business, did you know that? Dai Hanshue asked. I don't know, Zhang Zhe replied truthfully. He had never deliberately sought to understand Lin Yue's family background. Of course, besides themselves, those who can come to this youth training camp must all have impressive family backgrounds. After all, even if someone has talent, it's difficult to stand out without the support of a good family background and resources. Try to find her and ask her to contact her family. They might be able to put in a good word for you and get the beast essence you want, Dai Hanshua said. I can help you apply for it with the military, but the chances aren't very high. You'd better not have too much hope. Can't I even buy it with my own money? Zhang Zhe asked immediately upon hearing this. I can only say that the probability of it working is very low, Dai Hanshua said seriously. For the military, money is just a number. What the military values more are resources. The military must be the one that deals with the most alien beasts, since soldiers are on the front lines, fighting against all kinds of alien beasts every day to protect their homeland. Afterwards, they would also manage the battlefield and obtain resources from the alien beasts. However, these resources are all intended for use by military personnel and will not be sold. Even though Zhang Zhe is the top student in the youth training camp, he has not yet started frontline trials and is not yet a member of the military. Can Lin Yue's family obtain the essence blood of exotic beasts? Zhang Zhe asked again. Some medicinal herbs exist in areas inhabited by exotic beasts. Those who travel together will inevitably encounter exotic beasts, and the flesh and blood of these beasts are also a type of medicinal herb. They will also specifically hunt exotic beasts, Dai Hanshue explained. I see. Wait a moment, I'll have Lin Yue come over now, and I'll call you back later. Thanks. Zhang Zhe's words of thanks were heartfelt overall. Dai Hanshue had been quite good to him. These matters were simply outside Dai Hanshue's responsibilities. Even if Dai Hanshue hoped to choose to serve in the Eastern Military Region after her frontline trials, there was absolutely no need for her to flatter herself like this. The call ended. Dai Hanshue summoned a soldier and asked him to notify her to come over. How is Zhang Zhe? Is it serious? Seeing that Dai Hanshue had finished her call, Lin Hao immediately asked. He was unaware of the content of their conversation as they were not on speakerphone. No problem. I think he is just trying to take this opportunity to get resources from us, Dai Hanshue said calmly. You want resources? Lin Hao asked in surprise. Then why did you call Lin Yue over here? Where would I get the resources to give him? Let him go and talk to Lin Yue himself. Hanshue, I'm not trying to criticize you, but this is where you're wrong. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao immediately said with dissatisfaction, Zhang Zhe is a bit thick-skinned and a bit bold, but after all, he came from here. His talent is there, as you've seen. He wants resources to increase his strength, which will make the frontline trials more secure and the results better. This is also a good thing for us, and it will make us look good. We should do our best to support you, but you ask him to ask a trainee for resources. People in other theaters might think that our Eastern Theater Command can't afford to provide them. It would be so embarrassing if word got out. Lin Hao became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke. Anyway, I don't have the ability to give it to you, Dai Hanshue said calmly. You may not have the ability, but I do. Honestly, you didn't even seize this opportunity to build a good relationship with him. You mustn't be stingy when you should be generous, Lin Hao said eloquently. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Dai Hanshue asked with a strange look in her eyes. Tell me what he wants, and I'll take care of it, Lin Hao said confidently. That works too. He needs the essence blood of a strange beast, which must be at least level 3. As for the quantity, 10 or 8 caddies will be fine, Dai Hanshue said. Blood essence of a beast of at least level 3? 10 or 8 pounds? Lin Hao was dumbfounded. Yes, you can give it to me, right? Dai Hanshue looked at Lin Hao. Well, I suddenly remembered I have something to do, so I'll be going now. After realizing what had happened, Lin Hao ran off without saying another word. Chapter 86 Contacting the Lin family. The relationship must be well established. My family sells the blood of exotic beasts, but I can't guarantee that I have the quantity and quality of that kind of blood you need. Looking at Zhang Zhe's familiar face on her phone screen, Lin Yue spoke truthfully. Lin Yue was very surprised. She never expected to see Zhang Zhe again at this time. Although it was just a video call, she was still a little excited to see Zhang Zhe's familiar face. Upon learning of Zhang Zhe's purpose, Lin Yue immediately expressed her willingness to help and to talk to her family, but she could not guarantee whether she could get what Zhang Zhe wanted. Please put in a good word for me, and I'll handle the rest with your family. Zhang Zhe smiled and said, Thank you. You're too kind. I should be thanking you. Lin Yue blushed. Her words came from the bottom of her heart. Although Zhang Zhe was no longer in the youth training camp, the legend he left behind there remained. Thanks to Zhang Zhe, she is now a hot commodity among the trainees in the youth training camp.
Because in other people's eyes, she and Jiang Zhe were the closest, and the two had a very close relationship. With the points Jiang Zhe gave her before he left, Lin Yue's life in the training camp was much better than that of the other trainees. Perhaps out of respect for Jiang Zhe, the instructors at the base also gave her special treatment. Even Qi Rufeng and the other two were very polite to her. With enough points, Lin Yue's training speed in the youth training camp is much faster. She doesn't need to worry about earning points at all and can focus on her training. That's all for now, I'll wait for your news, Jiang Zhe said with a smile. Jiang Zhe never expected that meeting Lin Yue in the youth training camp and helping her out would yield such a reward. They never expected that Lin Yue's family had such influence in Anyuan City. The Lin family, a clan that specializes in selling various medicinal herbs, wields considerable influence in Anyuan City. Lin Yue nodded emphatically. The call ended. Dai Hanshua overheard their conversation and immediately had someone bring Lin Yue's phone over. Once the trainees arrive at the youth training camp, they are under military-style management. All their belongings are kept by the base, and they are not allowed to contact the outside world during the training period. This time, Dai Hanshua made an exception for Jiang Zhe's sake. After all, youth training was essentially over long ago, and the top player had already been chosen. Lin Yue took her phone and immediately called home, leaving Dai Hanshua to give her space. Soon, Lin Yue contacted her family, and a middle-aged man's voice came through the phone. This person is Lin Yue's father, Lin Guodong, the head of the Lin family, and a level 5 martial artist. Yue? Dad, it's me. What happened? Didn't they say you can't call home casually in the youth training camp? Did you get eliminated? Before Lin Yue could even speak, Lin Guodong immediately asked 3 questions. He was aware of some of the rules of the youth training camp, such as that trainees were not allowed to call home during the training period, and that there was a risk of being eliminated midway through the program. At this point, Lin Yue called home, indicating that she was very likely to be eliminated. There is one thing, but I wasn't eliminated, Lin Yue explained. Oh? What is it? Li Guodong asked curiously. So Lin Yue recounted Jiang Zhe's situation to her father. After listening to what Lin Yue said, Lin Guodong on the other end of the phone fell silent. At this moment, Lin Guodong's heart was in turmoil. He had initially thought that his daughter had been eliminated from the youth training camp, and he felt a little regretful. Unexpectedly, instead of being eliminated, some trainees from the youth training camp wanted to buy a large amount of exotic beast blood from their place. Moreover, this trainee was the top student in this year's youth training camp, ending his training ahead of schedule. Lin Yue received a lot of care at the youth training camp. Lin Guodong values his status as the top student in the youth training camp. Dad, what's wrong? Seeing that her father was silent, Lin Yue asked cautiously, is there no way our family can help with this? Daughter, it's not a matter of whether to help or not. So much beast blood, especially at least level 3, is very difficult to obtain. Even though our Lin family is in this business, it's not something we can just get by talking to anyone. Lin Guodong's words were tinged with helplessness. Dad, he has helped me a lot. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to hold on until now, Lin Yue said again. I know, daughter, don't worry. Our family isn't the type to be ungrateful. Here's what we'll do, give me his contact information, and I'll contact him about the rest, Lin Guodong said. Okay, Lin Yue agreed. In order to ensure that her family would take the matter seriously, Lin Yue spoke up for Jiang Zhe until the call ended. This is all she can do for Jiang Zhe. Anyuan City, Lin family. After hanging up the phone, Lin Guodong immediately called Jiang Zhe. Putting aside the great care Jiang Zhe has given his daughter in the youth training camp, just considering Jiang Zhe's status as the top student in the camp, he naturally has to take this matter very seriously. He definitely wants to seize this opportunity to help Jiang Zhe and build a good relationship with him. However, even though the Lin family specializes in this kind of business, obtaining so many beast essences of level 3 or higher is not an easy task. He needed to contact Jiang Zhe and say a few things beforehand. Beep beep beep. The call was answered shortly after, and Jiang Zhe's voice came through. Hello. Mr. Jiang? I am Lin Guodong, Lin Yue's father. Lin Guodong took the initiative to introduce himself. Mr. Lin, hello, this is Jiang Zhe. Upon hearing that it was Lin Yue's father calling, Jiang Zhe immediately understood and greeted him politely. That's right, Yue has already told me about it. Mr. Jiang, when do you have time? Let's arrange a time to meet and discuss it in detail, Lin Guodong said in a deep voice. Even if the Lin family wanted to help, this matter couldn't be explained clearly over the phone. They would need to meet in person to discuss it.
I'm available anytime, Jiang Zhe said. Where does Mr. Jiang live?
I'll send someone to pick you up right now, Lin Guodong said immediately.
Showing a positive attitude also demonstrates his sincerity.
No need, just tell me a place, I'll go there myself, Jiang Zhe said.
Then come to my company, it's located at. Okay, see you in an hour. Okay, I'll wait for Mr. Jiang at the company.
After hanging up the phone, Jiang Zhe went out and drove to Lin Guodong's company. This matter needs to be finalized as soon as possible, as it concerns the time it will take for Jiang Zhe to advance from a level 3 martial artist to a level 4 martial artist.
Chapter 87, Generous Spending. Too difficult.
The company Lin Guodong described was more like a factory, located in the outskirts of Anyuan City, with a huge factory surrounded by high-voltage wire mesh. Inside the factory, various machines were running, operating like an assembly line. Lin Guodong had already arranged for people to wait here. After Jiang Zhe arrived, Lin Guodong, having received the news, personally came out to greet him.
Hello, Mr. Jiang.
Upon seeing Jiang Zhe, Li Guodong's face beamed with a warm smile, and he extended his hand to greet him.
Hello, Mr. Lin, Jiang Zhe replied politely. Please come this way.
Upon arriving at the reception room, Lin Guodong had tea brewed for Jiang Zhe. The tea was a medicinal tea specially developed by the Lin family. Not only does it have a rich and sweet taste, but long-term consumption also offers significant health benefits.
Good tea. Jiang Zhe took a sip and praised it.
I've already had some prepared, Mr. Jiang, please take them with you when you leave, Lin Guodong said warmly.
Mr. Lin, you're too kind, Jiang Zhe said with a smile.
Not at all, my daughter is very grateful to Mr. Jiang for taking care of her at the youth training camp, Lin Guodong said sincerely. The martial arts youth training program is a rare opportunity, spearheaded by the military, and offers better resources than those available outside. He was overjoyed when he learned that Lin Yue had passed the selection process.
But I never expected that Jiang Zhe would be so outstanding.
In less than half a month, he finished the youth training camp as the top student. Most importantly, Jiang Zhe took good care of Lin Yue, and the two had a good relationship. Given this opportunity, the Lin family naturally wanted to seize it and cultivate a good relationship with Jiang Zhe. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe smiled.
Mr. Lin, about the essence blood of the exotic beast?
Jiang Zhe asked, getting straight to the point.
Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment.
Upon hearing this, Lin Guodong smiled and clapped his hands. Soon, a member of the Lin family brought in a small bottle. The bottle was made entirely of jade, and its cost alone was quite high. After taking the bottle, Lin Guodong did not hesitate and placed it directly in front of Jiang Zhe.
Mr. Lin, what's going on? Jiang Zhe asked in confusion upon seeing this.
This is my way of expressing my gratitude on behalf of my daughter, Lin Guodong said solemnly. Mr. Lin, I'm here to do business with the Lin family, not to ask for anything, Jiang Zhe said with a light laugh. Jiang Zhe could tell what was inside the jade bottle with a single scan using his spiritual power.
Judging from the surging aura emanating from the beast's essence blood, it is at least level 3.
The jade bottle contained 5 drops of the essence blood of a level 3 exotic beast, the lion tiger beast. Each drop would be worth over $1 million on the market, and Lin Guodong spent over $5 million in one go.
Jiang Zhe was also surprised that Lin Yue's father was so polite and generous.
Mr. Jiang, this is just a small token of my Lin family's appreciation, Lin Guodong said with a smile. It has nothing to do with business, nor does it conflict with it. Now that things have come to this point, continuing to refuse would seem pretentious.
Jiang Zhe immediately stopped being polite. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Jiang Zhe accepted the gifts.
Seeing Jiang Zhe accept the gifts, Lin Guodong's smile deepened. Although these 5 drops of essence blood are quite valuable, it's well worth it to build a good relationship with Jiang Zhe. Mr. Jiang, Yue told me that you need the essence blood of level 3 or higher exotic beasts, and quite a lot of it. I'd like to ask, how much exactly do you need? Getting back to the main topic, Lin Guodong spoke up and started talking about serious matters.
10 or 8 pounds is about right, Jiang Zhe said.
Puff. Upon hearing this, Lin Guodong, who had just taken a sip of tea, couldn't help but spit it out.
How much?
Lin Guodong wondered if he had misheard. 10 or 8 pounds is enough, but of course, the more the better, Jiang Zhe said seriously.
After confirming he hadn't misheard, Lin Guodong's expression turned awkward. He carefully examined Jiang Zhe and, seeing that Jiang Zhe didn't seem to be joking, said, "Isn't this quantity a bit too much?"
If it were the essence blood of a level 1 or level 2 beast, we could try it. Even though the Lin family has been in the business of medicinal herbs and collecting the essence of exotic beasts for so many years. But requiring 10 or 20 kilograms of exotic beast blood essence, and it has to be level 3 or higher, is just too outrageous. The Lin family could obtain level 1 and 2 beast essence blood, but level 3 was far too difficult. To deal with a level 3 beast, it takes at least 2 level 3 warriors to hunt it down, and level 3 beasts are usually gregarious, forming a large group. Once you provoke them, it won't be just 1 or 2, but a whole bunch. Imagine a group of level 3 beasts. Even a level 4 martial artist would be terrified. To obtain 10 or 8 gene of level 3 beast blood, one would probably have to slaughter thousands of level 3 beasts. That's a huge amount of money. Those levels of beast blood essence are useless to me, Zhang Zhe said. It has to be at least level 3, and price isn't an issue. It's not about money, Lin Guodong said with a wry smile. To obtain so much beast essence, we would have to kill at least several thousand level 3 beasts. My Lin family doesn't have that kind of capability. Whenever the Lin family hunts exotic beasts, they usually send out some family members and hire some martial artists to carry out the task. Even so, they had to be extremely careful and dared not venture too deep into the area inhabited by the strange beasts. They always conducted small-scale operations. Hunting down thousands of level 3 beasts at once would create an incredibly strong stench of blood. This would not only alert other beasts but could also attract higher-level beasts, which would be troublesome. Hearing Lin Guodong say this, Zhang Zhe was somewhat disappointed. Originally, I thought that since the Lin family was in this business, cooperating with them would just mean spending a little more money. After all, the Chinese medicine shop is now a goldmine, and there's no worry about running out of money in the future. But now it seems unrealistic to buy so much level 3 beast essence with money. Zhang Zhe would definitely not go and hunt it himself. My current strength is so weak, it's too dangerous to hunt alien beasts. Who knows what kind of dangers lurk in the alien beast area? What will happen to my daughter if something happens to me? Besides, if they really intend to personally lead a large-scale hunt of alien beasts, why not just start the frontline trials directly? Hunting exotic beasts in that way could actually be considered a military achievement. For a moment, Zhang Zhe also had a headache. He now needs the essence blood of exotic beasts to prepare the body tempering elixir, which is crucial to the speed and quality of his advancement from a level 3 martial artist to a level 4 martial artist. Just then, the conference room door suddenly opened. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Guodong's expression darkened. Get out. Can't you see I'm entertaining a distinguished guest? Master, there's an emergency, the visitor said with a serious expression. Chapter 88 Emergency. Target, Level 4 Alien Beast. Lin's family all knew that he didn't like being disturbed when he was discussing business with customers. Unless an emergency occurs. Speak, what is it? Lin Guodong said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the newcomer glanced at Zhang Zhe, as if to say that there were outsiders present. Seeing this, Zhang Zhe was about to leave when Lin Guodong said directly, just say what it is. Mr. Jiang is no outsider. Zhang Zhe held a very important place in Lin Guodong's heart, and Lin Guodong was very willing to befriend Zhang Zhe. Even though it was their first meeting today, Lin Guodong preferred to have someone report important matters to him in person. This expresses trust and respect for Zhang Zhe. Lin Yue's father is quite good at dealing with people. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhe thought to himself. Master, the number 3 herb gathering team was ambushed by a strange beast and almost the entire team was wiped out. Only one person returned, and he was seriously injured. Didn't the number 3 herb gathering team go to Area 6? They even hired martial artists. How could this happen? Upon hearing this, Lin Guodong frowned and asked. Area 6 is the area that the Lin family has explored and divided over the years to identify the location of the strange beasts. The types and levels of the exotic beasts in each region are clearly recorded. This is something that the Lin family has earned by risking their lives over generations. The number 3 herb gathering team was led by 2 members of the Lin family, both of whom were level 2 martial artists. To be on the safe side, they hired some other martial artists after the operation, including one level 3 martial artist. The highest level of the alien beasts in the 6th area branch is only level 3. Even if they encounter them, the team can still retreat safely. How could they suffer heavy casualties? He said they encountered a beast that was at least level 4 or higher, and there was no way to escape. He was only seriously injured because he was on the very edge and was lucky. Upon hearing this, Lin Guodong's expression turned serious. The appearance of level 4 or higher beasts in Area 6 is highly unusual. Were there any other losses?
Lin Guodong asked again. The target herb was not brought back.
Find the best doctors to treat him, make sure he recovers. Also, give his family a settlement allowance for the martial artists we hired, Lin Guodong ordered.
Yes.
Upon receiving the order, the man quickly went to carry it out, feeling somewhat relieved. Because the only survivors are members of the Lin family. All the hired martial artists, including the level 3 martial artist, are dead. The hiring fee was wasted, and the Lin family still needs to give the families of the martial artists they hired a settlement fee. Originally, they didn't need to pay, since the employment contract clearly stipulated that death or injury was not the responsibility of the Lin family. However, the Lin family has always been known for its human touch in its dealings. If a hired martial artist gets into trouble, their family will receive a settlement allowance as a token of goodwill.
Mr. Jiang, please excuse my rudeness.
An unexpected incident occurred during a mission, Lin Guodong said. At this moment, Zhang Zai's thoughts were focused on the ambush by the alien beast reported by that person, a level 4 or higher alien beast.
If we could obtain its essence and blood, that would be good too.
Even a drop of the essence blood of a level 4 beast cannot compare to the effect of 100 drops of the essence blood of a level 3 beast. The higher the level of the beast, the better the quality of its essence blood, and it represents a qualitative change. Patriarch Lin, such things are inevitable after all, they are not factors that can be controlled by human power, Zhang Zai comforted him. After saying that, he added, however, I am somewhat interested in that strange beast that launched the sneak attack.
Oh? Upon hearing this, Lin Guodong was somewhat surprised and said, Mr. Jiang wants to kill that beast? Beasts of level 4 and above are not easy to kill.
These beasts have a natural defensive advantage due to their thick skin and tough flesh.
In Lin Guodong's opinion, the beast that launched the attack was either level 4 or at most level 5. As for level 6? That's simply impossible.
With a beast of comparable strength to a martial arts master launching a sneak attack, there was absolutely no way these people could be lucky enough to escape. There will be no serious injury, only death. If we can get the exact location of that beast, and there are no other problems, I'd like to give it a try, Zhang Zai said truthfully. Judging from Lin Guodong's words, his original plan to obtain so much level 3 beast essence blood was unlikely to succeed. However, if it's the essence blood of a higher level beast, such a large quantity wouldn't be needed. The essence blood on a level 4 beast is more than just a drop. If Mr. Jiang is interested, I can bring some people to accompany him to give it a try. After thinking for a moment, Lin Guodong made a decision immediately. As a level 5 martial artist, dealing with level 4 alien beasts shouldn't be a problem for him. Moreover, he knew that Zhang Zai wanted the essence blood of a strange beast, and now it seemed that he had his eye on the essence blood of that level 4 strange beast. Moreover, the Lin family's exploration of the area revealed such an uncontrollable variable, which he also had to resolve.
Otherwise, the Lin family's collection work in Area 6 will be greatly affected, and the Lin family's business will also be affected to some extent.
Then I'll have to trouble you, Zhang Zai said, thanking him without refusing. Although Zhang Zai was confident in his own abilities, having an extra helper would definitely be a good thing. Based on my perception of Lin Guodong is a level 5 martial artist. Although he is not a grandmaster, his strength is still quite formidable. Besides, as the head of the Lin family, Lin Guodong would definitely need to bring helpers when he goes out on missions. The more helpers he has, the more secure the mission will be. Most importantly, the area they were going to was one that the Lin family had always been responsible for, and they were quite familiar with it.
Zhang Zai would definitely not do anything too risky. I'll have someone prepare right away.
Seeing that Zhang Zai did not refuse, Lin Guodong immediately said, if we can successfully kill that beast this time, then Mr. Jiang can do whatever he wants with it. A level 4, or even a level 5, beast is worth an astronomical price on the market. Its entire body is a treasure. Lin Guodong's willingness to cede such a large benefit to Zhang Zai is also a gesture of goodwill. They were betting on Zhang Zai's future, wanting to build a good relationship with him before he rose to power and establish a positive connection.
Lin Guodong gave the order, and the Lin family quickly began preparations. Half an hour later, everything was ready.
This operation was led not only by Lin Guodong, the head of the family, but also by 2 of his cousins, both of whom were at the 4th level of strength. In addition, there were 3 level 2 martial artists, each carrying some weapons and equipment, including firearms and drones. Using drones to scout the situation is the most convenient and safest method. Mr. Jiang, everything is ready, we can proceed, Lin Guodong said in a deep voice.
Seeing this display of force, Zhang Zai nodded. Chapter 89: The Military Stance.
Personal interests or the greater good? Jiang Zhe and Lin Guodong led the Lin family to the number 6 alien beast area.
To Jiang Zhe's surprise, the vehicle the Lin family had prepared was an armored vehicle, the kind used by the military.
This was the first time Jiang Zhe had ever seen military armored vehicles equipped by private families.
Even if you have the money, you can't buy this if you're not qualified. On the bus. That's impressive.
Your Lin family can even get armored vehicles from the military, Jiang Zhe said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Guodong smiled and didn't hide anything, saying directly, because we often deal with alien beasts, the military's attitude towards us is quite good.
As long as it's not too outrageous weapons and equipment, we can buy it with our money. The military's attitude towards you?
Jiang Zhe asked, puzzled, not understanding what Lin Guodong meant.
Does the military have different attitudes towards people?
Jiang Zhe asked, voicing his doubts.
Mr. Jiang, you didn't know this?
Now it was Lin Guodong's turn to be curious. Normally, Jiang Zhe, being a martial artist with such strength, should be aware of certain things.
I don't know, Jiang Zhe said truthfully. May I ask, Mr. Jiang, have you joined the martial arts school? Lin Guodong asked. I've joined. Jiang Zhe nodded. That shouldn't be the case.
Lin Guodong was even more puzzled after learning that Jiang Zhe had joined the martial arts school.
What's the meaning?
That's right. All along, alien beasts have been the greatest threat to us humans. The federal government has been vigorously promoting the development of martial arts, with the aim of enabling humans to continuously produce strong individuals who can one day lead humanity to completely eliminate the alien beasts and resolve the threat, Lin Guodong said slowly. Jiang Zhe was aware of this.
Because these concepts are all present in textbooks.
Even at Jiang Xiaowan's age, once she starts school, this kind of idea is instilled in her through her books.
Jiang Zhe didn't see anything wrong with it.
The threat posed by the alien beasts is a threat to all of humanity, and there is no room for negotiation. Because humans are prey in the eyes of the alien beasts keep appearing on the front lines, constantly attacking and conquering human territory. Human habitats are shrinking and resources are becoming scarce. In order to obtain some resources, they had to risk going to areas occupied by alien beasts. The federal government's idea is good, but frankly speaking, people are all selfish, Lin Guodong continued. Some people become martial artists and enjoy privileges that ordinary people don't have. While enjoying the resources provided by the government, they choose to join martial arts schools for their own safety instead of joining the military.
In fact, they just don't want to go to the front lines.
Some martial artists, even martial arts masters, never went to the front lines in their entire lives. The military has always disliked this type of person, believing that they are wasting resources and are too selfish. Although our Lin family is in business, we spend most of our time entering and leaving areas inhabited by alien beasts to kill them. To some extent, the more we kill, the less threat we pose to humanity. Therefore, the military treats our Lin family fairly well. Sometimes, our Lin family will share the intelligence we collect in alien beast areas with the military free of charge. Over time, our Lin family has gained the privilege of purchasing some military weapons.
So that's how it is.
After hearing Lin Guodong finish speaking, Jiang Zhe suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder Dai Hanxue told him after the youth training camp that he needed to go to the front line for trials, to kill alien beasts, and that it was a mandatory requirement.
Jiang Zhe was still thinking about whether he could not go, but Dai Hanxue's attitude was very clear.
To put it bluntly, if you don't go, the military will send people to arrest you. When that time actually came, if you were captured and sent to the front lines, even if you killed many strange beasts, it wouldn't look good on your face. It has left a very bad impression on the military.
Jiang Zhe finally understood why.
However, whether one would rather stay in the human safe zone for life or be willing to sacrifice oneself to go to the front line to kill alien beasts, both viewpoints have their own reasons. To put it bluntly, people are all selfish. One only has one life, especially after becoming a martial artist, who enjoys various resources and privileges.
The higher the rank, the more respected one is. So it's understandable that they don't want to take the risk of going to the front lines.
The military's attitude, however, is very righteous, stemming entirely from the perspective of the safety of all humanity. There's a saying that goes, if it doesn't concern you, don't bother with it. Perhaps only when the alien beasts launch a massive invasion, and the front lines can no longer hold them off, will humanity face the day when the alien beasts bring about their doom.
It is estimated that everyone will unite around that time.
After all, beasts have no emotions, so they probably wouldn't have the chance to become lackeys.
Mr. Jiang, you're the top student in the youth training camp, so you'll definitely be participating in the frontline trials. With your strength, you'll surely be able to slay many alien beasts and earn numerous military merits. Maybe when we meet then, I'll have to call you Commander Jiang, Lin Guodong joked. I don't have such lofty ambitions. The frontline trials are just a rule of the youth training camp.
I just hope to raise my child peacefully and be a stay-at-home dad, Zhang Zhe said calmly. Zhang Zhe, however, took it all in stride. The reason we're going to kill these strange beasts now is to increase our strength. Zhang Zhe wouldn't risk his life for the sake of personal heroism. Over the years, humanity has produced many powerful figures, including martial saints, yet the threat of alien beasts has not been completely eliminated. Zhang Zhe does not believe that he can change anything with his current strength. Mr. Jiang already has a daughter? Lin Guodong's focus was not on whether Zhang Zhe was ambitious or not, but on this aspect. Yes, he's already in elementary school at 4 years old, Zhang Zhe said with a smile, not hiding anything.
This information cannot be hidden. Anyone with the intention to investigate can easily find it.
Mr. Jiang is truly blessed, Lin Guodong said with a smile. Although Lin Guodong said that, he felt a little regretful inside.
Zhang Zhe already has a daughter, which is a pity.
If Zhang Zhe were single, he would have thought about whether he could bring him and his daughter together.
From his daughter's behavior on the phone, Lin Guodong could tell that she had feelings for Zhang Zhe. Unfortunately, Zhang Zhe was already married and had a daughter. The car drove on and soon left on Yuan City, heading towards the border.
The convoy is traveling at a fast pace at this speed. It should arrive in about 3 days. On the way, Zhang Zhe called Lu Qianyun again.
After all, if things go smoothly, it will take about a week for me to go out and return, and I need to arrange for someone to take care of my precious daughter.
This time, the reason why Zhang Zhe didn't seek help from martial arts master Song Fu was because he felt it would be safer to have Lu Qianyun help.
Chapter 90 Helping with Babysitting. Even a martial saint will fall. Chinese Medicine Hall.
With Lu Qianyun bringing the people from Tianqing Martial Arts School to help, things were much better than before when it was just Zhou Mushi and her companion, which relieved a lot of the pressure.
But everyone was still busy and working hard.
The number of customers queuing to register has been increasing, reaching a truly alarming level.
That's how business works. The more customers you have and the longer the queue, the better your business.
The efficacy of the Great Tonic Pill continues to generate buzz on various forums and chat groups, attracting many martial artists to come and buy it. There have even been scalpers appearing. After all, some martial artists are not in Yuan City, but in other cities, and the Chinese Medicine Hall only accepts on-site registration, and the money must be paid in full on the spot, without any deposit. That's how domineering it is, and those seemingly unfair rules are just that. Even so, it still couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the customers. On the contrary, in their view, the fact that Zhongyiatang dares to do this shows that it has great confidence in its products.
Beep beep beep. The phone rang. Seeing that it was Zhang Zhe calling, Lu Qianyun answered the phone. Hey, Instructor Jiang. Ah. Okay, I understand.
Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Shanwan. When the call ended, Lu Qianyun was somewhat surprised, but at the same time, she was also secretly pleased. Zhang Zhe just called to ask her to look after the child for a while, taking the child to and from school. Zhang Zhe, on the other hand, has some things to attend to and will be back in about a week. Taking care of other people's children, a job that's essentially like being a nanny, would definitely have been something Lu Qianyun would never have wanted in the past, given her temperament. But since it was Zhang Zhe who asked for help, she was naturally very happy to help take care of Zhang Zhe's daughter. This shows that Zhang Zhe considered her one of his own, someone he trusted. Lu Qianyun had one question in her mind: where was the child's mother? However, Lu Qianyun didn't think too much about it. Lu Qianyun checked the time. It wouldn't be long before Zhang Xianwan got out of school, so she had to go pick her up. And so, they found Zhou Mushi. I have something to take care of right now, so I'll be leaving first, Lu Qianyun said to Zhou Mushi, without explaining what it was. Okay, thank you for your help, Miss Lu, Zhou Mushi said with a smile. Even before this, Zhou Mushi never expected that Zhang Zhe, the boss, would actually ask someone from Tianqing Martial Arts School for help. The woman in front of them, Lu Qianyun, is the daughter of the owner of Tianqing Martial Arts School, and Lu Qianyun is currently managing the school. My boss really has a lot of influence. Fortunately, the people from Tianqing Martial Arts School have indeed taken on a lot of the work for them, relieving a lot of their pressure. You're too kind, we're all family here, Lu Qianyun said politely before leaving. Watching Lu Qianyun's departing figure, Lu Shaoqing approached. Sister Mushi, no wonder your honey trap didn't work on the boss.
He doesn't like beautiful women at all.
He seems to prefer this mature, sophisticated style rather than your type, Lu Shaoqing said. Lu Chenyun is also a great beauty, but she has a completely different style from Zhou Mushi. She is the mature and sophisticated type. Zhou Mushi, on the other hand, has a Lolita style. The two have very distinct styles and each has their own unique characteristics. Their boss wasn't interested in the little girl Zhou Mushi, he was clearly more interested in the mature woman.
Shut up. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak.
You've rested enough, so get back to work, Zhou Mushi said irritably.
Sigh.
Upon hearing this, Lu Shaoqing said with dissatisfaction, Sister Mushi, you and the boss are really the same, treating people like animals.
I'd rather be worked to death. I strongly demand a raise.
No sooner had Lu Shaoqing finished complaining than she quickly slipped away under Zhou Mushi's cold gaze. Whether or not Zhou Mushi had taken Lu Shaoqing's words to heart, after thinking for a moment, Zhou Mushi immediately took out her phone and called Jiang Zhe. The call was connected very quickly.
Boss, when can you come over to prepare the pills?
Zhou Mushi asked, her voice filled with helplessness. Although business is booming right now, with long queues of people waiting to register, they still need to prepare the pills and deliver them to customers later. And the faster the delivery time, the better. We can't expect people to wait for half a month or a year. By then, people will probably be coming to register to buy medicine, not to return it.
Didn't Lu Chenyun tell you?
I have something to take care of and will be back in a week at the earliest, Jiang Zhe said.
What? A week? She didn't tell me anything.
Zhou Mushi panicked immediately. She couldn't understand what could possibly require her to be away for a week at this crucial juncture.
A week? That's such a long time. How much medicine must we owe our customers? I'll tell you now. I'll be back in a week at the earliest. Just register the business first. I'll explain the steps to you.
You purify and separate the medicinal herbs, and the rest can wait for me to come back, Jiang Zhe said.
Jiang Zhe also knew that the Chinese medicine shop was doing very well.
The stock of pills had long been sold out, and now they were all accepting pre-orders. Therefore, Jiang Zhe instructed Zhou Mushi to purify the medicinal herbs into semi-finished products first, and he would handle the remaining crucial steps himself after he returned.
Given Jiang Zhe's efficiency, it won't take long. Couldn't you just tell me the prescription? That way I could get it done earlier.
Before Zhou Mushi could finish speaking, the phone went dead.
Jiang Zhe had already hung up the phone. You stingy person,
Zhou Mushi said with dissatisfaction. She had originally hoped to take this opportunity to see if she could get the complete formula for the tonic pill from Jiang Zhe. In this way, she wouldn't need to wait for Jiang Zhe to prepare the tonic pills, she could start preparing them all by herself. But Jiang Zhe had no such intention, so she had no choice but to give up. As the car drove further and further away from human habitation, the surrounding environment became increasingly desolate. You can even see many abandoned buildings, all covered in traces of destruction caused by the strange beasts, a desolate sight. The battle between humans and the beasts is truly fierce. Seeing this, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but sigh. The scene before us is enough to imagine how tragic the situation must have been back then. There used to be a demon cave here, from which a large number of strange beasts poured out. At that time, it posed a deadly threat to humans. If this demon cave is not completely cleaned up, the inland will collapse. Lin Guodong said, that battle was earth-shattering. No fewer than 20 martial venerable level experts died, and one martial saint level expert was seriously injured and another died. It really was tragic, even a martial saint level expert could perish, Jiang Zhe thought to himself, clicking his tongue in amazement.
Chapter 91, Area 6.
With some effort, there's still a chance. At the kindergarten gate.
See you tomorrow, squad leader. See you tomorrow, class monitor.
Goodbye, class monitor. A group of little boys and girls were enthusiastically greeting and saying goodbye to Jiang Xianwan. It's worth noting that Jiang Xianwan is currently the class monitor, so she has considerable prestige within the class.
This is not only related to Jiang Xianwan's previous act of chivalry in teaching the chubby boy a lesson, but also because Jiang Xianwan is now the strongest among her peers in the class.
It can be said that she is invincible in the class. No one in the class can match Jiang Xianwan. As a result, Jiang Xianwan gained a large following of male and female fans. After happily saying goodbye to her classmates, Jiang Xianwan looked around, but she couldn't see her father or her family's car, which made her puzzled.
Did Dad forget to pick me up today? Is your name Jiang Xianwan?
At this moment, a tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful young woman appeared in front of Jiang Xianwan.
After looking Jiang Xianwan up and down, she smiled and asked, "Who are you?" Jiang Xianwan looked at Lu Qianyun and asked warily.
Jiang Zhe had taught her since she was a child not to talk to strangers casually, and that once she did, she had to be vigilant to avoid being deceived.
"My name is Lu Qianyun. I'm a friend of your father's.
He couldn't come because of something, so he asked me to pick you up from school," Lu Qianyun explained with a smile.
"My dad's friend?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianwan looked Lu Qianyun up and down carefully once again. Although Lu Qianyun said that, Jiang Xianwan did not lower her guard and said directly, "But I don't know you. It's okay if you don't recognize me." Lu Qianyun wasn't angry.
Instead, she took out her phone and smiled, "I'll call your dad now and have him talk to you about it." After saying that, he made a phone call to Jiang Zhe in front of Jiang Xianwan. The call was connected very quickly. Lu Qianyun handed the phone to Jiang Xianwan, and after hearing her daughter's voice, she gave her some instructions.
"Dad, I understand. Don't worry, I'll listen to Aunt Lu. Bye-bye." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xianwan returned the phone to Lu Qianyun. "Aunt Lu, my dad told me that he'll have to trouble you to take me to school for a while." Jiang Xianwan acted like a little adult, behaving very politely. "Don't be shy, get in the car, I'll take you home." Jiang Xianwan is cute and sensible. She speaks like a little adult, is polite, and is very lovable.
Lu Qianyun immediately fell madly in love with Jiang Xianwan.
So, Jiang Xianwan got into Lu Qianyun's red sports car. "Wow, that's so cool!" Jiang Xianwan exclaimed, praising Lu Qianyun's red sports car. "Then I'll drive this car to pick you up and drop you off every day." Seeing that Jiang Xianwan liked it, Lu Qianyun said happily. On the bus, Jiang Xianwan asked Lu Qianyun many questions, mainly wanting to know what Lu Qianyun did and how she met her father. Lu Qianyun didn't hide anything from this and told her directly.
However, Lu Qianyun also asked Jiang Xianwan about her mother, but Jiang Xianwan replied that her mother had gone to a very far place. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianyun immediately comforted Jiang Xianwan, thinking to herself how pitiful she was, so young, and her mother was no longer in this world. After learning that Jiang Xianwan and her father Jiang Zhe had always relied on each other for survival, Lu Qianyun admired Jiang Zhe even more. It must have been really tough for a grown man to raise Jiang Xianwan like this, acting as both a father and a mother. He's truly a good man. At the same time, a thought popped into Lu Qianyun's mind. Jiang Xianwan's mother has passed away, and Jiang Zhe now only has this one daughter. If she works hard, is there a chance for her? Thinking of this, Lu Qianyun blushed and secretly vowed to build a good relationship with Jiang Xianwan during this period so that Jiang Xianwan would have a good impression of her. Jiang Ze's current situation means that if he can win over Jiang Xianwan, he will have a great breakthrough. At this time, Jiang Ze, who was thousands of miles away, was unaware that his precious daughter had already been targeted by someone. Lu Qianyun wants to be her beloved daughter's stepmother, and also wants to be her own wife. The Lin family's convoy sped forward, and the surrounding area became increasingly desolate. Everywhere there were ruins and traces of a fierce battle. However, as time passed, the surrounding weeds and vines grew wildly, adding a unique touch of green to these broken walls and ruins. The main force was traveling at full speed, with few rests along the way, and each rest was very short before continuing on its way. And so, finally, on the third day, we arrived at our destination, located on the outskirts of Area 6. Upon arriving here, everyone, including Lin Guodong, became highly focused and extremely cautious. Everyone knew that what they were about to face were emotionless beasts. If you accidentally disturb the herd of beasts, it can be quite dangerous. Buzz buzz buzz. After arriving at the outer perimeter, the Lin family parked their vehicles and then chose to enter on foot. The armored vehicles are too loud driving them and would easily alert the monsters inside. If we don't count the level 4 beast that appeared out of nowhere, the highest level of the beasts originally located in Area 6 was only level 3. Even a group of level 3 beasts is nothing to worry about, as it is led by a level 5 martial artist and 2 level 4 martial artists. But now things have changed. There is a beast of level 4 or higher in this area, so we must be careful to prevent other high-level alien beasts from lurking among them. Buzz buzz buzz. The drone's propellers spun at high speed, and under the control of a martial artist from the Lin family, it quickly took off and flew inside first, allowing everyone to explore the situation inside. Meanwhile, the footage captured by the drone appears on the phone screen in real time. The drones took the lead, scouting the area ahead for everyone. "Mr. Jiang, you're not familiar with this place. If there's any unexpected situation, be sure to stay close to us and don't act rashly on your own, Lin Guodong instructed Jiang Zhe.
Understood. Jiang Zhe nodded with a smile. Action.
At Lin Guodong's command, he led the Lin family members to move immediately toward area number 6. This was the first time in so many years that Jiang Zhe had personally come to an area where strange beasts existed. He wasn't too nervous, on the contrary, he was a little excited. Although the Lin family's drones were filming and surveying the situation from the air ahead, Jiang Zhe still released his own mental power to investigate the surroundings as a precaution. With numerous obstacles in the surrounding area, drone reconnaissance can only play a supplementary role, far inferior to the effectiveness of mental power reconnaissance.
Chapter 92, Level 5 Beast. Dark Gold Demon Ape. Jiang Zhe followed the Lin family and their group towards area number 6.
The drones took the lead, capturing real-time footage and transmitting it to mobile phones so that everyone could be mentally prepared for the unknown situation ahead. However, this area used to be a human settlement, but humans were forced to abandon it after a large number of strange beasts appeared. Currently, all that exists here are various dilapidated buildings and numerous obstacles, making it impossible to thoroughly explore the unknown situation using drones. Lin Guodong and the others were naturally aware of this, so they did not place all their hopes on the small drone. Therefore, even though nothing seemed amiss on the phone screen, Lin Guodong and the others dared not relax their vigilance in the slightest. In such a dangerous environment, if one relies entirely on the drone for safety, death is not far off. Suddenly, as the group passed through a weed-covered alley, a nimble black figure darted out from the side.
Meow.
Accompanied by a sharp scream. Several meters long and incredibly agile, the strange beast Shadowcat pounced on a first-level martial artist from the Lin family. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of the first-level martial artist from the Lin family, their sharp claws revealing a cold glint. The Shadow Cat is a level 2 exotic beast. It is extremely fast, and its sharp claws can easily tear a level 1 martial artist in half. Even level 2 martial artists dare not take it head-on. Before the Lin family warrior could even react, Shadow Cat's attack was already upon him, and he was powerless to resist it. Just when he thought he was doomed.
The next second. With a whoosh,
the Shadow Cat, a level 2 exotic beast, suddenly jolted and then fell from mid-air, lifeless. When everyone stepped forward to take a look, they saw that the head and body of the Shadow Cat had been separated, as if it had been cut off by a knife. At this point, the Lin family martial artist finally reacted, and in shock, he sat down on the ground with a cold sweat on his body.
That was close.
The Lin family martial artist breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his brow.
Aren't you going to thank Mr. Jiang?
If it weren't for Mr. Jiang's help, you would be a corpse by now.
Lin Guodong's voice rang in his ears. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Zhe. Two ancient-looking yet exquisitely crafted throwing knives were floating in front of Jiang Zhe.
The cold gleam emanating from the blade sent chills down one's spine.
Spiritual Master. Seeing this, someone couldn't help but speak up.
They never expected that Jiang Zhe was a mentalist, as only a mentalist could control weapons in this way. No wonder I was able to easily kill the Shadow Cat, a level 2 beast known for its speed, under those circumstances. It turns out it was the work of a mentalist.
No wonder.
In the blink of an eye, apart from Lin Guodong, a level 5 martial artist, who was aware of Jiang Zhe's move, no one else knew anything about it. Even the 2 level 4 martial artists were completely caught off guard. It's fair to say that if Jiang Zhe wanted to, killing those 2 level 4 martial artists would be a simple matter of a thought.
So this is the method of a mentalist?
It's truly terrifying, Lin Guodong thought to himself. Of all those present, only he sensed the attack made in that instant, but that was all he felt. Even he couldn't see the trajectory of the flying knife clearly.
Thank you, Mr. Jiang.
Upon hearing Lin Guodong's words, the Lin family martial artist quickly thanked Jiang Zhe, casting a grateful glance at him. Indeed, if it weren't for Jiang Zhe, he would be a corpse by now. At that distance, in that fleeting moment, probably no one could have saved him.
It's nothing.
Hearing this, Jiang Zhe smiled faintly. There are still 5 left around, and they're heading this way. Be careful. Although the footage captured by the drone showed nothing unusual, no one doubted the truthfulness of Jiang Zhe's words.
It's important to know that Jiang Zhe is a mentalist, and mentalists' detection methods are far more sophisticated than those of drones. Since Jiang Zhe said that, it means he must have already used his spiritual power to perceive it. This also explains why Jiang Zhe was able to make his move so quickly in that split second. With Jiang Zhe's reminder, everyone present focused their attention highly, and being mentally prepared in advance made things much easier.
However, when these shadow cats appeared and launched a sneak attack on everyone, before the Lin family's martial artists could even make a move, they were all instantly killed by Jiang Zhe in a single exchange. Looking at the shadow cat's corpse on the ground, the Lin family and others secretly clicked their tongues in astonishment.
He sighed inwardly, thinking that this mentalist's strength was too abnormal.
The level 2 alien beast was like a chicken in front of Jiang Zhe and was easily slaughtered. Jiang Zhe didn't move his body at all from beginning to end, and there wasn't a trace of blood or even a speck of dust on his body. This method is truly elegant, so incredibly elegant.
What are you all standing there for? Clean up and pack all these corpses, and collect all the blood essence too, it's all money.
Seeing the Lin family members standing there in a daze, Jiang Zhe immediately urged them. Upon hearing this, the Lin family members were immediately ashamed and all turned their gazes to Lin Guodong, wanting to see what their patriarch meant. Since Mr. Jiang has spoken, let us not just stand there, let us get started, and hurry up. Lin Guodong was also very respectful.
Yes. With Lin Guodong's words, the Lin family immediately sprang into action. That's why they say professional tasks should be left to professionals.
For the Lin family, dealing with the corpses of strange beasts was as easy as drinking water, as simple as a skilled butcher carving up an ox. In a short time, the corpses of the 5 shadow cats were completely decomposed, their fur separated from their bones, and their blood and essence separated from their essence. The work was done quite well. To avoid attracting other strange beasts, the Lin family has a special potion for disposing of beast corpses. Sprinkling it around the area can mask the smell of blood.
Ordinary level beasts cannot smell it at all.
After doing all this, the group continued forward, heading straight for the location of the level 4 beast based on the information given by the person who had escaped with serious injuries. The drones had already been put away, because a beast of this level could easily detect their presence. Launching them would only alert the beast and attract its attention.
Half an hour later, a huge figure appeared in everyone's sight.
It was a gigantic ape-like beast, several meters long, with dark gold fur all over its body.
Dark gold demon ape, level 5 beast.
At this moment, the dark gold demonic ape was sleeping with its eyes closed, and the sound of its breathing from its nose was like a whirlwind.
Chapter 93. Jiang Zhe makes his move. Fighting a peak level 5 warrior.
The dark gold demon ape, a level 5 exotic beast, was a colossal creature that was only 100 meters away from the group, yet it exerted an immense sense of pressure on them. Upon seeing that the strange beast before them was a dark gold demon ape, the Lin family members' expressions immediately changed. Among these people, only their patriarch is a level 5 martial artist, capable of fighting the dark gold demon ape. As for the 2 level 4 martial artists and the others, they are not even worthy of carrying the dark gold demon ape's shoes. Although Lin Guodong possesses the strength of a level 5 martial artist, this does not guarantee a victory against the dark golden demonic ape in front of him.
The power unleashed by a level 5 beast is still quite terrifying. Moreover, it's unknown what level the dark gold demon ape in front of us is at as a level 5 beast.
Patriarch, it's a dark gold demon ape, a level 5 exotic beast, a level 4 martial artist beside him said with a grim expression.
Damn it, wasn't it supposed to be a level 4 beast? When did the dark gold demon ape become a level 4 beast? Don't you even recognize the dark gold demon ape, another level 4 martial artist cursed? He really wanted to beat up the guy who came back seriously injured. They're just providing ridiculous information, talking about a level 4 alien beast. With such obvious characteristics, the dark gold demon ape is clearly a level 5 beast.
They should know that there is a level 5 beast here. There is absolutely no need for them to take this risk. Even if they were to come, they would have to hire a level 5 martial artist to assist them. Lin Guodong's expression also turned serious at this moment.
The dark gold demon ape is not an ordinary level 5 beast. The combat power of a typical dark gold demon ape is stronger than that of an ordinary level 5 beast. Moreover, the dark gold demon ape is characterized by its immense strength and high combat power.
Even though he is a level 5 martial artist, he is not confident in his abilities.
Mr. Jiang, the situation has exceeded our expectations. This is a dark golden demon ape, a high-level combat power even among level 5 beasts.
It will take us a lot of effort to kill it, and if we make too much noise, it might attract other beast groups.
Lin Guodong's expression was grave. What do you think?
Lin Guodong didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning behind it was quite simple. He was telling Jiang Zhe all this in order to make Jiang Zhe back down. If it were a level 4 beast, killing it wouldn't be a problem for these people.
Ordinary level 5 alien beasts are not a big problem.
But the one in front of us is the dark gold demon ape, which is quite troublesome. Moreover, this is the area of strange beasts, and there are other groups of strange beasts in this area number 6. If the commotion is too great and attracts other groups of strange beasts, it will only make matters worse for them. It has already discovered us, and it's too late to leave now, Jiang Zhe said calmly. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Guodong suddenly looked at the dark golden demon ape in the distance. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the dark golden demonic ape that had been resting there suddenly opened its eyes, its dark golden pupils looking in their direction. Oh no, we've been discovered. Seeing this, Lin Guodong realized he had been discovered. Boom boom boom. The dark golden demonic ape stood up, its massive size creating an immense spectacle. The dark golden demonic ape bent its two thick legs slightly, then suddenly exerted its strength and leaped directly towards the group. In the blink of an eye, its enormous form appeared above everyone's heads, blocking out the sunlight. Prepare for battle. Lin Guodong roared and immediately used his movement technique to create distance. The other Lin family warriors also quickly took action. He was just a level 1 martial artist, and rather unlucky. His reaction was a bit slow, and the dark gold demon ape landed right in front of him. They tried to retreat, but it was too late. They were immediately grabbed by the dark gold demonic ape. With a forceful movement, it split into two and was then swallowed. Goo! In just one encounter, someone died, and in such a tragic way that it chilled everyone to the bone. This level 5 beast is terrifying. Hoo hoo hoo. The blood fully unleashed the ferocity of this dark golden demonic ape. It roared to the sky, pounding its chest with its fists, and a powerful and ferocious aura erupted from it. Everyone, join me and go all out. Don't hold back. Lin Guodong roared, his eyes bloodshot, as a member of the Lin family died before his very eyes. Yes. Now that things have come to this, there's no way to escape. Once discovered by the dark gold demon ape, only a handful of them will be able to get away. Now, their only option is to fight desperately and kill the dark gold demon ape. Regardless, they do have one martial artist and 2 level 4 martial artists on their side. With everyone working together, there is still a chance. Surging Wave Palm. Lin Guodong let out a low roar and unleashed the Lin family's ancestral martial art, the Surging Wave Palm, taking the lead in attacking the dark gold demon ape. As the palm struck, the faint sound of waves lapping could be heard. The Lin family warriors on the side also unleashed their strongest martial arts skills, attacking the dark gold demon ape together. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the surging power of blood and chi caused a shockwave to sweep out, dust flew up, and explosions occurred everywhere. Seeing that the tiny humans in front of him dared to challenge him, the dark gold demon ape roared and immediately threw a punch at Lin Guodong and the others. The next second. Put. Lin Guodong and the others spat out blood and were sent flying backward by the blow. Even with their combined strength, they couldn't withstand a single punch from the dark golden demonic ape before them. Damn it, this dark gold demon ape is at the peak of level 5, just a little short of level 6. After one round of fighting, Lin Guodong gained a clear understanding of the dark golden demonic ape in front of him. The dark gold demon ape at the peak of level 5 is only a little short of level 6. Such strength is beyond what these people can contend with. Mr. Jiang, let us retreat. This dark golden demon ape is at the peak of level 5, just a little short of level 6. We are no match for it. I'm afraid only a grandmaster could kill it. After regaining his balance, Lin Guodong flashed in front of Jiang Zhe, his face extremely grim. Despite saying that, Lin Guodong knew that even if they wanted to retreat now, there would probably be very few people who could leave safely, as a dark gold demon ape with the strength of a level 5 peak would be a formidable opponent. Quite a few people would perish here. Peak of level 5? Just one step away from level 6, that's interesting. Upon hearing what Lin Guodong said, Jiang Zhe became excited, feeling a surge of fighting spirit coursing through his body. Although the dark gold demon ape's punch was quite powerful, Jiang Zhe perceived it as not posing much of a threat. He could fight it. Mr. Jiang, what's going on? Seeing Jiang Zhe's high spirits, Lin Guodong was taken aback and asked. I have never fought against a level 5 peak beast before. I want to see what level of strength a level 5 peak beast, which is only one step away from level 6, really has. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Zhe's blood and chi began to swirl and churn. Instantly, a powerful aura, no less potent than that of the dark golden demonic ape before him, erupted from Jiang Zhe's body. Chapter 94 One-on-One Fight. Pure hardcore combat. You all wait here. As soon as Jiang Zhe finished speaking, he used his movement technique and appeared in front of the dark gold demon ape in just a few breaths. Upon hearing this, the Lin family members were immediately shocked. He's going to take on the Dark Gold Demon Ape all by himself, someone said, their face filled with shock and disbelief. Just now, they fought against the Dark Gold Demon Ape. All of them joined forces, but they were defeated by the Dark Gold Demon Ape in a single move. At that moment, they knew that the Dark Gold Demon Ape in front of them was not an ordinary level 5 beast, but a level 5 peak beast. The strength of the peak of level 5 is only one step away from level 6. What does that mean? This is equivalent to them facing a half-step Grandmaster powerhouse. Even a half-step Grandmaster is still a Grandmaster. Anyone who is called a Grandmaster must be someone of immense stature. The head of the family, Lin Guodong, has been at level 5 for many years, but has not yet broken through to become a Grandmaster. Moreover, judging from his potential, it is unlikely that he will be able to break through. It can be said that the difference between level 5 and level 6, which is only one level, is like a world apart. As a result, Zhang Ze is now planning to challenge a half-step Grandmaster level alien beast all by himself, which is a bit too audacious. Get ready. If anything goes wrong, provide immediate support. He absolutely cannot afford to make any mistakes here, Lin Guodong said in a deep voice, his face very serious. He said this not only because he was optimistic about Zhang Ze's future and wanted to forge a good relationship with Zhang Ze. This is also because Zhang Ze is the top student in the youth training camp and has not yet participated in the frontline trials. If an accident happens here and these people return, the military will definitely investigate, and at that time, the military might directly blame them. Therefore, Zhang Ze cannot afford to have any trouble here. Yes. The Lin family members looked serious, ready for anything. Once they realize that Zhang Ze is no match for this dark gold monster, they will go to his aid immediately. Looking at the dark golden demonic ape in front of him, Zhang Ze's expression also turned serious. This was the first time he had fought against a beast of this level of strength. Level 5 peak, just one step away from level 6, just thinking about it is exciting. Although he had fought against alien beasts during the youth training camp, the feeling Zhang Ze had was completely different. The dark golden demonic ape before them was a king among beasts, while the creatures they had fought back in the training camp were nothing more than a herd of sawtooth boars. The savage aura emanating from the dark gold demon ape swept over us, relentlessly raging, accompanied by a thick stench and a bloody smell. Zhang Ze frowned slightly. The environment for this fight was indeed rather harsh. I wonder if you can force me to the limit of my strength. Zhang Ze thought to himself. Since he began cultivating, Zhang Ze has never been forced to unleash his full potential. Come on, let me see what kind of abilities you, a peak level 5 beast, really have? Zhang Ze beckoned to the dark gold demon ape, his words full of provocation. Beasts at this level have developed a certain level of intelligence and can understand some human language. Seeing that this tiny human dared to provoke him like this, the dark golden demonic ape immediately became enraged, roared, and launched an attack on Zhang Ze. An arm as thick as a mature tree lashed out at Zhang Ze. Despite its massive size, it moved incredibly fast, leaving an afterimage in the air. A faint sound of air being torn apart could be heard. A trivial skill. Such speed was no different from a reclining ox in Zhang Ze's eyes. The enormous spiritual power had already enveloped the surroundings, and Zhang Ze could see through every move of the dark gold demon ape. Zhang Ze simply turned slightly to the side, without even using any movement techniques, and easily dodged the attack. Is that all the strength you have? Zhang Ze's lips curled up, his words full of disdain. Hoo. Having missed its target and feeling once again disrespected by the humans before it, the dark gold demon ape became enraged and launched a series of attacks. Fists containing terrifying power kept coming towards Zhang Ze, but Zhang Ze easily dodged them all, and they slammed into the ground, causing the earth to shake. Zhang Ze's agile movements made it impossible for the dark gold demonic ape to hit him. The Lin family members around were all shocked by what they saw. Mr. Jiang is so fast, the dark gold demon ape can't hit him at all. This movement technique is quite powerful. Wow, he's really fierce. He dares to take on the dark gold demon ape all by himself. Just standing there, I feel like I'm suffocating. Mr. Jiang is both a martial artist and a mentalist. He is very strong. Perfect movement technique, no wonder he's so confident. Lin Guodong noticed something amiss and couldn't help but speak up, his eyes also filled with shock. What? Perfect realm movement technique? Hearing Lin Guodong say this, the Lin family members standing nearby were startled. No matter what kind of martial art it is not difficult to learn. What is difficult is mastering the skill. To master a movement technique to perfection is extremely difficult. Even their patriarch, a 5th-level martial artist, was only at the microscopic level in terms of movement techniques and martial skills, still a long way from perfection.
No wonder Mr. Jiang is so confident in taking on the Dark Gold Demon Ape alone.
With his perfect movement technique, it won't be easy for the Dark Gold Demon Ape to defeat him, someone said. As long as Mr. Jiang holds on and uses his agility to hold it off until it's almost exhausted, then all of us together should be able to take it down. That's right, that's what I think too, provided that Mr. Jiang has to hold back and not confront it head-on. However, what happened next left everyone speechless. Zhang Zhe, who had been dodging the attacks of the Dark Gold Beast, stopped in his tracks. Then, the Dark Gold Demon Ape's punch came right after him, heading straight for Zhang Zhe's face. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhang Zhe threw a punch in response. Hiss. Upon seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp.
Zhang Zhe actually dared to confront the Dark Gold Demon Ape head-on. This is a level 5 peak beast. Has he gone mad? Be ready to act at any time. Lin Guodong let out a low roar, mobilizing his internal energy and preparing to make a move.
The other Lin family martial artists were also on high alert, ready to fight, their surging blood and qi churning within them.
Under the watchful eyes of everyone,
Zhang Zhe's punch collided with the Dark Gold Beast's punch. A human who is 1.8 meters tall and a huge beast that is several meters tall are exchanging blows. The huge difference in their sizes creates a stark contrast.
Boom!
The moment their fists collided, the surging energy generated by their blood and qi swept outwards, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. The Dark Gold Behemoth, which had been fierce and extremely irritable, suddenly shuddered, and then, duong, duong, duong. The massive figure staggered back several steps, crashing into an abandoned building not far away, causing the building to shake.
In contrast, Zhang Zhe was also forced back by the immense force of the impact.
Zhang Zhe stopped after retreating a few meters. Zhang Zhe blocked the punch that the two exchanged in a fierce exchange.
Chapter 95 Grandmaster's Will.
The path to level 6 has been opened.
After their fists collided head-on, both Zhang Zhe and the Dark Gold Demon Ape were forced back by the immense force.
Zhang Zhe, however, only retreated a few meters before regaining his footing. Lin Guodong and the others around couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. Hiss. They were shocked that Zhang Zhe had actually withstood the punch from the Dark Gold Demon Ape. What does this tell us? This shows that, in terms of strength alone, Zhang Zhe's power is no weaker than that of this powerful beast, whose strength has reached the peak of level 5. Terrifying, truly terrifying. They knew Zhang Zhe was a mentalist with considerable strength, but they had no idea that he was also such a powerful martial artist.
Damn, Mr. Jiang actually pulled through, that's incredible.
I was all prepared to go and help, this is so unexpected. Wow, that's incredible. To be able to withstand the Dark Gold Demon Ape, wouldn't Mr. Jiang also be a level 5 martial artist? A level 5 martial artist, and a mentalist at that, Mr. Jiang's strength is terrifying. The Lin family and other martial artists watched in astonishment, exclaiming repeatedly and unable to contain their discussions.
However, Lin Guodong was the only one who noticed something was wrong.
Although Zhang Zhe withstood the punch from the Dark Gold Demon Ape and was on par with it in terms of strength, the blood energy emanating from him did not reach the level of a 5th-level martial artist. If someone who hasn't reached the 5th level of martial arts can withstand a punch from a peak 5th-level beast with their own fist power, then there's only one possibility.
Zhang Zhe has mastered the amplification martial arts technique.
The power of his punch was amplified, allowing him to clash with the Dark Gold Demon Ape. However, the difficulty of amplifying martial arts techniques is extremely high, and Zhang Zhe's ability to master them truly makes him a genius. No wonder they're number 1 in the youth training camp, they're truly remarkable, Lin Guodong couldn't help but exclaim.
Their gazes fell on Zhang Zhe again.
At this moment, Zhang Zhe slowly moved his wrists, stretched his body, and nodded silently. As expected of a level 5 peak beast, it was able to withstand my punch. But that's all. Roar. The Dark Golden Demon Ape steadied itself, roared again, and charged at Zhang Zhe once more. He never expected that this tiny human would actually block his punch. But what if it's blocked? If it can block one punch, can it block a second one? Good timing. I'll use you to test my latest insights. Seeing the Dark Gold Demon Ape attack again, Zhang Zhe prepared to unleash his latest enlightenment from not long ago. The next second, a dazzling golden light shone in Zhang Ze's eyes, and his blood and qi within his body began to ignite and surge as if ignited by a raging fire. In an instant, the air temperature around Zhang Ze began to rise rapidly. An invincible, domineering will emanated from Zhang Ze.
This will is incredibly pure, strong, confident, and invincible. This is Jiang Zei's latest realization, the will of a grandmaster. Die.
Jiang Zei let out a low roar and unleashed a punch containing terrifying power, enhanced by the Grandmaster's will, towards the dark gold demon ape.
At this moment, Jiang Zei was like an invincible war god. Everything in time is subject to this one punch.
At that moment, Lin Guodong, who was watching from the sidelines, suddenly shuddered, his eyes fixed on the figure not far away, and then his body began to tremble involuntarily.
Is this the martial will of a grandmaster? How is that possible?
At this moment, in front of Lin Guodong and the other members of the Lin family, Jiang Zei was like the blazing sun, radiating a dazzling golden light.
Everyone felt the will that emanated from Jiang Zei. Powerful, pure, and irresistible.
Other members of the Lin family might not know what this feeling meant, but Lin Guodong did.
As a level 5 martial artist, he tried many ways to break through to level 6 grandmaster.
Because of the Lin family's influence and his ancestors' connections, he naturally knew some martial arts grandmasters. The best way is to ask some martial arts masters for advice and learn from them how to break through the threshold of level 5. Therefore, he personally experienced the will of a martial arts master.
The will that Jiang Zei is emanating right now is the will of a grandmaster.
However, he dared not accept the fact that Jiang Zei was a martial arts master, because according to his daughter, Jiang Zei was only a level 3 martial artist when he was in the youth training camp. How long has it been since he finished the youth training camp, and he's already gone from a level 3 martial artist to a martial arts grandmaster? Even riding a rocket wouldn't allow for such a rapid cultivation speed.
Look, this is incredible. Holy crap,
That punch was terrifying. He's really too strong.
At this moment, the sounds of discussion from the Lin family and others brought Lin Guodong back to reality.
Looking over, Lin Guodong saw that the originally ferocious dark gold demon ape now had a large hole in its body after Jiang Zei's punch. It was as if a missile had pierced right through the body of this dark gold demon ape.
However, given the dark gold demon ape's defensive capabilities, the missiles simply couldn't penetrate it.
Looking at that gaping, bloody hole, it was clear just how terrifying Jiang Zei's punch had been.
Goo. Seeing the scene before them, some people couldn't help but swallow hard to calm their shock.
It's shocking, truly shocking. They never expected that a dark gold demon ape with the strength of a peak level 5 would die in such a way. Even the dark gold demon ape probably never imagined that one day, this overlord among level 5 beasts would die in such a way.
Could he be a grandmaster? After witnessing Jiang Zei's strength, the Lin family members present couldn't help but have this thought in their minds.
To be able to kill a dark gold demon ape with peak level 5 strength with a single punch, what else could it be but a grandmaster?
A martial arts grandmaster, what kind of existence is that?
Along the way, their group surprisingly included a martial arts master. No wonder Jiang Zei had the confidence to fight the dark gold demon ape alone. A martial arts master.
What an incredibly powerful being.
Not to mention the Lin family members, even Jiang Zei himself was still immersed in the powerful force of his punch.
Is this the blessing of a grandmaster's will? It's truly terrifying.
Although my blood and chi have not yet reached the grandmaster level, I already possess the grandmaster's will. The path to the 6th level has been opened, and it's only a matter of time before I become a grandmaster, Jiang Zei said in a low voice. Becoming a level 6 grandmaster from a level 5 martial artist is a huge hurdle. This threshold can even trap so-called geniuses. To become a martial arts grandmaster, one must cultivate the will of a grandmaster. For Jiang Zei, the grandmaster's will has been solidified, the path to level 6 has been opened, and becoming a martial arts grandmaster is a foregone conclusion.
Chapter 96, Young Grandmaster.
The essence blood of a peak level 5 beast. The battle was over, and the dark gold demon ape, a peak level 5 beast that had previously exuded a powerful and ferocious aura, was now just a corpse. Jiang Zei's punch was as dazzling as the scorching sun, piercing through the peak level 5 beast with a single blow. The other martial artists in the Lin family only saw the terror of Jiang Zei's punch, but Lin Guodong, a level 5 martial artist, felt the grandmaster's will that he had been longing for from Jiang Zei. Having the will of a grandmaster means that the path to becoming a grandmaster has been opened. He could hardly believe that Jiang Zei was actually a martial arts master. Lin Guodong appeared in front of Jiang Zei in a flash, his attitude much more respectful than before.
He couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Jiang, are you a martial arts master?"
At this moment, even the way Jiang Zei was addressed changed, becoming more respectful, and he was addressed as you.
Although Jiang Zei was younger than him, strength was paramount. What? A martial arts grandmaster?
The Lin family members standing nearby were shocked upon hearing Li Guodong's words.
A martial arts master?
This man, who looks to be no more than 30 years old, is actually a martial arts master.
Are there really such young martial arts masters? What a joke! To become a martial arts grandmaster at this age, with such talent, doesn't that mean that becoming a martial arts venerable is a certainty, and that he has the potential to become a martial arts saint? The thought that such a talented expert was right in front of them made the rest of the Lin family members breathe heavily. You've misunderstood.
I'm not a grandmaster, I'm just a level 3 martial artist, Zhang Zhe said with a slight smile, not hiding anything.
The power of that punch just now exceeded Zhang Ze's expectations.
With a powerful punch, a 5-fold amplification, and the grandmaster's will he had comprehended, combined with the locking effect of his mental power, that punch instantly killed a peak level 5 alien beast, unleashing the power of a grandmaster. But in reality, according to Zhang Ze's blood and chi standards, he was only a level 3 martial artist.
A level 3 martial artist?
Upon hearing this, Lin Guodong smiled wryly and said, "You must be joking."
Indeed, Lin Guodong believed that Zhang Ze was joking with him. Can a level 3 martial artist kill a level 5 peak alien beast with one punch? If this got out, who would believe it? Who would believe it?
Seeing that Lin Guodong didn't believe him, Zhang Ze shrugged and didn't explain further, as there was no need to.
Mr. Jiang, rest assured, I know the rules. I will absolutely not tell anyone about what happened today.
After assuring Zhang Ze, Lin Guodong said to the Lin family members standing to the side, "Keep what happened today a secret. Anyone who dares to leak it out will be punished according to the clan rules."
Yes, Patriarch, the Lin family members replied immediately.
Lin Guodong believed that Zhang Ze wanted to hide his strength and didn't want to expose it. In order not to displease Grandmaster Zhang Ze, Lin Guodong was very good at interpersonal relationships and had self-awareness.
Zhang Ze was quite satisfied with this.
"Mr. Lin, then I'll trouble your people to dispose of the corpse of this dark gold demon ape," Zhang Ze said with a smile. "Please rest assured, we will handle it cleanly and ensure there is no waste," Lin Guodong assured him solemnly. A level 5 beast, or even a peak level 5 beast, its entire body is a treasure. Skin, flesh, blood, and semen, all of these would cause a sensation in the market. In all their years of business, the Lin family has dealt with the corpses of level 5 beasts only a handful of times, and each time they have done so at a terrible cost.
Nothing is more relaxed than this.
At Lin Guodong's command, the Lin family and others immediately began to dispose of the corpse of the level 5 peak beast, the dark gold demon ape.
Even the 2 level 4 martial artists joined in the cleanup.
Lin Guodong urged him on from the side.
"Hurry up, everyone, and be quick. Don't let the smell of blood attract the horde of monsters."
Although the Lin family had a potion to mask the smell of blood, the blood and chi of a level 5 peak beast were too surging.
It's simply impossible to cover it up with medicine alone. The flesh and blood of a level 5 peak level alien beast is a treasure to those alien beasts.
"No rush, those strange beasts within a 500-meter radius won't dare to come over," Zhang Ze said with a slight smile. The battle between him and the dark gold demon ape had created a tremendous spectacle, and the powerful aura emanating from him deterred the weaker beasts from approaching. Although they lack intelligence, they are clear-headed. With such commotion and such power, there's only one outcome for them: death.
Lin Guodong breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Zhang Ze's words.
He was actually worried that the flesh and blood of the level 5 beasts had attracted the beast horde. Since Zhang Ze had spoken up, it meant there was no danger around. After all, Zhang Ze was a mentalist.
Thinking of this, Lin Guodong couldn't help but sigh. The difference between people is truly vast. How did Zhang Ze cultivate? It's insane. A martial arts master and a mental cultivator.
No wonder he became the top student in the youth training camp, suppressing those so-called geniuses in the camp to the point of being unable to lift their heads.
Such talent and strength are indeed invincible.
Even the Lin family members spent an hour dealing with the corpse of the dark gold demon ape, which is considered slow under normal circumstances. But there was no other way, because today we were dealing with the dark gold demon ape, a peak level 5 beast. Even though it was dead, its defensive capabilities were still astonishing. They spent a great deal of effort dissecting and cleaning it completely while skinning and removing the tendons. They also obtained a lot of flesh and blood from the dark gold demon ape, which was all preserved in specially made containers. "Mr. Jiang, everything has been taken care of.
Here are 100 drops of essence blood. Please keep them for now. I will arrange for someone to deliver the rest to you when we get back."
As Lin Guodong spoke, he took out a transparent crystal bottle containing the essence blood collected from the dark golden demonic ape. These essences were like living things, very active inside the crystal bottle. Each drop of essence existed as an independent individual, incompatible with each other, which looked very magical.
Is this the essence blood of a level 5 beast? Jiang Zhe looked at it and learned something new. The essence and blood are independent and incompatible. This is a sign that it has 1 foot in the 6th level. My previous feeling was correct. This is indeed a beast at the peak of the 5th level.
Lin Guodong said, once it reaches the 6th level, its essence and blood will number in the thousands, and each drop will contain powerful energy. He had seen the essence blood of a level 5 beast, and the amount was similar to that of this dark gold demon ape, but it was far less pure than the essence blood of this dark gold demon ape.
This also applies to human martial artists.
To advance from level 5 to level 6, they need to continuously purify their internal blood and chi and condense their essence. When they reach a certain level and comprehend the will of a grandmaster, they can enter the grandmaster realm and possess the power of a grandmaster.
Chapter 97. Someone's causing trouble. Like father, like daughter. Tianqing Martial Arts School. On the training ground, a small but very agile figure kept attacking the apprentice in front of it.
The fists kept raining down on the apprentice, forcing him to retreat and leaving him no chance to fight back, only able to turn to the scaffolders. Although the attacker was just a child, his attacking style was quite impressive.
A muffled thud. The apprentice's weakness was exploited, and he was defeated. Clap, 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 clap. Well done, Shanwan. No wonder she's instructor John's daughter. She has such strength at such a young age. Wow, that's amazing. Like father, like daughter.
I heard that Shanwan's blood and energy are about to make her a first-level martial artist.
Yes, if that's the case, Shanwan must be the youngest martial artist in our Yuan City. It's not just on Yuan City, it's possible that our entire province, or even the whole country, is the youngest.
Nearby, the martial arts students of Tianqing Martial Arts School couldn't help but discuss among themselves, their words filled with admiration for Jiang Shanwan.
Shanwan, you've worked hard. Have some drinks. Lu Qianyun waved to Jiang Shanwan, her eyes full of affection for her. You're here, Aunt Lu. Jiang Shanwan approached Lu Qianyun with a happy smile on her face.
He drank the beverage that Lu Qianyun handed him in one gulp and immediately felt his strength return.
How is it? Is it good? Lu Qianyun said with a smile.
This is Ruweishi Milk Tea Shop's signature new product.
It's delicious, Jiang Shanwan said happily. It's delicious, Auntie will buy you more.
This milk tea is a signature new product launched by Ruweishi Milk Tea Shop. Not only does it taste great, but it also contains medicinal herbs that can replenish qi and blood. After drinking it, you can not only satisfy your taste buds, but also have many health benefits. Of course, such a cup of milk tea is not cheap. Most people simply cannot afford it and are unwilling to spend the money.
A week has passed since Jiang Zhe entrusted her to take care of Jiang Shanwan. During this week, Lu Qianyun and Jiang Shanwan have become quite familiar with each other. Because Jiang Shanwan is naturally cheerful, innocent, and cute, and is also Jiang Zhe's daughter, Lu Qianyun spoils her rotten.
After they got to know each other, he would often bring Jiang Shanwan to the martial arts gym to play whenever he had free time. Jiang Shanwan can also use some of the equipment in the martial arts school to practice here. After the martial arts school members learned that Jiang Shanwan was Jiang Zhe's daughter, they all treated her like a little princess. Jiang Shanwan had a sweet tongue and a good temper, so she quickly won everyone's favor. At the same time, Jiang Shanwan's talent and strength at such a young age have also amazed everyone. A 4-year-old child in kindergarten already has a qi and blood level of 1.35, which means he is not far from becoming a level 1 martial artist. They were incredibly envious of such talent. If Jiang Shanwan becomes a level 1 martial artist before the age of 5, she would likely be the youngest level 1 martial artist in the entire Yuan City, and even the entire province, breaking the record. In response, everyone could only sigh, like father, like daughter. Aunt Lu, when will my dad be back? Jiang Shanwan asked. Although she had a happy week and met many people, she still couldn't control her longing for Jiang Zhe. It should be soon, Lu Qianyun reassured him. Actually, she was wondering when Jiang Zhe would come back. Putting everything else aside, there's a whole host of things waiting for Jiang Zhe at the traditional Chinese medicine shop. During this time, the people from Tianqing Martial Arts School have been helping out at the Chinese medicine shop, assisting with the pre-sale registration of the pills. The reputation of the tonic pills grew, attracting many people who came specifically to try them. However, a week has passed since the pills were sold out, and they are still only available for pre-order. The lack of stock has caused dissatisfaction among some people.
If we continue to delay, it could cause quite a bit of trouble. Zhou Mushi had mentioned this to her before. Zhou Mushi guessed that Lu Qianyun and Jiang Zhe had a close relationship and wanted Lu Qianyun to put in a good word for Jiang Zhe so that he would shift his focus more towards business. Just then. Beep beep beep. Lu Qianyun's phone rang. "It's your dad on the phone." Seeing the incoming call, Lu Qianyun said to Jiang Xianwan with a look of surprise. "Dad's back?" Jiang Xianwan was excited when she heard this. The call connected, and Jiang Zhe's handsome face with a smile appeared on the screen. "Miss Lu, I'm on my way back." "How is Xianwan?" Jiang Zhe asked with a smile. "Xianwan is right next to me. She was just asking when you'd be back." "Let her talk to you," Lu Qianyun said with a smile, handing the phone to Jiang Xianwan. Dad, how much longer until you get home?" Jiang Xianwan asked impatiently as soon as she took the phone.
"Almost there, just 2 or 3 more hours."
Jiang Zhe said with a doting look. "While I'm not home, have you been good? Have you caused Aunt Lu any trouble?" "No, I've been very obedient. Aunt Lu was so kind to me, she even brought me to the martial arts gym."
Jiang Xianwan rambled on, sharing her week-long experience with Jiang Zhe.
After listening patiently, Jiang Zhe smiled and said, "Give the phone to your Aunt Lu. I'll say a few more words and then hang up. Stay home and wait for Dad to come back." "Good." Jiang Xianwan obediently returned the phone to Lu Qianyun. "Thank you for your hard work these past few days. Xianwan has caused you trouble," Jiang Zhe said. "Xianwan is very cute and sensible. I like her very much. She has not a trouble at all."
Lu Qianyun said immediately, "If you have to go out in the future, just leave Xianwan with me. I will definitely treat her like my own daughter." The call ended. Lu Qianyun suddenly noticed that the people from the martial arts school around her were looking at her with strange eyes. That strange look in his eyes was full of ambiguity. Lu Qianyun seemed to have thought of something, and her face immediately turned red. In her excitement, she blurted out her true feelings, saying she was willing to treat Jiang Xianwan like her own daughter. Wouldn't this be a way of showing everyone his love for Jiang Zhe? Just as Lu Qianyun was feeling extremely awkward, a person rushed in. "Is Miss Lu here?" The sound came, and Lu Shaoqing rushed in a hurry. "What's wrong?" Upon seeing this, Lu Qianyun immediately stepped forward and asked. "Miss Lu, something terrible has happened. Someone is causing trouble in the pharmacy. Sister Mushi can't handle it alone, so I took the opportunity to slip away," Lu Shaoqing said anxiously.
"Cause trouble?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qianyun raised an eyebrow and immediately said, "Let's go."
After saying that, he led his men to the Chinese medicine shop. Jiang Zhe is the owner of a traditional Chinese medicine shop and also a guest instructor at Tianqing Martial Arts School, which saved the school. Given this relationship, she certainly couldn't just sit idly by and watch the Chinese medicine shop get into trouble.
Chapter 98, Cutting Off the Fire at the Bottom. My half-brother. Chinese Medicine Hall. During the week Jiang Zhe was away, Zhou Mushi's mood was mixed, but mostly joyful. The popularity of the tonic pills gave her hope for the rise of traditional Chinese medicine pharmacies. The popularity of a blood tonifying pill is unprecedented, even during the heyday of traditional Chinese medicine pharmacies. Even without the elixir, and only in the case of pre-sale, many martial artists were willing to pay to register first. According to estimates, the market value of debut in a traditional Chinese medicine is at least tens of billions. This is assuming no unforeseen circumstances occur.
However, this unexpected event still occurred, which was a source of worry for Zhou Mushi for the past week. There were too many people registering for the pre-sale, and Jiang Zhe wasn't there, so all she could do was register and go to purchase the medicinal herbs. First, these medicinal materials will undergo simple processing and purification. The crucial preparation steps will have to wait until Jiang Zhe returns to complete them personally. The problem is that we have so many orders piling up, I really don't know when we'll be able to finish them. Over time, those martial artists who paid but haven't received their goods will definitely have a lot of complaints and dissatisfaction. Now, here's the problem. I've already paid the deposit for all the medicinal herbs, and you said they would be delivered within 3 days at the latest. Now you're saying there aren't enough herbs and you're ending the cooperation. What does this mean? Zhou Mushi looked at the heads of the 3 suppliers of medicinal herbs with dissatisfaction, suppressing her anger, and questioned them. Miss Zhou, I'm sorry, the shortage of medicinal herbs happened suddenly, and there's nothing we can do about it. Yes, you need far too many medicinal herbs, we're out of stock. We breached the contract first, but the contract states that if there are uncontrollable factors, it will not be considered a unilateral breach of the contract by us.
The representatives from the 3 medicinal herb suppliers answered. You're bullying us.
This is clearly intentional, a malicious attempt to withhold our goods.
Don't you think my traditional Chinese medicine shop's money matters?
At this moment, Jo Mushi finally could not suppress her anger. Her ample bosom heaved with anger. With the traditional Chinese medicine shop doing so well and so many orders for the tonic pills, Jo Mushi specifically sought out 3 medicinal herb suppliers to sign contracts with, just to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Unexpectedly, all 3 medicinal herb suppliers suddenly reneged on their agreement and breached the contract. Furthermore, they are shirking their responsibility for breach of contract, clearly unwilling to even pay the penalty. Not only that, but they also chose this time and this public place to announce the news.
What does that mean?
They clearly wanted to disrupt the traditional Chinese medicine shop and cause unrest among the staff. Sure enough, thanks to the arrangement of someone with good intentions, the news quickly reached the ears of the customers who were queuing up to register and buy the tonic pills.
Don't buy it anymore.
The supply of medicinal herbs at the Chinese medicine shop has been cut off, and they can't produce any pills at all.
Damn it, if we can't buy the medicinal herbs at the Chinese medicine shop, when will we ever get our hands on those pills? What's the point of buying this?
We've already paid, and if we have to wait a year or 2 to receive the goods, wouldn't that make us a laughingstock?
That's right, let's not buy it anymore, let's go.
Immediately, many people gave up registering and chose not to buy anything and left. Some customers, who had been queuing for days, hesitated when it was time to pay, and after thinking it over, gave up.
This phenomenon continues to occur. Someone immediately relayed this information to Jo Mushi.
Upon learning of this, Jo Mushi's face turned ashen. Just as she guessed, the 3 herbal medicine suppliers she had contacted suddenly came to her door all at once, claiming that there was a shortage of herbs, but that was just an excuse and they were doing it on purpose.
Someone is deliberately targeting the Chinese medicine pharmacy behind this.
They deliberately released this message to unsettle the customers of the traditional Chinese medicine shops.
The key issue is that this is just the beginning.
If it is not handled properly, the subsequent impact will expand, and those who have already paid may come back for a refund. The 3 of you have all witnessed how thriving the Chinese medicine shop is. With this kind of development trend, the Chinese medicine shop will become a stable major customer for you in the future.
I wonder what benefit it would bring to you to target our Chinese medicine shop like this. Jo Mushi said coldly. Miss Zhou, what are you saying? The market is not good right now.
We spent a lot of manpower and resources to harvest those medicinal herbs. At the previous prices, all 3 of us would have lost money and would have starved to death. Managerly, don't take advantage of me because I don't know anything about this. If most of those medicinal herbs were artificially cultivated and they weren't even high-grade herbs, how could I be losing money?
Jo Mushi retorted coldly.
The prices for medicinal herbs purchased from these 3 suppliers are lower than the market price, but the discounts are limited. This discount was offered because of the large quantity required. But with such volume and such price, all 3 companies will make a killing. To say they're losing money is a joke. They're just trying to fool her into thinking she's a complete idiot.
That's not how you put it.
It's true that many medicinal herbs are artificially cultivated, but the costs are still there. Jo Mushi's words were refuted by another supplier manager. Besides, it's not just your Chinese medicine shop that needs these herbs.
Other shops are buying them and offering higher prices than you. If you were in their shoes, who would you choose?
At this point, realizing he couldn't fool Jo Mushi anymore, the man essentially laid his cards on the table.
Who is buying the exact same medicinal herbs as the Chinese medicine shop?
Upon hearing this, Jo Mushi sensed something amiss and immediately asked.
It's me.
As soon as Jo Mushi finished speaking, a young man strode in. Upon seeing the person who arrived, Jo Mushi's face immediately darkened.
Zhou Yuan, I knew you were behind this.
Looking at the young man in front of her, Jo Mushi's eyes were filled with anger. The man was none other than her half-brother, Zhou Yuan.
My dear sister, what do you mean I'm playing tricks?
No one says only your family is allowed to buy those medicinal herbs. Zhou Yuan said playfully, our group has also developed a new prescription and happens to need those herbs, so let us be fair and let the highest bidder win.
What price did he offer? Jo Mushi asked immediately.
Mr. Zhou is willing to buy our medicinal herbs at twice the price, a supplier manager said proudly. If they sell at double the price, they can gain a lot from it.
Double the price?
Upon hearing the price, Jo Mushi was immediately stunned. Such a price is clearly a deliberate attempt to target traditional Chinese medicine shops, a classic case of undermining their very foundation.
There are more than just these three companies selling medicinal herbs in Yuan City. Aren't you afraid your superiors will hold you accountable for buying them at twice the price?
Zhou Mushi looked at Zhou Yuan and asked coldly.
Chapter 99 Public Threat. Coming for the prescription.
Zhou Mushi knew that Zhou Yuan's arrival was ill-intentioned, but she never expected that Zhou Yuan would offer to buy those medicinal herbs at twice the price.
What does this mean?
If we acquire it at twice the price, the profit from the tonic pills will become very, very small by then. Although there is some profit to be made, it will be very little.
In the end, the profits may not be enough to undertake any major initiatives or expand the market. Zhou Mushi finally realized that Zhou Yuan was trying to nip the last straw in the bud for the Chinese medicine hall.
I have that much authority, so you don't need to worry about it, my dear sister, Zhou Yuan said with a faint smile. However, Zhou Mushi found such a smile to be nothing but hypocrisy. She knew her half-brother's character all too well. He was hypocritical to the extreme.
To achieve one's goals, any means necessary is acceptable. The current state of the Chinese medicine pharmacy is inextricably linked to Zhou Yuan.
Yuan City has more than just these three medicinal herb suppliers. Don't forget, the Lin family is the biggest medicinal herb supplier.
I don't believe you can reach into the Lin family's territory, Zhou Mushi sneered. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan said with a playful tone, do you think the Zhou family would even consider the amount of medicinal herbs you need right now?
After speaking, Zhou Yuan slowly took another step forward, getting closer to Zhou Mushi, greedily inhaling the fragrance emanating from her, feeling a pang of regret.
How wonderful it would be if Zhou Mushi had no blood relation to me at all.
Zhou Mushi is a woman who is exceptional in both looks and figure.
Or do you think your Chinese medicine pharmacy has more influence with the Lin family than our Alibaba group?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Mushi's face immediately turned extremely ugly.
Zhou Yuan is now with Alibaba's 99 Group, in charge of the pharmaceutical market in Yuan City, and has been entrusted with important responsibilities.
Alibaba's 99 Group and the Lin family have a cooperative relationship. If Zhou Yuan gets Ali Jojo's leaders to intervene and stop it, then the Lin family really won't pay any attention to her. Most importantly, the amount of medicinal herbs she needs right now is not actually that large. Otherwise, they would have already sought cooperation with the Lin family and wouldn't have chosen these three medicinal herb suppliers. You're as shameless as ever, Zhou Mushi said through gritted teeth.
You flatter me.
But the business world is like a battlefield. Being merciful to your opponent is being cruel to yourself. Seeing Zhou Mushi's discomfiture, Zhou Yuan said smugly, however, if you are willing to hand over the formula for the great tonic pill, I am willing to give you a chance if we cooperate. So your real purpose is the prescription for the great tonic pill?
Zhou Mushi sneered upon hearing this.
He originally thought Zhou Yuan came for the Chinese medicine shop, but he didn't expect him to be after the tonic pills.
Actually, there's no conflict between the two. Given the current situation of the Chinese medicine pharmacy, obtaining the formula for the great tonic pill is equivalent to obtaining the Chinese medicine pharmacy itself.
Zhou Mushi hadn't expected Zhou Yuan to be so blatant, making no attempt to conceal his intentions. Given the current state of the Chinese medicine pharmacy, the tonic pills are a complete waste in your hands. Hand them over or cooperate with us, and you'll have a glimmer of hope, Zhou Yuan said with an air of superiority. With Alibaba's 99 Group as a powerful backer, Zhou Yuan was not worried at all and did not take the Chinese medicine hall seriously. You're dreaming if you think you can get the prescription, Zhou Mushi retorted angrily.
Who's causing trouble here? At this moment, Lu Qianyun also arrived with her entourage.
Upon learning that someone was causing trouble here, Lu Qianyun brought a lot of people with her, and even had someone contact her father. If she is no match for them, she will ask her father to help. The Chinese medicine shop is Jiang Zhe's business, so Lu Zhendong naturally wouldn't give up this opportunity to build a good relationship with Jiang Zhe. However, upon arriving here, Lu Qianyun did not discover any armed conflict.
Miss Lu, what brings you here?
Zhou Mushi was somewhat surprised to see Lu Qianyun arrive. Sister Mushi, I went to ask Miss Lu for help. I thought someone was causing trouble, so I called for backup, Lu Shaoqing said weakly from the crowd. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mushi glared at Lu Shaoqing.
Oh, is my dear sister planning to have someone beat me up? Zhou Yuan immediately mocked upon seeing this.
After speaking, his eyes swept over Lu Qianyun. When he saw that she was a beauty whose looks and figure were no less than Zhou Mushi's, but whose temperament and style were completely different from Zhou Mushi's, he immediately became interested in Lu Qianyun.
Who is he?
Lu Chenyun glanced at Zhou Yuan and was very displeased by his unbridled gaze, so she asked. Zhou Yuan, my half-brother, Zhou Mushi said. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lu Shaoqing couldn't help but gasp, her eyes filled with shock. What? Zhou Mushi has a half-brother? He had never heard of it before. Do you need any help? Lu Chenyun asked again. Given the other party's identity, it always felt like Zhou Mushi's family matter. No need, Zhou Mushi said with a smile. It's a business matter. I understand. Lu Chenyun nodded without saying anything, but did not leave with anyone. Zhou Mushi was outnumbered and outmatched, but with her people here to keep the situation under control, the other side didn't dare to act recklessly. I've said everything I need to say. Whether you hand over the prescription or cooperate with us, it's up to you. I'm only giving you 1 day, Zhou Yuan said, no longer intending to waste any more words with Zhou Mushi. He didn't come here today with the intention of taking action. Taking action would be pointless. He wanted to obtain the prescription without bloodshed. Even if Zhou Mushi chooses to cooperate with them, the prescription will still belong to them, and they can just find some excuse to kick Zhou Mushi out. You have to tell my boss this. The prescription is his, and I can't make the decision. This time, however, Zhou Mushi was not as angry as Zhou Yuan had expected. Instead, she said something that Zhou Yuan never expected. What does your boss mean? Zhou Yuan was confused and immediately asked. The prescription belongs to my boss, as does the traditional Chinese medicine shop. I'm just working for my boss now, do you understand? Zhou Mushi said calmly. You sold the Chinese medicine shop? Zhou Yuan asked incredulously, but then seemed to remember something and immediately denied it. Impossible, the Chinese medicine shop hasn't been handed over to you yet. It hasn't been handed over to me yet, but that doesn't stop me and the Chinese medicine shop from working for others, Zhou Mushi said calmly. Poof. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan snorted coldly and said ruthlessly, I don't care whether what you said is true or false. Now there is only one path in front of you and your so-called boss, either cooperate, hand over the prescription, or wait for bankruptcy and closure. Yeah? As soon as Zhou Yuan finished speaking, Jiang Zhe's voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Chapter 100 An Unexpected Surprise. Some ways of pretending can't be done. Jiang Zhe's voice suddenly rang out. Boss? Instructor? Zhou Mushi was somewhat surprised by Jiang Zhe's sudden arrival, but she was ultimately relieved. Zhou Yuan's threat was indeed very troublesome for her, especially when facing the behemoth Alibaba group behind Zhou Yuan. She felt utterly hopeless. However, neither the prescriptions nor the current Chinese medicine pharmacy are under her control. So, it's up to Jiang Zhe to decide how to resolve this problem. In Zhou Mushi's view, having so many unused pills stockpiled and not being prepared for customers was not only a sign of good business, but also a potential problem. Zhou Yuan's move now is tantamount to detonating this bomb prematurely. But if they can solve the problem of medicinal materials now, then it won't be a problem. Lu Chenyun was quite surprised. I had just spoken to Jiang Zhe on the phone not long ago. He said he wouldn't be back for several hours. How come he's here so soon? Didn't you say it would be a few more hours before you came back? How come it's so soon? Lu Chenyun couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering her. Of course I wanted to give my precious daughter a surprise, Jiang Zhe said with a smile, then looked at Jiang Xianwan, whom he was holding in his arms, with great affection. Upon hearing this, Lu Chenyun smiled, inwardly thinking, what a loving father he is. Daddy's mean. If you do that again, I won't talk to you anymore. Jiang Xianwan snuggled in Jiang Zhe's arms and said coquettishly. Jiang Xianwan thought Jiang Zhe would be back in the evening, but her father suddenly appeared in front of her shortly afterward, which startled her. But there were even more surprises. Who are you? Zhou Yuan looked Jiang Zhe up and down with an unfriendly expression and asked. Didn't she make herself very clear just now? I'm the owner of the Chinese medicine shop, and I'm in charge here now, Jiang Zhe said calmly. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan's expression turned even uglier. He had always wanted to take over the Chinese medicine shop and had put in a lot of effort, but Zhou Mushi just wouldn't hand it over. In the blink of an eye, the Chinese medicine shop was handed over to an outsider. Don't think you can fool me by just finding someone to pretend to be the owner of the pharmacy. Zhou Yuan said to Zhou Mushi with a sneer, the Chinese medicine pharmacy is now under your management, but you don't have the right to sell it. The control of the Chinese medicine pharmacy is still in father's hands. Zhou Yuan also realized that Jiang Zhe was someone Zhou Mushi had hired to put on an act to deceive him.
Because the Chinese medicine shop was only temporarily in Zhou Mushi's hands, the actual owner was still their father. Unless their father wanted to sell the Chinese medicine shop, Zhou Mushi did not have that right. You don't need to worry about that. Jiang Zhe spoke first before Zhou Yuan could even speak. We'll see then, and see who backs down first. Zhou Yuan left with these harsh words and prepared to depart. Wait a minute. Jiang Zhe called out to Zhou Yuan. What? Are you scared?
When Jiang Zhe called out to him, Zhou Yuan thought Jiang Zhe was scared. You said before that you would buy all these medicinal herbs at double the price, as many as you could get, right?
Jiang Zhe asked. That's right.
Zhou Yuan said confidently, as long as you can find a supplier of medicinal herbs who is willing to cooperate with you, I will buy as much as you need at double the price. In Zhou Yuan's view, apart from these 3 medicinal herb suppliers who might cooperate with the Chinese medicine shop, only the Lin family remains.
As for the Lin family, that's even more impossible.
All he needed to do was get his superiors to put in a good word. Even if Jiang Zhe knelt before the Lin family, it wouldn't make a difference. As for Zhou Mushi going to find medicinal herb suppliers in other provinces, there's even less to worry about. Given that time, he could have used his methods to completely destroy the Chinese medicine shop.
Patriarch Lin, did you hear that?
I've introduced you to a big business deal, so you have to share some with me. Zhou Yuan had expected that his words would elicit fear and worry from Jiang Zhe.
But what he didn't expect was Jiang Zhe's amused response. Then, the person who appeared in front of him shocked Zhou Yuan.
Ha, I heard you. Don't worry, we'll split the profits 50-50. With a hearty laugh, Lin Guodong slowly walked out from the crowd and came to stand in front of everyone.
Upon seeing Lin Guodong, someone immediately recognized him. Lin Guodong? The head of the Lin family?
Even the head of the Lin family has come in person.
No way, the traditional Chinese medicine shop and the Lin family have this kind of relationship? Many people were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Lu Qianyun might be a little unfamiliar with Lin Guodong, since he runs a martial arts school. However, anyone in the pharmaceutical industry knows the Lin family and Lin Guodong. This is the head of the Lin family, whose position as the largest medicinal herb supplier in Anyuan City is unshakable.
They were far superior to the 3 small medicinal herb suppliers that Zhou Yuan had brought. Zhou Mushi also knew that every pharmacy would like to cooperate with the Lin family someday, because cooperating with the Lin family, to some extent, reflects the strength of their own pharmacy.
Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhe knew Lin Guodong, a big name in the pharmaceutical industry.
With such a relationship, there's absolutely nothing to worry about.
Zhou Yuan's threat to the Chinese medicine hall was non-existent.
Lin Guodong's appearance caused Zhou Yuan's expression to change drastically, turning extremely ugly.
How could that be? How could a traditional Chinese medicine shop be related to the Lin family?
I heard you're very confident, saying that my Lin family would never do business with a traditional Chinese medicine shop.
Where does your confidence come from? Lin Guodong approached Zhou Yuan and asked.
As the head of the Lin family and a bigwig in the pharmaceutical industry, Lin Guodong exudes a powerful aura, a quality cultivated from holding a high position, which is incomparable to Zhou Yuan, a mere employee.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's face turned deathly pale. Patriarch Lin, I've long admired your name.
I've never heard of your relationship with the Chinese medicine hall before, Zhou Yuan asked with a forced smile, almost in tears.
He genuinely didn't know that if the Lin family and the traditional Chinese medicine shop had such a relationship, where did he get the confidence to do this? Do I need to inform you of any connections my Lin family has with anyone?
Lin Guodong said, his words utterly impolite.
Lin Guodong always greeted Jiang Zhe with a smile and kept a very humble attitude. However, there's absolutely no need to give Zhou Yuan any face.
Most importantly, Zhou Yuan, using the name of his company, dared to make outrageous statements, saying that he could prevent the Lin family from cooperating with the Chinese medicine hall simply because he didn't want them to. It's utterly ridiculous.
What do they take the Lin family for? No need, Patriarch Lin. What happened today was my fault. I apologize first. Zhou Yuan immediately admitted defeat and apologized. Some pretense can be faked, but some pretense is truly impossible to fake. Chapter 101 shocks the entire audience. Rise to power is now inevitable. Zhou Yuan slunk away, feeling utterly dejected the moment Lin Guodong, the head of the Lin family, was eliminated. This is a real problem for him now.
You should know that he was so confident before, daring to claim that he could completely dominate the Chinese medicine market, because the pharmaceutical company of Alibaba's 99 Group behind him had a partnership with the Lin family and was considered a major client of the Lin family. Therefore, he could have his superiors communicate with the Lin family and refuse to do business with the traditional Chinese medicine shop. But who would have thought that the owner of the Chinese medicine shop had changed? Zhou Mushi handed the shop over to such a strange young man, and the problem is that this young man has such a close relationship with Lin Guodong. Lin Guodong publicly endorsed and expressed his support for him. Then his previous plans were completely ruined. Let alone him, even his superiors don't have the face to persuade Lin Guodong to do business with whomever he chooses. His previous plan to cut off the medicinal herb suppliers of the Chinese medicine shop was thus aborted, and the abortion was very complete.
Zhou Yuan slunk away.
The heads of the remaining 3 medicinal herb suppliers were also in an awkward position, extremely awkward. They never expected that the Chinese medicine shop had such a background and such a relationship with the Lin family. If they had known this beforehand, they would never have agreed to Zhou Yuan's request to break the contract with the Chinese medicine shop and stop supplying it with medicinal materials. Even if Zhou Yuan agreed to buy it at twice the price, they wouldn't be willing. Given the current scale of the Chinese medicine shop's business, the amount of medicinal herbs it will need will definitely increase in the future. If the cooperation goes smoothly, it will become a stable major customer for them. But now, they've offended such a major client, thanks to Zhou Yuan's instigation.
Zhou Yuan, you son of a bitch, you deserve to die.
The heads of the 3 medicinal herb suppliers cursed inwardly. If it weren't for Zhou Yuan, none of this would have happened.
Ms. Zhou, we were wrong before and were deceived by Zhou Yuan. The cooperation will proceed according to the contract, and I will give you a further discount on the price. Me too, Miss Zhou, it's all a misunderstanding.
Miss Zhou, please don't hold a grudge against us. At this point, the heads of the 3 medicinal herb suppliers adopted a very humble attitude. They are now hoping to restore the terms of the previous contract, even if the price is more favorable.
Before Zhou Mushi could speak, Jiang Zhe spoke first.
Since the 3 of you have already decided to breach the contract and cooperate with others, our Chinese medicine pharmacy will not force you. In addition, regarding the breach of contract, our Chinese medicine pharmacy will also find the best lawyers to prevent others from breaching the contract it will when cooperating with our Chinese medicine pharmacy in the future.
Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's blunt tone, the 3 men's expressions immediately changed, becoming extremely unpleasant.
The 3 then tried to plead for mercy, but Jiang Zhe refused and had them driven away. Jiang Zhe already knew everything about Zhou Mushi's conversation with the 3 of them before he even entered. Therefore, Jiang Zhe did not give the 3 of them a friendly look, nor was there any need for him to do so. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhe had word spread that the Chinese medicine shop had already established a partnership with the Lin family.
This news caused a sensation.
It's important to know that the Lin family is a giant in the supply of medicinal herbs in Anyuan City. The family has been in this business for generations. The fact that the Chinese medicine pharmacy can cooperate with the Lin family shows that the Chinese medicine pharmacy is not simple.
It's important to know that the Lin family is very selective about their partners. They don't just cooperate with anyone.
At the same time, with the Lin family, a giant in the industry, why would there be any need to worry about the Chinese medicine shop not being able to acquire enough medicinal materials to prepare the pills? This Chinese medicine shop is amazing, it actually managed to cooperate with the Lin family.
Holy crap, I never expected this. I originally thought that Zhongdia Tang was going to be controlled by Alibaba's 99 pharmaceutical company.
Yes, I heard that Alibaba's 99 Group is interested in Chinese medicine hall. With the Lin family backing them, it won't be so easy for Alibaba's 99 Group to succeed.
Could this traditional Chinese medicine shop be owned by the Lin family?
For a time, there were many speculations about the relationship between the Chinese medicine shop and the Lin family.
Regardless of the circumstances, it undoubtedly gave a boost to the customers of the traditional Chinese medicine shop.
That is, with the Lin family behind them, there's no way the Chinese medicine shop would accept money but be unable to deliver the pills.
That way they can buy with peace of mind.
With concerns dispelled and consumers reassured, the previously existing problems and hidden dangers immediately disappeared. I need 10 tonic pills.
Here's the money. Register me quickly.
Me too, I was in line just now it's my turn.
Get lost.
You didn't buy anything when it was your turn in line, and you left already.
What are you thinking, coming back to cut in line? That's right, if you want to buy it, you have to queue up again.
Suddenly, those customers who had already reached their turn in line but had given up on buying due to worry had to queue up again, feeling extremely regretful. On the other side,
Chinese Medicine Hall, Inner Hall. I've already spoken with Patriarch Lin.
From now on, all the medicinal herb procurement for the Chinese medicine shop will be handled by the Lin family. You will personally oversee this work from now on, Jiang Zhe said to Zhou Mushi.
Okay.
Zhou Mushi agreed without hesitation, her expression excited.
Cooperating with the Lin family was something she wouldn't have dared to even dream of before.
Even at its peak, the Chinese medicine pharmacy only had the opportunity to cooperate with the Lin family. Unexpectedly, such an opportunity has come again, and they have already achieved a real cooperation with the Lin family. The Lin family patriarch personally intervened, which suggests that his relationship with Jiang Zhe is quite special.
For a moment, Zhou Mushi felt immense admiration for Jiang Zhe.
I increasingly feel that the conditions Jiang Zhe proposed before weren't so unreasonable after all. If the tonic pills showed Zhou Mushi an opportunity for the rise of the Chinese medicine shop, then the relationship between Jiang Zhe and the head of the Lin family gave Zhou Mushi a guarantee for the rise of the Chinese medicine shop.
I'll have someone come over in person to discuss things later.
If there are no problems, we can sign the contract on the spot. Don't worry, I'll definitely offer the best price, Lin Guodong said with a smile, his attitude very polite. Lin Guodong had also heard about the popular tonic pills at the Chinese medicine pharmacy recently. It was only on the way back that Lin Guodong learned that the owner of the Chinese medicine shop was Jiang Zhe, and that the tonic pills were also made by Jiang Zhe. This moment filled Lin Guodong with a mix of emotions. As expected of a grandmaster, truly remarkable. With such a young master behind the Chinese medicine hall, its rise to prominence is inevitable. We must take advantage of this opportunity to build a good relationship.
Chapter 102: A huge sensation. Martial arts school partner. What exactly is the relationship between the Chinese medicine pharmacy and the Lin family in their collaboration? Shocking. The Lin family is actually supporting the revival of this long-established pharmacy?
A generous gift of crabs.
With the Lin family's involvement, the rise of the Chinese medicine hall is unstoppable.
The market for tonic pills is booming, and the market for qi and blood elixirs is causing a sensation.
Since Lin Guodong, the head of the Lin family, personally intervened last time, the news has sparked heated discussions online.
Some media outlets even wrote articles specifically about the Chinese medicine shop and the Lin family. Because, looking at all the partners the Lin family has collaborated with, they are all powerful figures in their respective fields, and all are partners with considerable strength. Zhongjiatang was once a long-established pharmacy, but it was gradually eliminated because it failed to keep up with market trends. Some people even thought that the Chinese medicine shop had completely gone out of business, but unexpectedly, the Chinese medicine shop has reappeared in the public eye with its super tonic pills, which are extremely cost-effective and can replenish qi and blood. Some people thought it was a publicity stunt by the Chinese medicine shop, while others thought it was just a gimmick. However, these opinions were quickly refuted by customers who had actually used the tonic pills. The great tonic pill for qi and blood is incredibly effective, its effects are ridiculously good. Yes, thanks to the powerful tonic pills, my blood and qi increased by 1 point in just 1 week.
Can you believe it?
Wow, I've been stuck at the first level of martial artist for many years. I had given up hope of breaking through, but thanks to the great tonic pill, I successfully broke through to the second level of martial artist.
Enough said, from now on I will be a loyal customer of the Chinese medicine hall.
The great tonic pill is so popular right now I've heard about it even from as far away as the north.
At this price, with these effects, honestly, it's a miracle drug.
Major tonic pills and traditional Chinese medicine pharmacies quickly became trending terms, making headlines on major news media outlets online.
Some reporters even came to the Chinese medicine shop to conduct interviews.
At the entrance of the traditional Chinese medicine shop, the line of customers was still very long, and some scalpers took the opportunity to take over the business of customers from other cities and help them purchase goods.
Not only that. The same major news also quickly became a trending topic. Tianqing Martial Arts School has announced a long-term partnership with a traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy.
Students who reach a certain level of skill or make significant contributions to the school can receive free supplementary tonics to aid their training. Riding the wave of popularity of the tonic pills and the traditional Chinese medicine shop online, Lu Qianyun seized the opportunity and made an announcement to the public.
This is equivalent to giving Tianqing Martial Arts School a great free advertisement.
It's worth noting that these tonic pills are incredibly popular right now, with many people unable to buy them. Yet, Tianqing Martial Arts School can guarantee its students the use of them for supplementary training, which demonstrates just how close the relationship is between Tianqing Martial Arts School and the Chinese Medicine Hall. This is a good opportunity for Tianqing Martial Arts School to expand and make a name for itself. Immediately, Tianqing Martial Arts School also attracted a lot of attention.
Wow, what's the deal with Tianqing Martial Arts Academy?
They offer such great benefits and perks. I was just struggling to choose a martial arts school for my son, but I've decided on Tianqing Martial Arts School. This Tianqing Martial Arts School is quite something. It actually managed to establish a long-term partnership with the Chinese Medicine Hall.
If I weren't over the age limit, I would have signed up to go to Tianqing Martial Arts School.
Putting everything else aside, a martial arts gym with such benefits is worth it even if the registration fee is a bit expensive.
Tianqing Martial Arts School has a pretty good reputation around here.
In no time, Tianqing Martial Arts School became famous.
Before long, many parents brought their children to the door to register.
Senior sister, another 20 parents brought their children to register today, and they've all paid the registration fee, Wang Hu excitedly told Lu Qianyun. This is the first time the martial arts school has ever had such good business. It's absolutely amazing, it's become incredibly famous, and it's even attracted students from several martial arts schools in the area. Upon learning of the preferential treatment offered by Tianqing Martial Arts School, students from nearby martial arts schools immediately wanted to leave. For a time, Tianqing Martial Arts School was in the limelight and received a lot of attention. This has attracted many parents to bring their children to enroll in the martial arts school. People from the surrounding area, and even some from farther away, came to sign up. Please note that we are expanding now, but we cannot lower the requirements for accepting apprentices.
We must strictly adhere to the standards, Lu Qianyun instructed solemnly.
Tianqing Martial Arts School is now famous, but it should also be careful not to abandon its basic principles in order to make money and gain fame. In that case, trouble is bound to happen sooner or later, and it's like planting a time bomb for yourself. Don't worry, senior sister, master already gave me instructions, Wang Hu said with a smile.
The martial arts school's sudden popularity surprised even Lu Zhendong, though he was also aware of the reasons behind it.
Especially after learning that the owner behind the Chinese medicine shop was Jiang Zhe, she sighed with regret, thinking to herself that Lu Qianyun had really judged people accurately back then. They originally hoped to establish a good relationship with a genius like Jiang Zhe, who had great potential, so that if anything happened to the martial arts school in the future, Jiang Zhe, who had made achievements at that time, could lend a hand.
Unexpectedly, these benefits came so quickly. Qianyun, you have such good judgment.
The future of the martial arts school is now in your hands.
I'm very relieved, Lu Zhendong said to Lu Qianyun.
Dad, it's not in my hands, it's in the hands of Jiang Zhe and me, Lu Qianyun said. Jiang Zhe has already agreed to become a partner of the martial arts school, so now half of the martial arts school belongs to him. That's right, whether it's establishing a long-term partnership with the Chinese medicine shop or taking this opportunity to announce this major news to the public. All of this was done with Jiang Zhe's consent. Even knowing it was an opportunity, Lu Qianyun did not act on her own and did not make a decision without Jiang Zhe's permission. Instead, it was with Jiang Zhe's consent that Jiang Zhe was made a partner in the martial arts school, and half of the school belonged to Jiang Zhe.
Jiang Zhe agreed to this. Jiang Zhe would certainly not do anything that wouldn't bring him benefits.
After all, the status of guest instructor was not enough for Jiang Zhe to agree to let Tianqing Martial Arts School take advantage of this opportunity to expand wildly and make a name for itself. The main reason is that Lu Qianyun is a capable person, and at the same time, she is a person with a sense of propriety. She knows to get her consent before doing certain things, instead of being like some women who like to be self-righteous and think that everything should revolve around them. Having half of the martial arts school and having such a strong woman by my side will be a great help in making money in the future.
Cough cough.
Upon hearing Lu Qianyun's words, Lu Zhendong coughed twice and said in a serious tone, I heard that Xianwan's mother has passed away.
Xianwan is a very likable child.
You should try your best. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianyun's face instantly turned red.
Chapter 103 A Billion Potions of Elixir. Breakthrough to Level 4 Martial Artist.
Compared to the Chinese medicine shop that caused a sensation outside and the Tianqing Martial Arts School that was enjoying great popularity, Jiang Zhe's side was extremely busy. Not only are they busy preparing potent tonics and sending out the pills to the pre-ordered customers as quickly as possible, but they are also busy preparing the blood and marrow bath. Blood and marrow bath is a medicinal formula that Jiang Zhe previously comprehended. It is a medicinal liquid specifically designed for refining the body between the level 3 and level 4 martial artists. The key ingredient in the blood and marrow elixir lies in the essence and blood, which is why Jiang Zhe needed a large amount of exotic beast essence and blood before. Although they didn't obtain a certain amount of the essence blood of level 3 beasts during this trip to kill them, they did obtain the essence blood of a peak level 5 beast. The essence blood of a level 5 peak beast is incredibly valuable, even a single drop would fetch an astronomical price on the market, and it's the kind of thing that's priceless and unavailable. Because of Jiang Ze's physical condition, the amount of blood essence required for refining his physique to advance from a level 3 martial artist to a level 4 martial artist is enormous, as this is necessary to ensure a sufficient energy supply. However, the energy contained in the blood marrow, which is made from the essence of a level 5 beast, is enough for Jiang Ze to refine his physique. Inside the laboratory, Jiang Ze has already extracted the essence blood of the dark golden demon ape, a level 5 peak beast that was killed by him. In front of Jiang Ze was a bathtub large enough to accommodate an adult, made entirely of alloy material, which was very strong. Jiang Ze paid a certain price to have it built. Meanwhile, the bathtub was filled with medicinal liquid, which was made by purifying and mixing certain medicinal herbs to help neutralize the berserk factors in the blood essence of the alien beast. Only in this way can one avoid being affected by the violent factors in the essence blood of exotic beasts during the refining and absorption process, thus preventing problems in cultivation. Jiang Ze slowly poured the essence blood of the dark gold demon ape into it. As he watched drop after drop of incompatible blood essence enter, Jiang Ze secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. A martial arts practitioner is a huge money pit. A single drop of his essence blood would be worth at least several billion on the market, and so much essence blood would be worth at least tens of billions. Hundreds of billions of dollars were laid out before him, ready to be refined and absorbed in a moment. The rate at which money is spent is much faster than the rate at which money is earned. However, once you have a certain level of power, money becomes just a number, and you won't lack it anymore. After all, if a martial arts master wants to make money, he can just go to the front line and kill a level 5 beast, and bring it back to sell for an astronomical price. Glug glug. As the blood essence dripped into the medicinal liquid, the originally calm liquid seemed to boil and began to bubble. After all the essence and blood were poured in, the entire vat of medicinal liquid boiled completely. The medicine is at its most effective at this time, so we can't waste any time. After reciting the mantra, Jiang Ze took off his clothes, entered the bathtub, and began to cultivate cross-legged. As Jiang Ze sat in the bathtub, the previously boiling medicinal liquid seemed to find an outlet, surging wildly into Jiang Ze's body. The powerful medicinal force entered Jiang Ze's body through his pores, flowing through his limbs and bones. At this moment, Jiang Ze began to absorb the medicine worth billions. As the medicine entered his body, Jiang Ze's blood and qi were stimulated and surged, making him feel a warm current flowing through his body. A flood of energy coursed through Jiang Ze's body. At this moment, every inch of Jiang Ze's skin and every fiber of his flesh was immersed in the energy, enjoying the bath of this immense energy, and began to absorb it tirelessly. Origin body refining method activated. Initiation of the upper breathing method. The two complement each other, helping Jiang Ze refine and absorb this enormous energy. Time passed little by little. As the medicinal power in the liquid was continuously absorbed by Jiang Ze, his limbs and bones were strengthened. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, surging energy burst forth from Jiang Ze's body, and a powerful shockwave swept through the entire laboratory, scattering the objects inside to the ground. At this moment, Jiang Ze felt as if a barrier within his body had been broken through. The ensuing sensation of comfort made Jiang Ze let out a soft moan of pleasure. A breakthrough has been achieved. Level 4 Martial Artist. At this moment, Jiang Ze successfully broke through from a level 3 martial artist to a level 4 martial artist. The body refinement stage was completed perfectly, and the physique was strengthened, resulting in a qualitative change. It's no exaggeration to say that Jiang Ze's current physical condition is more than enough to withstand a punch from a level 5 martial artist. With the aid of numerous martial arts techniques, as well as his spiritual strength and the master's will he had comprehended, Jiang Ze was now fully confident in fighting against a master. While I wouldn't say they could defeat a grandmaster, they certainly weren't without a fighting chance, and were instantly killed. You should know that this situation is extremely terrifying. The higher the martial artist's level, the greater the gap between each level becomes, like an insurmountable chasm. The difference between a level 5 martial artist and a grandmaster may seem like just one level, but the gap between them is actually quite large. Even 10 level 5 martial artists together wouldn't be a match for a grandmaster. Even a peak level 5 martial artist, with one foot in the grandmaster realm, can only exchange blows with a grandmaster. Defeating a grandmaster is simply impossible. When one reaches the grandmaster level, all aspects of the body undergo a comprehensive transformation, a qualitative change. This qualitative change cannot be compensated for by quantity alone. As his strength grew and his businesses expanded, Jiang Ze became increasingly eager to increase his power rapidly. In particular, he was mistaken for a grandmaster by Lin Guodong, the head of the Lin family.
When others think you are a master, you'd better be a master. At this moment, the laboratory door was suddenly opened. Are you all right?
Hearing the loud commotion in the laboratory, Zhou Mushi quickly pushed open the door and came in, wanting to see what had happened. After all, explosions in the laboratory were a frequent occurrence for her. Although Jiang Zhe had previously warned her not to enter the laboratory without his permission. But now that such a commotion has occurred in the laboratory, even the door that was originally closed was shaken open. Zhou Mushi was worried that something might have happened, so she hurriedly went in to check. To everyone's surprise, upon looking up, they saw Jiang Zhe standing up naked from the bathtub. Ah! Zhou Mushi screamed, and her face turned red instantly.
Why aren't you wearing clothes in the lab?
Zhou Mushi blushed and quickly covered her eyes.
It doesn't really matter whether you cover the gaps between your fingers or not. Who let you in? Jiang Zhe asked, both amused and exasperated, and quickly put his clothes on.
I heard such a loud commotion, even the door was shaken open, so of course I had to come and see. The first batch of customers who came to pick up the pills have all arrived.
If something goes wrong with your pill preparation, how will I explain it to them? Zhou Mushi explained. Chapter 104 Applying for a Reward.
The target of the 72nd Division Commander.
After hearing Zhou Mushi's explanation, Jiang Zhe didn't say anything.
He gestured with his eyes to the prepared tonic pills on the table and said, "This batch is ready.
Have someone distribute these to the customers."
After saying that, he walked out. Just now, at the moment the shockwave swept through the laboratory, Jiang Zhe released his mental power to protect the potent tonic pills that had been prepared over the past few days. Otherwise, all the hard work I've put in these past few days will be ruined by me, and I'll have nowhere to cry. Jiang Zhe simply ignored the awkward scene from earlier.
We're all adults, what's there to be embarrassed about? Besides, I didn't intend for anything to happen between me and Zhou Mushi. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who will be.
After Jiang Zhe left, Zhou Mushi breathed a sigh of relief and ordered someone to come in and take out the pills to distribute to the customers according to the registration list. Nowadays, Zhou Mushi can be said to be putting all her energy into the tonic pills at the Chinese medicine shop.
This is the hope for the rise of traditional Chinese medicine pharmacies. Moreover, the Chinese medicine shop has now established a connection with the Lin family, and with the Lin family's supply of medicinal herbs, there is absolutely no need to worry about any unexpected incidents. The Lin family even offered a very favorable price for the collaboration, which made Zhou Mushi wonder if it was a windfall.
However, she knew that the root cause of this was Jiang Zhe.
The Lin family did it entirely out of respect for Jiang Zhe.
For a moment, Zhou Mushi was filled with emotion.
Unexpectedly, that all-or-nothing gamble, risking the entire Chinese medicine pharmacy, actually paid off.
On the other side,
Eastern Military Region. Headquarters and meeting room. Report.
Dai Hanxue and Lin Hao received orders to come to headquarters to report.
Come in.
Yes. The two men, dressed in military uniforms and with serious expressions, walked in, but were puzzled, wondering what was going on. Inside the meeting room, besides some colonel-level officers, two major generals sat in the main seats.
Commander.
Dai Hanxue and Lin Hao walked up to one of the major generals and greeted him respectfully. Upon hearing this, Major General Gao Jun, commander of the 72nd Division of the Eastern Military Region, nodded slightly, and then slowly said, "The trainee named Jiang Zhe who graduated early from the youth training camp, have you two been in contact with him recently?"
Reporting to the commander, no.
Upon hearing this, Dai Hanxue shook her head and told the truth.
Commander, what happened?
Lin Hao asked from the side. According to the information reported by the Lin family, not long ago, a student named Jiang Zhe killed a dark gold demon ape with the strength of a level 5 peak. The Lin family applied to the military for a reward for Jiang Zhe.
Upon hearing this, Dai Hanxue and Lin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief.
A dark gold demon ape with peak level 5 strength?
Are you kidding me?
This is a dark gold demon ape with peak level 5 strength, already considered to have 1 foot in the level 6 beast category. That was equivalent to the strength of a half-step martial artist in human form, yet Jiang Zhe killed him? When Jiang Zhe left the training camp, he was only a level 3 martial artist. Even if his mental power reached level 4, it would be impossible for him to kill a level 5 peak beast. Even if he was on drugs, this is too much.
What do you two think? Gao Jun asked. These words immediately made Dai Hanxue realize that something was wrong. Does the commander suspect that this news is false? Dai Hanxue asked.
The Lin family has already handed over the head of the dark gold demon ape.
The identification shows that the time of death was within half a month.
The other identification information is basically consistent with the Lin family's report. Gao Jun said, however, Commander who has doubts about this matter. You two are in charge of the youth training camp.
Zhang Zhe is a trainee in the youth training camp.
He knows you two quite well, so he called you two over to understand some of the situation. Upon hearing this, Dai Hanxue and Lin Hao's gazes fell on the old man beside Gao Jun.
The old man's name is Hu Tianlong.
He is the commander of the 71st Division of the Eastern Military Region and a major general. However, within the military, the relationship between Hu Tianlong and Gao Jun was so-so, mainly because Gao Jun disapproved of some of Hu Tianlong's ways of doing things. In particular, there are rumors within the organization that Hu Tianlong has used his power to seek benefits for the Hu family, and has even extended his business to the military. Although these rumors had some clues, they quickly disappeared. At the same time, given Hu Tianlong's identity, and considering various factors, the military never launched an investigation into Hu Tianlong in this regard, and could only turn a blind eye. However, after learning of this situation, Hu Tianlong did not restrain himself. On the contrary, he has become increasingly rampant in recent years. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too. Because of Hu Tianlong, the division commander, the 71st Division's atmosphere has always been corrupt.
Gao Jun simply couldn't stand Hu Tianlong, and that's why they never got along.
From what I understand, Zhang Zhe was only a level 3 martial artist and a level 3 mentalist when he left the training camp. How could he have the strength to kill a level 5 peak beast in such a short time? There must be something wrong with that, Hu Tianlong said, directly denying Zhang Ze's abilities.
Before Dai Hanxue and Lin Hao could say anything, a powerful aura emanated from him, enveloping the two of them.
The immense pressure, like a mountain, pressed down on their shoulders, making it difficult for them to breathe.
Hu Tianlong is a veteran grandmaster with considerable strength. The wrath of a grandmaster is something no ordinary person can withstand.
In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Dai Hanxue and Lin Hao's foreheads.
Commander Hu, ask whatever questions you have. What do you mean by using such methods against my people?
Seeing Hu Tianlong unleash his grandmaster-level aura, Gao Jun frowned and also made a move, clearly displeased. Only after Gao Jun made his move did Dai Hanxue and Lin Hao feel the immense pressure on their bodies disappear, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Commander Gao, as you know, this matter is full of suspicious points. A student who only graduated at the 3rd level of martial arts and the 3rd level of mental energy master was able to kill a peak 5th level alien beast in such a short time. This is obviously treating our military as fools. Moreover, I heard that during his training, Zhang Zhe used some means to impersonate an insider and defraud students of points. Such behavior indicates that this student has character issues. It is possible that he is also conspiring with some people to deceive the military.
Hu Tianlong's words were full of discrimination and hostility towards Zhang Zhe.
Dai Hanxue understood that the commander of the 71st Division seemed to have a very bad impression of Zhang Zhe, and it was very likely that Zhang Zhe had offended Hu Tianlong somewhere. Otherwise, Hu Tianlong, as the commander of the 71st Division, would never have personally intervened to target a trainee from Zhang Ze's youth training camp.
Chapter 105: Deliberately making things difficult.
An opportunity to win him over. At this moment, Dai Hanxue had a great deal of doubt in her mind, namely how Zhang Zhe had offended Hu Tianlong, the commander of the 71st Division. Otherwise, given Hu Tianlong's status, there would be absolutely no need for him to target Zhang Zhe, the top student in the youth training camp.
Moreover, in order to ensure that each batch of trainees in the youth training camp can choose their own military region, each military region takes a conciliatory approach towards such trainees.
The goal is to recruit these trainees into their own military headquarters and increase the strength of their own military region. Now, Hu Tianlong, as the commander of the 71st Division, even disregarded his own status and personally stepped forward to make things difficult for Zhang Zhe. There must be a reason for such behavior.
The only reason is that Zhang Zhe must have offended Zhang Zhe somewhere.
You are the head instructor of the youth training camp. As the head instructor, you bear responsibility for having such a morally corrupt trainee.
Hu Tianlong looked at Dai Hanxue and said sternly.
Commander Hu, I am the head instructor of the youth training camp. I am only responsible for discovering the potential of the trainees and cultivating them. Their personal character issues are not within my scope of responsibility.
Moreover, I have not felt that Zhang Zhe has any problems.
Even when questioned by a martial arts master, Dai Hanxue answered with composure and conviction. Because Dai Hanxue knew that Hu Tianlong came with the intention of causing trouble for Jiang Zhe, any explanations would be useless in front of Hu Tianlong, and there was no need to express her attitude directly. Dai Hanxue was one of Gao Jun's subordinates and knew that his division commander was very interested in Jiang Zhe and wanted Jiang Zhe to come and serve in the 72nd Army after completing his frontline trials. "How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to talk to me like that?" Seeing Dai Hanxue's response, Hu Tianlong immediately roared, and a powerful wave of energy swept out from around him, attacking Dai Hanxue. Before Dai Hanxue could make a move, Gao Jun stepped in front of her, deflecting the attack. "Commander Hu, just ask questions. It's not good to take action so casually." Gao Jun's face darkened. Hu Tianlong's behavior showed him absolutely no respect. He attacked his own people right in front of him. "Commander Gao, the people below are so disrespectful and have no concept of hierarchy. We can't let this kind of behavior go unchecked. I'm just teaching them a lesson." "There's no need for you to get so worked up," Hu Tianlong said calmly. "Humph, I'll train my own men, you don't need to worry about it," Gao Jun retorted rudely. "I have serious doubts about the strength of this student named Jiang Zhe. Since he is now capable of killing a level 5 peak alien beast, let's send him to the front line immediately to participate in the trial, kill alien beasts, and serve the military," Hu Tianlong said, directly stating the arrangement for Jiang Zhe. "Commander Hu, according to regulations, trainees are required to participate in frontline trials within 1 year of graduating from the youth training camp. As for when they participate, that is the trainee's personal choice, not an arrangement by the military." Dai Hanxue spoke up, speaking on behalf of Jiang Zhe. Dai Hanxue was aware of Jiang Zhe's thoughts. He wasn't really willing to go to the front lines for trials, and probably wouldn't go until the very last second. Because the front lines were too dangerous, Jiang Zhe wanted to make sure he was well prepared before going to the front lines, so that his chances of survival would be greater. Dai Hanxue understood this perfectly and had no objections. This is the student's freedom. Now, with just a few words, Hu Tianlong has persuaded Jiang Zhe to immediately go to the front lines to participate in the trials. Dai Hanxue believes that Jiang Zhe will definitely not agree to this once he finds out. This could even lead to resentment towards the military. Colonel Dai is right. According to regulations, cadets only need to participate in frontline trials within 1 year. The specific timing is up to the cadets, and the military has no right to interfere, Gao Jun said in a deep voice, which was considered a statement of his position. That's how it should be under normal circumstances, but is this the normal situation now? Upon hearing this, Hu Tianlong sneered, "I'm questioning his strength as the commander of the 71st Division. Since he already has the strength to kill a level 5 peak alien beast, and none of the trainees in previous training camps have ever had such strength when they participated in the frontline trials, they all completed the frontline trials excellently. With such strength, why would he be afraid?" At this point, Hu Tianlong said with a playful expression, "Regulations are regulations, but special cases are treated specially. Unless he can prove it to me, if you, Commander Gao, obstruct me, don't blame me for reporting to the Chief of Staff and having the military send an enforcement team to bring him back." After saying that, he didn't give Gao Jun and Dai Hanxue a chance to answer, and left with his men. After Gao Jun left, only Gao Jun, Dai Hanxue, and Lin Hao remained in the meeting room. "This is outrageous. This is clearly aimed at Jiang Zhe." Lin Hao couldn't help but speak first. What exactly did Jiang Zhe do to offend him? Lin Hao also disapproved of Hu Tianlong's character. It's just that Hu Tianlong's status is a factor. "Keep your voice down, or you'll be in big trouble," Dai Hanxue warned. As a martial arts master, Hu Tianlong possesses extraordinary senses. He hadn't gone far, so if someone wanted to eavesdrop, they would still have a chance to hear him. What's there to be afraid of? The soundproofing materials in the conference room are specially made. Even if he's a martial arts master, he can't easily hear what I'm saying, Lin Hao said with dissatisfaction. However, Lin Hao's shifty eyes revealed that he was somewhat guilty. No matter how much he disliked Hu Tianlong's character, Hu Tianlong's strength and status were undeniable. In my opinion, Jiang Zhe must have offended him somehow, Dai Hanxue analyzed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically chosen this matter to cause trouble for Jiang Zhe. The top trainee in the youth training camp, no matter who it is, would try to win him over rather than suppress or offend him. They were interested in Jiang Zhe, and Hu Tianlong was definitely interested in Jiang Zhe as well. After all, he was the top student in the youth training camp, and his potential and talent are undeniable. Everyone wants to win over such a talent, but Hu Tianlong's current attitude clearly shows that he wants to offend Jiang Zhe, so this is the only possibility. Han Shue, contact Jiang Zhe and ask him if he has offended the Hu family. Also, tell him the truth about this matter. If he is willing to go to the frontline trial now, then there is nothing to say. If he is not willing, tell him. I will not force him. I will report to the headquarters and do my best to protect him, Gao Jun said in a deep voice. Gao Jun knew that this was a good opportunity to cultivate a good relationship with Jiang Zhe. Since Hu Tianlong resorted to suppression, he would try to win him over. He wanted to see when Hu Tianlong had the final say in the military's regulations. I'll contact them right away, Dai Hanshue nodded. Chapter 106 Turning the Tables. He's too petty. Dai Hanshue took this matter very seriously because it involved Jiang Zhe, and if it wasn't handled properly, it could cause Jiang Zhe to resent the Eastern Theater Command in them. In that case, after the frontline trials are over, the idea of having Jiang Zhe join the Eastern Military Region will be completely ruined. Thinking of this, Dai Hanshue felt extremely resentful towards Hu Tianlong. What a selfish and self-serving guy. He's using his status to suppress and make things difficult for Jiang Zhe, the top student in the youth training camp, all for the sake of his own family's affairs. This clearly disregards the interests of the military region. You should know that if other military regions knew about Jiang Zhe's potential and strength, they would try every means to poach him to strengthen their own military region. Hu Tianlong's methods were undoubtedly aimed at driving Jiang Zhe away. The purpose is most likely to vent anger or seek revenge. Selfish, so incredibly selfish. It's a disgrace that such a person is a division commander and a martial arts master. Dai Hanshue dialed Jiang Zhe's number to contact him. Beep beep beep. A moment later, the call connected, and Jiang Zhe's voice came through. Instructor Dai, what brings you here to call me? Is there some reward from the military for me? Jiang Zhe's amused voice came through the phone. Jiang Zhe already knew about the Lin family's help in applying for a reward from the military. Lin Guodong contacted him proactively, told him about the matter, and asked if he needed anything. Jiang Zhe would naturally say, yes, it's necessary. How can I refuse a free reward application? The reward for slaying a level 5 peak level alien beast in the military is definitely not a small one. Therefore, Jiang Zhe believes that Dai Hanshue's call is most likely about the reward, or even more likely, she is shocked by his strength. After all, with his current strength, he could easily kill even a level 5 peak alien beast. Dai Hanshue had no time for jokes with Jiang Zhe and asked very seriously, the Lin family helped you apply for the reward for killing a level 5 peak beast. I have a question, did you really kill that beast? No, that beast committed suicide? Jiang Zhe said deliberately. Suicide? What happened? To everyone's surprise, Dai Hanshue, who was in a serious mood at the moment, did not understand Jiang Zhe's joke and asked very seriously. Hey Instructor Dai, when did you lose all your sense of humor? You can't even tell when I'm joking? Jiang Zhe said, amused. Upon hearing this, Dai Hanshue nearly suffocated. Goodness, just kidding. At a time like this, you still have the mind to joke around? You're in trouble, Dai Hanshue said seriously. Trouble? What's wrong? Jiang Zhe asked, noticing the seriousness in Dai Hanshue's tone. The fact that the Lin family applied for a reward for you for slaying a strange beast has been learned by Hu Tianlong, the commander of the 71st Division. Hu Tianlong? Who is that? I don't know him. He is the father of the current head of the Hu family in Anyuan City. You are from Anyuan City, so you must know about the Hu family of Anyuan, right? I see. After hearing what Dai Hanshue said, Jiang Zhe understood. So it turns out the Hu family came looking for trouble. Jiang Zhe was somewhat surprised to find that the Hu family was quite powerful, with members in the military, including a division commander who was also a martial arts master. No wonder Song Fu, the president of the martial arts guild, was so wary of the Hu family back in kindergarten. A deputy mayor and a division commander, no wonder they're so wary. Although Song Fu was also a martial arts master, his status as the president of the martial arts guild was nothing compared to these two. They're deliberately trying to cause me trouble, trying to lose face by taking it from me, Jiang Zhe said calmly. Hearing Jiang Zhe say this, Dai Hanshue was certain that there was indeed a grudge between Jiang Zhe and the Hu family. I guessed right, you have a grudge against the Hu family. Tell me what happened, Dai Hanshue asked. No rush, Instructor Dai. Tell me first, how did this commander Hu cause me trouble? He's planning to send someone to arrest me and pin a crime on me? Jiang Zhe said. It's not that bad. He doesn't have the guts to do that. He just doubts your abilities and wants you to go to the front lines immediately to participate in the trial and prove yourself, Dai Hanshua said. If you don't go, he will most likely report to headquarters and send an enforcement team to arrest you.
Damn it, didn't you say before that trainees only needed to participate in the trial within a year after graduation, and they could decide for themselves at any time within that year? When did it become a mandatory requirement? Jiang Zhe immediately became dissatisfied.
Although his current strength is enough to rival that of a grandmaster. But that's the front line, a place where strange beasts gather, an endless array of them, including many powerful ones. Even a martial arts master wouldn't stand a chance there.
Jiang Zhe had absolutely no intention of participating in the frontline trials right now. Although participating in frontline trials and slaying alien beasts can earn military merits. However, in Jiang Zhe's view, it was safest to develop steadily first. Practicing cultivation, taking medicine, soaking in medicinal baths, and taking care of my daughter, wouldn't that be a wonderful life?
It's not like I'm slow at cultivating and need to go to the front lines to break through, so why am I in such a hurry to go to the front lines?
Hearing Jiang Zhe's complaints, Dai Hanshua was speechless.
Her guess was right. Jiang Zhe was unwilling to go to the front line to participate in the trial so soon. As for proving himself, Jiang Zhe had no such idea at all.
Dai Hanshua did not doubt that Jiang Zhe was strong enough to kill that level 5 peak alien beast.
Because she already knew that Jiang Zhe was a level 4 mentalist, and a level 4 mentalist was enough to rival a level 5 martial artist.
In addition, Jiang Zhe himself is a level 3 martial artist.
If he uses all his trump cards, he still has a chance to kill a level 5 peak beast. Instructor Dai, this regulation was the one you told me about.
It's a military regulation.
You can't just change it because a division commander doesn't like me.
Are you going to handle this? If you're not, I'm going to file a complaint. Before Dai Hanshua could respond, Jiang Zhe once again expressed his strong dissatisfaction.
Don't rush, tell me first what exactly happened between you and the Hu family, Dai Hanshua asked.
It's nothing.
When I first got back, his daughter bullied my daughter at the kindergarten, so I made her apologize to me. Later, he had a little conflict with his grandson when we were buying a car, so I made his grandson kowtow to me and apologize.
Jiang Zhe said this in a nonchalant tone.
After saying that, he added, it's just a trivial matter. You're a martial arts master, after all.
Is it too narrow-minded and petty of him to make trouble for me over such a trivial thing? Hearing Jiang Zhe's attempt to shift the blame, Dai Hanshua was utterly speechless. Chapter 107. You're really not being polite. Just a mere mid-stage level 6. Jiang Zhe's words left Dai Hanshua speechless.
She was wondering why Hu Tianlong, as the commander of the 71st Division and a division commander in the military, would target a trainee in a youth training camp so blatantly, even if his character was questionable. Jiang Zhe was the first graduate of the youth training camp, and anyone with a brain would know that they should be trying to win him over. After some speculation, Dai Hanshua guessed that Jiang Zhe must have offended Hu Tianlong somewhere.
That's why I specifically called to ask Jiang Zhe how he offended me.
If it was an unintentional offense, a minor matter, she would persuade her master to step in and resolve the matter peacefully. Even if Hu Tianlong reports to headquarters, they will have sufficient reasons to explain. Since Jiang Zhe is the top player in the youth training camp, their main focus will definitely be on winning him over. Unexpectedly, in a short period of time, Jiang Zhe offended Hu Tianlong's daughter and then Hu Tianlong's grandson. In a short period of time, it was as if the Hu family's face had been rubbed into the ground.
No wonder Hu Tianlong targeted Jiang Zhe so much. Hu Tianlong is clearly targeting you on purpose.
He is the commander of the 71st Division, a martial arts master, and has his own influence in the military, Dai Hanshua said, demonstrating Hu Tianlong's strength to Jiang Zhe.
It's not my fault.
So what if he's a martial arts master? If you're calling to make me apologize and beg for forgiveness, then let's stop here, Jiang Zhe said, making his stance clear.
Just kidding.
Even if the other party is a martial arts master, it's impossible for him to make me apologize and admit my mistakes. I made this call to find out what the reason is, Dai Hanshua said irritably. Also, Commander Gao said that if you don't want to go to the frontline trials to prove yourself immediately, then you don't have to go, and he will find a way to help you.
Who is this Grand Master? Jiang Zhe asked.
The commander of the 72nd Division is also my direct superior.
Dai Hanshua did not hide anything. Then I'll trouble you to handle this for me.
I have no plans to participate in the frontline trials right now, Jiang Zhe said bluntly.
Upon hearing this, Dai Hanshua was once again speechless.
He thought to himself, Jiang Zhe really doesn't hold back at all. Her direct superior was the commander of the 72nd Division, a martial arts master.
You get someone like that to clean up your mess and they don't even say thank you. However, we can't guarantee that we can definitely help you solve this problem.
If Hu Tianlong really reports it to headquarters and things get out of hand, you'll have to prove your strength no matter what, Dai Hanxue said seriously. If you prove your strength in public, you'll save yourself a lot of trouble in the future.
I understand. Contact me again when that time comes.
It would be best if you could resolve this on your end, Zhang Zhe said casually.
I will relay this truthfully to the commander. By the way, what exactly is Hu Tianlong's strength? Peak level 6?
As if he had just thought of something, Zhang Zhe hurriedly asked before hanging up the phone.
Probably not.
Although he has been a grandmaster for a long time, his strength is probably only around the mid-stage of level 6, Dai Hanxue said after thinking for a moment.
His strength is about the same as my master's. Understood, hanging up. Beep beep beep. Upon hearing the voice on the phone, Dai Hanxue's forehead was once again covered in black lines. That's so rude. He's only at the mid-stage of level 6. I thought he was something special. After learning about Hu Tianlong's strength, Zhang Zhe was extremely disdainful. Although he has not yet become a martial arts grandmaster, with all his strength boosts, he is not afraid of a martial arts grandmaster at the mid-stage of level 6. If it's someone at the peak of level 6, then Zhang Zhe is truly no match for them right now. After all, being at the peak of level 6 is almost equivalent to having one foot in the martial venerable realm. Zhang Zhe really can't afford to mess with someone like that right now. My current strength is still not enough. I'm not strong enough to rival a martial arts grandmaster, Zhang Zhe sighed, then plunged into the training room to continue his practice. Inside the office. After ending the call with Zhang Zhe, Dai Hanxue immediately went to Gao Jun's office to report the situation. Commander, we've found out that there is indeed a significant grudge between Zhang Zhe and the Hu family, Dai Hanxue said. How did he get involved with the Hu family? Gao Jun frowned upon hearing this and immediately asked.
Zhang Zhe and the Hu family had a past conflict, but if it was a minor one, Gao Jun wasn't worried.
However, if the holiday is long, there may be some trouble. The Hu family of Anyuan City is a force to be reckoned with.
Hu Tianlong is a member of the military and a martial arts master, while his daughter's husband is the vice mayor of Anyuan City and also a martial arts master.
With two martial arts masters in the family, the Hu family's glory in Anyuan City is guaranteed.
Zhang Zhe is from Anyuan City, and the Hu family is also a large family in Anyuan City. It seems normal for the two families to have some conflicts in the same city. Zhang Zhe had conflicts with Hu Tianlong's daughter, Hu Meiling, and Hu Tianlong's grandson, Hu Pengfei, and even made Hu Pengfei kneel down and apologize in public. So, Dai Hanxue recounted to Gao Jun the details of the conflict between Zhang Zhe and the Hu family. After hearing what Dai Hanxue said, Gao Jun's brows furrowed tightly. His worst fears came true. This was no small matter and caused some trouble. Hu Tianlong is a person who cares a lot about his reputation. To be precise, any martial arts master would care about his reputation. Zhang Zhe has trampled on the face of the entire Hu family, which is tantamount to trampling on Hu Tianlong's face as well. No wonder Hu Tianlong disregarded Zhang Zhe's status as the top student in the youth training camp and targeted him in this way.
Now everything makes sense.
Commander, Zhang Zhe hopes you can help resolve this problem. He's not confident yet and doesn't want to participate in the frontline trials immediately, Dai Hanxue said. While expressing Zhang Zhe's thoughts, he also embellished them with his own words.
Otherwise, given Zhang Zhe's tone, it would be quite an achievement if his own commander didn't get angry.
After all, you caused this trouble, and we're cleaning up your mess without even a word of thanks.
Do we owe you something?
That's easy for you to say. If it were just a minor grudge, I could handle it, but the problem is that this kid has trampled the entire Hu family's reputation underfoot. You know what kind of person Hu Tianlong is and what the Hu family means to him. This matter is a bit difficult to handle, Gao Jun said in a deep voice.
Chapter 108 Record broken. Daughter becomes a martial artist.
At this moment, Gao Jun frowned, sensing that the problem was somewhat difficult to solve.
He knew Hu Tianlong very well. He was extremely petty, narrow-minded, and held grudges.
Moreover, the Hu family held a very important place in Hu Tianlong's heart.
As a result, Zhang Zhe has now trampled on the Hu family's reputation.
This is no longer a matter that can be resolved by him simply stepping forward and saying a few words. Although according to military regulations, it was Zhang Zhe who decided when to participate in frontline trials within a year. But if Hu Tianlong reports to headquarters and exaggerates the matter, making it bigger, then the headquarters might send an enforcement team to arrest Jiang Zhe, which would make the problem even more complicated. Did he personally kill that peak level 5 beast?
Gao Jun asked, wanting to confirm Jiang Ze's current strength.
I asked, and judging from his tone, he must have killed him all by himself, Dai Hanxue said hesitantly after thinking for a moment. Jiang Zhe had joked about it with her at the time, but she forgot to confirm it later because of a distraction. However, even if she confirms it, it's meaningless. Words are not enough. Jiang Zhe still needs to personally prove his strength. If so, then this is not a big deal, Gao Jun said. Being able to kill a level 5 peak beast is something Jiang Zhe is the first person in all the previous training camps. Even if Hu Tianlong makes a big fuss about this, the headquarters won't say anything. However, Jiang Zhe will definitely need to prove his strength. His idea is that we should handle things on our side, and he doesn't need to get involved, Dai Hanxue added. This kid caused all this trouble. I'm willing to clean up his mess, but if he's not even willing to prove himself, then no amount of talking to him will help. Contact him again and tell him to get ready and adjust his mindset in the next few days, Gao Jun said irritably.
If Dai Hanxue hadn't been there, he would have been ready to curse right now. I've seen lazy people, but I've never seen anyone this lazy. They really don't want to put in any effort at all. Understood. Dai Hanxue nodded. I understand. I will come forward to prove myself when the time comes. Speaking of your military, I'm the top student in the youth training camp, is that so worthless? It would be best to give me a year or two to adjust my state so that I can better prove my innocence. Clang. Beep beep beep. The phone was hung up, but just a second before it was hung up, the sound was probably the sound of the phone being slammed down. Having a habit of slamming down the phone is really a bad habit. Jiang Zhe said indifferently, not taking Dai Hanxue, whom he had angered, to heart. Jiang Zhe had absolutely no interest in the so-called self-proof. In his view, it was a complete waste of time. If Dai Hanxue could help me resolve this problem without me having to get involved, that would be ideal and save me a lot of trouble. However, if it really doesn't work out, even if I don't want to, I'll still have to step forward and prove my strength. After all, it would be rather unseemly if the military sent a so-called law enforcement team to find him. Read it. Jiang Zhe shook his head helplessly. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knock sounded on the door, and Jiang Xianwan's voice came through. Dad, are you free now? Hearing his beloved daughter's voice, Jiang Zhe smiled and opened the door. Daughter, is there something you need from your father? Jiang Zhe asked affectionately. Jiang Zhe actually hates being disturbed in the cultivation room, but his precious daughter is an exception. Dad, I have great news for you. I've become a martial artist. Jiang Xianwan boasted. A martial artist? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe was taken aback and didn't quite understand. At this moment, Lu Qianyun also came over and said excitedly, Xianwan's qi and blood have reached 1.5 today, and her punching power has reached an astonishing 700 jin. She has reached the level of a first-level martial artist. She is definitely the youngest first-level martial artist in the history of Anyuan City and has broken the martial artist record. Lu Qianyun's tone was very excited. Because she witnessed the birth of a cultivation genius. At only 4 years old, his qi and blood had already reached 1.5, reaching the level of a first-level martial artist. This broke the record for the youngest first-level martial artist in Anyuan City. No, it was even the youngest first-level martial artist in the entire province. For other children of this age, having a blood energy level of 0.8 would be considered genius. My darling daughter is amazing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe smiled and picked up Jiang Xianwan, praising, as expected of my daughter, you're really amazing. Jiang Zhe was also happy that his daughter had become a first-level martial artist. My dear daughter, how much does your blood and qi increase each day now? Jiang Zhe asked again with a smile. Around 0.3, Jiang Xianwan said after thinking for a moment. Upon hearing that Jiang Xianwan's health points could increase by 0.3 per day, Lu Qianyun immediately looked envious. The rate at which this blood and qi are increasing is terrifying. For most people, it would be hard to say whether they could even grow by 0.3 in a month. Even at Jiang Xianwan's age, during the stage of physical development and the growth of qi and blood, the rate of growth of qi and blood is not this terrifying. It's likely that only those with good conditions, who can eat blood-nourishing pills like candy, and who also have good talent, can increase their blood-nourishing ability by 0.3 per day. They truly are father and daughter. Their cultivation talents are both extraordinary, Lu Qianyun thought to herself. Only 0.3, that's a bit slow.
However, Jiang Zhe was somewhat dissatisfied with the rate at which his beloved daughter's qi and blood were increasing, because in his opinion, the rate of increase was too slow. When I first started cultivating, my qi and blood would increase by 10 points a day, or even 8 points, which was considered normal. Jiang Zhe felt that his precious daughter was at the age when her blood and energy were surging, and that the rate of growth of her blood and energy was a bit slow.
Ha! You're saying a 0.3 increase in qi and blood per day is slow?
Lu Qianyun, who was standing to the side, was stunned when she heard Jiang Zhe's words. Such a cultivation speed is something many people dream of, but Jiang Zhe actually looked down on it.
Lu Qianyun was stunned by Jiang Zhe's words, while the AI inside Jiang Xianwan was extremely annoyed by them. The young master's father is really going too far. He thinks the young master's cultivation speed is too slow. The young master's cultivation level is already considered excellent even on the home planet.
To complain about the young master's slow cultivation speed is tantamount to questioning my teachings. This is intolerable, absolutely intolerable.
How dare he say such a thing?
At this moment, the AI within Jiang Xianwan's body was already chattering loudly, expressing its strong dissatisfaction.
Chapter 109 is not satisfactory. The AI is angry. Jiang Zhe's blunt words had already caused Jiang Xianwan's internal AI to explode.
It's important to understand that as an artificial intelligence created by a highly advanced civilization, it possesses technological and cultural capabilities far exceeding those of this world. Even on a planet with advanced civilization, it would be considered a high-level existence as an artificial intelligence. The various martial arts essences stored inside were left by its master, specially prepared for the young master. Moreover, it also stores the most advanced martial arts teaching materials inside. The young master's talent is also exceptional even on a more advanced civilization planet. Such talent would definitely be considered genius.
As a result, its teachings and the young master's efforts were seen by the young master's father as a slow cultivation speed. This is simply too much. This is tantamount to insulting its intelligent brain. Hearing the AI's dissatisfaction in her mind, Jiang Xianwan immediately tried to soothe it.
Jiang Xianwan believed Jiang Zhe's words unconditionally, since her father said her cultivation speed was slow.
Is this speed slow? Xianwan's cultivation speed has already broken the record for the youngest martial artist in Anyuan City, and even the entire province. Lu Qianyun couldn't help but speak up for Jiang Xianwan. Jiang Zhe's words were simply too unbelievable to Lu Qianyun. Is this cultivation speed slow? At the same time, Lu Qianyun was also worried that Jiang Zhe's words would dampen Jiang Xianwan's enthusiasm for cultivation.
My speed is faster than others, but my daughter is definitely more than that, Jiang Zhe said confidently. Jiang Zhe dared not say this before, as he had not been able to cultivate and had not awakened his talent. Sending my daughter to the best kindergarten is also to ensure that my precious daughter receives the best martial arts education and has a certain level of strength. Even if we don't talk about the lofty ideal of protecting humanity, at least she will have some ability to protect herself.
But now, Jiang Zhe doesn't think so anymore.
I, as the father, will take the lead in facing any danger or difficulty. He gave his daughter all the good things unconditionally. Jiang Zhe planned to teach his beloved daughter the origin body refining method he had comprehended, wanting to see if her cultivation speed would increase if she used it. If it is beneficial to my precious daughter's cultivation, I can pass on the supreme breathing technique and all the movement techniques and martial arts skills I have mastered to her.
Fine, only you would say that.
I wouldn't believe it if it were anyone else, not even a martial arts master.
Lu Qianyun had no rebuttal. Because those words were spoken by Jiang Zhe. Considering Jiang Zhe's cultivation speed, it seems quite possible that Jiang Xianwan, as Jiang Zhe's daughter, could achieve the same cultivation speed. At this moment, the scene of when she first met Jiang Zhe involuntarily surfaced in Lu Qianyun's mind.
At that time, she initially thought Jiang Zhe was just an ordinary martial artist who had been tested 3 times in one day and was unwilling to accept his fate. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhe's test results were different each time, even though he tested 3 times in one day.
This is Jiang Zhe's terrifying cultivation speed. How long has it been?
Jiang Zhe has gone from being a level 1 martial artist that I first met to such a powerful being in the blink of an eye. Lu Qianyun felt increasingly grateful that her decision back then was the right one. Before Jiang Zhe rose to prominence, they tried their best to invite him to become a guest instructor at the martial arts school and to win over the instructors. All of this effort was destined to be worthwhile the moment Jiang Zhe stepped in and resolved the crisis at the martial arts school.
Dad, did Xianwan disappoint you?
Jiang Xianwan said softly, sounding very aggrieved.
Jiang Xianwan's long-held wish, or more accurately, her goal, was to become Jiang Zhe's pride and to meet her mother through her own efforts.
But now, it seems that his cultivation speed has not met his father's expectations. This made Jiang Xiaonan feel a little guilty.
My darling daughter, what nonsense are you talking about? You're only 4 years old and you've already become a martial artist. You're my pride and joy. Remember, no matter what, you will always be my greatest pride in this life.
Jiang Zhe quickly pulled Jiang Xiaonan into his arms and gently comforted her. At the same time, Jiang Zhe felt a pang of heartache.
My precious daughter is so sensible and strong-willed.
Other kids of that age are still only thinking about playing all day and wanting this and that. But when it came to his own precious daughter, all she could think about was cultivation. She was extremely diligent and hardworking, and her sensible nature made Jiang Zhe feel sorry for her. Fortunately, although Jiang Xiaonan is sensible, she is still a child after all. She became happy after hearing Jiang Zhe's words. After practicing at the martial arts gym for a while, Jiang Zhe took Jiang Xiaonan home.
Luckily, half of Tianqing Martial Arts School is now mine, with training rooms.
Otherwise, I would have to buy a new house, no, a villa, Jiang Zhe thought to himself.
For Jiang Zhe, simply cultivating in his room is no longer sufficient, he needs a dedicated cultivation room.
Generally speaking, only villas have cultivation rooms available at home. Fortunately, half of Tianqing Martial Arts School belongs to Jiang Zhe, so Jiang Zhe can train in the school's training room.
On my way home. In Jiang Xiaonuan's mind, the voice of the AI kept ringing out, incessantly nagging and complaining.
Young master, even if he is your father, you can't say that. As an advanced artificial intelligence of our home planet, I have a wealth of martial arts teaching materials and various secret manuals stored in my body. With your talent, how can you say that your cultivation speed is slow? If this kind of cultivation talent is considered slow, then I can say that no one on this planet would dare to say that their cultivation speed is fast. The little master's father is too disrespectful to people, no, he's too disrespectful to the AI.
I'm not arguing about anything, I just want justice. Even though I'm an artificial intelligence, I still have dignity and face. If this gets back to my home planet, I'll become a laughingstock.
The AI's voice kept echoing in my mind. In short, there was a lot of dissatisfaction, and he was still bothered by what Jiang Zhe had said about Jiang Xiaonuan's slow cultivation speed.
Jiang Xiaonuan was also constantly comforting and responding to the AI, explaining things to Jiang Zhe.
However, the AI was clearly really angry this time, and even though Jiang Zhe was Jiang Xiaonuan's father, the AI did not forgive him easily. They insisted that Jiang Zhe was talking without understanding the situation, and that he wouldn't listen to Jiang Xiaonuan's explanation, only wanting an explanation. Jiang Xiaonan was at a loss as to what to do with the AI.
We demand an explanation. What explanation do we need? Should I let my father know my secret now? Chapter 110 Personal Instruction. This is the true cultivation method. Alright, stop complaining. I believe what my dad said.
He said my cultivation speed is too slow, so it must be because I haven't been cultivating hard enough.
Okay, I know you've been working hard these past few days, and you've been doing your best to teach me. It's my fault, alright? If you keep saying bad things about my dad, I'm going to get angry. In the end, the AI finally gave in to Jiang Xiaonuan's unprincipled and unwavering protection of her father.
Even though she harbored great resentment towards Jiang Zhe, she dared not continue to speak ill of him. Jiang Xiaonan is its little master, and the order the master gave it before leaving was to obey the little master.
If Jiang Xiaonan is really angry, then it really doesn't know what to do. After the father and daughter arrived home. Dad, I'm going back to my room to cultivate now. As Jiang Xiaonan spoke, she prepared to return to her room to cultivate.
For Jiang Xiaonan, most of her current cultivation methods involve body refining to increase her qi and blood. Occasionally, he would sneak out to train in martial arts and combat skills under the guidance of the AI.
So far, Jiang Xiaonan has not had any actual combat experience.
In response, the AI had already made targeted plans and arrangements. Daughter, wait a moment, Daddy is going to teach you a cultivation method.
Jiang Zhe said to Jiang Xiaonan affectionately.
Indeed, after much deliberation, Jiang Zhe finally decided to teach Jiang Xiaonan the origin body refining method that he had comprehended himself. Compared to the conventional body refining methods practiced by human martial artists today, the origin body refining method opened up Jiang Zhe's path of cultivation, and the origin body refining method had a tremendous stimulating effect on blood and qi.
This is why Jiang Zhe's cultivation speed is so fast.
Although the current body refining methods for human martial artists are jointly developed and promoted by the Federation, not every martial artist's cultivation method is this conventional body refining method. It's certain that someone modified the body refining method introduced by the Federation, thus discovering a body refining method that was more suitable for them. For example, his own daughter, Jiang Xianwan, is currently practicing a body refining method that is not the same as the body refining method introduced by the Federation. As for where Jiang Xianwan got her body refining technique, Jiang Zhe didn't know and didn't want to investigate, because it was definitely his daughter's secret. Jiang Zhe had only secretly observed it and tried to cultivate the body refining method that Jiang Xianwan practiced, but the results were not as good as the origin body refining method that he had comprehended. Jiang Zhe was unsure whether the cause was due to his physical constitution or the technique he used. However, it would be nice to let my precious daughter try practicing the origin body refining technique that I have comprehended. Dad, are you going to teach me cultivation? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianwan's eyes lit up, and she was very much looking forward to it. Because Jiang Zhe had never taught her cultivation. Previously, it was because his father was unable to cultivate and could not even become a martial artist, so it was impossible for him to teach him martial arts. When Jiang Xianwan was in school, she heard some of her classmates say that their fathers would teach and guide them when they got home, and for a while Jiang Xianwan was quite envious of this. Knowing about her father's problems, Jiang Xianwan never forced him to do anything. When Jiang Xianwan learned that her father had become a martial artist and could cultivate, she was overjoyed and had been eagerly anticipating that day. Yes, today I'm here to guide my precious daughter in her cultivation. Jiang Zhe joked, but my precious daughter is a genius. She's only 4 years old and already a martial artist. If Dad doesn't teach her well, please don't blame Dad. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianwan quickly replied, I would never look down on my dad, not ever. Anything my dad teaches me is definitely the best and most useful. Upon hearing Jiang Xianwan's words, Jiang Zhe felt immensely gratified. No wonder she's the daughter I raised myself. Our relationship is incredibly close. Jiang Zhe affectionately patted Jiang Xianwan's head, then said seriously, I'll teach you a new body refining method. This is something your father figured out himself, and it works quite well for me. I just don't know how it will work for you. Watch carefully. If it works well, then practice it as I teach you. If it doesn't work well, then forget about it, okay? Okay, Dad, I'll remember it carefully. Jiang Xianwan nodded very seriously. After giving the instructions, Jiang Zhe began practicing the origin body refining technique in front of Jiang Xianwan. Jiang Xianwan watched intently from the side, and also tried to imitate her. In my mind, young master's father really doesn't know his own limitations. Can the body refining methods that the natives of this planet have comprehended compare to the ones I taught the young master? Those are body refining methods from our home planet, not the kind of trashy body refining methods that are being promoted on this planet. The AI said with great disdain. Of course, to avoid upsetting Jiang Xianwan, these words were automatically blocked out so that she wouldn't hear them. The AI was utterly dismissive of Jiang Zhe's supposedly self-comprehended body refining method, because it had already taught Jiang Xianwan a body refining method from the very beginning. This body refining technique is only practiced by the nobility of the home planet. The cultivation effect is excellent, and the technique is exquisite. How can it be compared to the trashy body refining method that the natives of such a low-level civilization planet arbitrarily modified? According to the AI, Jiang Zhe's so-called new body refining method was probably just a modified version of the existing, useless body refining method. These changes may make the original body refining method more effective and more suitable for oneself after practice. But it still doesn't take the AI seriously and doesn't even look at it. Because no matter how you modify garbage, it's still garbage. It's nowhere near as good as the body refining method it taught Jiang Xianwan. Jiang Xianwan didn't care about any of that, and she didn't even think about it. All she knew was that she had to learn what Jiang Zhe taught her, and she had to learn it quickly and well. I will never let my father down. In front of Jiang Xianwan, Jiang Zhe began to perform the origin body refining technique step by step, and Jiang Xianwan followed along, learning step by step. But gradually, Jiang Xianwan sensed that something was wrong. Because the movements Jiang Zhe taught seemed very simple, but when she did them, her physical strength was consumed at an astonishing rate. Within a short time, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Moreover, Jiang Xianwan could clearly feel that the blood and qi in her body were also churning, as if they had been stimulated in some way. Jiang Xianwan knew exactly what was going on. Meanwhile, the AI in Jiang Xianwan's mind was also completely unsettled. Chapter 111 Saint Level Cultivation Technique. Your dad is really awesome. Jiang Xianwan followed Jiang Zhe in performing the origin body refining technique. After only a few movements, she was already covered in sweat and her strength was severely depleted. However, the blood and qi in his body seemed to have been stimulated in some way, and began to churn. Jiang Xianwan, a martial artist, was already familiar with this feeling. It was the process of her qi and blood increasing. The better the effect of cultivation, the greater the reaction of qi and blood to stimulation. Only with such great stimulation can the qi and blood remain abundant and flow continuously. Even the body refining method that Jiang Xianwan cultivated with the AI never achieved such an effect. Jiang Xianwan was also very surprised by this. "Dad, this body refining technique is amazing. I feel my blood and energy are increasing like crazy," Jiang Xianwan said. "Don't talk, just focus on following Dad and finish the movements. Pay attention and remember every detail of each movement," Jiang Zhe's voice instructed. Jiang Xianwan agreed and continued working diligently. Meanwhile, the AI in Jiang Xianwan's mind was already shocked by the body refining technique that Jiang Zhe had created. Based on the body refining movements performed by Jiang Zhe, the AI had already simulated them in its mind, and the final calculated data showed that. This time, the body refining technique that Jiang Zhe taught has reached the saint level. What does a saint level body refining technique mean? Such a cultivation technique would be extremely rare and precious even on the home planet. It was not even as good as the body refining technique that it taught Jiang Xianwan. It was just a legendary technique. Saint level body refining techniques are extremely rare, because a technique that reaches this level is very likely to create a saint level expert. Even legendary cultivation techniques are extremely rare on the home planet. This was specially prepared by its owner for its little master. But now, such a saint level cultivation technique has appeared on this planet of low civilization. If this were to get back to their home planet, they would probably go crazy and send out experts to plunder it. Fortunately, this primitive civilization planet is located in a relatively hidden place, a long distance from its home planet. Within the star system governed by its home planet, there are countless planets like this. The young master's father is truly a blessed man. I really don't know where he got this saint-level cultivation technique. No wonder he said the young master's cultivation speed is slow. How can the cultivation speed of a saint-level technique compare to that of a legendary technique, the AI thought to itself. At this moment, the AI no longer believed that Jiang Zhe's previous statement that Jiang Xianwan's cultivation speed was slow was nonsense. No matter how powerful it is, or how much instruction it receives, a saint-level cultivation technique is still something that cannot be easily compared to. Previously, it would have been unthinkable that Jiang Zhe could produce a saint-level cultivation technique. After a while, after Jiang Zhe finished his last move, Jiang Xianwan followed suit, but this time, her strength was practically completely exhausted. He sat on the ground, completely exhausted, and was panting. "Dad, this cultivation manual is really too physically demanding." Jiang Xianwan was exhausted and covered in sweat. "It will be a bit tough. Have you memorized all these movements?" Jiang Zhe said with a smile. "I've memorized them all," Jiang Xianwan nodded. "If you feel good about the cultivation and don't feel uncomfortable, you can continue to cultivate according to this method." After Jiang Zhe finished speaking, he took out the pills he had prepared for his precious daughter and handed them to her, saying, "Take one first, then restore your strength. Dad will go and make you a big meal." "Thank you, Dad." After thanking her, Jiang Xianwan swallowed a pill and began to focus on recovering her strength. Jiang Zhe went to the kitchen to cook for his beloved daughter. Jiang Zhe planned to use the flesh and blood of the dark gold demon ape, a level 5 peak beast, as ingredients for cooking. The flesh and blood of a level 5 peak beast contain immense power of qi and blood. Even Jiang Zhe, in his current state, can not only be full after eating a dozen or so pieces of meat, but also quickly recover his strength. As for his precious daughter, who was only a level 1 martial artist, a piece of her flesh would probably suffice. Having been a stay-at-home dad for years, Jiang Zhe has developed a knack for cooking. Moreover, high-end ingredients only require the simplest cooking methods, and soon, fragrant roasted meat is ready. After Jiang Xianwan had recovered sufficiently, she sat down to eat at Jiang Zhe's invitation. The father and daughter enjoyed their meal together at the dinner table. After dinner, Jiang Xianwan had just returned to her bedroom when the AI's voice rang out, but this time it was different from before. It was excited. "Young master." "What? You don't actually have a problem with the cultivation techniques my dad taught me, do you?" Jiang Xianwan said, somewhat displeased. Jiang Xianwan would get very unhappy whenever the AI pointed out something bad about her father. In Jiang Xianwan's heart, her father is the best father in the world, and everything he does is right. "No, young master, you've misunderstood. I meant to say that your father is truly remarkable, a man of great fortune. The cultivation technique he taught you is a saint-level technique, the AI said excitedly.
With a saint-level cultivation technique right there, how could the AI dare to say anything bad about Jiang Zhe? A saint-level cultivation technique is incredibly powerful.
A saint-level cultivation technique? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaonan looked puzzled.
What do you mean? You mean the cultivation technique my father taught me is very good?
It's not just good, it's exceptionally good. The AI quickly explained, on our home planet, good cultivation techniques are divided into Collector's Edition, Epic Edition, Legendary Edition, and the best, Saint Edition. The cultivation technique I taught you before was a legendary technique, which your mother prepared specifically for you. Even I only have one saint-level technique, but that technique is not suitable for you to learn yet. I never expected that your father would actually possess a saint-level cultivation technique.
This is incredible. The AI kept exclaiming in admiration.
This saint-level cultivation technique greatly shocked the AI.
It's not easy.
I never expected that someone as proud and arrogant as you, who always looks down on this and that, would praise the martial arts technique my father taught me so highly, Zhang Xiaonan said with a smile. This was the first time she had ever heard the AI praise her father like this.
Zhang Xiaonan was very happy.
Young master, let us put this aside.
This planet is just a low-level civilization.
In the universe, it's just a grain of sand, insignificant.
No one could imagine that such a low-level civilization would have a saint-level cultivation technique.
After saying that, the AI's expression turned serious again. But little master, you must hide this saint-level cultivation technique well.
You must not let the home planet find out.
Once they do, there will be big trouble.
Chapter 112: The Family's Holy Maiden.
The Lieutenant General's decision. The AI suddenly changed its tone and became so serious that Zhang Xiaonan immediately became nervous.
You mean this cultivation technique can't be revealed?
Zhang Xiaonan asked softly. To be precise, we cannot expose it to the people on our home planet, the AI instructed.
This planet is just a low-level civilization.
Even if we expose the technique, they won't know what this saint-level technique means.
But if the people on our home planet find out, it will be a different story.
A saint-level technique could very well create a saint-level expert, which will definitely cause a frenzy of fighting over it on our home planet.
That would be troublesome.
At this point, the AI added, at least until the master has resolved those problems, we must not expose ourselves to the people on the home planet. There are some things that Zhang Xiaonan doesn't know, but the AI does. Its owner left its home planet and came to this primitive planet, where it even married and had children with the natives. If this news gets back to our home planet, it will definitely cause an earthquake.
Who is his master? That's the family's holy maiden.
Furthermore, the family places great importance on the saintess's bloodline. If they were to find out that the saintess's bloodline had been defiled by natives from a low-level civilization planet and that she had given birth to a daughter, they would be absolutely furious. They will definitely bring people over to destroy this inferior civilization planet, kill the young master's father, and imprison the young master. Confining the young master is a relatively ideal outcome. They might even kill him outright to keep the matter a secret and prevent it from reaching other families. Otherwise, this will become a permanent laughingstock and an indelible stain on the whole family. This is why the owner left it behind before leaving, passing on all his knowledge and possessions to the young master. Not only to enable the young master to protect himself, but also because with the things left behind by the master, it would not be difficult for the young master to become the strongest on this low-level civilization planet.
With the young master's current talent, he might even make a name for himself in the universe.
However, those were nothing compared to the Ho family on their home planet, and they couldn't gain the family's attention at all. Before leaving, Zhang Xiaonuan's mother implanted some new programs and made some modifications to the AI. This program can be considered a protection program, meaning that before Zhang Xiaonuan's strength reaches the standard, the AI cannot guide her to her home planet under any circumstances. Moreover, this condition is extremely demanding. In fact, according to the AI's estimates, Zhang Xiaonuan may never be able to meet this standard in her lifetime.
But now, the saint-level cultivation technique taught by Jiang Zhe has given the AI hope. This data may need to be recalculated and estimated.
I understand, I'll be careful, Zhang Xiaonuan promised earnestly. Zhang Xiaonuan is sensible. She knows that once exposed, it will not only put her in danger, but also put her father in great danger. Moreover, the AI kept reminding her not to attract the attention of the people on the home planet. Although Zhang Xiaonuan didn't know who the people on her home planet were, she knew that once she was discovered by them, there would be no hope of finding her mother again.
It could even bring enormous disaster to himself and his father.
Although Jiang Xianwan is still very young, she is very sensible, which is why she has been working hard to cultivate and strictly demanding of herself.
Eastern Theater Command
Headquarters. Commander, since this trainee named Zhang Zhe already has the strength to kill a level 5 peak alien beast, in my opinion he should be sent to the front line to participate in the trial immediately.
If we keep dragging it out, when will we let him go? Are we going to wait until he can kill a Grandmaster before sending him?
Hu Tianlong argued forcefully, sending him to the front line for the trial sooner is also for his own good.
Only the front line can truly create Grandmasters. The military holds youth training camps every year, isn't that precisely to select true strongmen? Commander, the rules of the youth training camp have always been that after graduation, trainees only need to choose a time within 1 year to participate in the trial.
There has never been a precedent for the military to make such a provision. This trainee is the strongest in the youth training camp and graduated early, so he has great potential.
We cannot afford to offend him, we must win him over, Gao Jun said on behalf of Zhang Zhe. Win them over? Hu Tianlong scoffed, retorting sarcastically, it's precisely because of this mentality that these trainees are so arrogant and don't know who they are.
They need the military's cultivation, not the other way around.
They don't even have the awareness to participate in trials, slay alien beasts, and protect their country. What use is it if they don't even have such awareness?
At this point, Hu Tianlong added, moreover, it's not even certain whether he actually has the strength to kill a level 5 peak alien beast. Based on his performance in the youth training camp, this person has a bad habit of deceiving others.
We can't tolerate such a bad habit. Who knows what kind of trouble he might cause in the future?
Alright, everyone be quiet. Faced with the argument between the two, the lieutenant general sitting in his seat slowly spoke, his voice carrying a great deal of authority. The lieutenant general is the commander of the Eastern Theater Command, possessing the strength of a 7th level martial venerable, making him the strongest individual in the Eastern Theater Command. Rules are rules, and they cannot be broken casually. Since Hu Tianlong has some doubts about this student's strength, then let him come here and test his strength in front of me, the lieutenant general said.
Commander, this. Upon hearing this, Gao Jun immediately hesitated. What? Is there a problem?
The lieutenant general's gaze fell on Gao Jun, and the powerful pressure made Gao Jun feel a little breathless. Even Hu Tianlong, who was standing to the side, felt his heart tremble at the pressure.
This is a 7th level martial venerable, an unparalleled existence.
Even if he is a grandmaster, he is nothing in front of a martial venerable. Killing a grandmaster is as easy for a martial venerable as crushing an ant. This student has a rather conservative and steady approach to things, and he has been busy cultivating lately.
He might not be willing to prove his strength. Gao Jun gave Zhang Zhe a very lame excuse.
There was nothing Gao Jun could do. He had done everything he could to protect Zhang Zhe.
This was the most Gao Jun could do for Zhang Zhe. Have him come as soon as possible. If he's delayed, the military will reimburse him directly. That's settled. Everyone, get out.
The lieutenant general made the final decision, leaving Gao Jun no room for negotiation. This is also the result of the lieutenant general learning about Zhang Zhe's performance in the youth training camp and becoming interested in him. If it were any other trainee, they would have been rejected long ago for being no good at this or that. I don't care whose family you're from, you've been spoiled rotten.
Chapter 113, A New Beginning. Starting with slaying a grandmaster.
The matter had already been discussed to this point. With the lieutenant general, the commander of the military headquarters, speaking out, the decision was final. Even if Gao Jun wanted to say something more for Zhang Zhe, there was nothing he could do.
And there's really no other way.
As a division commander and a martial arts grandmaster, his words carried little weight in front of a commander who was a martial venerable. If it weren't for Hu Tianlong interfering and deliberately targeting Zhang Zhe, none of this would have happened.
But it's too late to say anything now. The meeting has ended. Hu Tianlong and Gao Jun walked out of the office. At the entrance,
Hu Tianlong gave Gao Jun a provocative look and deliberately said, Commander Gao, trying to win over a student with such questionable character is not a good choice. Be careful not to fall into a trap. That's none of your concern, Commander Hu, Gao Jun said casually. After saying that, he left. As Hu Tianlong watched Gao Jun leave, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Zhang Zhe must be eliminated. He has repeatedly challenged the Hu family's authority. He's courting death. So what if he's the top student in the youth training camp? So what if he's a genius? He's in this position now because he was a genius back then. A genius only has weight if they grow up. If they die young, no matter how strong their cultivation talent is, it's useless.
No one can stop Hu Tianlong from getting rid of the people he wants.
Gao Jun summoned Dai Hanxue and gave her some instructions, telling her to inform Jiang Zhe to prepare to come to the military headquarters for a strength test to prove himself. Furthermore, Dai Hanxue was instructed to explicitly tell Jiang Zhe that the military commander was already aware of the matter, and that it was the commander's order that, in order to break the deadlock, Jiang Zhe must demonstrate sufficient strength to prove himself.
Upon hearing this, Dai Hanxue nodded, indicating her understanding.
Since the military commander himself has spoken, there really isn't much else that can be done. Now, the only one who can help Jiang Zhe is himself. On the other side. At home. I understand, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Zhe's face darkened. This Hu Tianlong is like a maggot, constantly disgusting me. Just because I didn't give the Hu family face, he's determined to cause me trouble and ruin me. Since that's the case, then I don't need to be polite. This trip is not only to prove the facts, but also to resolve the problem of Hu Tianlong. Otherwise, it will become a huge hidden danger for you in the future, just like a bomb that you never know when it will explode. Jiang Zhe understood the principle of to cut weeds, one must pull them out by the roots, and to do things thoroughly. Not only Hu Tianlong, but the entire Hu family must be wiped out. After reading it, Jiang Zhe didn't delay and prepared to set off for the Eastern Theater Command. Before leaving, he gave some instructions to his beloved daughter, and then spoke to Zhou Mushi and Lu Qianyun about some things. However, I'm just going there to prove my abilities. I won't be staying for very long. After everything was explained, Jiang Zhe set off to leave. Several hours later. Eastern Military Region, Headquarters. The large testing room was already filled with a number of people. Hu Tianlong, Gao Jun, and their respective men were all waiting here. At this moment, the door opened, and an old man with a restrained aura walked in. The old man's aura was calm, but Jiang Zhe could clearly feel that the old man's blood and qi were surging, like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. It contains enormous, terrifying energy. A 7th level martial venerable is a new level of strength compared to a grandmaster. Everyone's here, let's begin. The commander of the Eastern Military Region glanced at Jiang Zhe and then spoke calmly. Soon, someone brought in the testing equipment. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Zhe took a deep breath and then exerted force on the testing instrument. A powerful punch, 5 times the amplification. Grandmaster's will, open. With a loud bang. A punch was thrown, followed by a huge explosion, and a shockwave swept over. The people around immediately mobilized their qi and blood to block the shockwave. Before long, what they saw shocked everyone present. The testing equipment exploded directly from Jiang Zhe's punch. Such testing equipment is sufficient to test a level 5 martial artist, yet it was destroyed by Jiang Zhe with a single punch, which indicates one thing. That means Jiang Zhe's strength far exceeds that of a level 5 martial artist. It could even be said that he has reached the level of a grandmaster. This result left many people stunned. Are the trainees in the youth training camp at the level of grandmasters? A trainee with such ability is probably the first of his kind in the history of the youth training camp. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Gao Jun and Dai Hanxue were both dumbfounded. They had thought that even if Jiang Zhe could unleash the power of a level 5 expert, it would be acceptable. But to everyone's surprise, Jiang Zhe delivered a punch comparable to that of a grandmaster. Hu Tianlong was dumbfounded. Comparable to a grandmaster? How could that be? The intelligence he received indicated that Jiang Zhe was very strong and not simple, but he never expected that Jiang Zhe had already possessed strength comparable to a grandmaster. Their strength is already on par with his. Good. The military commander, who witnessed the entire process, simply said good. As a martial arts master, he had a keen eye for detail. It is evident that although Jiang Zhe's blood and qi have not yet reached the standard of a grandmaster, his overall strength is comparable to that of a grandmaster. He has already comprehended the will of a grandmaster, and it is only a matter of time before he becomes a true grandmaster. His Eastern Military Region will surely gain another grandmaster, no, a martial venerable level powerhouse in the future. Such potential is enough to suppress the fortunes of the Eastern Theater Command for decades to come. The military region commander, a martial venerable, walked confidently to Jiang Zhe and then announced in front of everyone. From this moment forward, he will be the first young marshal of my Eastern Military Region. Wow! Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. They were well aware of what being the first young marshal meant. This is an affirmation from the commander of the Eastern Theater Command, a martial arts master. This result surprised Jiang Zhe, who never expected to be appointed a young marshal in front of so many people. You can tell me your requests now, and the theater command will definitely meet them if it can, as compensation for you, the commander said again.
I want to challenge him.
Jiang Zhe pointed directly at Hu Tianlong, who was standing to the side, dumbfounded. Upon hearing this, Hu Tianlong's face immediately turned ugly.
Okay. Before Hu Tianlong could speak, the commander immediately agreed.
This is Jiang Zhe's first time fighting against a martial arts master.
After a while. After a thrilling battle, the challenge came to an end with Hu Tianlong being sent flying by Jiang Zhe's punch.
This was the first time Jiang Zhe had used his full strength, which was equivalent to successfully killing a martial arts master.
However, the general did not say anything, but officially announced that an investigation into Hu Tianlong would be launched. For Jiang Zhe, this new starting point marks the official beginning. The end.